Chapter 361. The lightning set lingered in the room, and Gu Chanfeng slowly opened his eyes. The pure white curtains gave the room an antique atmosphere. The wooden window opened, and the sunlight from outside fell into the room, warm and bright. Ahem. Gu Chanfeng got up and got out of bed, and his movements were a bit rough, which caused the wound on his chest to twitch, causing him to cough. Hearing the sound in the room, the maid guarding the door ran in. Gu Chanfeng took a breath, and was supported by the maid who came in. "General Gu, why are you up? The lady told you to rest, and not walk around. Nanwei is a land of mountains and rivers. The 150,000 troops of the Lihua kingdom fought hard for more than 3 months and suffered heavy casualties. Gu Chanfeng and Zhang Yin decided to openly repair the plank road and secretly cross Jinsong, and he led his troops to attack the capital of Nanwei. After going through hardships, Gu Chanfeng really lived up to everyone's expectations, and unexpectedly broke through the capital and beheaded the king of Nanwei. He was injured in 7 places in the final battle, among which the injury to his heart was the most serious. The people of Nanwei are good at using witchcraft poison. After Gu Chanfeng was poisoned, he barely suppressed it with medicine, but he didn't know how to detoxify. Sheng Hong, the Tompan of Anzhou, the residence where Su Shi entertained Zhao Huan was Sheng's residence, had a daughter named Sheng Rulan. Sheng Rulan was good at medicine, and had the secret method taught by a strange man to remove witchcraft and poison. Zhang Yin's elder sister, Zhang Xingcai, the daughter of Xinguagong Zhang Lu, had suffered from lung disease since childhood. She had consulted famous doctors in Beijing and Bianliang, but none of them could cure her. Zhang Yin was concerned about her sister's illness. When she was ordered to conquer Nanwei, she accidentally heard that Sheng Rulan's medical skills were so miraculous that she wanted to learn from them. After Zhang Xingcai came to Anzhou, she lived in Sheng's residence. What Zhang Yin didn't expect was that she lived there for just 4 months. When they returned victorious, the lung disease of elder sister Zhang Xingcai had been cured for the most part. Zhang Xingcai and Sheng Rulan became as close as sisters during their time together, and they were inseparable all day long. Gu Chanfeng's poison was also entirely due to Sheng Rulan's treatment, who spent 2 days and 1 night to pull him back from the brink of life and death. Gu Chanfeng smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Shike, do you listen to your young lady in everything?" "General Gu, what Shike said is that Shike is very loyal to the young lady," Shike said while supporting Gu Chanfeng. "Then let me ask you, what is your young lady doing now?" "The weather is good, Shike's face suddenly tightened, and she said, "General, Miss Zhang told you not to always go to my young lady, saying that you are a stranger." "Silly Shike, your young lady saved me, and gave me a second life. How can I be considered a stranger?" Seeing the little girl's confused look, Gu Chanfeng laughed in his heart. "How about this? I get up early tomorrow, and ask Shertu to go to the Nanbei shop to buy 2 bags of cherry fry for you, okay?" "Cherry pancake?" Shike's eyes lit up. Recalling the delicious and sweet cherry pancake, she couldn't help smacking her lips, forgetting what Miss Zhang had told her. The pear tree was in full bloom, and the spring was bright and beautiful. A long table under the tree was neatly placed with all kinds of tea sets. The red clay stove lit up the boiling charcoal, boiling the water on the stove, and wisps of hot air floated up, soaking the petals on the branches. Sheng Rulan sat under the tree, wearing a light blue waist-length skirt and an orchid bead hairpin in her hair, and she looked light and graceful. She was skilled in brewing tea, and a cup of tea was formed in her hands in a short while. "Ah! It's bidden." The woman sitting next to Sheng Rulan clapped her hands, looking surprised. "Rulan, you have such a skillful hand." "Sister, there are countless people in the Duke's mansion who can burn incense and make tea. What's the use of my little skill?" "You don't understand." Zhang Xingcai carefully picked up the teacup and blew gently. "My mother taught me needlework, brewing tea, burning incense, and arranging flowers since I was a child, but unfortunately I can't learn any of them." Zhang Xingcai was born in a general family. Perhaps influenced by General Zhang, she has been interested in military books and strategies, and wielding swords and guns since she was a child. Sheng Rulan took the hot water off the stove and poured it into the new utensils, and whispered, "I wonder how General Gu's injury is." Zhang Xingcai blinked and said, "Don't worry, Chanfeng is famous in the army for not being afraid of falling, it's okay." Sheng Rulan opened her mouth, and was about to speak when she heard a pleasant voice coming from not far away. "Good tea." Gu Chanfeng gently pushed Shike away, and walked in slowly, his face pale but in good spirits. Sheng Rulan looked at him, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. The scene of her and Gu Chanfeng meeting here 4 months ago jumped into her mind, making her face slightly hot. Gu Chanfeng lowered his head slightly, and saluted with both hands. I smelled the fragrance of tea from afar, so I came to bother Sister Zhang and Sister Rulan. Zhang Xingcai and Gu Chanfeng have known each other since childhood. Seeing his eyes pass over her and fall on Sheng Rulan, she had a funny thought in her heart. Sheng Rulan put her hands on her waist, bent her knees slightly, and saluted like a woman. Is General Gu's health? Is it better? Yeah, much better. Gu Chanfeng looked at the girl under the tree, who was slightly made up and gentle and quiet. Sheng Rulan slightly raised her tea-colored eyes, and the two looked at each other for more than 10 seconds and stood there without saying anything. A subtle and awkward atmosphere filled the tea garden, and Zhang Xingcai couldn't stand it standing between them. Ahem. She coughed twice in a pretentious manner and said, "Since you are here, please sit down, Lord Gu." Gu Chanfeng came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "Sister, just call me by my name. Why be so polite?" The three chatted in the tea garden and gradually became familiar with each other. The awkwardness of the first meeting disappeared. Zhang Xingcai was familiar with the military and politics of Lihua country, and the topic gradually returned to the war. "I heard that His Majesty recently allocated all the food and grass in the 3 states in the northern border to the military town. I am afraid that the war will start again soon. 4 months at the shortest and half a year at the longest." Gu Chanfeng took the tea from Sheng Rulan's hand, and the fragrance filled his mouth for a long time. "When my injury is healed, I will go to the northern border with Brother Zhang to participate in the decisive battle against Tatar. The Tatars have long been a major threat to the northern Lihua kingdom. They are cruel, cunning, greedy and unrighteous. Gu Chanfeng has no mercy on the Tatars. It has been the dream of the Gu family for generations to defeat the Tatars in one battle." Bang! Sheng Rulan's slender hand trembled, and the tea whisk fell on the table, splashing a little water. She lowered her head to clean up, and asked in a low voice, "General Gu, after your injury is healed, will you leave Anzhou?" Sheng Rulan's voice was very low, and her hidden emotions could not be heard. Gu Chanfeng hesitated, but still said, "Your Majesty has an order, and I have to obey." "Oh." The girl cleaned up the tea on the table, and added charcoal to the red clay stove. She smiled lightly. "I will prepare some medicinal herbs for the general before leaving. The cold in the north will prevent your injury from recurring." Sheng Rulan's smile fell into his eyes, making him feel inexplicably sad. Why sad? Gu Chanfeng couldn't explain it. This was the first time he felt this way in his more than 20 years of life. Gu Chanfeng opened his mouth, pondered for a moment, and said, "The capital is very good. Will you come in the future?" Sheng Rulan's fingers stopped moving, and the hair in her hair was blown by the breeze and stuck to her cheeks. The pink lips moved slightly, and her smile became more helpless. "The mountains are high and the roads are long. How can a girl in the boudoir go to the capital?" Chapter 362. The scene freezes at the moment when she finishes speaking, and the pear blossoms float in the air with the wind. Xiao Yuan is like a time traveler, quietly watching everyone's every move, but unable to change anything. Whoosh! The scenery fades away like fireflies, and when he opens his eyes again, he finds himself on a small bridge. A small bridge built in the courtyard, with water flowing under the bridge. Gu Chanfeng paces back and forth a little uneasily, occasionally looking up at the sky. The full moon was hanging high in the sky, gilding the Sheng residence with a soft and bright silver white. "Will she come?" Gu Chanfeng held a wooden box in his hand and murmured, "Will Shirtu not deliver the message?" He thought about it, and became more and more uneasy. At this moment, light footsteps came from a distance. Gu Chanfeng looked up, and saw 2 girls waking up. The magpie led the way with a lantern. Who else could it be if it wasn't Sheng Rulan behind her? The magpie stopped at the bridge. Sheng Rulan hesitated for a moment, and walked onto the bridge under Gu Chanfeng's gaze. She lowered her little face and bowed, "General Gu." Gu Chanfeng was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted and bowed. "Sister Rulan. Didn't I tell you that you can call me Brother Chanfeng on weekdays?" Sheng Hong has 6 children, among whom the eldest daughter married the Earl of Dongchang in Beijing, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th daughters are still waiting to be married. After the 4th daughter Sheng Molan and the 6th daughter Sheng Minglan got to know Gu Chanfeng, they called him Brother Chanfeng affectionately, but she called him in a strange way. Sheng Rulan was silent for a few seconds, then she took a deep breath and said, "Brother Chang." Brother Chanfeng asked Shirtu to pass on a message, "But is there anything I can tell you?" Gu Chanfeng was secretly happy, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. He handed the wooden box in his hand to Sheng Rulan with a smile. "This is a hairpin made for you by a skilled craftsman in Beijing who asked His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I have lived in the mansion for nearly 2 months. Thank you for your care." Sheng Rulan did not take the wooden box. She bit her lips lightly, and her voice was a little dull. Are you leaving Anzhou and returning to Beijing? Gu Chanfeng was keenly aware of her mood changes. He approached Sheng Rulan slightly, and raised the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow, I will bid farewell to Lord Su and Lord Sheng and return to the capital. The war in the northern border will start. It's a long journey. General Gu, please take care. Sheng Rulan waved to Shike. This is the medicine I prepared for you. Whenever your old chest disease relapses, and you feel pain, you can take one pill. Wearing armor, and holding a sharp weapon will inevitably cause cold. The medicine below can be used to drive away the cold and dampness. Sheng Rulan handed the basket of medicine to Gu Chanfeng and turned to leave. Gu Chanfeng is like an eagle soaring in the sky. He was given a title at a young age, and he was in a high position with purple clothes and golden belts. He was also a close friend of the crown prince. The sisters at home were fond of Gu Chanfeng, and they wished they could see him more often every day. Sheng Rulan always recalled the scene of their first meeting under the pear tree. The more she thought about it, the more disappointed she felt. Gu Chanfeng was born into a wealthy family. In the words of Zhang's sister, the officials and wives who wanted to marry into the Ningyuan Marquis' mansion could line up from Xinjiang Gate to the edge of Jinming Lake. It is better not to have too much expectation for impossible things. The more expectation, the more disappointment. Sheng Rulan kept admonishing herself in a mood of gain and loss, but her heart seemed to be possessed by a demon, and she couldn't help but think of him. Now that Gu Chanfeng has recovered from his injury and returned to Beijing, her dream should be awakened. Sister Rulan, wait a minute. Gu Chanfeng's voice sounded behind her. Do you still remember that I told you that I would like to meet you in Beijing? I remember. What can I do if I remember? Sheng Rulan's eyes were dim. How can a girl in the boudoir go there? Of course you can't do it alone, but it would be different if Lord Sheng went to Beijing to serve as an official. Go to Beijing to serve as an official? Sheng Rulan's voice rose slightly, but the quota of each prefecture every year. I will talk to Lord Sinshin of the Ministry of Personnel about this matter, but I wonder if Sister Rulan is willing to see me when I return from the expedition? Yes. Sheng Rulan suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with deep joy and the innocence of a girl. Then when I return triumphantly from the northern border, I will definitely visit the Sheng mansion. Gu Chanfeng bowed solemnly and said in a shocking voice. I know. Sheng Rulan realized that her reaction was not reserved enough, and her pretty face flushed, which was very cute. You have to be careful in the northern border. After she said that, she covered her face and ran away. Sister Rulan, you haven't taken the box yet. Sheng Rulan was like a little deer. She turned back and took the wooden box and left without looking back. Gu Chanfeng watched her figure leave the garden, picked up a basket of medicine, and slowly walked away from the bridge. At the small gate of the garden in the distance, Sheng Rulan's face was full of blush. She and Shike opened the wooden box together, and there was a hairpin on the brocade handkerchief inside. The hairpin was made of high-quality materials, and the carving was delicate, revealing superb craftsmanship. There was an orchid on the top. Shike said foolishly, This General Gu is really interesting. Instead of sending these inedible things, it would be better to send a few pounds of water chestnuts to the girl. Sheng Rulan carefully put the hairpin away and said, Silly Shike, keeping a hairpin with you is hundreds and thousands of times better than water chestnuts and cakes. Shike was not convinced. The girl is right. Every time General Gu asks her to send you cherry pancakes and osmanthus cakes, you eat a lot. Chuck. Sheng Rulan laughed like a silver bell. You are so happy as long as you have a bite to eat. Under the moonlight, the two of them slowly walked towards the boudoir. The moonlight of this night was particularly beautiful in Sheng Rulan's memory. The next day, Gu Chanfeng and Zhang Yin returned to the capital after the farewell banquet, and Zhang Xingcai also set off with them. Gu Chanfeng rode on the horse, and after walking a short distance out of Anzhou City, he looked back. He took a deep breath and looked deeply at the top of the city, then picked up the reins and headed towards the capital. The sound in his ear made Xiao Yuan open his eyes, and the world gradually became clear in his eyes. He tried to move his arms. Could he move? Xiao Yuan slowly supported his body. His chest was still painful, but still within the range he could bear. He turned his head, and suddenly found a pair of big eyes, like copper bells, staring at him silently. Ah! Xiao Yuan was so scared that he shuddered and fell off the stone platform. Bang! Fortunately, the stone platform was only 1 meter high. When he climbed up with difficulty, he found that it was a giant python. He looked at the well-behaved giant python with vigilance, and felt more and more familiar with it. Could it be? Xiao Yuan pointed at the wound on the giant python's forehead and said, "Are you the giant python that failed to survive the tribulation in Sierra City?" The giant python understood what he said and nodded its huge head. Xiao Yuan felt relieved. He didn't know how long he had been asleep, but he tried to recall what happened before he fell into a coma. Evil dragon, falling into the abyss. Tunin, Xiaowan? The scene of Sun Wan falling into the abyss with him appeared in Xiao Yuan's mind. He quickly stepped forward and put his hand on the giant python's nose. "Brother Python, have you seen Xiaowan?" Afraid that the giant python didn't understand, Xiao Yuan began to speak and gesture. Watching Xiao Yuan tossing around like a monkey for a long time, the giant python slowly nodded and shook its head. Chapter 363. Xiao Yuan followed the giant python through a long and wide corridor. The corridor was artificially excavated, and the stone bricks on the ground were smooth. Every few meters above, a bright crystal was inlaid, and the crystal continuously released soft light to illuminate the corridor. He was worried about Sun Wan's comfort, so he walked quickly. The man and the python walked for about 10 minutes, and finally arrived in an open space. The space was full of lush green plants, and there was a lake in the center, and the water was clear. Xiao Yuan looked around and said to the giant python, "Where is Xiaowan?" The giant python crawled to the lake in a simple and honest manner, touched the lake water with its mouth and blinked. "Ah," Xiao Yuan stuttered, "you said Xiaowan is in the lake?" The small lake can be seen to the end at a glance. He has excellent eyesight, and can see it clearly. Apart from the small fish, where else can there be people? Besides, Xiaowan is not a fish. How can she survive in the water? He walked to the lake and said, "Brother Python, don't play tricks on me, and take me to see her quickly." The giant python seemed to be very surprised by Xiao Yuan's reaction. It tilted its head, and thought for a while, and then nodded. Xiao Yuan was delighted, but before he could react, he was suddenly pushed by a huge force behind him. "Ah!" he cried out in surprise, and fell into the lake under the giant python's entanglement. The cool lake water made him hold his breath instinctively. Xiao Yuan's first reaction was to struggle, trying to get rid of the giant python's restraints. But now, he was seriously injured, without any weapons or equipment, and even Tu Nan, who was inseparable from him, was gone. How could he fight the giant python, Gulyalu? A string of bubbles came out of Xiao Yuan's mouth, and he hurriedly held back the remaining breath in his mouth. Splash! Just when Xiao Yuan was thinking about how to get out, the giant python, and he jumped out of the water, causing a large splash. The scene in front of him made Xiao Yuan's eyes go straight, and 3 words appeared in his mind. Crystal Palace. He was sure that the giant python had been swimming down with him. But why did it come out of the water? The seemingly shallow lake actually hides a great mystery. On the shore stood a palace built of light blue crystals, with carved beams, and painted buildings, and flying eaves and brackets. The palace was high up, and it took hundreds of stone steps to climb up. From a distance, it was really as dreamy as a fairyland. There is an altar under the palace. The style of the altar is basically the same as the one Xiao Yuan saw in the ancient ruins. The only difference is that it is several times larger, and looks more magnificent. Xiao Yuan walked up to the altar under the guidance of the giant python. There were 8 mermaid lamps on the top of the altar, which were still lit. But there was no one sitting here, but a piece of jade. The jade was white all over, except for a little red in the middle, which looked like it was born that way. Xiao Yuan stayed for a while, and then left, walking along the stone steps behind the altar towards the crystal palace. The closer he got to the main gate of the palace, the more Xiao Yuan felt an invisible sense of oppression. He already knew what was hidden inside. On the night of Sierra City, when the weather was changing, he had also felt this kind of oppression and throbbing from the soul. The giant python stopped at the last stone step of the crystal palace, lying there quietly, and not daring to move. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to continue walking forward alone. The short distance of more than 10 meters seemed to have been a long journey for him. Every step on the ground required all the strength of his body. When he took the last step, his head was already covered with sweat. He let out a long breath, and when his fingers touched the gate of the crystal palace, he noticed a plaque above the entrance of the palace. The plaque had 3 large characters of Lihua written on it, which should be the name of the palace. The gate made of light blue crystal was not as heavy as Xiao Yuan imagined, and it opened automatically when he pushed it gently. The weight and pressure of the whole body dissipated the moment Xiao Yuan entered the palace, and he looked forward with a move in his heart. This palace is more magnificent than it looks from the outside, with an area of more than 10,000 square meters. The furnishings and arrangements inside reminded Xiao Yuan of the Forbidden City he had visited in Yanqing. His eyes passed through everything around him, and he saw Sun Wan lying in the pond in the center of the main hall. The lotus flowers in the pond were artificial or natural, and they were surprisingly large. On the largest lotus flower, a young girl was lying quietly. Her eyes were closed, her expression was calm, and her body was surrounded by a light pink glow. Sun Wan. Xiao Yuan hurriedly ran up, and when his body reached the edge of the lotus pond, he was suddenly blocked by something. An invisible soft barrier blocked Xiao Yuan's steps, and he couldn't break through it. Moo! A dragon roar resounded throughout the palace, and Xiao Yuan looked inside the palace in surprise. A nearly 100-meter-long green dragon flew out from the wall, with deer horns, tiger paws, eagle claws, ox heads, fish whiskers. It was glowing green, and looked more lively and majestic than when Xiao Yuan first saw it. Xiao Yuan's body froze in place, and he instinctively wanted to pull out the silver knife from his ribs, but found that the inseparable weapon was no longer there. The azure dragon floated in the hall, its eyes were like a layer of aurora, and people were unconsciously fascinated by it when they looked up. The azure dragon seemed to be thinking about something, and it looked down at Xiao Yuan. After a while, a deep and majestic voice sounded, "You are finally here." Xiao Yuan heard the deep meaning in its words and asked back, "Shin, Brother Shenlong, did you know I would come?" The azure dragon was silent, and there was a complex expression hidden in its eyes, those emotions Xiao Yuan always thought only humans would have. Shenlong slowly lowered his head, only 10 meters away from Xiao Yuan. "It's been too long, so long that you have already forgotten your former identity." Xiao Yuan thought to himself, could it be that Gu Chanfeng knew Shenlong? In the dream, Gu Chanfeng only met Shenlong once at the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, and then Shenlong flew away. Besides, the Shenlong at the altar ceremony didn't seem to be that big, right? Brother Shenlong, if you are talking about Gu Chanfeng, I have some impressions, but my memory is incomplete. Xiao Yuan told the truth. Gu Chanfeng, Gu Chanfeng. Shenlong repeated the name several times. She came here before her memory was fully restored. It must be Qingdi who did it. Only she would do that. Qingdi, is she the girl in the snake cave? You will understand these things in the future. Now you must listen carefully and remember them firmly in your heart. Shenlong's voice became a little deeper. I'm all ears. Shenlong opened his mouth and blew a breath into the lotus pond. Whoosh! The cool wind blew across his cheeks, and Xiao Yuan instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery in front of him had changed. The pink light surrounding Sun Wan rose up, forming a strange picture scroll. It is not accurate to say that it is a vivid comic strip. The opening of the picture scroll is a huge map, which is extremely wide and includes land and sea. Xiao Yuan keenly noticed that the core of the map is exactly the territory of Country A today. In the northwest, northeast, and central plains of the map, there is an altar-shaped map, and there is another altar in the ocean. The Liwa kingdom exhausted its national strength in the war thousands of years ago, defeated and sealed the demon, and the selected locations are these four. Demon? Xiao Yuan quickly reacted. Is it the night demon? Yes, but the scale is incomparable to the current one. Northeast, northwest, central plains. Huh? The location of the central plains is Yanjing? Xiao Yuan looked at the eye-catching icons on the map in surprise. You must remember the locations on the map. They are the key to saving the situation. Shenlong waved his claws, and the picture scroll changed again. Chapter 364. The originally peaceful seals lasted for thousands of years, until the seal in the central plains became passive. In the scroll, a group of people carrying modern weapons broke into the central plains seal hall. They broke through the barriers and opened the seal. The seal in the central plains was actually opened by modern people. Xiao Yuan was more and more shocked. So the real reason for the outbreak of the night demon was because someone moved the seal. The picture in the scroll gradually dissipated and gradually gathered into the figures of three people. Xiao Yuan took a closer look and couldn't help but take a breath. Xiao Yuan didn't recognize two of the three people, but the one on the far left was a well-known figure in Country A, Rinjichen. Rinjichen was much younger than he is now, but his facial features were so unique that it was impossible to mistake him. Xiao Yuan's mind was in a mess. What role did Zhu's technology play in this human catastrophe? Rinjichen, a hero who strongly supported humans in fighting the night demon, turned out to be the mastermind behind the scenes. What a irony! Xiao Yuan calmed down and asked, what do I need to do to seal the night demon again? Shenlong waved behind Xiao Yuan, and the beautiful jade that had been on the altar flew over and stopped in front of him. Take good care of it. When the high priest built the four priest halls, he not only sealed the devil, but also left behind the soul-suppressing jade. Soul-suppressing jade? There are 4 soul-suppressing jades in the world, displayed in each priest hall. They are connected to each other, and are responsible for suppressing the devil. The soul-suppressing jade is unique, but they are born together, and have a strange property. If two soul-suppressing jades are nourished with secret methods, a new soul-suppressing jade can be produced again. So, Brother Shenlong wants me to go to the northwest to use this piece, and the new jade there to suppress the night demon? It's too late. Qinglong's voice was helpless. It's only a matter of time before the seal of the Northwest Priest Hall is broken. You need to look for the mermaids in the deep sea ahead. Deep sea and mermaids? Xiao Yuan frowned and said, Is there a specific map? The High Priest once left a deep sea route map, and asked me to give it to someone who comes here one day. As he spoke, the azure dragon opened its mouth and spit out a stream of light. Xiao Yuan reached out to catch it, and found that it was a brocade box, which was still as bright and clean as new after thousands of years. The mermaids are responsible for guarding the Deep Sea Priest Hall. They are unruly, and have always had a grudge against the mission. You must be careful when you go to the deep sea. Since you have a grudge, why do you want to take on the mission? Isn't this a contradiction? The High Priest sailed deep into the sea 3 times, and captured the princess of the mermaids. The mermaids were forced to make a 1,000-year oath. Capture? Capture? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. You are forcing yourself. They won't do anything to me, will they? The situation in the deep sea is unpredictable. If they turn against him, Xiao Yuan feels that he will have nowhere to run. Are you scared? Qinglong's eyes flashed. I'm not scared. The worst thing is that I will die. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly. There will be many people going to sea with me. I'm afraid of causing the death of unrelated people. Qinglong didn't seem to expect Xiao Yuan to say this. It was silent for a long time. When Xiao Yuan was wondering if it was going to get angry, it spoke again. She doesn't have much time left. What? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, What do you mean? Qinglong looked at Sun Wan lying on the lotus, with a rare warmth in his eyes. In order to save you, she forcibly used the energy in her body, causing the energy in her body to be unstable, and could break through the restraints at any time. Break through the restraints. Xiao Yuan became more and more confused as he listened. What exactly happened to Shan Wan's body? The lotus trembled slightly, and a pink petal flew out from it, dancing around Sun Wan, and finally fell in front of Qinglong's eyes. It looked at the petal quietly and said, You have already discovered her uniqueness, right? Deep in her body is hidden a terrifying power and soul. Once she breaks through the limit of her body, and uses her power, there are only 2 situations when she is overloaded. Xiao Yuan's breathing became rapid. Which 2? The first one is that she will break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Her consciousness will still exist, and she will become a more powerful existence. The second possibility is that her body cannot withstand the impact of the energy explosion, and turns into ashes. Pa! The brocade box fell to the ground, and Xiao Yuan asked anxiously, Shenlong, you are a dragon. You must have a way to help her, right? The lotus petals between the nose wings of the blue dragon were delicate and dripping, slowly falling on Sun Wan's eyebrows. A magical scene happened. The lotus merged into the middle of Sun Wan's eyebrows, and a trace of pink petals appeared. The pink light around Sun Wan also entered the petals, and the abnormal blush on her face dissipated and returned to normal. The forbidden lotus spell can temporarily suppress the restlessness in her body, but if you want to suppress it for a long time and protect her for the rest of her life, you need a treasure. What treasure? The pearl produced by the mermaid's sea-suppressing stone essence. Okay. Xiao Yuan agreed without thinking. I will go to the deep sea to find the mermaids. Will Shan Wan be okay before that? The forbidden lotus spell can ensure the balance of energy in her body within a year. After a year, if she uses her deep power again. Without the pearl, she might. 1 year is enough time for me to find the pearl. Xiao Yuan looked at the paleness on Sun Wan's face, and his thoughts became more determined. Her body has just been subjected to the forbidden lotus spell, and it is dangerous to go to the deep sea. It is best not to let her go with you. Qinglong warned calmly. I have something I have always wanted to ask you. Xiao Yuan picked up Sun Wan and asked after hesitating. What is it? Why did I meet you in Sheer City? If I saw it correctly, you seemed to be helping Shirley at that time? Qinglong and Xiao Yuan stared at each other for a long while, with a complex emotion in its brilliant eyes. A promise or a favor? Promise? The cause and effect of thousands of years ago must be repaid. I owe her a favor. Qinglong looked at Sun Wan in Xiao Yuan's arms. Take good care of her and don't let her get hurt again. After saying that, Qinglong moved his dragon claws. The lotus in the pond slowly rose, flew to Xiao Yuan's side, and turned into a small lotus the size of a palm. Go, It will take you out of the dragon cave. Wait, Xiao Yuan said quickly. Can I ask you for something? What? Dragon crystal in. Dragon scales. Liwa ruins, bottom of the abyss. Lin Lang knocked on the rock wall, trying to find a passage from it. Not far away, Qi Ming grabbed Lu's collar and shouted, I knew you were abnormal, old man. Tell me. Are you a spy of the night demon? Lu's face was ashen, and a layer of black hair was shrouded between his eyebrows. He didn't react at all when pushed by Qi Ming, but just grinned and said, Clouds, black clouds. 1, 2. Hee hee. Wang Ruoling stood beside Lin Lang, looking at the rock wall with a stone door carved on it. She frowned and looked haggard. Captain and Xiao Yuan have been missing for so long, could it be? Lin Lang's eyes dimmed, but he still tried to comfort her. No, I believe in the captain. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan fell into the abyss, which made the others anxious. After everyone went down the plank road to the abyss, they only found the falling ashes, and didn't see even a single person. Chapter 365. The ground was covered with ashes, but there was no trace of people. Lin Lang had a vague premonition in his heart, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. What if Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan had an accident? Suppressing his troubled thoughts, he turned and walked towards Qi Ming and Luzwa. Luzwa, a tomb robber who was proficient in finding dragons and exploring caves. After entering the ruins, he seemed to be invisible, and didn't say a word, but wanted to secretly destroy the rope when no one was paying attention. The plank road at the edge of the abyss did not extend completely to the bottom, and the plank road was cut off 200 meters from the ground. After they landed using the rope, Luzwa quietly tried to destroy the rope. Fortunately, Qi Ming happened to see him and caught him and beat him up. Strangely, Luzwa seemed to be stupid. No matter what you asked him, he would just laugh foolishly. Old Qi, that's enough. Lin Lang stepped forward to stop him. It's important to find the captain first. You're lucky. Qi Ming pushed Luzwa hard and said, tie him up to prevent us from getting into trouble again. Hee hee. Hee hee. Luzwa staggered back 2 steps, still grinning, and suddenly broke free from the soldier's hand. You will all die here, all of you will die. He rushed towards Qi Ming like a madman, opened his mouth and bit him. Ah! Qi Ming cried out in pain. His shoulder seemed to be bitten by a vicious dog. He turned around and threw Luzwa to the ground. Touching the blood oozing from his shoulder, he pointed at Luzwa and cursed. You are born in the year of the dog, right? Qi Ming became more and more angry, and the disappearance of Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan cast a haze over everyone's heart. Luzwa dared to offend Qi Ming at this time, which completely angered Qi Ming. He raised his fist and rushed forward to teach him a lesson. Boom! Just when Qi Ming was making a scene, the mountain wall suddenly made a deafening noise. The stone wall slowly opened in the surprised eyes of everyone, and a man walked out. His silver-winged military uniform was tattered, and he looked like a refugee, with a slightly pale face. He was holding the sleeping Sun Wan in his arms, and hanging an ice blue bow, feather arrows, and a dark silver knife on his body. He was carrying a huge black cloth bag on his back, which looked very heavy. Xiao Yuan's unexpected appearance surprised everyone, and Xin Mao ran over. His face was covered with dust, and there were several circles of gauze tied on his arms. Boss, where have you been? We are worried to death, you know? Xin Mao's face gradually got rid of his childishness, and showed real worry. He had followed Xiao Yuan since he joined the Silver Wing Corps, and never thought about what he would do if he was gone one day. After briefly explaining the situation to everyone, he looked at the closed rock wall. Xiao Yuan asked curiously, how long have you been waiting here? Why don't you use instruments to explore the cave? Wang Ruoling and Lin Lang looked at each other with difficulty. We tried, but it didn't work, and we can't destroy the rock wall where you came out. Qi Ming saw that Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were fine, and his anger was mostly gone. He grinned and said, I said that the captain is a lucky man, and Jialong still died in the captain's hands. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly. The dragon was fierce and brutal. If it weren't for the mysterious energy in Sun Wan's body, his life would have to end here. Xiao Yuan's return gave them a backbone, and everything began to operate normally. After setting out the battalion commander and settling Sun Wan, he began to deal with Luzwa's affairs. Luzwa was tied up with his hands behind his back, and he sat on the stone with a miserable smile. Sun Wan had told Xiao Yuan before that Luzwa had the breath of the night demon, and he secretly remembered it in his heart. Who would have thought that Luzwa would become stupid in just a few hours? Xiao Yuan thought for a moment, squatted down and said, Luzwa, do you still recognize me? His voice caught Luzwa's attention, and Luzwa stopped whispering to himself, and slowly raised his head to look at him. As if he had seen something extremely terrifying, Luz was screamed and struggled desperately. While struggling, he shouted, "Clouds, black clouds are coming! Coming! You will all die here!" Wang Ruofei was watching Luz would go crazy and hurt Xiao Yuan, who was in pain, and said helplessly, "He has been like this since he entered the bottom of the abyss. He has gone crazy." "Are you crazy?" Xiao Yuan was full of doubts. Why did he rush everyone into the abyss to find them, when they were in the most chaotic state? He was moved and remembered the vague figure that appeared in the crystal forest. Xiao Yuan whispered a few words to Wang Ruofei's ear and asked him to prepare, then looked at Luz for a long time before getting up. Wang Ruofei had gathered everyone. After going through hardships along the way, the number of people who set out was reduced from 50 to 44. Xiao Yuan looked around and nodded at Lin Lang. Although Lin Lang was puzzled by Xiao Yuan's order, he still followed it. He gathered the light elements in his body, and used the silver bracelet on his wrist to condense a soft light on his palm. Buzz, Lin Lang controlled the halo and passed it across the lumbar spine of each person. 1, 2, 3. 10. After passing through 10 people in a row without any abnormality, Lin Lang looked at Xiao Yuan and saw that he nodded to him to continue. Lin Lang had no choice but to continue moving. When he reached the 34th person, he suddenly felt a chill on his hand. Lin Lang was startled, and a chill climbed up his arm and rushed straight to the top of his head. He looked up and saw an ordinary silver-winged soldier turning his head to look at him with an ugly expression. The expression on the young man's face was very complicated, contradictory and painful. "Shua!" Lin Lang instantly drew out the Minging knife and shouted, "Zhang Guoli." "No, you are not Zhang Guoli." The young man saw that the matter was exposed, but he was not panicked at all. I don't know if he knew he couldn't escape, or he had a trump card in his heart. A layer of black air slowly appeared on his face, distorting his handsome features. Xiao Yuan walked slowly to a place not far from Zhang Guoli and said, "You are the one in the crystal forest, right? You secretly moved the Millennium Cold Jade." "Haha." Zhang Guoli chuckled and his voice became hoarse. "The battalion commander is really smart. He said that it was the monkey who moved the Cold Jade, but you actually saw it clearly." Xiao Yuan shrugged and said, "If you didn't use the Night Demon's mind control on Luz, I would never have thought that there was a spy hidden in the camp. A Night Demon." "Spy? Night Demon?" Zhang Guoli twisted his neck, his expression half smiled. "I am a human, not a Night Demon." He kept moving his limbs, making a crackling sound, and black mist surged around him. As if complaining or declaring, his voice rose several tones. "Do you know how hard I have to endure in order to live as a human? But I can't go against the master's orders and will." Zhang Guoli's expression was completely distorted. "It's all your fault. Xiao Yuan, you deserve to die." He looked at Xiao Yuan fiercely and roared, "If it weren't for you, I would have stayed in the Silver Wings Corps. I would still be me. Now, it's all ruined." "Huh!" Zhang Guoli pulled the cloak behind him, tore it, and threw it into the sky. The blood-stained and scarred Silver Wings Corps emblem was blown by the wind and fell to the ground. Sizzle! His military uniform was torn behind him, revealing 2 palm-sized flesh wings, which flickered and were extremely conspicuous. Zhang Guoli kicked the ground fiercely and rushed toward Xiao Yuan like the wind. He had only one thought in his mind now: kill him! Kill him! Once the bloodthirsty thought came into being, it was like dry wood ignited by fire, and it could no longer be suppressed and filled his entire mind. Bang! Zhang Guoli was blocked by Qi Ming on his way forward, and the heavy earth shield collided with him solidly. Chapter 366. Zhang Guoli's fingertips became sharp, and he hit the earth shield with both hands. The tough earth shield was like a thick wall, catching his attacks one by one, with only a tiny crack. Zhang Guoli spun around, trying to bypass from the other side. Xiao Zheng loved everyone the most, and she shouted excitedly when she saw him not giving up. Xiao Jing's pink fist and strength were very terrifying. She kept punching and kicking Zhang Guoli, and then she suddenly lowered her body. Swish! The black narrow fingertips passed over her head, which made people tremble with fear. She cried out, hugged Zhang Guoli's waist, and flipped him to the ground. Bang! 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 3 consecutive solid hits made Zhang Guoli, who was half human and half demon, furious. He urged the energy in his body and roared. All the black air was injected into the flesh wings, and the flesh wings on his back swelled up like a balloon. Xiao Yuan stood in the distance, and suddenly remembered that Qian Yi and Qian Ling would also grow the same wings when fighting. Could the masters he mentioned be the 2 of them? Zhang Guoli's wings fluttered, and he flew into the air. He looked like he wanted to escape. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan shouted, "Hold him and keep him alive." Before Xiao Yuan left the dragon cave, Qing Long had injected a memory into his mind, which contained a lot of secrets about the night demon. Condensed in the palm of the hand with light elements, placed in the human lumbar spine. Ordinary people will not have any reaction, but if they are invaded by the night demon, the controlled human will be exposed. Seeing Zhang Guoli's true form, Xiao Yuan felt mixed emotions. He was a comrade in arms who fought side by side with him, and was also an excellent soldier, but now he has become a pawn of the night demon. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of alloy claws flew into the sky and locked Zhang Guoli's escaping figure. He fell to the ground helplessly, his wings were covered with scars, and the wounds were emitting black air. Xiao Yuan came from behind and looked down at him. After a while, Xiao Yuan said, "Guoli, come back with us. The Think Tank Research Center of Country A will find a way to heal you." Zhang Guoli's eyes sparkled, but then his face turned pale. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting, as if he was fighting something, and it was difficult for him to speak. "Battalion. Battalion Commander, it's too late." Xiao Yuan took a step forward and asked, "What's too late?" Zhang Guoli's face became darker and darker, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from his eyes. Bloody tears. Hee. He let out a creepy laugh and murmured, "My master controls my life and death. I can never disobey my master." A terrifying force appeared around Zhang Guoli, and Xiao Yuan's face changed. "Quickly retreat." Boom! Zhang Guoli's body suddenly exploded, and rolling black gas rose into the sky. The people who gathered around were blown away 5 or 6 meters, and they were in a mess. Ahem. Xiao Yuan stood up with difficulty. At the last moment, he was protected by Xiaozheng and the impact was less. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood with his current physical condition. Zhang Guoli disappeared, without even a complete body left. Xiao Yuan walked step by step to the center of the explosion, and a piece of rag was left on the ground, stained with blood. That was his military uniform, and the Silver Wings Corps emblem on it had almost lost its original appearance. He carefully folded the rags and put them in his pocket, his eyes revealing an unconcealable heartache and helplessness. In this war between humans and night demons, Xiao Yuan had seen too many deaths and was used to it. However, when he learned that the instigator of the night demons escaping and endangering humans was actually humans themselves, he felt even more heavy in his heart. He suddenly remembered a sentence that now seemed to be a wise saying. The only thing that humans have learned over a long period of time is that they never learn from the lessons of history. The greed and desire in human nature have caused human society to repeat the same mistakes for thousands of years. Dynasties change, times change. Humans are still repeating the same mistakes as their ancestors. Even if such mistakes will cause harm for 100 years, they can't stop them. The night of the abyss, the cold wind blows. Xiao Yuan sat outside the tent where Sun Wan was sleeping, quietly warming himself by the fire. Wang Ruoling sat down with a cup of hot water in her hand, and asked softly, "Is Shan Wan still not awake?" The energy in Sun Wan's body is too strong. Even a strong person like Qing Long can only suppress the energy in her body with forbidden spells. As for the time of awakening, Qing Long estimates that it will take more than a month. Xiao Yuan took the cup of water, and the warmth spread through his palm. He shook his head and looked back at Sun Wan, saying, "This action was too reckless." Wang Ruoling blinked and smiled. "Captain rarely says such things. Did you suddenly lose confidence? The Lihua ruins are dangerous and unpredictable." Xiao Yuan rashly entered the ruins based on Qingti's call, and he couldn't help but feel scared when he thought about it afterwards. Sun Wan fell into a deep sleep. He felt guilty and blamed himself. Wang Ruoling was considerate. After listening to Xiao Yuan's words, she thought about it and understood the whole story. "Captain, are you doubting yourself because of Shan Wan's injury?" Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and finally nodded helplessly. "Everyone went through life and death in this operation. I am afraid that more people will die because of my decision. I thought it was something, Captain. You know I have always admired you." "Worship me?" "Yes, you have commanded many key operations at a young age, and you have always been a hero in everyone's heart. My sister is in high school, and she uses your photo as a screensaver all day long, and she keeps asking for your autograph." "Ruoling, are you flattering me?" Xiao Yuan was amused by her look. "It's not flattery, I'm just telling the truth." Wang Ruoling said seriously, "Everyone follows you because they trust you. If you can't even trust yourself, how can I, my brother, Brother Lin, Brother Qi? Go on. Captain, you have to be more confident in yourself, carrying everyone's trust and expectations. No matter what you choose, we will believe in you." "Believe? Me?" Xiao Yuan whispered, with a faint smile on his face. Thank you, Ruoling. I'm a little embarrassed that the captain said it so formally. Wang Ruoling whispered, if you want to cry in the future, I can lend you my shoulder. Ha. Xiao Yuan's hesitation and doubt dissipated under Wang Ruoling's comfort. Okay, I will definitely not be polite when that time comes. The bonfire illuminated the darkness, reflecting Wang Ruoling's red face. Unconsciously, the once taciturn Wang Ruoling has grown to a point that Xiao Yuan did not expect. She became cheerful and talkative. No one would believe that she was afraid to speak loudly when she first joined the army. More importantly, her understanding and wisdom can help everyone around her. Xiao Yuan chatted with her until late, and then went to sleep in Sun Wan's tent. The fatigue and pain in his body made Xiao Yuan very sleepy, and he fell asleep soon after lying down. Chapter 367. Hangjin City, northwest of Country A. The sun sets, darkness descends on the city, and a few bonfires burn in the middle of the street. The soldiers of the United Corps gather around the bonfire, most of them looking at the sky in the distance. In the dark clouds, the silhouette of the flying night demon appears and disappears from time to time. The Silver Wing Corps and the Storm Corps are at the forefront of the defense line. They not only have to face the attacks of the night demons, but also have to fight against the thunder beasts. The inner layer of the front is mostly composed of the new Northwest Army. From the initial fear and panic to the current calmness against the enemy, they have grown very fast. Liang Lu stood on the rooftop and looked into the distance, her hand on the hilt of the Minging knife. The uneasiness in her heart reached its peak when night fell. Was it because of the alien spirit? The number of night demons in the sky was no different from other times. She suppressed the distracting thoughts in her heart and drew out the Minging knife. Swish! A war broke out in the night that humans had never expected. In the increasingly thick dark clouds, a thin figure stood on the back of the flying night demon. He looked like a teenager in white clothes. If it weren't for the other faces that appeared on his face from time to time, he would be an ordinary teenager. He closed his eyes, and suddenly waved his hand. Hundreds of figures jumped out of his body, and each time a figure jumped out, Qianfeng's body would dissipate a little. When the last shadows separated, Qianfeng's body returned to the state of having only a head. He looked around and laughed softly. After so much effort to send you to various places to absorb fear and desire, it's finally time for you to be useful, Qianfeng said, and a wooden box flew out from his white sleeves. Crack! After the wooden box broke, hundreds of small things floated out of it. The small things were no bigger than fingernails, with 8 claws and many eyes. They were spiders. The little spider was sucked into the white clothes and entered the center of the black fog. Hee. Qianfeng enjoyed it very much. He looked at the gradually gathering dark clouds with a sharp gaze. Boom! Thunder exploded, lightning streaked across the sky, and a long-awaited rain fell on the earth. Qianfeng's white clothes fluttered in the strong wind. He raised his hands and shouted, Go! Hundreds of white clothes rushed to Hangjin City under his command, accompanied by the sound of muffled thunder on the city streets below. When the rain fell, the long-hidden thunder beast finally revealed its ferocious face. This was a bloody battle with no retreat for both sides, and it was also a battle that left an indelible impression on the Northwest Army. When the Silver Wing Army and the Storm Army abandoned the first line of defense and evacuated to the second line of defense, many Northwest Army soldiers panicked. Would the 2 legions that were as solid as a rock in their eyes also retreat? When the Thunder Beast appeared with the night demons that surged like a tide, they had no time to think and could only fight desperately. The Thunder Beast broke through the first line of defense, and the white-clothed people descended on various places in the city like ghosts. They hunted by instinct, taking people's lives, and absorbing their fear and despair. Medical position in Hangjin City. The medical position is located in the core position behind the front line, and it gathers medical teams from all over Country A. The hurried medical staff did not stop for a moment. The smell of blood and disinfectant mixed together, accompanied by the screams of the wounded, made the medical position seem busy and depressing. Xing Ziyu assisted the doctor in performing an operation. When she walked out of the temporary operating room, her legs went weak, and she almost fell. LV Fei, who was standing by, quickly grabbed her and said, Xiaoyu, you have been working for 20 hours straight. Take a break. Xing Ziyu smiled, and shook her head, It's okay. It may be because I haven't eaten. I will be fine after eating something. LV Fei and Xing Ziyu walked out of the room, and came to the corridor. Xing Ziyu's nose had a blood mark on it, because she had been wearing goggles for a long time. She took off her goggles, and let out a sigh of relief. I used to think the battle on the front line was brutal, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Xiaoyu, do you think we can win this battle? Lu Fei said quietly when he saw no one around. I asked my brother this question before. Xing Ziyu lay by the window, looking into the distance. Brother? Are you talking about Xiao Yuan? Lu Fei became alert and asked, what did he say? He said. He didn't know either. Don't know? Yes, he said that no war can guarantee 100% victory. The battlefield changes rapidly. All they can do is to be fully prepared. Has he ever thought about what would happen if he lost? Lu Fei was obviously not satisfied with this answer. He said that if they lost, they might lose their lives, but it doesn't matter, there will always be people who stand up to fight the Night Demon. The Silver Wings Corps will not disappear because of the death of an individual. As long as there is still one person alive, they will fight to the end. Xing Ziyu's eyes were bright, and her face was red with excitement. Suddenly, the smile and excitement on Xing Ziyu's face froze, and gradually turned into a strong fear. Lu Fei was listening, and was surprised to see that she was silent. Xiao Yu, why don't you say anything? Her sight froze as she looked up at the sky, and an elliptical gap appeared in the sky full of dark clouds. In the middle of the clouds, a giant eyeball was slowly opening. The eyeball was located above the city center, and when it slowly opened, Lu Fei's heart jumped. Even from such a distance, she could feel the emotions hidden in the eyeball: bloodthirstiness, tyranny, cruelty, killing. She quickly retracted her gaze, and suppressed the restlessness in her heart. Xing Ziyu's face turned pale, and he looked into Lu Fei's eyes. What is that? Lu Fei shook his head and said, Let's go find senior brother Yu Huai to see if there is any situation there. Yu Huai and Li Lu are the backbone of the medical team, responsible for connecting with the military, and they must be the first to know the latest information. The two ran down the stairs hand in hand, and just as they reached the first floor, they heard a scream from below. What's going on? Xing Ziyu walked in front, and slightly poked his head out to look. After seeing the scene clearly, her almond eyes widened, and she almost couldn't control the urge to scream. At the entrance of the first floor, hundreds of demons were attacking the main entrance of the building, and more than a dozen Northwest Army soldiers were resisting and asking for help. What really frightened Xing Ziyu was not the demons, but the things on the demons' heads. A snow-white long dress was floating in the air, and a narrow leg was slowly sticking out from the bottom of the white dress. The legs were definitely not human legs, but the legs of some insects. In the blink of an eye, several more legs appeared under the hem, and then a figure jumped out from the white dress, which was a giant spider. The spider was half the size of an adult. Xing Ziyu guaranteed that it was the biggest spider she had ever seen in her life. Puff! Puff! The spider landed on the demon's head. Its sharp legs pierced through the bodies of the two demons, and jumped over the iron gate into the yard. Its head shook, and its 8 eyes opened at the same time. The scarlet and strange eyes swept around. Boom! Thunder shook the sky, and the giant spider also launched an attack at the same time, stabbing the Northwest New Army not far away with its sharp claws. Chapter 368. The giant spider was so fast that it was behind the new soldiers in the blink of an eye. Be careful. The captain who was responsible for guarding the main entrance of the hospital shouted, and subconsciously raised the silver knife to resist the attack. Puff! As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. The giant spider's sharp claws pierced into his body, and the bright red blood flowed rapidly along the grooves on the spider's legs. Nourished by the blood, the spider's body size grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. To make matters worse, another spider in the white clothes was successfully bred. Human fear and despair continued to nourish the white clothes, and the white clothes then transferred energy to the little spider. The second spider fell, stepped on a group of demons, and pounced fiercely. Boom! The gate of the hospital that had been holding out for a long time was finally pushed down, and the demons and giant spiders broke into the hospital and started a crazy killing. LV Fei was so scared that her legs went limp, and she could hardly walk. Xing Ziyu was in a better condition. She grabbed LV Fei's arm and said, We have to think of a way. There are many wounded on the second floor. Wounded? LV Fei was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She said in a crying voice, Xiaoyu, it's hard for us to survive now. How can we care about them? Xing Ziyu didn't care about that. She pulled LV Fei and climbed to the second floor, saying, The wounded can't move. Sealing the window can protect them to the greatest extent. LV Fei's mind was in a mess. Her instinct told her to escape immediately, but she followed her best friend into the ward. Bang! After shutting the door of the ward heavily, the two girls, who were not even 20 years old, seemed to be exhausted. The young man on the bed with gauze wrapped around his head, left arm, and left leg was struggling to sit up. He could clearly hear the shouts and screams coming from outside the window. The gate was breached, and the screams of the Northwest New Army could be heard. On the wall hung a set of military uniforms, an anti-gravity maneuvering device, and a dark silver knife. The huge silver-winged military emblem on the uniform was polished to a bright shine, shining a reassuring light under the fluorescent light. The young man had a handsome appearance and a pair of bright eyes. There were 2 big characters written on the information board at the head of the bed: Zhou Wei. He belonged to the Shandong team, and was currently serving as the company commander of the Shandong Battalion. During the defense of A City, Shandong was trapped in a tight siege. It was when he went to ask for help, and was rejected by Zhou Nan, that he met Xiao Yuan. Dr. Xing, Dr. Lu, why are you running here? We are here to protect you. Xing Ziyu and Lu Fei helped each other to stand up, and quickly walked to the window to draw the curtains. We can't defend here anymore, you should evacuate immediately. Zhou Wei finally sat up from the bed, and shook his head. Abandon all the patients and run away alone? Xing Ziyu turned off the lights in the room, put the hanger on the window, and fixed it with tape to increase the strength of the window. Then she and Lu Fei worked together to push the wardrobe, blocking the door. The structure of the ward is special. In addition to the entrance door at the door, there is another door leading to other wards in the ward. Xing Ziyu tried to move the wardrobe, and when she saw it swaying slightly, she pushed the bedside table behind the wardrobe. After doing all this, she and Lu Fei were already sweating from exhaustion. Zhou Wei reluctantly took down the Minging knife and the anti-gravity maneuvering device from the wall and placed them in front of him. He held the cold handle in his hand, and his heart gradually calmed down. Dr. Xing, thank you for what you did for me, but you should leave earlier now. Why? The guards outside have sent a distress signal, and support will be here soon. Hee hee. Zhou Wei laughed, but his laugh was bitter. You don't understand the Night Demon. The Night Demon's actions are strange and unpredictable, and they are meticulous and rigorous. Every action and attack has a specific organizational law and purpose. From the battles Zhou Wei has experienced since he joined the army, whenever the Night Demon launches a large-scale attack, it must be multi-point. He estimated that the entire Hangjin city should be in chaos, and everyone is busy with their own affairs, so even if someone comes to support, the number of people will not be too large. The actual situation was basically the same as Zhou Wei's judgment. Hangjin city was now in chaos. The second line of defense was in danger. Li Zhen's orders from the Combat Command Center were issued like a revolving lantern, supporting the shaky situation. Ah! A shrill scream broke the silence on the second floor. I don't know which unlucky doctor or nurse was caught. Her screams before death lasted for a long time, and each one seemed to pierce the hearts of Xing Ziyu and Lu Fei. Lu Fei was so scared that he covered his ears, and shrank into the corner, shaking all over like he was electrocuted. Xing Ziyu leaned against the wall, took a few deep breaths, and moved to the window blocked by the wardrobe. Through the small gap at the edge, Xing Ziyu carefully observed the situation outside. The giant spider crawled in the corridor, and its body became taller and taller. 8 blood-red eyes swept around from time to time. The nurse who just screamed was not dead yet. Her abdomen was pierced and blood was flowing. Ho ho! She made an indistinct sound in despair, and her eyes rolled. When she saw Xing Ziyu's eyes, her pale cheeks suddenly glowed with an unnatural blush, and she opened her mouth to say something. Xing Ziyu's eyes widened, and a fear and helplessness she had never experienced before surged into her heart. She hastily retracted her gaze, and hid behind the closet, gasping for breath. Death was presented in the most intuitive way, which shocked her greatly. Is this the life that Brother Shouyuan lives every day? How did he persist? As soon as the thought came to Xing Ziyu's mind, the hairs on her body stood up, and there was a slight knocking sound on the ground outside the door. Duh duh duh. If you listen carefully, you can tell that the sound is the sound of the spider's claws falling on the ground. The sound was getting closer and closer, and suddenly stopped when it reached the door. Xing Ziyu and Lu Fei's hearts were in their throats, and the air seemed to freeze in an instant. Duh duh duh. They didn't dare to breathe loudly until the sound faded away. Bang! The violent impact sounded, and Xing Ziyu and Lu Fei's hearts were lifted again. The door was hit violently, one stronger than the other. Ah! Lu Fei couldn't bear the pressure anymore and screamed. She hugged her head and cried and screamed like a big groundhog. Xing Ziyu grabbed LD Fei and sent her to Zhou Wei's bedside, then looked for everything she could find, and put it on the bedside table to increase the weight. Zhou Wei, who had been sitting on the bed and adjusting the motor device, nodded secretly, and was impressed by Xing Ziyu's performance. Facing danger and fear, she remained rational, and could use all the resources at hand to defend and fight for the hope of survival. This courage and wisdom are difficult for many men to do. Click. After opening the safety of the motor device, Zhou Wei shouted to Xing Ziyu, "Dr. Xing, can you help me?" Ah! Xing Ziyu, who was leaning against the wardrobe, turned around and looked at Zhou Wei blankly. Zhou Wei showed a warm smile. "Seeing you work so hard, if I do nothing, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Silver Wing Army?" He patted the saber in his hand and smiled. "Maybe we can put something outside the door by cooperating." Zhou Wei, who was originally ready to sacrifice his life for the country, was infected by Xing Ziyu's actions. Even if it was not for himself, but for the two female doctors, he would give it a try. Chapter 369. Bang! One after another, the heavy impact sounded like a hammer, hitting Xing Ziyu's heart. She couldn't help but hold Zhou Wei's hand beside her, and the warmth from her fingertips made her feel a little relieved. Crack! Finally, the wooden door of the ward was smashed, and the wardrobe was pierced by a sharp object at the same time, falling to the ground with a bang. A huge figure squeezed in from the door frame and fell to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind sounded, and the alloy claw shot at its landing point just as it landed. There was a white sheet hanging on the front of the hook, covering the giant spider's head, and a strong smell of alcohol spread around it. Now, Xing Ziyu threw the fire she had prepared long ago, drawing a parabola. Amid her rapid breathing, the fire fell on the bed sheet, and the flame ignited instantly with a whoosh. The giant spider struggled in the flames, and its slender legs kept fiddling with the flames above. Swish! The silver knife flashed silver when Zhou Wei used it, and cut off from the root of the spider's thin legs. There was a vital point at the root of the seemingly tough spider legs. He knew he only had one chance, so he slashed through the spider's thin legs again. When Zhou Wei slashed for the third time, the wound on his leg broke because of the excessive force, and his feet softened and he fell backwards. Clang! The position where the silver knife slashed was offset by a few centimeters, and was bounced off by the spider. Xing Ziyu and Zhou Wei watched the flames gradually die out, and the giant spider, whose body was charred and motionless, was hopeful. Did it burn to death? Unfortunately, the opposite happened. The spider was silent for a while, and then shook violently. 8 eyes slowly opened, and the scarlet blood inside became even darker. Hiss! The giant spider spit out a spider silk from its mouth, which was so powerful that it knocked Xing Ziyu and Zhou Wei against the wall by the window, and tied them up tightly, unable to move. It approached the two slowly, as if teasing its prey. The spider, which had lost its 2 legs, walked a little funny, but the oppression and fear made Xing Ziyu unforgettable for life. She couldn't help but bury her cheek in Zhou Wei's arms, tears falling like rain. Although she looked lively before, she was terribly scared in her heart, especially the natural fear of insects by girls, which almost broke her defenses. Zhou Wei looked at the spider and sighed slightly. Why did he do this? He touched Xing Ziyu's hair with his cheek and said, "I'm sorry." The tip of the spider's thin legs raised high was as sharp as a steel needle, shining coldly under the illumination of lightning. Whoosh! The thin legs fell, and Zhou Wei couldn't help but close his eyes, and press tightly against the girl's hair in his arms, waiting for that moment to come. Crack! The glass above her head made a crisp sound, and then the glass window shattered, and a figure flew in from outside. She was light and graceful, as if she had not expected to encounter the situation in the house. A flash of cold light flashed in her hand, and chopped the falling thin legs. Clang! The spider's attack was blocked by her. The girl swung the motorized device on her waist, and 2 claws flew out to dissolve the next attack. Xing Ziyu looked at the girl's figure with tears in her eyes. She was wearing a dark blue cloak, and her whole body was wet with rain, and her hair was full of rain. Lu? Sister Lulu? She couldn't believe her eyes. See you? Liang Lu was also startled when she heard her voice. She didn't expect Xing Ziyu to be here. Being blocked by people continuously, the giant spider was very manic. It used the same trick again, and spit out 2 spider silks. One was blocked by Liang Lu's leather shield, and the other was blocked by Ling Hu, who came from the window. You bastard! Dare to come here and act wild, your uncle who will let you know what a heavy punch is. Liang Lu and Ling Hu led 2 teams to come and greatly relieve the defense pressure of the hospital. After dealing with the invading demons and giant spiders, Liang Lu began to rearrange the defense line. Ahem. Zhou Wei walked to the hall with Xing Ziyu's help. After asking, he found out that it was Sheng Dong who saw the hospital's distress signal. The hospital's guards were only more than 20 people, and all of them were new Northwest Army soldiers with insufficient combat experience. Sheng Dong was too busy fighting on the second line of defense, so he asked Liang Lu and Ling Hu to lead 2 teams. After listening to Xing Ziyu's experience, Liang Lu hugged her with lingering fear and said, "Silly girl, next time there is danger, you must ensure your own safety, understand?" The combat effectiveness of the medical staff was too weak. Even if 3 or 5 of them were tied together, they would not be able to fight against the night demon. There was already a shortage of medical staff on the battlefield. They would be able to save more people if they were kept alive first. This was why Zhou Wei asked Xing Ziyu and Lu Fei to evacuate first. After counting the number of people, most of the 24 Northwest New Army soldiers guarding the medical hospital were killed, and only 5 New Army soldiers survived. A total of 12 medical staff, doctors and nurses died on duty, and a total of 15 people died of the wounded who stayed in the hospital. Liang Lu was sad, but she would never show it on the surface. She directed everyone to transfer the wounded to a safe ward and take care of them for defense, while checking the defense of the hospital. The giant eye hovering over Hangjin City was revealed in the lightning, and the wisps of black air were magnified countless times and lingered around. It continued to absorb the invisible black air that was steaming from the entire Hangjin City, and the fear and despair of mankind became its best nourishment. Waiting for the moment, when it accumulated to the extreme, it would be able to help surely break through the dam seal. Liang Lu took her eyes off the sky and helped the team build temporary fortifications in front of the hospital. Thunder roared through the sky, and it was unclear whether it was the sound in the clouds or the sound of thunder beasts. Her long-standing sense of uneasiness finally became a reality today. Ling Hu carried a bag of unknown materials and piled it on the fortifications, saying, "Lulu, what do you think the Legion commander is thinking?" Legion's orders to each camp tonight were very clear. At all costs, delay the pace of the night demons and drag them step by step into the depths of Hangjin City. This order was only known to the battalion commanders and their confidants, otherwise the first line of defense would not have collapsed so quickly under the joint defense of the Silver Wing Legion and the Storm Legion. Liang Lu's red lips slightly opened, and she shook her head. "Compared to the order of the Legion commander, I am more concerned about the big eyes on my head." "Big eyes?" Ling Hu wiped the rain off his short hair and said, "No matter what it is, wait for the Abyss Material Decomposer to come out and melt it." "Will it be so easy?" Liang Lu was not optimistic in her heart. Just as she was about to speak, she heard fierce fighting and shouting in the distance. She and Ling Hu exchanged a glance, and took a few people to fly towards the accident site. The cold rain hitting her body made Liang Lu's mind clearer. On the empty street, a group of people were fighting 4 giant spiders in the rain, and not only that, there was a white dress floating in the sky. The white dress was ethereal and extremely fast. The wisps of black air emanating from the white dress made it even more difficult to entangle. Liang Lu was very familiar with the person surrounded. Tang Qifeng. How could he be here? Several thoughts flashed through Liang Lu's mind, and she drew out the Mingyi knife to join the battlefield. Clang! After catching an attack head-on, Liang Lu's body spun and fell to the ground. The power of the giant spider seemed to be much stronger than the one she had encountered before. Chapter 370. Tang Qifeng was covered in blood, and was obviously stunned when he saw Liang Lu. He had looked for Liang Lu many times, but she had always avoided him. He didn't expect that they would meet on the battlefield. "Be careful." While he was stunned, Liang Lu, who came to help, shouted. The alloy claw shot out and blocked the attack just before the spider attacked him. The explosion in his ear woke Tang Qifeng up suddenly. He raised the Mingyi knife and showed a look of surprise. "Lulu." Liang Lu didn't say much about his address. She pulled out the simple incendiary bomb under her ribs and said, "Deal with him first." Tang Qifeng and his group were relieved and their morale was boosted, except for Fang Ruru. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her eyes swept over Liang Lu, who was fighting with the spider from time to time, with an indissoluble haze in her eyes. The simple incendiary bomb was filled with N05 kerosene, which was extremely flammable. Pa! The incendiary bomb fell on the spider, and it still burned fiercely even in the rain. Liang Lu knew that kerosene could not kill the spider, so she waved to Ling Hu and others who came behind her and rushed up again. "Huh?" Liang Lu took a deep breath, and a red halo appeared in her eyes as she ran. The energy from the alien spirit flowed through her body, and the silver sword also glowed red. When she slashed down with the sword, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. Swish! She hit the spider with one blow, and the whole spider's head was chopped off by the silver sword containing the power of the alien spirit. Hiss! The giant spider's head fell down, but it was not dead yet. Its whole body was twitching and dark red blood was sprayed from its neck. The blood was as thick as a spider web. She used a leather shield to block the blood splashing everywhere and retreated repeatedly. On the other side, Ling Hu and Tang Qifeng led the group to kill another spider, and the remaining 2 spiders were not afraid. They raised their heads like crazy and seemed to shout something towards the sky, although no sound was emitted. Feng Ru in the crowd changed her expression. She grabbed Tang Qifeng's arm and shouted, "Qifeng, let's retreat to the hospital first, and leave this to them." Tang Qifeng patted Feng Ru's hand and said patiently, "Ruru, don't worry, how can I leave others behind?" After saying that, he raised the Minging knife and killed the remaining 2 giant spiders. A face slowly appeared at the collar of the white clothes floating in the sky, and a very old face was glowing with green light. His face was a little blurry, and he looked like Qifeng for a while, and then an old man. The only thing that remained unchanged was the appearance of his eyes, which were pitch black without a trace of white. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claws shot from below, and Liang Lu and a young man came up together. The young man was called Liu. Liu secretly participated in the experiment of the 2nd-generation gene potion, and became the first person in the Silver Wing Corps to have elemental affinity. Due to the instability of the drug, Liu once lost control of his mind. Xiao Yuan happened to see him go berserk, subdued him, and sent him to the rear hospital for treatment. After a period of treatment, Liu was finally able to control the fire element in his body and joined Xiao Yuan's camp as the captain. 2 black air emerged from the white clothes. One black air stopped Sun Wan, and the other black air rushed towards Liu. Clang! The black air seemed soft, but it made a sound of metal when it collided with Liang Lu. Liu's attack was much more domineering. The fire element affinity has the strongest attack power among all element affinity. The blade of the Minging knife in his hand ignited with flames. Unlike Xiao Yuan, the flame on the tip of his knife could only cover the front half of the blade. Liu's ability to control the fire element was much worse than Xiao Yuan's, but it was more than enough to break through Bai Yi's defense. The black gas came into contact with the blade and completely dissipated in just a few breaths. Liu was delighted, and all his strength was poured into the blade again and stabbed Bai Yi fiercely. The heat surging around him dispelled the constant chill from the white-clothed man, and he could almost see the strange smile on that face. Playing tricks, Liu said in his heart, and continued to stab at the white-clothed man. Just as he was about to pierce through the white-clothed man, Liu's knife was hit by a strong resistance, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. It took him a lot of energy to move the tip of the knife forward an inch. What was going on? Liu looked down and found that 2 black airs were entangled under his feet without knowing when. The black air looked like 2 human-shaped ghosts, holding his feet tightly. The power of the motor device was exhausted. He gritted his teeth and drove the motor device to move again, retreating to cut the hem of the white clothes. Hiss! The hem of the white clothes shattered, revealing the empty space inside. The old man's face let out a shrill roar at this time, and the 2 black airs pulled violently. Liu's body fell downwards under the pull, and he struggled to cut off the entanglement of the black air. At this moment, an extremely sharp voice came from somewhere. It was as if 1,000 knives were sliding on the glass at the same time. Liu subconsciously looked up. "Ah!" he cried out in surprise. A green spider silk shot from the top of a building cut through the air and rushed straight to his forehead. That sharp sound was made by the green spider silk. Seeing this, Liu was very anxious. The spider silk made such a sound even when it was moving. If it hit his head, he would probably lie in the loyalty hall of the Silver-Winged Legion and sleep forever. Dense beads of sweat slid down his forehead. He waved the dark silver knife desperately to cut off the black air. The black air dodged his attack like a spirit, and when he saw the green spider silk was about to reach his face, he had to raise the dark silver knife to block it. Clang! Liang Lu was bathed in red light, and cut off a black figure blocking her, arriving at the critical moment. Using the power of the alien spirit, she chopped 3 times in a row before cutting off the 2 black airs, and she didn't care about her dignity. Liang Lu hugged Liu's waist, and fell down fiercely from the sky. Even with the final buffer of the mobile device, the 2 of them still fell into the mud and water. Hiss! The emerald green spider silk changed strangely after it touched the ground. It made a hissing sound at first, and then slowly merged into the ground. The palm-sized spider silk occupied the entire ground with a radius of 3 meters, and the concrete on the ground turned into a spider silk-like structure. What the hell? Liu took a breath of cold air. If he had been hit just now, wouldn't he have turned into a human-shaped spider web? The man in white floated in the air and stared at Liu, seemingly seriously injured. Its figure floated in the air for a few times, and gradually rose, and finally flew towards the giant eye and disappeared from everyone's sight. The departure of Bai Yi did not make the atmosphere at the scene much more relaxed, but more solemn. Because a colorful big spider jumped down from the roof and landed in front of everyone. It was half the size of an ordinary giant spider, but its momentum was much stronger. The colorful Spider King was colorful all over, and its 8 eyes were rolling blackly, full of cunning and cruelty. It looked at its dead companions for a few times, and then just raised its head. When Liang Lu and Tang Qifeng thought it was going to attack and were on guard, the Spider King did something that no one expected. Snap! It bit off the limbs of its dead companion and chewed it. The blood stained its head red, and it was washed and dripped by the rain like a sure evil ghost. Chapter 371. Crackling. The sound of chewing was endless, and it became clearer and clearer in people's ears. Tang Qifeng stared at the Spider King and quietly gestured to the others to retreat slowly. They maintained their formation and retreated step by step to the back. The streets were empty, and there was no cover. The poison of spider silk could kill anyone at will. After pulling away from the Spider King by 10 meters, Tang Qifeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his voice and said to Liang Lu beside him, "Lulu, thank you so much this time." Before he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. The delicate chewing sound disappeared. Tang Qifeng glanced with his peripheral vision and found that the Spider King had raised his head at some point. 8 eyes were shining black and were looking at them without blinking. It slowly combed the blood and limbs on its mouth with its front legs, and it seemed to be unsatisfied. It seemed that what it had just eaten was not its own kind, but a simple meal. After combing, it looked at the people who were nearly 20 meters away from it, and its limbs slowly bent down. Bang! It is hard to imagine that its thin spider legs can make such a loud sound when stepping on the ground. Leaping up, the Spider King spewed out 2 emerald green spider webs from his mouth. The brightly colored spider silk is a weapon that can take people's lives. Liang Lu dodged the spider silk attack and rushed forward with Ling Hu. With the speed of the Spider King, they would definitely be defeated one by one if they escaped. It is better to seize the opportunity and have a chance. They rushed to the Spider King from the left and right, and a young soldier behind him was hit because he could not dodge in time. His body froze for a moment, and then the spider web quickly entered his body. The fear of death came, and no one could remain rational and calm. He could not move his whole body, and could only make a shrill roar. "Save me, save me!" There were fine spider silk surging in his body, and he would not die for the time being. He could clearly feel the despair and helplessness of his body being occupied step by step. 2 soldiers pulled the young man up and ran towards the hospital desperately, hoping to save his life. Under Tang Qifeng's command, the others rushed towards the Spider King. The Spider King's fighting power was not at the same level as that of an ordinary giant spider. Its body seemed to be made of iron and steel, and its reaction speed was extremely fast. The spider silk it spewed out of its mouth could make people lose their ability to move and wait for death. After only a dozen moves, another person fell in the pouring rain. Tang Qifeng forced himself to calm down. While helping to besiege the Spider King, he was thinking about countermeasures. There must be a flaw, there must be a flaw. His eyes swept over the Spider King, and a bold idea suddenly came to him. Thinking of this, Tang Qifeng lifted up the Minging knife, pulled out 2 incendiary bombs from his waist, and collected 10 incendiary bombs from others, and tied them together. He shouted, "Keep attacking, cover me!" Swoosh! Swoosh! The well-trained Silver Wing army shot out the alloy claws almost at the same time, and the spider's 8 legs were locked at the same time. Caw, caw! It struggled desperately, and the alloy claws were broken free with a loud sound, and its strength was amazing. Tang Qifeng knew that the opportunity was rare, and they could not hold out for much longer, so he made a very dangerous move at this time. He actually slid from behind the spider to under its body and lay on the ground. The Spider King felt the people below, but the continuous attacks from Ling Hu, Liang Lu, and Li Yu made it unable to take care of anything else. Ling Hu used his leather shield to push hard in front, and Li Yu's fire knife and Liang Lu's attack fell together. Hiss! The Spider King opened his mouth wide and spit out 2 balls of spider silk, which hit Ling Hu's leather shield. Now, every time the Spider King spits out spider silk, his mouth will pause for a few seconds. Tang Qifeng seized the opportunity and threw a bundle of incendiary bombs into the Spider King's mouth. Huh! A flame ignited from the Spider King's mouth, and the kerosene and the flames kept interweaving and burning in its mouth. The Spider King seemed to be crazy, and its strength became extremely huge. It broke free of its alloy claws one by one, and the Spider King jumped onto the side of the tall building, and the next second it jumped to the other side. Bang! After 4 or 5 consecutive jumps, The Spider King's body fell to the ground and remained motionless, with green smoke coming out of its mouth. The smell of burning spread in the rain, almost making people sick. Liu sat on the ground as if he had collapsed. He was exhausted from using all his fire elements to fight against the Spider King. Tang Qifeng and Liang Lu looked at each other, and turned their faces away. An inexplicable feeling arose between the two of them, and Tang Qifeng and she walked towards the spider almost at the same time. Just after taking 3 steps, Tang Qifeng's sleeve was pulled by Fang Ruru. There was a subtle excitement and viciousness in her eyes. Go, Liang Lu, today is your death anniversary. A woman's intuition and sensitivity made her aware of the subtle feelings between Tang Qifeng and Liang Lu. Qifeng is mine, and only mine. No one can take him away. Under her soft appearance, a heart full of jealousy and possessiveness has long overshadowed all emotions. Liang Lu stopped in front of the Spider King, and poked its motionless head twice with the minging knife. She turned around and waved to the crowd. It's okay already. Lulu, be careful. Ling Hu's face suddenly changed drastically, and he raised the minging knife and shouted at Liang Lu. The spider behind Liang Lu, which had been closed, suddenly opened its eyes, and its burnt mouth slowly opened. A figure ran to Liang Lu at lightning speed and hugged her in his arms. His body was shaking violently and stiff, and the sounds around him gradually weakened. The sound of people shouting and rushing over here, the sound of Ling Hu and Li waving their weapons to chop at the Spider King, and the sound of heavy rain that lasted all night. Tang Qifeng's eyes were only focused on the girl in his arms. The smell of Liang Lu was very familiar. He remembered the scent of jasmine he smelled when he hugged Xiuya for the first time, when he was a clerk in the town government of Toll Town. Ho ho! Tang Qifeng felt his throat tighten, and felt that the muscles of his whole body were occupied by fine spider silk. Is this the feeling of death? Whether it reaches the heart or the brain, it should be the end of life, right? Liang Lu was held in his arms, and the whole person seemed to have lost her soul. Why? Did you save me? Tang Qifeng wanted to smile, but found that his cheeks were stiff, and he couldn't make any expression at all. The corner of his mouth moved, and he said, My speed is very fast. I didn't expect that the wind element that I couldn't master would work at this time. Liang Lu looked at this face that was the most familiar and unfamiliar in the depths of her soul, and shouted, Why? I asked you why. Whoa! Tears burst out of her eyes, and she finally couldn't suppress her inner emotions, and burst into tears. Why? Tang Qifeng was stunned for a few seconds, and a warm light emerged in his eyes. Lulu, are you, her? Tang Qifeng suddenly asked, looking at Liang Lu seriously for an answer. Liang Lu burst into tears. She raised her shaking hands and stroked Tang Qifeng's stiff skin, whispering, Yes. And no. So that's it. Only Tang Qifeng understood Liang Lu's ambiguous words. He opened his mouth and said with difficulty, Whether or not I really am. Before he finished the last sentence, Tang Qifeng's consciousness gradually fell into a coma. He stared at Liang Lu with his eyes blankly, and slowly fell down. Chapter 372. Boom, the night deepened, and the wind and rain intertwined. After a thunderclap, Tang Qifeng on the bed quietly closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. Fang Ruru stood in the middle of the ward, and everyone else was driven out by her. Her world became very quiet, and the sound of wind and rain, and the roar of the night demon attacking the hospital were isolated outside the glass window. Holding a clean white towel, Fang Ruru bent down to wipe the dirt and blood off Tang Qifeng's face. Delicately and gently, as if wiping the most precious jewel in the world. Fang Ruru was very calm, and her calmness made her colleagues around her worried. Liang Lu, a member of her team, and Ling Hu were standing outside the ward, fearing that she would do something stupid. Liang Lu's mental state was very bad. Tang Qifeng sacrificed himself to protect her. The guilt and regret mixed with the grief from the depths of her soul almost made her faint. Ling Hu comforted her for a while, but he had no way to help her seeing that she was still crying secretly. He scratched his head and shook his head at Liu, meaning that he would try it instead. Liu sighed secretly. He didn't understand the relationship between Liang Lu and Tang Qifeng, but judging from the way they said goodbye, it was definitely not simple. When Fang Ruru looked at Liang Lu when she chased people out, 2 words came to his mind: bad fate. He made a silent gesture to Ling Hu, signaling him not to speak anymore and give Liang Lu some time. Inside the house, Fang Ruru unbuttoned Tang Qifeng's clothes. The surface of the once strong muscles was covered with a layer of faint spider webs, and she still wiped it carefully. Qifeng, I have been waiting for this day to come, do you know? You like her, right? It was Luo Xiuya before, And then it was the woman who had a fragment of Luo Xiaoya's soul. Fang Ru's eyes were filled with mist, and tears fell. She knew Tang Qingfeng's feelings for Liang Lu, and she wanted to spend time with him to warm him up. In the end, Tang Qingfeng still liked Liang Lu and couldn't help himself. She cried sadly, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Ling Hu and others outside the door could hear it clearly through the thick door, and they were relieved. The most terrible thing is to keep your emotions in your heart and not be able to vent them. Giggle. Giggle. The crying in the room stopped. Fang Ru went from laughing to crying and laughing non-stop. She almost laughed to tears. She leaned over Tang Qingfeng's ear. She was as gentle as a bride waiting to be married. But from today on, you will be mine forever and ever. There's just enough time, Qingfeng. Remember tonight, it's the day of your rebirth. Fang Ru raised her index finger, and the tip of her finger crossed Tang Qingfeng's chest. The slight sound of skin and flesh being cut was heard, but no blood flowed out, and blood-colored spider silk crisscrossed his body. Tang Qingfeng's chest was scratched by Fang Ru's seemingly delicate fingers, and the wounds faintly formed a strange pattern. Fang Ru stood by the bed, and wisps of black air flowed out from her tailbone. The black air spread to the entire wall, window, and door with her as the center, until the entire room could not penetrate a single light. Chuck! Fang Ru's laughter came from the darkness, and she murmured inexplicable words, becoming more and more rapid. It seemed that something was moving in the room, rustling onto Tang Qingfeng's bed. A whirlwind blew in the completely sealed room, with Tang Qingfeng's bed in the center of the wind. The blood-colored spider webs in his body gradually melted away, and blood flowed back into his blood vessels to his limbs and bones. The heart that had stopped suddenly began to beat under the impact of the black air. It was like an old machine that could not bear the heavy load, and it took all its strength to beat every time. A delicate crystal floated in the darkness, emitting a blood-colored glow all over its body, and split into two at Fang Ru's urging. Snap! The crystal split into two halves. One half returned to Fang Ru's body, and the other half merged into Tang Qingfeng's heart. Bang, bang, bang. The heart beat suddenly, many times stronger than before. Fang Ru's face was covered with sweat, and looked very tired, but she had a happy smile on her face. Qifeng, wake up quickly, we are going to find the master. I gave you a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and from now on we will be together forever, okay? Tang Qingfeng's eyelids moved, and he slowly opened his eyes under Fang Ru's expectant gaze. His eyes were as bright and clear as before. After pausing for more than 10 seconds, Tang Qifeng raised his head slightly, and he looked at Fang Ru with doubt in his eyes. Ro? I'm still alive? At the end of his life, he faintly heard the voice of the outside world. That feeling was very strange, as if the whole world became light and no longer important. He lay on the clouds and drifted farther and farther with the wind, until a ray of light appeared in the world. The warm white light reminded him of the small courtyard and cat at his grandmother's house when he was a child. He wanted to get close to the white light and touch the warm light, but he didn't expect a black mist to come from behind and grab him. When Tang Qifeng woke up again, he heard Fang Ru's call. Fang Ru stroked his cheek with her delicate hand and whispered, "You are still alive, but temporarily, we need to find the master." Master? Tang Qifeng looked at her in confusion. Ro, what are you talking about? Fang Ru didn't say much. Tang Qifeng, who had just resurrected, had a weak connection between his body and soul, and needed to return to his master. She could stabilize Tang Qingfeng's soul, so that he could live like a normal person and live forever. Fang Ru blew a breath at Tang Qifeng gently. Go to sleep. We are going to another place now, and everything will be fine after you wake up. The whisper sounded in his ears, and Tang Qingfeng's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he fell on the bed. Boom! The wooden door exploded, and everyone waiting in front of the door was startled. Ling Hu walked into the room quickly, and looked at Fang Ru standing beside the bed. He looked around vigilantly and said, Fang Ru, what's going on? Fang Ru didn't seem to hear Ling Hu's words, and her eyes fell on Liang Lu at the door. The two looked at each other for more than 10 seconds, and she suddenly spoke. Liang Lu, I will let you go today, but don't be happy too soon. When I come back again, Qingfeng will accompany me, and torture you to death in the most cruel way. Fang Ru, are you too sad? Li Yu took a few steps forward and wanted to speak. Hee. Fang Ru smiled with her face up, and when she lowered her head again, a hint of red appeared in her eyes. Is there any more painful way to die than being killed by the person you once loved, demon? Li Yu instinctively took a step back, and was about to draw the Minging knife. Fang Ru snorted coldly at Liang Lu, and black mist burst out of her body, and streams of air surged in the room. When the black fog disappeared, Tang Qifeng and she disappeared from the room at the same time, leaving only the shocked crowd. Watching a black gas fly out of the window and fly straight into the sky, a young man standing on the roof of the hospital sighed. Finally left? He looked back at Hangjin City with a gloomy expression and murmured, "Maybe, the time for me to leave is coming soon?" Chapter 373. The deafening shouts of killing echoed throughout the night. When dawn arrived, the shaky city gate finally fell down with a crash. Boom! The Lihua soldiers rushed into the Tatar capital Yanran City like a tide. After nearly half a year of hard fighting, the Lihua kingdom invested all its elite troops in the national war, and ended with the capture of Yanran City. In the Yanran Palace, a tall altar stood on the square. A man stood on the top of the altar with his eyes closed, and a trembling child was kneeling in front of him. When Gu Changfeng and Zhang Lu rode into this place on war horses, a man in colorful clothes holding a skull staff finally opened his eyes. He laughed hoarsely and said, "Where is Ji Hung? Don't you even have the courage to see me?" Gu Changfeng also laughed when he heard this and said, "Hey Lung, you are a defeated general, but you are quite arrogant. Ji Hung is the real name of the high priest of Lihua country, and not many people know it." He Lung's face was painted with yellow and white oil paint, and his skinny cheeks twitched a few times, and the smile disappeared. "If Ji Hung hadn't helped you break the 3 infants gathering spirit array and the Fuhua array, you would have become a dead soul in my hands." Zhang Lu's eagle eyes flashed, and he said, "Hey Lung, you killed the baby and made an evil formation, thinking you are the Tatar national teacher." He pointed at the child in front of He Lung. "Release the young Tatar leader, maybe I can keep your body intact." The old Tatar king passed away, and the new king was young. Lihua kingdom had all the advantages of time, place, and people, so it could break through Yanran City within half a year. Although the Tatar country has been destroyed, many of its old tribes are fierce. The education of the Central Plains will not be overnight. Using the young Tatar leader to win the hearts of the people can quickly pacify the northern border and incorporate the old Tatar territory into the territory of Lihua. Black Dragon laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Old Zhang Lu, am I afraid of life and death if I stay here today?" The Tatar palace was broken, and he had countless opportunities to escape with the palace servants, but he did not leave. Looking around the palace that was once glorious but now full of war, Black Dragon's eyes flashed with madness. Duh duh duh. A slow sound of horse hooves sounded, coming from far away. Qing Chong followed behind a person, lowering his eyes and looking respectful. The man in front of Qing Chong was tall, wearing a black cape with gold edges on his head and a silver mask on his face. He rode to Zhang Lu and Gu Changfeng and greeted them. "General Zhang, General Gu. The high priest has little real power in Lihua country, but his status is high." After Zhang Lu and Gu Changfeng returned the greetings, the old general whispered, "He Long is a man with deep scheming, the high priest must be careful." Ji Hung nodded and drove his horse forward. Through the silver mask, his eyes were as bright as stars. After staring at He Long for a long time, he said faintly, "Brother, why are you doing this?" "Senior brother?" Gu Changfeng was shocked. He looked at Qing Chong and found that he looked calm and composed. He was not surprised at all. The high priest of Lihua country and the state master of Tatar country were actually brothers from the same school. Who would have thought that? Black Dragon was cruel by nature and liked to sacrifice human lives to practice. Ji Hung was indifferent and liked peace. He lived in the beautiful mountains and rivers for many years. The two had completely different personalities, but they were from the same school. Gu Changfeng couldn't help but be curious about their master. How powerful a person must be to cultivate two brothers with different personalities and extraordinary abilities. Black Dragon's eyes were complicated, and he seemed to recall many past events. After tightly grasping the skull staff in his hand, he gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Brother? When the master expelled me from the sect, you never said a word for me. Do you think I am your brother?" "Ah." Ji Hung sighed. "Feeding Gu with people and treating human life as worthless has violated the taboos of our sect. How can I plead for you? Black Dragon is extremely talented. The master once said that he is the most talented person in the mountain sect in the past 200 years. The master who had high hopes for He Long cultivated him carefully until he found out that he had secretly gone down the mountain to kill people and refine poison. He Long is a genius, but also a madman. He believes that all things in the world have the same end, and no matter good or evil, they can see the truth after reaching the extreme. Geniuses think highly of themselves, and often lack awe after mastering powerful power. He Long never thinks he has done anything wrong, because in his eyes, Humble people are no different from ants. The muscles on Heilong's face trembled twice, and his voice became colder. I was expelled from the sect and lost my cultivation. Do you know how much I have suffered to achieve today? He raised the skull scepter and dropped it on the back of the child's head. Ji-hung, do you think you have won? Today I will tell you that the master's choice is wrong. I, Black Dragon, am the one who can inherit the Kunlun Mountain tradition, and all of you will be buried with me. Get up. Black Dragon roared, and black mist surged all over his body and spread around. Snap! The skull scepter hit the top of the head of the small Tatar king, and he died at such a young age. Seeing this, Ji-hung raised the wooden stick in his hand. A transparent crystal was inlaid on the surface of the wooden staff, and it shone brightly under Ji-hung's urging. The white light suddenly shot towards the black dragon, like an arrow shot from a bow. At this time, a layer of translucent black curtain rose around the altar, blocking the advance of the white light. Ji-hung waved his arm, and the transparent crystal turned into a fiery red, and a fiery red light flew out again. Boom! The white light and the fiery red light intertwined together, finally breaking through the black curtain and falling heavily on the black dragon. Time seemed to be frozen, the child lying in a pool of blood, the blood flowing out of the child's brain and slowly seeping into the altar, and the cracked skull staff in the black dragon's hand appeared at the same time. Crack! The skull staff broke into pieces, and Black Dragon let it fall to the ground. A red mass slowly rose in his eyes, and first his clothes, and then his entire body began to burn. Ji-hung didn't seem to expect that he would be so fragile. He moved his hand holding the staff, but didn't say anything in the end. Black Dragon felt his body dissipating, and he took out a jade pendant from his chest. The jade pendant was the size of a palm, and in the middle of the jade pendant was a relief of a mermaid, which was vivid and lifelike. The host of the altar had already overdrawn most of his strength. Could he not even withstand an ordinary attack from his junior brother? He showed a difficult smile, and the jade pendant in his hand shattered in the fire. A green shadow rose from the jade and flew towards Ji-hung. The green shadow was so fast that even Ji-hung did not react, but an invisible barrier seemed to appear within 1 meter of him. Ding! The green shadow hit the wall and flew to the other side. When it flew in front of Ching-chong saw a strange scene in the dark. The beautiful woman smiled at him in midair, and then flew into his body. Cool water vapor surrounded Ching-chong's body. He touched his heart belatedly, and the world was spinning in his eyes. Plop! Ching-chong fell off his horse. He didn't know that from this moment on, a curse that had been left on the Qing family for thousands of years began. Under the altar, the child's blood flowed into a strange plant, with extremely long roots that stretched all the way to the distant mountains. In the darkness, an abyss that had been silent for who knows how long suddenly became agitated, with wisps of black air filling the air, and a faint blue mist slowly floating and appearing. Chapter 374. Waking up from his dream, Xiao Yuan smelled the fragrance in the air. He turned over and saw people sitting by the water cooking. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the Milky Way crossed the night sky. Where is this? Boss, are you awake? Shinmao ran over excitedly, holding a bowl of rice in his hand. Aren't we in the dragon cave? When did we come out? This? Shinmao scratched his head. I don't know either. What do you mean you don't know? Xiao Yuan was amused by his appearance. Could it be that everyone sleepwalked out? Captain, Xiao Xian is telling the truth. Wang Ruoling came over from the campfire and explained, we were in the cave before we went to sleep, and when we woke up, we found Tianqi. Tianqi? Xiao Yuan looked around and found that they were surrounded by mountains, and the lake around them was endless. The stars in the sky were reflected on the lake, beautiful and dreamlike. He stood up with the help of Wang Ruoling and asked, how is Xiao Nuan? Wang Ruoling shook her head a little sadly. She hasn't woken up yet, but all her body functions are normal. I knew this would be the result, but I still couldn't help feeling disappointed. Xiao Yuan cheered up and said, it will be fine after a while, don't worry. Splash. The clear lake suddenly splashed, attracting Xiao Yuan's attention. The splash was getting closer and closer, as if a huge monster was swimming in it. This scene made the Silver Wing army nervous again, and the sound of swords was heard for a while. Xiao Yuan looked up and waited until it was about 10 meters away from the shore before he could see its appearance clearly. He waved his hand and said, don't be nervous, my friend. Friend? Qi Ming looked at the giant python that was getting closer and closer with fear, and said with difficulty, boss, you have too many friends, right? The giant python with a round scar on its head quietly poked its head out, thinking it was well hidden. Its dull appearance was very different from that in Sheer City. It may be that it has stayed with Qi Long for a long time, and the violent character of the giant python has been tempered. After seeing Xiao Yuan wade to it, the giant python slowly climbed out of the water and reached the shore. "Brother Python, what do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Yuan smiled and greeted the giant python. The giant python raised its head and looked around curiously, then nodded, slowly lowered its head, and moved closer to Xiao Yuan. Swish! This scene startled the others, who thought the giant python was going to hurt someone. Unexpectedly, it just touched Xiao Yuan's arm with its mouth, and then touched Xiao Yuan's palm. The cool touch came from the giant python's scales. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Do you have something to give me?" The python narrowed its eyes like copper bells, and seemed to be very satisfied with Xiao Yuan's intelligence. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. A silvery object fell into Xiao Yuan's hand. It turned out to be a hairpin. The hairpin was unique and small, and there was an orchid on the top that looked lifelike. "This is..." Xiao Yuan remembered the origin of the hairpin. In his dream, wasn't it the one that Gu Chanfeng gave to Sheng Rulan when they met under the moon before leaving Anzhou? Is everything true? This was the first time that Xiao Yuan confirmed the things in his dream in reality. Li what country? Gu Chanfeng, Sheng Rulan. He held the hairpin in his hand and said to the python, "Thank you, brother." Hiss! The giant python stretched out its tongue and licked Xiao Yuan's face, then turned around and swam happily into the Tianqi Lake, tumbling a few times before disappearing. Xiao Yuan stood on the shore, staring at the hairpin in his hand in a daze. Northwest of Country A, Hangjin City. Deputy Battalion Commander, an emergency distress signal flare has been sent out. A young man rushed to Liang Lu with blood all over his body and shouted, "Lulu, go ahead, we can hold on here." Ling Hu swung his sword and slashed the demon, and then slashed him hard. The wind and rain were getting stronger and stronger. There were still 2 hours before dawn, but the situation in Hangjin City was getting worse. The second line of defense was lost 2 hours ago, and the third line of defense is also crumbling. Wei and Jiang Bao, Fei Tu, follow me to support. Liang Lu slapped the mobile device on his waist and flew into the sky to support. Why didn't the Legion commander use the Abyss Substance Decomposer? Liang Lu's doubts became more and more serious. Now that all the night demons are entangled in the city, the Legion commander will not even be able to grasp this opportunity. Could it be? A terrible thought arose in Liang Lu's mind. Could it be that there is no Abyss Substance Decomposer in the army now? The cold rain hit her face, and Liang Lu didn't dare to think any further. She believed in Li Jin, and believed that he could lead the Silver Wing army to defeat the enemy, but the fear of the unknown still loomed in her heart. Liang Lu's perception, or judgment, was very accurate. Li Jin did not have the Abyss Material Decomposer in his hand at the moment. This trump card had been taken out of Hangjin City and hidden in a surprise force. A fire broke out in the mall in front, and screams and roars came from the third floor from time to time. Wang Wu and Jia Su waved their silver knives in a panic, slashing at the demon, who wanted to rush up the stairs. Swish! Jia Su was tall and strong. He cut off the demon's arm with a knife and kicked him. Bang! The demon rolled down the stairs, but more demons rushed up, roaring with red eyes. "Boss, think of a way! I can't stand it anymore." Jia Su felt that the minging knife in his hand was getting heavier and heavier. "Miss Huang, is the signal you sent useful?" Wang Wu shouted at Huang Wanwan, who was hiding by the window. He really regretted it now, and his intestines were almost green with regret. In order to get the extra 100,000 yuan that Huang Wanwan and the other 3 girls paid, Wang Wu took the risk to take them away at night. Who would have thought that the originally peaceful Hangjin City would have a heavy rain tonight, and the number of night demons suddenly increased by more than 2 times. The defense line collapsed and the whole city was in chaos. The 5 of them were trapped in the chaos, and their lives were hanging by a thread. Huang Wanwan's hands were shaking, but she still tried to stay calm. I just sent an emergency distress signal to the Silver Wing Legion. They should come to support soon." Alas, Wang Wu sighed and said, "The Silver Wing army can't protect itself. How can they spare any manpower to save us? I, Wang, am doomed today." Jia Su almost cried after hearing this. "Boss, I haven't married yet. I don't want to die." Wang Wu fought the demon with his last strength and smiled bitterly. "People die for money, birds die for food, and no one in our line of work can blame us." "Ah!" Jia Su suddenly cried out. His fat face shrank in fear. He fell down and was dragged down by the demon, and the silver knife in his hand fell to the ground. Jia Su waved his fists and cried, "Boss, save me, save me." His voice began to distort due to extreme fear, and the sound of clothes tearing could be heard in the crowd of demons. "Jia Su, Wang Wu's eyes turned red, and he ran up with a knife in his hand, his blood boiling, thinking only of saving people. Puff! A stream of blood burst out from Wang Wu's shoulder, and he gasped in pain. The narrow and long fingers pierced Wang Wu's left shoulder like a sharp blade. He turned his head and saw a pale and bloodless face looking at him, gritting coldly. Chapter 375. Wang Wu was a man who endured the severe pain and swung his right arm to cut off the demon's wrist. The demon was completely insensitive to the pain and became even more excited when he saw his companion injured. They roared and rushed towards Wang Wu and Jai Su. A single grab without much force left a bloody mark on them. Ah! Jai Su let out a heart-wrenching cry as the demon grabbed his thigh and tore off a piece of flesh. It's over. Wang Wu sighed in his heart. This was the end of him today. This business was easy and lucrative, and he thought he had gotten a bargain, but he didn't expect to lose his life here. Boom! The glass window behind him roared and shattered, accompanied by the screams of Huang Wanwan, Fan Xuanxuan, and Ouyang Shui. Weiyan and Liang Lu rushed in from the window at the same time, and the simple incendiary bombs rolled down the stairs, setting the demons on fire. Weiyan's figure was like lightning, and he jumped on the demon's shoulder and entered the crowd. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claw shot into the demon, who was about to grab Weiyan, and Liang Lu suddenly pulled the demon to her feet and killed him with a knife. Jai Su, who was covered in blood and surrounded by demons, was in despair. He didn't expect anyone to come to save him. Weiyan grabbed Jai Su's shoulders and lifted his 200-gene body with one arm. The silver knife in his hand was like a blooming silver flower. Swish, swish, swish. The palms of the demons were all broken within a few seconds. Weiyan lifted up Jai Su, whose legs were weak, and rushed out of the siege. Wang Wu and Jai Su, who had escaped death, collapsed on the ground and witnessed more than 20 demons being beheaded and killed. Gulu. Wang Wu swallowed hard and looked at the four people who suddenly appeared in fear and shock. He has been in the underworld for many years, and has seen many tough guys, but he is not as good as the four people in front of him. His eyelids twitched when he saw the sharp and decisive method. Swish! After dealing with the last demon, Liang Lu wiped the Minging knife. Her eyes swept over the standard Minging knife left on the ground, and her tone was cold. Did you send the emergency distress signal? The Minging knife is a special equipment of the new army. Each Minging knife is expensive, and it is illegal for ordinary people to own it. The two blood-like people in front of him might not be simple. Huang Wanwan, dressed in yellow, stepped forward a few steps and said timidly, "Yes. I fired the flare." The three girls' temperament, clothing, and jewelry did not look like ordinary people. Liang Lu took a glance and said affirmatively, "Are you from Hangjin City?" The people of Hangjin City all moved to the rear when the war reached the middle stage, not to mention the rich people who were scared to death. Huang Wanwan, Fan Xuanxuan, and Ouyang Shui looked at each other and told the truth. After learning their identities, Liang Lu frowned secretly. She ran across half of Countria just to see her fiancés with Shu. Liang Lu looked at her deeply and said simply, "Come back to the hospital with us, it's safe there." Wang Wu helped Jai Su stand up and laughed dryly. Sir, we don't need you, we can just do it on our own." Weiyan patted Wang Wu on the shoulder and said, "Want to leave? Come back with us, and explain the origin of Mingyin Dao after the battle." Wang Wu felt very bitter, as if he had eaten cactus. The two silver swords were smuggled by others, and he would give them to an invisible rich man as a collection after returning to Yanjing. When the Allied forces fought against the night demons, the equipment of the new army killed on the battlefield would be recovered when the battlefield was cleaned up. However, some lost weapons and equipment could not be found, so they were recorded in the archives with numbers. Some rich people are very superstitious, and they believe that weapons that have been on the battlefield can drive away evil spirits and avoid evil. A black industrial chain gradually formed in the dark. Whenever someone wanted to collect it, a secret organization would pick up the lost silver swords from the front line and have brokers like Wang Wu quietly transport them to Yanjing. The transportation price of a knife is about 100,000 A country currency, which is equivalent to Wang Wu's income for a long time. Although he knew that it was dangerous to privately buy and sell Mingyin knives and anti-gravity maneuvers, he still took the risk. As soon as they walked out of the building, the sky suddenly changed. The giant eye hanging in the air slowly turned, and the clouds around it also rotated with the rotation of the giant eye. A strange picture like the rotation of stars formed in the sky, if you ignore the increasingly thick black air above. Boom! The giant eye, which was spinning faster and faster, suddenly stopped at a certain moment. There was no sign, not even any extra rotation caused by inertia. The giant eye completely ignored the laws of physics. The loud noise stopped, and a dull roar came from inside the giant eye. Then, the originally exposed eyes turned dark, and the shock from a distance was even stronger. The dark pupils were like a bottomless abyss that could swallow everything. The entire Hangjin city was shrouded by the dark pupils, and the light became a little dimmer. Bang! 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 3 giant orange fireworks shot up into the sky, cutting through the dark night and clouds, and finally blooming above the clouds. If someone is outside Hangjin city, they will find that the sky of Hangjin city is shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. Outside Hangjin city, not even a shadow of dark clouds can be seen. The giant fireworks broke through the clouds and bloomed, so conspicuous that they could be clearly seen even 100 miles away on a clear day. In Liang Lu's eyes, countless black air surged out of the giant eyes, and the black air formed into various terrifying shapes. Swish! She instinctively raised her knife and chopped, and the black air that was hit dispersed and fell on her heart. There was no pain, no coldness, but her heart suddenly felt like something was missing. Are you her? My name is Tang Qifeng. Xiuya, let's get a big dog and take it out to play every day. Lulu I. Tang Qifeng's face kept appearing in front of her, lingering. The shadow waiting beside her continued to grow, as if it had seen a delicious delicacy, and greedily absorbed her sadness and pain. Wei Yan looked at his comrades, Wang Wanwan, Wang Wu and others who fell down in pain. Their faces were filled with fear, sadness, or greed, and these emotions were absorbed by the black shadow and continuously transmitted to the giant eye. Liang Lu's face became paler and paler, and her vitality was constantly draining away. Wei Yan sighed, raised his arms, and released a thick and pure black mist from his tailbone. The black mist dispersed the black shadows that absorbed nutrients, forming a protective shield that just covered everyone. The painful look on Liang Lu's face slowly disappeared, and she fell into a deep sleep after losing too much vitality. On the empty street, a thin young man raised his arms alone to support himself. His figure seemed lonely and firm in the darkness. Hangjin City, Combat Command Center. Li Jin looked at the picture displayed on the screen, and the ghost-like black air was more terrifying than the night demon. He was silent, calculating every second in his mind. With his outstanding command ability, Li Jin has dragged the battle and the opponent into the deepest front. The signal has been sent, and everything depends on Zwishu. If he succeeds, all the sacrifices so far in this battle will be worth it. If he fails. Chapter 376. Li Jin's voice was calm. He thought for a long time and finally issued the last order. All the reserve troops were dispatched to cover the retreat of the defeated troops on the front line, and to defend against the enemy in the last line of defense. Before the war, Li Jin secretly transferred 2,000 Silver Wing Army soldiers from A City, all of whom were veterans of hundreds of battles. They were Li Jin's bottom line in this battle. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and he had to use this last trump card. Hoping that everything would go well, Li Jin clenched his palms slightly, and his palms were covered with sweat without knowing when. Tiger-backed mountain, abyss. Airflow surged around Shirley, and the dark blue light in her body released psychedelic colors. Groups of dark blue clouds kept flying out of her body and entered the giant eye. Above the giant eye, the scene in Hangjin City emerged. The energy absorbed by the giant eye above the city was continuously transmitted to the body of the eyeball, and it emitted circles of halos in coordination with Shirley's energy. The halo fell on the altar at the bottom of the abyss, and every time the chain and the ancient sword fell, they would vibrate. As the halo increased, the vibrations became faster and faster, and in the end, they almost became one. Lady Shirley, your body can't go on. A low voice came from the eyeball. Hee hee. Shirley smiled on her pretty face. I know the limits of my body better than you do. Shirley said it lightly, but her trembling arms betrayed her condition. Will she risk destroying her body in order to unlock the seal as soon as possible? The giant eye knew the importance of this body to Shirley. She is different from other visitors from another world. In the Blue Star, Shirley's ability is greatly suppressed. The little girl's body seems delicate, but it is the most suitable body for her. If the body is destroyed, how difficult it will be to find a human body that can perfectly fit again. Shirley stubbornly urged the energy in her body, and the magic eye knew that she could not convince her. One thing involved Lord Shabu, which always made her lose her mind. I hope that Lord Shabu can successfully wake up this time. The magic eye prayed in his heart. In a long time, can they wait for the next 4,000 years? Buzz. The ancient sword's blade trembled more and more, and it finally couldn't hold on under the impact of the halo. Clang. The blade of the ancient sword made a crisp sound, and the blade was split into two. The broken ancient sword flew out from the center of the altar, circled in the sky for a few circles, and landed on the ground, as if it had lost its soul. The iron chains locking the top of the altar broke into pieces, and in Shirley's excited eyes, a touch of warm luster slowly floated up. Soul-calming jade. Shirley stared at the jade pendant, which was the one that sealed herself and others in the abyss for thousands of years. The halo used the same trick again and began to attack the soul-suppressing jade. The jade was crystal clear, and the warm luster around it collided with the halo, only causing a circle of ripples. The giant eye knew that the critical moment had come, and it worked desperately. The giant eye above Hangjin City also tried its best to absorb negative emotions and supply energy to the main body. The battle between the two sides lasted for nearly an hour, and the light of the soul-suppressing jade was obviously weakened. Fighting against the negative energy from a city alone, the soul-suppressing jade finally showed signs of fatigue. Seeing this, Shirley cried out, and a group of extremely pure dark blue clouds emerged from her body. The dark blue clouds followed the halo and fell on the soul-calming jade, playing against each other. Ding! Finally, the light on the surface of the soul-calming jade was completely worn out, and it collided with the dark blue clouds. Shirley's face turned pale, and her pale face was as white as paper. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the top of the abyss, and a violent sound came from above. What happened? Shirley's face changed. Her body spirit and the soul-calming jade were in a fierce confrontation. Now, not only did her efforts to withdraw fail, but she herself was likely to be backlashed. Bang! Bang! Incendiary bombs exploded in the abyss, and the night demons guarding the entrance of the abyss were defeated one after another. The strategy set by Legion in Hangjin City attracted most of the night demons to it, and held them there for this moment. Shirley gritted her teeth and shouted, forcefully summoned Qianfeng back. Quick! The magic eye assisted Shirley in fighting against the soul-soothing jade, while using her mind to operate the abyss in her body. The smile on Qianfeng's face, who was floating in the sky of Hangjin City and commanding hundreds of white-clothed hunters, suddenly changed. He raised his sleeves, flew into the sky, and rushed into the black pupil. Qianfeng is different from negative energy. He has a physical body and life. Forcing his way into the pupil will cause him great damage. Whoosh! After passing through a long and dark tunnel, Qianfeng rushed out. Shirley's face was frighteningly pale, and she said with sweat on her forehead, stop those people above. Even if it means death. Qianfeng rushed into the sky without hesitation, and saw at least a dozen incendiary bombs exploding in front of him. 10 figures in white clothes emerged from his body, resisting all the explosions. The weak feeling of forced return made the black fog in Qianfeng's body surge, which was very unstable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Silver light fell, familiar mobile devices flew, and hundreds of silver-winged soldiers fell from the sky. The leader was Zuoshu, who had been hiding for a long time. Under the guidance of Tangli and Guanbo, they sneaked into the enemy's rear. In order to ensure the plan was foolproof, Zuoshu and Legion set a secret code. When the huge orange-yellow fireworks rose in the sky of Hangjin City, it proved that the time was ripe. It turned out that the plan of the two people just caught the best time. A melee ensued between Qianfeng and hundreds of silver wings. One side had been lurking for a long time, and was full of vigor. The other side rushed back in a hurry, and their strength was damaged. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. The silver wings who could participate in the surprise attack were truly elite soldiers, who had fought hundreds of battles, and had rich experience in fighting the night demon. At the bottom of the abyss, Shirley put all her energy into the confrontation with the soul-calming jade. In the end, her skin was crystal white, and she looked like a porcelain doll, making people worry that she would break if touched. When Shirley's energy was on the verge of overdrawing, a crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the soul-calming jade. Crack! The tiny sound of breaking fell into Shirley's ears. Her eyes lit up, and she ignored the danger signal from her body and urged the energy for the last time. Bang! The soul-calming jade shattered, shattering into countless crystal points and dissipating. Shirley and the demon eye were rushed far away by the impact of the explosion, just in time to meet the falling Qianfeng. Above the abyss, Zuoshu and others were holding strange launchers in their hands, firing hundreds of shells. Boom! Boom! The sound of bombardment was continuous, concentrating the abyss material decomposer into a cannonball, and the power of the explosion instantly dissipated the black fog surrounding the altar below. The dark blue cloud that had not yet returned to Shirley's body was severely damaged and almost transparent. The magic eye closed the channel for absorbing energy from above, and the black fog around it flashed. Amid the attack of thousands of cannonballs and abyss material decomposers, The magic eye forcibly tore a space and disappeared into it. The dark clouds in the sky of Hangjin City dissipated at this moment, and the black fog entangled with the joint army also perished. They were parasitic on the giant eye's clone illusion. After losing the support of the main body, they were just negative emotion collectors without souls. Chapter 377. The wind and rain stopped, and the dark clouds dissipated. In just over 10 minutes, the sky of Hangjin City was full of stars. The color of the giant eye became lighter and lighter, and after the black fog retreated, its eyes slowly closed and became quiet. Wei-Yin stood on the edge of the hospital rooftop, and the breeze blew his hair. Squeak! Liang Lu pushed open the iron door, and saw his figure at a glance. Liang Lu was the first to wake up among everyone. She walked behind Wei-Yin, and moved her lips, not knowing how to speak. Wei-Yin was the first to break the silence between the two. He looked at the rising sun in the east, and suddenly smiled. Sister Lulu, will the sunrise today be beautiful? Ah? Liang Lu was slightly startled, and she nodded subconsciously. It should be beautiful. Will it be beautiful tomorrow? Wei-Yin raised his hand, and gently grabbed it towards the east. It's a pity that I can't watch it with everyone in the future. Shaolin. You saw it then, right? Wei-Yin smiled and turned his head, pointing to the tail vertebrae, and smiled brightly. Liang Lu had a lot of things to say, but she didn't know how to say them. Thank you for protecting everyone at that time. Liang Lu looked at Wei-Yin's eyes sincerely. She still remembered clearly the scene of Wei-Yin holding up the black fog to protect everyone in the rainstorm many years later. In her eyes, Wei-Yin has always been a kind, hard-working, and somewhat shy boy. She had a lot of questions in her mind about Wei-Yin's identity and how he was entangled with the night demon. But Liang Lu couldn't ask a single question. Wei-Yin had never hurt any human being from the beginning to the end. Her conflicted expression fell into Wei-Yin's eyes, making him smile even more. He took out a key from his pocket, leaned over and put it on the edge of the rooftop, and then the anti-gravity maneuvering device. Wei-Yin took off the Mingyi knife from his waist, rubbed it carefully for a few times, and then put the knife down. Shaolin Yu, what are you doing? Sister Lulu, this key is in the cabinet in my dormitory. I want to ask you to do me a favor, okay? You say. Liang Lu's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were slightly red, as if she understood what Wei-Yin was going to do. There are a few drawings in the cabinet, please help me give them to Sun Wan. The book in the cabinet contains a letter I wrote in advance, please be sure to give it to her and... Wei-Yin suddenly remembered something and smiled. There is 1,000 a country dollars hidden in the book. I promised to treat Brother Linghu and the battalion commander to a meal. Maybe there will be no chance in the future. Please treat them on my behalf. Shaolin, where are you going? Liang Lu held back her tears. How are you going to live in the chaos outside? Wei-Yin opened his mouth, and the morning sun in the sky just rose and fell on him. I have to go. Wei-Yin raised his head with a dazed look. The flowers are blooming, so beautiful. Flowers? Liang Lu followed his gaze, and was startled. The giant eye floating in the sky of Hangjin City was exposed to the sun, turning into petals falling all over the sky. The petals were crystal blue and light pink, intertwined, and a grand flower rain fell on Hangjin City, which was devastated by a night of bloody battle. Liang Lu saw the origin, and when she turned her head again, Wei-Yin disappeared at the edge of the rooftop. His military uniform was placed on the ground, and the Silver Wing Corps badge was covered with blood and damage, but he wiped it smooth meticulously. Wei-Yin disappeared in a sea of flowers, as if he had never appeared here. Wei-Yin knew that he would leave, and since arriving in Hangjin City, his premonition in his heart has become stronger and stronger. Wei-Yin and Fang Rura are the chosen ones. They are very special. Possessing the innate ability to control dark elements, the energy that only night demons can control flows in their bodies. The person who gave them the ability was a girl named Shirley. Xiao Yuan once captured Nightmare alive, but Nightmare was rescued by Xingdong's team without leaving a trace. That operation was the first and only time that Wei-Yin carried out Shirley's order. He sometimes deceived himself, maybe Shirley had forgotten him, and only knew in his heart that everything was just self-deception. Shirley gave him the power of immortality, and he also shouldered the responsibility. The mark from his soul always reminded him that Shirley was his master whom he could not disobey or betray. Fang Ruru was completely different from Wei-Yin. She was obsessed with Shirley's magic. Eternal life, control of darkness, power is like a bottomless abyss. Those who are obsessed and stare into the abyss are often deeply trapped in it. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Fang Ruru's hands were stained with a lot of Silver Wing Army blood, but she hid it well. She is a natural actress, and everyone thinks she is a delicate little girl hiding behind Tang Qifeng. Is she? Under the delicate appearance, there is an increasingly dangerous heart. If Tang Qifeng had not died unexpectedly, she probably would not have exposed her ability, right? Or is she happy? The darkness makes Wei Yan resist and uneasy, but it makes her obsessed. Fang Ru, who pursues the power of the abyss, retains some humanity and gives birth to some devilishness. In the unknown deep mountains, waterfalls are flying. A stream of black air broke through the waterfall and fell into the cave hidden behind the waterfall, transforming into a person. The cave was pitch black, but the young man didn't need any lights to walk in it. Walking to the depths of the cave, Shirley was sitting on a rock. Her little face was pale, and her exquisite black and white dress was very dirty, no longer as cute as before. Wei Yan walked up to Shirley and knelt on one knee. "Master, I came here at your call." Chuckling, Shirley looked Wei Yan up and down and nodded. "You seem very unhappy, and don't want to leave your companions?" Wei Yan lowered his head and moved slightly, saying, "No." "Lie," Shirley shouted, then stood up and walked to Wei Yan, hitting Wei Yan hard on the head. Wei Yan's muscles tensed up, waiting for Shirley's punishment. The little fist landed on Wei Yan's head, but his back felt like soft cotton, as if tickling him. "Huh?" After letting out her anger, Shirley returned to her seat with a look of satisfaction on her face, and suddenly smiled. She said to herself, "Very good, I am very satisfied." Satisfied? Wei Yan didn't know what she meant by satisfied, and slowly stood up from the ground. A blurry white figure appeared from behind Shirley, and her tone revealed helplessness. "Sir Shirley, I have told you many times that you should not do any strenuous activities at the moment." In order to break the seal of the soul-calming jade, Shirley used all her strength, even at the cost of sending out her main body. At the moment of breaking the soul-calming jade, Zhuoshu's attack also arrived. Shirley, who was extremely weak, was no different from adding insult to injury, and her entire ability was reduced to the weakest state. Her current abilities are not much different from those of an ordinary little girl, otherwise why would she stretch out her little fist to vent her anger on Wei Yan? This world severely suppresses Shirley, and she needs a long time to recover from the injury to her body. Looking at Shirley, who seems harmless, Wei Yan has a strange feeling in his heart. Is she really as bad as he imagined? In any case, after she recovers, she will set off a new storm in Country A. Chapter 378. It was still the same old tank. Xiao Yuan and Wu Guang sat on it and drank. A bonfire was lit not far away, and the lively celebrations of the Silver Wing Army and the crew's troops echoed under the night sky. After drinking the strong wine, Xiao Yuan looked up at the starry sky with deep eyes. "Are you okay, Aunt Wu?" "It's okay. Zixing took the initiative to confess, and I made meritorious contributions in the fog, so the higher-ups specially approved his sentence to be reduced to 3 years. Wu Guang shook his broken left arm and smiled. "Brother Wu, when I go back, I will go to the think tank of Country A. They have a free project to provide prosthetic limbs for soldiers." "Ha." Wu Guang laughed heartily. "The Northwest won a great victory. I guess the day of defeating the Night Demon is not far away. It doesn't matter whether the prosthesis is used or not. Have you read the Northwest battle report?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes dim. "I listened to the official report. What's wrong?" "The Joint Army and the Night Demon fought fiercely in Hangjin City, and the losses were huge. The official data of the Coalition Army composed of the Silver Wing Legion, the Storm Legion, and the Northwest Legion totaled 25,000 people, including the 2,000 people that Legion secretly transferred from the southeast later, and the Silver Wing Army that went to Hangjin City one after another. The total number of main combat personnel reached 30,000. Silver Wing Corps, 3,272 people were killed and 4,076 people were injured. Storm Corps, 2,488 people were killed and 1,695 people were injured. Northwest Corps, 5,842 people were killed and 5,744 people were injured. The Guard Force, the actual number of people involved in auxiliary operations was 20,000. 4,329 people were killed and 3,786 people were injured. When Xiao Yuan saw the internal data, he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his body. The Hangjin campaign lasted about a month and a half, but the number of casualties was far greater than in previous campaigns. While taking care of the comatose Sun Wan at the Changbai Mountain garrison, he recovered from his injuries. Xiao Yuan had carefully studied the detailed battle report when he had nothing to do. Using the main battlefield to tie up the enemy's energy and sending surprise troops to attack Huanglong was indeed Legion's fighting style. The most exciting part of the entire battle was the night when Hangjin City was shrouded in heavy rain, and the night demon used strange tricks frequently. With his excellent command ability, Li Jun gradually led the night demon into the woven net. Although it was Shirley's instruction that the night demon entered Hangjin City, she regarded Hangjin City as a huge container. The negative energy generated by the fighting between the night demon and humans in the container was the key to helping her break the seal. However, Li Jun's excellent reaction and response prevented the joint army from collapsing in the chaotic situation, and his contribution was very high. Xiao Yuan still didn't know Shirley's true purpose. If he knew that she used human hands to smash the soul-suppressing jade, I don't know how he would feel. In the distance, a bonfire was jumping and loud singing could be heard. Nobody, this song widely circulated in the Silver Wing Army, has become their military song to celebrate the end of the battle. The loudest voice in the song was Qi Ming, and his voice, which usually sounded rough, became more pleasing to the ear in the night wind. Why does the Silver Wing Army like this song? Wu Guang suddenly asked, very curious. Why not? I just feel that the invincible and famous Silver Wing Army, and this song Nobody, are a bit out of place. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan smiled, with a hint of bitterness and nostalgia in his smile. This song was sung by someone at a bonfire party, after the first Silver Wing Army entered the military camp. It was later passed down, and I think it is very suitable. I still don't quite understand it. Wu Guang and Xiao Yuan clinked their bottles, and drank a mouthful of strong liquor. Xiao Yuan pointed at the people singing by the bonfire, and then pointed at him and Wu Guang. We are just a group of ordinary people. I worked in a bar before entering the Silver Wing Army, Lao Chi worked as a security guard, and Lin Lang worked as an intermediary to run business. For most of us, our lives should have been ordinary, but they changed because of the night demon. But deep down, we are still the unlucky ones, who long for an ordinary life, that is, the nameless ones. Xiao Yuan's face flushed. His injuries had not healed, and even his elemental affinity had not recovered. He hadn't felt drunk for a long time, and the silent words in his heart came out of his mouth. Unlucky? Wu Guang laughed dumbly and said, I am the same. When I first entered the city, I didn't even know how to use the elevator. People laughed at me for being a bumpkin, haha. Xiao Yuan drank a lot that night, and said a lot. In the end, Wu Guang leaned on his shoulder and cried bitterly. Such a big man cried like a child. He said he was sorry to Aunt Wu for not protecting Han Zishan well, and letting him go astray at such a young age. Xiao Yuan remembered that he asked himself if he had a dream. Dream? Xiao Yuan was speechless for a moment. He had many dreams when he was a child, but those so-called dreams were replaced by life as he grew older. He thought for a long time before answering. Protect the people you love, and leave footprints in this world. Human life is too short, so short that half of it has passed before one even notices it. He wanted to leave footprints in the world, even if they were small, at least to prove that he had been in this world. The next day, the Silver Wing Corps officially left the Changbai mountain base. Wu Guang, Qiao Zhen, and the soldiers who had fought side by side with Xiao Yuan and others came to see them off, and even the residents of Luanpa village came. Qiao Zhen held Xiao Yuan's hand and cried with tears and snot. Captain, remember to come back to see us. Qiao Zhen cried like a child, unwilling to let Xiao Yuan leave. I promise you, I will come back after I complete the mission. Xiao Yuan patted Qiao Zhen's shoulder heavily, his eyes sore. Keep your word. Qiao Zhen hugged Xiao Yuan and said, We will treat you to mountain delicacies when you come back. Okay, why are you crying? Wu Guang pulled Qiao Zhen's hand away and said, Brother Xiao Yuan, have a safe trip. Take care. Xiao Yuan waved to everyone and turned to walk into the RV. Even when they were far away, the people in front of the camp were still looking over here, unwilling to leave. The kind and simple people made Xiao Yuan feel reluctant to leave. Reunion and separation, he had long been accustomed to it, but he could not help being affected by this strange emotion. Xiao Yuan's melancholy did not last long, and was disrupted by an uninvited guest. In the RV, the wild boar, who was curious about everything, looked left and right, sometimes nudging Lord Yuga's nest, and sometimes chasing Xiaohe around. Xiaohe showed extraordinary abilities in the Lihuo ruins, but after that it returned to its original appearance, learning from Lord Yuga to be lazy and gluttonous every day. Xiao Yuan, can you take care of your fat pig? Lord Yuga was disturbed from his sweet dream and yelled. Lord, I don't know how to control animals. I can't do anything if you tell me. Chuckles. Xiaozhen looked at the wild boar's flesh and licked her lips. The meat of wild creatures must be delicious, right? How about? The wild boar, which was having fun, shuddered. It seemed to sense the danger behind it. Hum, hum, hum. The wild boar looked at Xiaozheng fearfully, ran to Xiao Yuan's seat, and lay down, not daring to move. Xiao Yuan gave Xiaozheng a thumbs up, took out a brocade box from his backpack, and said, "Now there is plenty of time. Sir, come and help me consult the map left by the high priest." Chapter 379. In the brocade box that Qin Long gave to Xiao Yuan was a map made of an unknown material. Thousands of years had left no trace of time on the map. The pattern depicted on the map was bright in color, with black ink and red cinnabar used to depict a structured pattern. Wang Ruoling hung a portable LCD screen on the wall of the RV and tapped on the computer rapidly with her fingers. Ding! On the LCD screen, the entire map of Countria slowly appeared. Xiao Yuan clicked on the locations in his memory, including Buxian Mountain, Changbai Mountain in the northern border, Hubei Mountain in the northwest, Yanjing in the central plains, and Daninghai. 4 locations were lit up, and Wang Ruoling connected the data to the Silver Wing Core database. 1 minute later, detailed terrain information of the entire area appeared in front of everyone. Ruoling, has the headquarters sent the information about Hubei Mountain? It has arrived. I sent it to the screen. Wang Ruoling transferred data on the computer. Tiger-back Mountain surprise attack plan, top secret files? Lin Lang reacted for a while, and smiled. Commander Zhuoshu has been in the limelight recently, and the names of the operations are all grand and magnificent. Ruo Ling, continue. Xiao Yuan motioned Wang Ruoling to continue. This is an abyss in Tiger-back Mountain, with a depth of 712 meters and a width of about 30 meters. I heard that Commander Zhuoshu used a new climbing equipment to assist the anti-gravity maneuvering device to enter the bottom of the abyss. Xian Mao was very curious and wanted to know what the equipment looked like. That's it. Wang Ruoling showed another photo. The equipment in the photo is simple in shape and looks like a metal arm guard that can be tied to a person's arms. The equipment is called Climber, and it is provided by Hongming Group to the surprise attack team led by Commander Zhuoshu to support the fight against the Night Demon. Hongming Group? Xiao Yuan's eyes moved slightly. If I remember correctly, Hongming Group is one of the top financial groups in Yanjing, right? Yes. Wang Ruoling smiled sweetly and said, Commander Zhuoshu is the grandson of the helmsman of Hongming Group, although not a direct grandson. Direct lineage? Do they think they are in a movie? They even distinguish between direct and illegitimate children. What era is this? Old Qi, don't say that. Many big families in Yanjing pay great attention to this. Wang Ruofei patted Qi Ming's shoulder and explained. They are feudal. Qi Ming couldn't hold back his face and shouted loudly, Aren't you afraid of the people's iron fist hitting your face? Xiao Yuan slapped Qi Ming's face lightly and said with a smile, Why are you talking so much nonsense, kid? Keep reading the files. There is an altar hidden at the bottom of the abyss, which is basically the same as the altar we saw in the Lihua ruins. Did any remains found at the scene? Xiao Yuan sighed in his heart. The seal of the Northwest Priest Hall was still broken. A total of 3 items were found at the scene. This is the first one. The photo shows a torn piece of clothing. After washing, the black and white color scheme is revealed, and the workmanship is exquisite. According to data analysis, this piece of clothing comes from a popular dress on the market. Wang Ruoling paused and added, And it's a children's style. Children's style? Xiaozheng opened her eyes wide in surprise, and suddenly realized, I know. Xiaozheng, did you remember something? This dress belongs to Zhuoshu. He likes women's clothes. Xiaozheng seemed to have discovered a new world. The air seemed to freeze, and the next second, no one knew who laughed first, and the whole RV burst into laughter. Ruoling. Continued to the next photo. Xiao Yuan was full of black lines, and he had nothing to say about Xiaozheng's powerful imagination. Investigators found broken chains around the altar, but unfortunately the degree of breakage was very serious. The last item was intact, and is currently being sent to the Forbidden City Museum for research. Wang Ruoling clicked enter, and a photo appeared on the LCD screen. This is... Xiao Yuan's thoughts stopped at that moment, and he stared at the broken ancient sword in the photo. The ancient sword exuded a cold light, and 2 Lihua characters were engraved on the sword body. Zhong Huai. He didn't know much about Lihua characters. He rarely encountered the characters in his dreams, and he couldn't remember them even if he saw them. Only the 2 characters Zhong Huai have always been in Xiao Yuan's mind. The reason is simple. Gu Chengfeng's courtesy name is Zhong Huai. Xiao Yuan has seen the 2 characters Zhong Huai on the private seal many times. Has the Research Institute found any results on the ancient sword? The results of the component analysis have not come out, but after the research of many historians, it can be basically confirmed that this sword. What's wrong with this sword? This sword is likely to be the sword of the general of the lost country Lihua country. It is of great significance, and has great significance for our country's research on the ancient country of Lihua. Okay, no need to read the rest. Xiao Yuan waved his hand, not interested in listening to the following rhetoric. Xiao Yuan handed the map to Wang Ruoling for scanning. After the map information was input into the confidential network of the Silver Wing Core, the data was continuously scanned. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and a prompt sound came from the computer. Insufficient authority, unable to access the confidential map. What's going on? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and looked at Wang Ruoling. After a careful inspection, she said helplessly, the information in this sea area is protected, and I don't have the authority to access it. The Silver Wing Corps database is connected to Country A's think tank and military, and many secret files require permission to view. Xiao Yuan patted his forehead and said, I forgot about this. Ruoling, send a text message to Li Ming to request permission. His eyes fell on the sea area on the map, and Xiao Yuan was puzzled. What place requires permission to view? Boss, the sea area you marked is between the Daming Sea and the Goryeo Sea. It seems to be the famous Devil's Triangle? The Devil's Triangle? Xiao Yuan was startled when he heard Lin Lang say this. Isn't the Devil's Triangle in Bermuda, Mexico? The Devil's Triangle in the Daming Sea was only discovered in the past 20 years, and it is not as famous as the one in the west. Lin Lang explained. I used to work as an agent and met a strange man. He was particularly interested in these supernatural events. The information collected at home included the Eastern Devil's Triangle. There is a strange area between the Daming Sea and the Goryeo Sea. Strange things often happen in the area, and the missing crew members can no longer be found, leaving only a cargo ship that sails on its own. When passing by the area, you can hear beautiful singing every full moon. The area is often shrouded in fog, and some people get lost in it, and vaguely see the shadow of mermaids. Lin Lang's words are getting more and more mysterious, shocking the others. Xiao Yuan didn't take the previous words to heart, but when he heard that the crew had seen the figure of a mermaid, his heart moved. The mermaids are responsible for guarding the priest temple in the sea. In modern times, very few people have seen the appearance of mermaids. Could the mermaid shadows in the Devil's Triangle area be related to the mermaids? He was thinking about a lot of things, and at this moment, Li Ming sent a message that the application for file access qualification was approved. Chapter 380. Ding. The Silver Wing Army emblem on the LCD screen rotated once, and then slowly unlocked in front of everyone's eyes. Unlocking Silver Wing Army Supernatural File Number 13. Completed. Login authorization. Browsing authorization is normal. Access to the database for browsing is allowed. 1. Ghost Ship Incident. On July 14, 2065, the Southeast Fisheries Group's cargo ship lost its way in the border area between the Daming Sea and the Goryeo Sea. On July 15, 2065, the cargo ship crew disappeared after sending out the last distress signal. The search lasted for a week, and the freighter mysteriously disappeared. On July 16, 2070, the Southeast Border Force received a distress signal from the sea. After investigation, it was found that the distress signal came from the middle of the Daming Sea and the Goryeo Sea. The ship that sent the signal claimed to be the Southeast Fisheries Group freighter, number 2785. The freighter number 2785 was the freighter that mysteriously disappeared a year ago. The border force urgently dispatched a rescue team to explore the sea area, but encountered strong winds and waves. Under extremely bad weather conditions, the search and rescue work was difficult to proceed normally. When the rescue team went to the sea area the next day, they did not find any ships. Lin Lang carefully read the first file record on the LCD screen and said, after 5 years, the same ship's distress signal? He thought about it for a while, and it was creepy. Wang Ruoling called up the distress signal record received by the border troops at that time, and her tone was full of surprise. More than that, the crew of the number 2785 cargo ship said something very important. He said, why is there no sign of the rescue team after a day? Why did it take a day? Yes. These are the words of the crew members at that time. Wang Ruoling blinked. Could it be a time tunnel? You mean the whole cargo ship accidentally entered the time tunnel, and the flow of time is different from the outside world? Xiao Yuan followed her words and analyzed. It's not impossible, but I am more inclined to another guess. The magnetic field of the Devil's Triangle is very strange. Wang Ruoling gestured a triangular area. What if this message was sent 5 years ago, but it was not sent out immediately? Ruoling, what do you mean? Qi Ming felt that his brain was not enough. Will the information be stored and sent out for some reason after several years? Whether it is the mysterious sea in the east or the famous Bermuda in the west, they have a common feature: abnormal magnetic field. The communication signals of ships entering it will be affected, and some will completely fail and cut off communication. Wang Ruoling's speculation was based on the perspective of abnormal magnetic field. Xiao Yuan did not say much, and signaled her to continue playing the next file. Neither the space-time tunnel nor the magnetic field anomaly is scary, but Xiao Yuan thinks the space-time tunnel is unlikely. What he is worried about is what to do if the cargo ship becomes a special life form. The soul-soothing jade in his hand must be combined with the jade of the mermaids to produce new jade. Entering the deep sea is imperative. Will they encounter the same trouble? 2. Mermaid sightings. The Daming Sea is the southeastern gateway of Country A, and it is extremely vast and broad. Every year, there are endless merchant ships and fishing boats traveling through the Daming Sea for trade. Sailors who have been drifting on the sea for a long time have experienced many more strange things than others. The second file contains oral accounts from 12 witnesses, as well as audio and video materials. The 12 people are men and women, and their ages are also different. Their oral accounts are basically the same, and they all saw mermaids when they approached the mysterious sea. The human body and fish tail appeared many times in the description. Interestingly, the appearance of the mermaid in the words of the two people closest to the mermaid was very different. One of the young men with tan skin described it like this: "The mermaid was only about 50 meters away from me at the time. The moonlight was bright, and I could see it clearly. The mermaid's skin was very white as the moonlight in the sky, and her hair was smooth. Oh, it was long hair. I think the mermaid can see me, I'm sure. She has a graceful figure and smiled at me." The description of another middle-aged uncle was completely different from that of the young man. Very ferocious, the facial features look very flat from a distance, but when you get closer you will find that its face is half human and half fish. When it opens its mouth, you can see sharp teeth. There are also many scales all over its body, including the upper body. It feels terrible to me. I don't want to see it again. I promise. The two people's descriptions of mermaids are very conflicting, and people may even think that one is talking about a monster and the other is a mermaid. There are overlaps in their descriptions, and both meet the characteristics of mermaids. But why are their appearances so different? I guess it's like this. Qi Ming took the initiative to answer Wang Ruoling's question. The young man is full of blood and has been floating on the sea for a long time, so he looks handsome. He is full of vigor and vitality, not cataracts. How could his description be so different? Wang Ruoling made a cross with both hands, rejecting his inference. Xiao Zheng, are there mermaids in your world? Are there big differences in appearance between male and female mermaids? Xiao Yuan asked Xiao Zheng. My world is all mountains and rivers. There are no oceans, and naturally no mermaids. Xiao Zheng put the wild fruit in her hand into her mouth, and said vaguely. There are lakes and mountains without oceans, so where does the water finally converge? Gathering in the great Guishu, and then staying in the huge stars in the sky. Xiao Yuan felt that it was a mistake to ask her. Xiao Zheng lived in a world full of myths, which was completely different from the laws of this world. They discussed for a long time, but could not come up with a unified and reliable answer. The file continued, and a few big words slowly appeared on the screen. Full Moon Song Incident. There were a total of 10 things recorded in file number 13, and each one after that was similar to the previous one. The mysterious ocean, humans know too little. Xiao Yuan could already sense the difficulty and uncertainty of this journey. Imperial capital Yanjing. When Feng Luan came out of the police station, it was already late outside. The cool night wind hit his cheeks, making the tired Feng Luan clear his mind. He complained as he walked. Why are there so many things happening recently? Can't everyone be more honest? Feng Luan walked into an alley with a flashlight. He felt uneasy. Since Teng Yan and Jiang Bao died for no reason, this feeling has become stronger and stronger. The alley is long and secluded, and there are old residential areas nearby. In the imperial capital of Yanjing, there are still countless ordinary people living here, rushing for food and daily necessities. He was holding the roasted eggs he bought from the alley, thinking about going home to eat them with his wife and son, because the silly boy liked them the most. Thinking of his chubby son, Feng Luan walked briskly, and even his uneasiness dissipated a lot. Bang! The street lamp not far away suddenly broke, making the alley, which was not bright to begin with, even darker. So unlucky? Feng Luan didn't take it seriously, and continued to walk forward. When he walked to the broken street lamp, the street lamp in front of him also broke with a snap sound. Feng Luan's footsteps seemed to be frozen, and he didn't move for a long time. A chill rushed up his tailbone to his brain, and he had the urge to run away. Gurgle. Feng Luan swallowed his saliva, picked up the flashlight, and shone it back and forth for a few times, but didn't find anything unusual. Am I overthinking? He took a step forward and just took a step. He suddenly felt something was wrong. When his footsteps fell, there was another crisp sound falling on the ground at the same time. Duh. Chapter 381. Feng Luan shuddered, but he did not turn around immediately, but tried to take another step forward. Ta! The sound of high heels hitting the ground was crisp and unique, and it was very clear in the quiet alley. He held the flashlight tightly, and his eyes swept over the wooden stick leaning against the wall a few meters ahead. He rushed forward in one step, ignoring the hurried footsteps behind him at the same time, and grabbed the wooden stick. He swung the wooden stick behind him violently, and he exerted a speed that he himself could not expect. However, there was nothing behind him under the light of his hand. The footsteps that just came seemed like Feng Luan's hallucinations, and there was no human figure at all. The alley was so wide, and there were no alleys. If someone could hide, where could they go? Feng Luan took a step cautiously, and suddenly heard the nightmare-like sound coming from behind him again. Duh! He didn't dare to turn around again, because he knew that even if he turned around, the sound would still appear behind him. Feng Luan took 2 steps back, and leaned his back against the wall. The heavy sense of solidity temporarily reassured Feng Luan. He carefully looked around and took out his cell phone to make a call. Unknown danger loomed around him. His years of experience as a security guard told him that he had to let people know what was happening here immediately. The cell phone screen lit up, but Feng Luan did not make the call. His fingers froze, and the muscles all over his body twitched unconsciously. Feng Luan's appearance was reflected on the cell phone screen, and above his head, a red figure suddenly appeared. Ah! Feng Luan let out the most tragic howl of his life, tearing his heart apart. He rolled and crawled to the other side of the wall, and clearly saw a woman in a blood-red dress falling from the wall. Ta! Her movements were light, and her red high-heeled shoes fell to the ground with only a slight sound. Exactly the same sound Feng Luan had heard before. The light from the flashlight and the mobile phone intertwined, and Feng Luan finally saw the woman's appearance clearly. He held the stick horizontally in front of him, his hands trembling. You are the woman who was bitten to death, eh, Lu? Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng went to a restaurant in Yanjing for dinner, and encountered trouble in the restaurant. Foreigners from the American embassy and country had deliberately made things difficult for Xiao Zheng with bad intentions. After being taught a lesson by Xiao Yuan, the 2 girls from country A who followed him refused to give in, and wanted to bully others by relying on the so-called ambassadorial status of men. Wang Wanwan, Fan Xuan and Ouyang Shui were also present at the time, and spoke up for Xiao Yuan and others. Later, the man in the corner of the restaurant suddenly went crazy and bit his female companion to death. After the female companion died on the spot, her body was temporarily sent to the Senkaishu Security Bureau. Teng Yan, Jiang Bao, and Feng Luan were the security officers in charge of the case. The female corpse disappeared, and Teng Yan and Jiang Bao traced her identity, an ordinary white-collar worker Ai Lu. A strange thing happened. Ai Lu was just an ordinary person, but there was no other information about her identity background except her 1-year activity record in Yanjing. Later, Teng Yan and Jiang Bao died strangely within a month, and the investigation of Ai Lu's identity was stopped. Ai Lu was dressed in red, and the red maple on her collarbone made her look even more beautiful. She walked in front of Feng Luan, and lightly caught the attack from Feng Luan. Crack! She broke the stick with one hand, and kicked Feng Luan in the chest. Ah! Feng Luan felt like he was hit in the chest by a sledgehammer, and he almost died without a breath. He opened his eyes painfully and said, Why? Why did you kill Teng Yan and Jiang Bao? Ai Lu enjoyed Feng Luan's expression, and was in a good mood. She increased the strength of her foot, and raised her red lips. They don't know how to live or die. They want to track down my identity. Don't they deserve to die? Ahem. Feng Luan felt the force on his chest getting stronger and stronger, and could faintly hear the bones cracking. He struggled and said, I didn't want to track down your identity, why did you? Feng Luan couldn't say the following words, because the force on Ai Lu's feet made it difficult for him to breathe, and his face turned red. Ai Lu licked her red lips, and let go of Feng Luan. She bent down, grabbed Feng Luan's neck, and lifted him up in her hands. The man weighing nearly 150 pounds was as light as a feather in her hands. I like the taste of blood, you just fit my taste. Ai Lu whispered softly in Feng Luan's ear, who had lost the ability to resist, with a gentle tone as if talking to a lover. Ho ho! Feng Luan's tongue slightly stuck out, and a trace of blood rose in his eyes. He felt his vitality slipping away rapidly, and 6 hairy eggs rolled on the ground, exuding fragrance. Feng Luan raised his hand slightly, and instinctively moved Ai Lu's slender hand, but he couldn't lift it at all. Ai Lu slowly approached Feng Luan's neck and whispered, "You know, I like to see the struggle of humans in despair the most. It's beautiful, very beautiful." A hint of blood rose in her eyes, and the entire white of her eyes and pupils turned red. Sharp fangs protruded from Ai Lu's mouth, biting towards Feng Luan's neck. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 silver shadows attacked from a distance and shot towards Ai Lu's head. The powerful kinetic energy broke through the air, making a whistling sound, and instantly reached her temple. The temple is a vital point for humans, and even with Ai Lu's strength, she dared not take it head-on. She let go of Feng Luan's body and dodged backwards, but she didn't expect the silver that flew over to fly back again. Clang! Clang! Ai Lu had a sword in his hand, which was light and sharp, and knocked the silver shadow away. The silver shadow fell to the ground, and it turned out to be 2 palm-sized discs with sharp edges. In the middle of the disc, there was a badge with arrows and muskets crossed, and below it was a cheetah totem. Ai Lu's eyes sank. She stood in the alley and slowly turned around. Her tone was frighteningly cold. "Ranger." Dong Fan Hui was wearing a black windbreaker and walked from a distance. Behind him was a girl with twin ponytails, looking pretty and cute. The girl held a gun in her hand, but it fired not bullets, but 2 sharp discs on the ground. The appearance of Dong Fan Hui and Kai Jing was beyond Ai Lu's expectation. She glanced at Feng Luan, who was half dead on the ground, and sneered, "Using him as bait? Aren't you afraid that he will really die in my hands?" Dong Fan Hui's face was calm, and his right hand stroked the sword on his waist. "Tung Yin, Jiangbao, do you really think that you can get away with killing people?" Hee hee. Ai Lu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She raised her sword and pointed it at Dong Fan Hui. "I want your blood." Without a word of unnecessary nonsense, Ai Lu suddenly launched an attack. The sword cut through the darkness and rushed towards Dong Fan Hui. Kai Jing fired the gun in her hand, and 2 silver lights were emitted with a whistle, and arrived in front of Ai Lu first. She dodged the disc and waved her sword to block the attack in front of her. The sword in her hand attacked fiercely. Clang! Dong Fan Hui's tall figure came from the front, and his weapon was strange. It looked like a hunting rifle, but a short blade of more than 30 centimeters extended from the bottom of the hunting rifle. The short blade and the sword fought, and each strike caused a string of sparks. Bang! Taking advantage of the gap between the fight and the retreat of Ai Lu, Dong Fan Hui pulled the trigger, and the shotgun actually fired a silver bullet. Ai Lu was caught off guard, and a wound was cut on his shoulder, and blood appeared along with black smoke. Dong Fan Hui narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone became certain. Blood Clan. Chapter 382. Ai Lu's eyes swept over the wound on her shoulder, and she gently placed her palm on her shoulder. The black smoke dissipated, and the skin and flesh healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, at the cost of the rapid consumption of her body's energy. She smiled charmingly, like a beautiful red rose. "Ranger, you are really haunting me." Ranger, a special organization outside the judicial system of Country A. It was established when the Night Demon broke out, and it was responsible for fighting against unknown forces, including the Night Demon and humans. The number of people who gain elemental affinity increases year by year. The soldiers in the 4 legions are fine. If ordinary people master elemental affinity, what will happen to them? Power breeds desire, and those with elemental affinity dominated by desire are no less harmful to society than night demons. Rangers are invisible organizations that handle such matters. Most of them are ordinary people who have received rigorous training. Relying on advanced weapons and equipment, Rangers have mastered a complete set of methods to fight against mysterious forces. Ai Lu, you will never get away today. Dong Fan Hui swung his weapon and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The silver bullet shot out from the barrel. The fire and silver light intertwined beautifully. In the beautiful and deadly light, the silver bullet was engraved with fine lines, and the ancient and mysterious talismans combined with firearms exerted a different power. Clang! Ai Lu held the knife horizontally in front of her, and the sword and the silver bullet collided. The huge impact made her retreat continuously, and hit the wall. Before Dong Fan Hui fired the second shot, Ai Lu moved. In the blink of an eye, Ai Lu was beside Dong Fan Hui. After she blocked Dong Fan Hui's attack with her sword, her other hand flashed red. Her slender and white fingernails became narrow and long, and she grabbed towards Dong Fan Hui's heart. Dong Fan Hui's windbreaker and shirt were shattered at his heart. When Ai Lu thought she could take out his heart, She felt a tingling sensation in her fingers. A strong current spread from her fingertips to her whole body, and Ai Lu couldn't help but scream. When she retracted her palm, her fingertips became charred, and the electric shock pain of the strong current was not something she could easily bear. Dongfang Hui took a few steps back, and thought it was a pity. He endured the severe pain in his heart, and shot at Ai Lu again. Ai Lu's whole body was affected by the electric current, and his movement slowed down a little. He was hit in the left arm by the silver bullet and fell backwards. Roar! This time, the inhuman sound from Ai Lu's mouth came into Dongfang Hui's ears, causing a brief blank in his mind. Kai Jing behind Dongfang Hui was not affected. She lightly pressed the start button on her waist. Ding! The whole alley was buzzing at the same time, and the lights hidden in the wall lit up. A beam of light in the center of the light was golden, chasing after Ai Lu's figure. Strangely enough, Ai Lu's body was strong and had resistance to electric shocks and bullets, but when it encountered golden light, black mist appeared. As if the first snow encountered the sun, the skin on Ai Lu's face began to break. She glanced at Kai Jing and Dongfang Hui with resentment, and her whole body suddenly turned into a thick black mist. Then, hundreds of small bats flew into the sky and flew out of the alley. When the small bats flew to the entrance of the alley, a figure appeared from the corner. He was handsome, holding a silver gun in both hands, with an unextinguished cigarette in the corner of his mouth. He was also wearing a black windbreaker and a crooked black tie. This road is blocked. The young man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He smiled handsomely and fired with both hands at the same time. He fired with both hands, but the effect of the two guns was different. Silver bullets flew out of the right hand, and a net flew out of the left gun. The net was very large after it was unfolded, blocking the way of a group of small bats. He fired 10 shots in a row with his right hand. After all the bullets were fired, a blood-red bat in the bat group was already scarred. He swung his silver gun, pulled out the magazine, and was about to change it, when a cold wind came from behind him. The young man instinctively dodged to the side. Whoosh! The black fog passed by the young man, carrying the blood-colored bats away and disappearing into the night in an instant. He fired continuously into the night sky, but the only response was the sound of the wind. The young man put away his two guns in frustration and walked into the alley, where he happened to meet Dongfang Hui and Kai Jing. Team leader, one of our accomplices has been rescued. We know too little about the vampires, and we didn't expect her to turn into a bat and escape. Dongfang Hui patted his shoulder and comforted him. Chung Pu, are you not injured? It's okay. They should not have the ability to attack when they turn into black fog bats. The young man indicated that he was fine. If it weren't for the temporary incident that required the transfer of manpower, we would have been able to catch her with more people. Kai Jing pouted in anger. Xiao Jing, just wait and see. I will definitely catch her next time. Chung Pu promised hurriedly. Okay, send the injured to the hospital first. Dongfang Hui turned around and rubbed his chest. Why are there always accidents in Yanjing recently? The 8 action teams are busy all together. Yanjing, a hospital under the Ranger organization. Outside Fenglun's ward, Kai Jing and Dongfang Hui sat on a bench together to keep watch and discuss the matter of the vampires. Team leader, where do you think the vampires come from? What do you think? I think they should come from Medi, because there have always been legends of vampires in the West. Based on subjective experience, how did you take classes at the Ranger base? Dongfang Hui scolded her. The first case of the vampire was a man who suddenly went crazy in the restaurant. Why he attacked his companions is a key question. Kai Jing thought for a moment, and said, blood races have a natural desire for blood. Could it be that he wants to suck blood? Her words were heard by Chung Pu, who just came back from outside. Chung Pu was carrying 3 boxes of lunch and said with a smile, if you want to suck blood, you can't do it to your own people, right? He handed the lunch boxes to Dongfang Hui and Kai Jing, and sat down next to Kai Jing. I think he may have temporarily lost his mind. Xiao Pu's guess makes some sense. He is currently detained in the basement of the bureau. His mood is very unstable. He says every day that someone wants to kill him. Someone wants to kill him. Chung Pu passed the chicken leg from the lunch box to Kai Jing. The security in the bureau is tight. Does he know something? The boss has interrogated him many times overnight, but this guy is very stubborn and refuses to say anything. You don't want to eat? Kai Jing asked quietly, but her eyes were fixed on the chicken leg, and she refused to move away. I have poor digestion recently, you eat it. Chung Pu smiled, his eyes full of pampering. In fact, team leader, do you think it is possible? Ai Lu was originally an ordinary person. You mean that after Ai Lu was bitten, he became a vampire? Donpham Huai's expression gradually became serious. If the vampires were highly contagious, things would be troublesome. I'm just saying that, just guessing. Chung Pu shrugged. The door of the ward suddenly opened, and the doctor came out. He saw Donpham Huai coming and said, "The patient is very weak and has fallen asleep. He will not wake up until tomorrow morning." He paused and handed a pendant to Donpham Huai. "This is what the patient is holding tightly in his hand. Team leader Donpham, see if it can be used." Donpham Huai was overjoyed to see the pendant. The clues that had been cut off turned out to be a turning point. He quickly thanked the doctor and put the pendant in front of his eyes to look at it carefully. With this jewelry, the powerful research department may find a new direction for them to investigate the case. Chapter 383. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Transformation progress, 5%, 6%. Current tasks, 1. Collect 1 kilogram of ice crystal, completed 2. Collect a sea snake, completed 3. Collect 2 kilograms of dragon crystal, completed 4. Collect 100 kilograms of seawater, completed 5. Collect 3 dragon scales, completed. Task reward, unlock the RV ocean suit. Hidden reward, unlock Tunin ocean form. Ding. The sound in Xiao Yuan's ears ended, and an option appeared on the metal door inside the RV ocean equipment room. Xiao Yuan was shocked when he led Lord Yuga and Xiaozhang into the newly appeared equipment room. The 100 square meter room was like being in an ocean world, with transparent walls and countless big and small fish swimming happily. Xiao Yuan tapped the wall with his fingers, and the small fish swimming inside were frightened and swam away shaking their heads. There were 3 transparent glass covers in the middle of the room, and there were 3 dark tights inside. Lord Yuga lay in Xiaozhang's arms and said, "Boy, do you know what this is?" Knowing that its old problem had come back, Xiao Yuan secretly rolled his eyes and smiled. "Sir, you are knowledgeable and talented. Please tell us something to open our eyes." "Ha." Sir Yuga smiled proudly and said, "Xiaozhang, take off the clothes and put them on me." Xiaozhang looked at the tights as tall as a person, and then looked at Sir Yuga's small body, feeling a little embarrassed. Sir Yuga saw that she didn't move for a long time, and said, "Sir, I never bragged. There must be a reason for asking you to do it. Hurry up." Xiaozhang had no choice but to press the start button on one side. The glass cover slowly opened, and there was a thin layer of golden luster on the tights, which was not obvious in the glass cover before. Xiaozhang took off the tights and felt that the material of the clothes was special. It was warm and soft when touched, and the touch was very similar to the human body. She covered the tights on Lord Yuga's head and waited for a while, and Lord Yuga shouted from below, "Silly! I have to get inside the clothes." "Ah?" Xiaozhang hurriedly took the clothes off Lord Yuga's head. The tights looked ordinary, but when Lord Yuga entered, something magical happened. The golden luster on the surface of the dark black clothes slowly flowed, and the whole clothes kept shrinking. When the tights were completely shrunk, Lord Yuga was completely wrapped up, revealing his head, wings and duck feet. It magically posed and said, "How cool is it?" Snap, snap, snap. Xiao Yuan and Xiaozhang applauded and asked, "Sir, does this dress have any practical value besides being cool?" Lord Yuga looked at him with a look of really ignorant and started to explain. The full name of the 3 tights is Deep Sea Mermaid Suits, which are artifacts used for ocean exploration. The mermaid suit can change its size freely and wrap around the human body without affecting its movement. Most importantly, the mermaid suit has strong defense capabilities and a smooth surface to reduce resistance. The lung capacity of humans wearing mermaid suits in the ocean is much greater than that of ordinary people. Xiao Yuan stroked the mermaid suit and smiled. "I get a pillow for sleeping and a charcoal fire when it's cold. I just need the reward of the RV this time." After checking the new equipment, Xiao Yuan went to the weapons room to test Tunin's ocean form. Tunin circulated on his right hand, emitting a dazzling silver light, and turned into a water-dividing thorn. The water-dividing thorn is small and flexible, and is best used in water. Tunin in ocean form is faster in water, about 20% faster than Xiao Yuan on land. Mermaid suit, water-dividing thorn, 2 pieces of equipment combined with Xiao Yuan's fast attack have improved him a lot. When Lord Yuga took off his merman suit, Xiao Yuan noticed that there were changes in this fat guy again. Its feet turned light gold, and the front of its feet faintly revealed sharp claws, which made it look more powerful. Lord Yuga checked the data of the water-dividing thorn and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy?" Xiao Yuan shrugged and said, "I'm just curious, if the RV mission continues, what will you become in the end?" Lord Yuga didn't seem to expect him to say this, and said in a gloomy tone, "There are a total of 100 RV missions. How many of them have you completed? Do you think you can see my real body?" 100. Xiao Yuan's cheek twitched. This was only the 6th mission. He had to risk his life to get the dragon scales and dragon crystals he needed. Next time. He shook his head in frustration and said, "It's too difficult. I'd better go see Xiaonuan." Lord Yuga was like a mystery. It came out of the RV and kept changing as the missions were unlocked. It seemed to know everything in the world, and even if it didn't know something, it would say that its memory was incomplete. What is its true identity? Is it related to the night demon? Xiao Yuan's words came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. He really didn't know how to start. Yanjing suburbs. On the 2nd floor of a single-family villa, the doors and windows of the house were closed, and the curtains were drawn tightly. The bright sunshine and gentle breeze outside the window had nothing to do with this place. There was only the deathly silence and faint breathing. Squeak! The sound of the door opening made Ai Lu, who was lying flat on the bed, open her eyes slightly. Her face was pale, and the burning wounds on the left half of her body were shocking. Wisps of black air came from the wound. At the edge of the wound, silver light of the talisman and blood mist intertwined, preventing the wound from healing. Pa! The man was wearing a leather jacket, with neat short hair and fair face, which made him look like a tough male supporting role in Korean dramas. He turned on the light, and came to Ai Lu's bed. A bowl of liquid exuded a sweet smell in the man's hand, which aroused Ai Lu's taste buds. She opened her tightly closed eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Quan Hai, where did you get these fresh?" Quan Hai did not answer Ai Lu's words, but lifted her delicate body. Gudong, gulp, a bowl of warm and sweet blood flowed into her mouth, and Ai Lu squinted her eyes comfortably. The silver light that had been hovering around her wound slowly disappeared as the blood flowed in, and the injury improved in just a few minutes. Ai Lu leaned on Quan Hai's arms, and said gently, "Thank you." Quan Hai was silent for a while, and said, "Your actions this time were too reckless." She rubbed against Quan Hai's arms carelessly, feeling a little tired, and fighting against the talismans in the ranger's weapon consumed too much of her energy. Ai Lu slowly closed her eyes and hummed, "I know, next time I will use a different way to take his life." Quan Hai opened his mouth, but didn't say much. Until Ai Lu fell asleep, he gently put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and left the room. He lit a cigarette, and Quan Hai's fingers holding the cigarette trembled, and he almost dropped the cigarette on the ground. He rolled up his sleeves, and there was a palm-sized wound there that was shining silver, making it difficult to heal. The power of the ranger's weapon exceeded his expectations. Although he forcibly rescued Ai Xiang, the price he paid was not small. The vampires turned into bats to escape, which was the last resort. Every time they use it, the side effects of lack of vitality and blood will last for half a month. The silver material and the power of the talisman on the ranger's weapon can only be offset by the blood of virgins, otherwise the blood clan's self-healing ability will not work. In order to eliminate all traces, Ai Lu killed Teng Yin and Jiang Bao successively, but something went wrong when dealing with Feng Luan. The ranger should not be underestimated. Chapter 384. Pushing the window open, the June sun is warm. Xiao Yuan gently tied the curtains and returned to Sun Wan's bedside. Sun Wan was still sleeping. Qi Long said that she would sleep for about a month. The orchid on the table smelled faint, and Xiao Yuan held her hand in a daze. The orchid on the silver hairpin had gone through thousands of years without any trace of time. Two small characters were engraved on the hairpin in Lihua script, Rulon. During the time Xiao Yuan returned to Yanjing, the dream of Lihua country never appeared again. What happened to Gu Chanfeng and Sheng Rulon later? Why did the Lihua nation suddenly perish after it had wiped out all the surrounding nations? The confusion in his heart was lingering every moment, but he had no choice but to wait. Xiao Yuan simply closed his eyes, and felt the energy in his body, the ability that Qin Long gave him when he left Chanbai Dragon Cave, Dragon Soul. The name was very domineering, but Xiao Yuan had never been able to use the energy. The Dragon Soul hovered between his eyebrows, and the cold feeling always washed Xiao Yuan's soul. He was completely relaxed when he was with Sun Wan, and the Dragon Soul that had been untouchable for half a month moved slightly. It was as if a hole had opened between his eyebrows, and a cool breeze rushed in. The strong stinging sensation made Xiao Yuan frown, but he endured the pain and focused his mind on controlling the Dragon Soul. The stinging sensation gradually weakened, and Xiao Yuan's 5 senses faded. The sounds around him faded, the light disappeared, and he seemed to be in endless darkness. The next second, Xiao Yuan's sight suddenly became clear. He did not open his eyes, but he could clearly see the surroundings. The sight gradually expanded, the cough of the old man in the next ward, the nurses walking in the corridor, the shaking of the water cup in the hands of the children, the water hitting the wall of the cup. Xiao Yuan felt something in his heart, and his senses were placed on a girl who was in a hurry. Her high heels made a crisp sound when she stepped on the ground, and she looked like she was looking for something in her professional attire. Li Ming? Xiao Yuan was in a strange balance, but his balance was broken by a slight movement of his mind, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Was it just my illusion, or did Li Ming really come? Xiao Yuan just thought so, and Li Ming pushed the door open and said, Xiao Yuan, the person you described in your memory has been found. Xiao Yuan hurried over and said, Have you found both of them? Li Ming shook her head and handed him a file. Only one person was found, and the other person was not found in the database. Xiao Yuan had seen a vivid painting in Changbai Dragon Cave, recording the actions of a group of people in the demon sealing land of Yanqing. With the help of Country A's think tank, he pieced together the portraits of the people in his memory, and submitted them to the Tianji system for comparison. Hard work pays off. One of the three people was Renjichin, whom he knew, but the other two were more difficult to find. Xiao Yuan opened the file, and wanted to see the identity of the person. Lin Yoji? He recalled it in his mind and asked, Why have I never heard of this name? Li Ming shrugged and said, That's why I came to see you in person. The commander asked me to pick you up. Pick me up? Where to? Wu's mansion. Xiao Yuan was surprised, and didn't know what Li Jin meant. Could it be that Lin Yoji was related to Mr. Wu? It took an hour to get from the military hospital where Sun Wan was to the Wu's mansion. When Xiao Yuan arrived, Li Jin had just arrived. Li Jin and Xiao Yuan were both superiors and subordinates, and they were also close comrades. They were more casual and private. Brother Li Jin, what's going on? Xiao Yuan stood in front of the Wu family mansion and whispered to Li Jin. Let's go in first. This matter is complicated. I don't know much more than you do. Li Jin patted Xiao Yuan, and the three of them walked into the Wu family mansion under the guidance of the old housekeeper. The mansion where Wu Zhou lived was in an area with a very good green environment in Yanqing. The people here were either rich or noble. Xiao Yuan looked around quietly, and the group walked into a hall after many twists and turns. The old housekeeper smiled and said to Li Jin, Xiao Jin, the master is talking to the guests. Please wait a moment. Li Jin heard this and said hurriedly, Wu Bo, why are you being so polite to me? It doesn't matter how long we wait. After watching Wu Bo leave, Xiao Yuan said, Brother Li Jin, are you familiar with the housekeeper here? Li Jin nodded, his eyes full of nostalgia. Very familiar, Wu Bo watched me grow up in the mansion. Xiao Yuan knew a little about Li Jin's life experience. His parents died when he was young, and he lived a difficult life. Old man Wu Zhou sponsored many children to live, one of whom was Li Jin. Li Jin was gifted, and Grandpa Wu Zhou also took good care of him. So from the age of 8 until Li Jin was admitted to university, he lived in the Wu family mansion for 10 years. No wonder. Xiao Yuan finally understood why Wu Mushi and Li Jin had such a good relationship, and they were childhood sweethearts. The cakes served by the servants of the Wu family were delicious, and Li Ming ate them slowly in the corner. Xiao Yuan and Li Jin drank tea and talked about the Northwest campaign. Brother Li Jin, I heard rumors that in the last battle, Commander Zhou Shu was alone and deep in the enemy's territory, and was seriously injured. How is his injury now? Hee. Li Jin laughed and said, Where did you see the news? Zhou Shu is in good health now. I heard that he is dealing with the matter of his fiancée. The news media is about to describe him as a savior. He was seriously injured but still fought against the enemy, turning the tide and saving the collapsing building. Xiao Ming's description is very accurate. Xiao Yuan praised, the media has been maintaining this tone for a long time. Xiao Yuan has read the records of the entire battle. The first half of the battle was jointly commanded by Zhou Shu and Li Jin. On the night of the decisive battle, Li Jin dragged the night demon into Hangjin city step by step with the only strength he had, and persisted in fighting all night. The hard work and efforts he put in were not small. What was the result? The news media praised Zhou Shu desperately. Could Xiao Yuan feel comfortable? Li Jin understood his emotions and comforted him. Zhou Shu has just taken over as the commander of the new army, and he needs prestige, which is understandable. Zhou Shu was born in the Zhou family, and his influence spread across all aspects. He understood the news media's reports under the instructions of the Zhou family, but he didn't want to care too much. After all, being able to work together with Zhou Shu to solve the crisis in the Northwest is Li Jin's biggest wish. Xiao Yuan was about to speak when he heard a group of people walk in from outside the hall. I thought it was some distinguished guest, but it turned out to be Brother Li Jin. Wu Mai walked in with a gloomy tone, and with him came several other young men and women with noble looks. Brother Jin, long time no see. Cui Yuanqi was so beautiful in a beautiful red dress. Yuanqi, long time no see, are Uncle Cui and Auntie in good health? Li Jin stood up and greeted gracefully. They are all in good health. My father mentioned you a few days ago. The two exchanged pleasantries, breaking the strange atmosphere when Wu Mai came in. Cui Yuanqi was a smart person, and under her activeness, the few people got to know each other. Xiao Yuan secretly observed that the girl sitting next to Cui Yuanqi, who was tall and tall, looked small, but had a hot body, was called Kong Xiao, and was the jewel in the crown of Kong Wei, the old man of the Kong family. Kong Wei was more than 10 years older than Wu Zhou, married earlier, and now had grandchildren at home. The remaining young couple was very interesting. They were related. The reason for this was that the girl, Zhuxiang, was Wishu's younger sister, and the young man, Huang Xian, was Huang Wanwan's cousin. The two sat together without saying a word, but Huang Xian's enthusiasm could not be stopped, and he kept talking to her. Behind Huang Xian followed two burly guys with dark skin and bulging muscles. The nearly 2-meter-tall guys looked like chimpanzees from a distance, which made Xiao Yuan frown secretly. Their temperament reminded Xiao Yuan of a person tornado. The black man who tried to attack Wu Hui, and was later beaten up by him, and Wu Hui. Chapter 385. Li Jin and Cui Yuanqi have a good relationship. At least on the surface, they seem to be very harmonious. Cui Yuanqi has the temperament of a lady from an aristocratic family, gentle and intellectual, and her words and deeds are like spring breeze. Li Jin and Cui Yuanqi exchanged greetings for a while, and her beautiful eyes fell on Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan took a bite of the osmanthus cake in his mouth, and whispered to Li Ming to understand the situation of the people opposite. He has a keen sense of perception, and can quickly find out even if someone is watching him from a distance, let alone in a room. Cui Yuanqi smiled slightly, her red lips parted. Is this Mr. Xiao Yuan? I often see your photo in the news. I have long admired you. Xiao Yuan nodded slightly and said, Miss Cui, you are too polite. You are a friend of Brother Li Jin, so you are also my friend. Oh, Cui Yuanqi's beautiful eyes flashed. The relationship between Xiao Yuan and Li Jin is more solid than expected. The most outstanding young generals in the Silver Wing Corps are Xiao Yuan, Sheng Dong, and Zhou Nan. Sheng Dong is a man who judges the situation, and has an unclear attitude, and Zhou Nan has a weird temperament, and is not a good person. Only Xiao Yuan has made many contributions, and has a brilliant record. In the future election for the deputy commander of the Silver Wing Corps, he has the greatest chance of winning. Cui Yuanqi wanted to make friends with Xiao Yuan. After hearing what he said, she went with the flow and said, I admire the soldiers in the army the most. If there is a chance to invite you to a dance, I hope you will not refuse. Xiao Yuan has never attended a dance in his life. He can fight with a knife, but he can't dance at all. Even so, he still patiently agreed. Ahem. Wu Mai cleared his throat and looked at Li Jin. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he thought of something, and said, Brother Li Jin, I remember you were a fighting champion in the army, right? He said, glancing at Huang Xian without leaving any trace. Ah! Li Jin didn't seem to expect Wu Mai to say this, and nodded subconsciously. While recalling, he said, that was 5 or 6 years ago, and now I'm not training enough. Huang Xian understood and echoed, I've heard that Brother Li Jin is brave, and I've always wanted to see your style, ha ha. At this point, Li Jin already felt that something was wrong. He was about to speak when he heard Wu Mai tap the table. Huang Xian, you don't know how my sister evaluates Brother Li Jin. Wu Mai's eyes were more profound. She has always said that Brother Li Jin is very skilled and brave. Why don't you open your eyes today? He pointed to the strong man behind Huang Xian, and his meaning was very clear. Li Jin put his right hand on the table, and tapped it slowly. Wu Mai's words were very firm, and Wu Mushi blocked Li Jin's retreat. He had to accept this battle today, whether he wanted to or not. If he refuses, he will be known as a coward in Yanjing, and Wu Mushi will inevitably be criticized by others outside. Next, Li Jin took over as the leader of the Silver Wing Corps. He was busy with government affairs, and spent most of the year commanding operations on the battlefield. Now if he can fight on the field and perform at 50% of his previous level, it would be good. He looked at Wu Mai's phoenix eyes and nodded. In that case, our Silver Wing Corps will accept it. Wu Mai turned his gaze to Xiao Yuan. You? To be honest, I was just a bartender before I joined the army, and I relied on the commander to teach me all my skills. Xiao Yuan winked at Li Jin. But I am ashamed that so far, He scratched his head in annoyance. I have only learned 4 or 5 of his skills. Let me be a vanguard and show you the commander's 5 skills. If I can't do it, you will be qualified to challenge the commander. Have you thought it through? Wu Mai's expression became gloomy, and his voice unconsciously became a little colder. Isn't what I said the language of country, eh? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows at Wu Mai. Wu Mai made things difficult for Li Jin in public, which made Xiao Yuan secretly dissatisfied, and he was too lazy to give him a good face. Wu Mai snorted coldly and said, in this case, please move to the martial arts arena. The Wu family mansion looks small from the outside, but it is actually a different world inside. The martial arts arena is estimated to be more than 1,000 square meters, with all kinds of equipment available, and the most eye-catching is the 10 targets standing in front of a wall. Xiao Yuan took off the watch on his wrist and threw it to Li Ming. Take care of it. If it breaks, treat me to a meal. Li Ming made a face at him and whispered, You are so beautiful. Kong Zhao's face turned red with excitement. She took Cui Yuanqi's hand and said, Sister Yuanqi, who do you think will win, the tall guy or the skinny monkey? Xiao Yuan was 1.78 meters tall and well-proportioned, but in her mouth, he became the skinny monkey. Her voice was not loud, but Xiao Yuan heard it clearly. He didn't say anything, stretched his muscles and joints, and took the lead to walk to the center of the martial arts field. Cui Yuanqi looked at Xiao Yuan's physique, then looked at the black man who was nearly 2 meters tall and moved like a blind bear, and said, Maybe. Ron. Kong Zhao puffed out her proud chest and said, I think so. What do you think, Sister Shi? She asked the girl in black behind her. The girl's name was Kong Shi, and she was a master specially sent by Mr. Khan to protect Kong Zhao. Although she looked only 27 or 28 years old, her skills and brains were excellent. She and Kong Zhao were like sisters. After thinking for a while, she said, I think Xiao Yuan will win. Kong Zhao looked at her in disbelief, her eyes clearly saying, Sister Shi, are you stupid? Kong Shi looked at Xiao Yuan, her eyes showing a strong sense of vigilance. Kong Zhao and Cui Yuanqi were of noble status, and did not care about military affairs, so of course they did not understand how terrifying Xiao Yuan was. The battlefield was so dangerous, he had been fighting on the front line for a long time. How could he be weak? Kong Shi did not explain, but smiled and pointed to the center of the martial arts field, indicating that the competition had officially begun. Xiao Yuan raised his head slightly, looked at Ron standing opposite him, and raised his hand slightly. His palms were slender and white, and the calluses from practicing the Mingyi knife had all faded away after experiencing the awakening in the dragon cave, leaving white skin. Don't underestimate this white and tender skin. Its ability to withstand blows is much better than before. Hey, Ron's sandbag-sized fist went straight to Xiao Yuan's face, with great force. He was very fast, and he could still throw fast punches despite weighing 200 kilograms. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Xiao Yuan slightly turned his body, easily dodged Ron's attack, and then hit him in the ribs with his elbow. Snap! A crisp sound rang out on the field, and Ron passed by Xiao Yuan. Pain came from the wounded part, but he did not stop attacking and turned to attack Xiao Yuan again. This time he changed his tactics, grabbing Xiao Yuan's neck with one hand and grabbing his waist with the other. He wanted to lift Xiao Yuan up to the sky and control his agility. Xiao Yuan did not dodge but rushed forward, and his 2 hands met Ron's huge dark palms. Ah! Kong Zhao couldn't help but exclaimed. She never thought that Xiao Yuan would take the initiative to compete in strength. After all, their body sizes were too different. Crack! The palms pressed tightly together, and the sound coming from the joints made it easy to see that the competition was stalemate. Ron gathered his strength and roared like a beast, with veins popping out on his arms. The muscles on Xiao Yuan's arms also bulged, and the sleeves of his shirt bulged slightly. He turned the power in his body. Get up! Xiao Yuan swung his arm violently, and Ron, who weighed 200 kilograms, was dragged up by him. Whoosh! After turning twice in the air, Xiao Yuan let go and threw him out. Ron's huge body rolled to a stop on the ground, and when he got up, his hands were swollen all over. During the rotation just now, Xiao Yuan didn't control the strength and almost deformed his hand bones. Chapter 386. 2 red marks were left on Xiao Yuan's white palms. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Mr. Wu, is it over? Everything happened too suddenly. Most people thought that Xiao Yuan had solved the competition at the beginning. His fighting style was influenced by actual combat, emphasizing speed, accuracy and ruthlessness. There is no room for fancy moves on the battlefield. When the Night Demon can kill you in an instant, the more useless moves you have, the more dangerous you are. Wu Mai's face was very ugly. He turned around and glared at Huang Xian fiercely, squeezing out a few words from his teeth. You won. Xiao Yuan glanced at Kong Jiao, who opened her mouth and raised his eyebrows. Miss Kong, you didn't expect that a skinny little monkey could win, right? Ah? Kong Jiao was startled and pouted at him guiltily. What are you talking about? Do you need to continue to prove it? Xiao Yuan smiled at Wu Mai. The one who looks exactly like Ron, don't worry about it. Huang Xian has 2 generals. Ron was knocked down by Xiao Yuan in a few moves. The other one, who is equally strong, would only humiliate himself if he went up. Wu Mai's men were all in the suburbs, so he could do nothing no matter how upset he was. Kong Jiao was born spoiled, and her temper was spoiled to the point of lawlessness. Xiao Yuan's smile was particularly dazzling in her eyes. Wait! Kong Jiao stopped Xiao Yuan, who was about to turn around. Don't think that you are the best in the world just because you beat a big fool. The best in the world? Xiao Yuan frowned inexplicably and said, I don't hit women, especially people like you. You? Kong Jiao was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. From childhood to adulthood, she relied on her status, and was spoiled and given in wherever she went. Sister Shi, go and help me teach him a lesson. Kong Jiao held Kong Shi's hand and said pitifully. Jiao. Kong Shi was embarrassed, but she couldn't help but soften her heart when she saw Kong Jiao's aggrieved look. Okay then. She walked to the training ground and stood 10 meters away from Xiao Yuan, with a calm expression. Kong family, Kong Shi. Kong Shi had been with Kong Jiao for many years, and had always treated her like a sister. She couldn't bear to refuse her request. Xiao Yuan watched from the side and understood the relationship between the two. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. What a naughty child. The competition, which was about to end, was complicated by Kong Jiao's intervention. She didn't know that Xiao Yuan's smile was a habit, not to mock her. According to Xiao Yuan's words later, I beat Ron, I can't cry, right? Kong Shi chose a wooden sword from the weapon rack and held it in her hand. She looked at Xiao Yuan and asked him to choose a weapon. Xiao Yuan also chose a long sword of similar size to Ming's knife. Swish! Kong Shi's attack came suddenly. The distance of 10 meters was just a matter of 1 or 2 breaths for her. The long sword attacked Xiao Yuan, and the sword technique was light and tricky. Xiao Yuan didn't learn many sword techniques. In addition to the common sword techniques of the Silver Wing Corps, there was the Dalang sword he created himself. Relying on his reaction and combat experience, Xiao Yuan and Kong Shi fought back and forth. The more Xiao Yuan fought, the more surprised he felt. How could an ordinary guard of the Kong family have such skills? Kong Shi's level can also stand in the upper middle position in the Silver Wing Corps, which is a level better than many company commanders. After more than a dozen moves in a row, after he was basically familiar with Kong Shi's takeover, Xiao Yuan suddenly changed his moves. Swish! Swish! The attacks were so fast that it was hard to keep up. Kong Shi was thrown off balance by the sudden speed of the attacks. Xiao Yuan's attacks became faster and faster, and finally Kong Shi made a mistake and her weapon flew away. The wooden sword cut a bloody mark on Kong Shi's wrist, and the bright red blood oozed out on her snow-white skin. Bang! Xiao Yuan kicked Kong Shi in the stomach, and he controlled the strength to try not to hurt Kong Shi. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan's strength was greatly enhanced after receiving treatment in the Dragon Cave, and he had not fought with anyone for a long time, so he could not control his strength well. Kong Shi cried out in pain, her pretty face showing pain. Sister Shi! Kong Jiao screamed in shock in her eyes. Sister Shi, who had always been omnipotent, was actually knocked out. Big villain. She cursed Xiao Yuan in her heart, not thinking that it was her own arrogance that caused the current situation. Kong Shi flew in the air, feeling her organs tangled into a ball. A stream of energy gathered instinctively in her body, pouring out from the wrist guard on her wrist. A large piece of light blue mist flew out and attacked Xiao Yuan. Water element? Xiao Yuan looked at Kong Shi in surprise, but saw that Kong Shi's face was frighteningly pale, and the blood color quickly disappeared. Elements out of control? Xiao Yuan had seen 2 cases of elements out of control in the army. People who have just mastered elemental affinity have a small chance of this happening. He shouted at Kong Jiao, who was running towards him. Don't come over, it's dangerous. Xiao Yuan didn't care about her anymore, and with a move of his left hand, 2 Nan turned into a long sword, and the fire element instantly covered the long sword. Shua! The flames dispersed the thick water mist, and Xiao Yuan carefully controlled the direction to prevent the water vapor from splashing in the direction of people. The attack power of water elements is not as strong as that of fire elements, but it is relative. If the out-of-control water elements really hit the human body, a transparent hole is light. The steaming water vapor drifted into the air, and Xiao Yuan used Tunin to transform into a silver shield and grabbed Kong Shi's arm through the water mist. The bone-chilling coldness came from his arm. Xiao Yuan endured the numbness of his arm and concentrated on mobilizing the dragon soul. The dragon soul awakened, and Xiao Yuan felt the cool breeze between his eyebrows. Strangely, when the dragon soul appeared, the water element actually stagnated slightly, and the riot ended. Xiao Yuan held on for 5 minutes before suppressing all the water elements. He sat down on the ground. Not far away was the frightened Kong Jiao. The water element that Xiao Yuan had knocked away before fell on the target, piercing the thick target, and even corroding the wall deeply. Kong Shi was breathing rapidly. She could sense everything that had just happened but had lost control of her body. The Minging wristband served as a medium to release all the water elements in her body. Releasing a large amount of elemental power at the same time would not only lose the elements, but also overdraw her physical strength and even her vitality. Xiao Yuan reached out and took off the wrist guard on Kong Shi's wrist. The white shirt was torn, and Xiao Yuan tore off a piece of cloth to bandage her wrist wound. His technique was as professional as a nurse. Sister Shi. Kong Jiao woke up as if from a dream, ran to her, squatted down and hugged her, crying like a child. Jiao, I'm fine, don't cry. Kong Shi was so weak that she had difficulty speaking. If it happens again, your life will be gone, and you still say you're fine? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, You? Kong Jiao looked at Xiao Yuan fiercely like a wounded young animal. It's all your fault. It was you who asked her to fight, not me. Xiao Yuan stood up and hesitated. He picked up Kong Shi in the stunned expression of Kong Jiao, and said in a low voice that only the two of them could hear clearly, I didn't control the strength well just now, I'm sorry. I should thank you. Kong Shi wanted to say something, but she was too tired. The fatigue that surged like a tide engulfed her consciousness, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Yuan turned around and found that at the door of the martial arts field, a majestic old man was looking over here accompanied by Wu Mushi. Wu Mushi blinked at Xiao Yuan, and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Wu Zhou. Chapter 387. The fragrance of tea lingers in the air, and the quiet room is peaceful and quiet. Wu Mushi's fingers are as nimble as water lilies, brewing tea, and she glances at Li Jin playfully from time to time. Xiao Yuan and Li Jin sit on wooden chairs, both feeling a little awkward. They come to visit someone's home, but they have a fight before they even see the host. Kong Shi was sent to the guest room to rest, and it is unknown when he will wake up. Kong Jiao looks at him with eyes that make him want to eat him alive. Wu Zhou sipped the tea and said, Xiaozhen, the Yanjing trading base is busy. Why did you think of me? The Northwest campaign ended, and the United Army suffered heavy losses. After participating in the campaign, Li Jin rushed back to Yanjing without stopping, and started work on the training and dispatch of the reserve army. Li Jin and Xiao Yuan looked at each other, took a deep breath, and said, Uncle Wu, we are here because of an old story more than 20 years ago. Oh, Wu Zhou's hand trembled slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking when his sharp eyes swept over Xiao Yuan. After a while, he slowly said, What do you want to know? Li Jin took out 2 printed portraits from the folder, pointed at the portraits above and said, Do you know Lin Yoji? Pa! The teacup fell from Wu Zhou's hand and shattered with a snap. Wu Mushi was startled and said softly, Dad, are you okay? Wu Zhou waved his hand and patted Wu Mushi's shoulder gently. Mushi, there is a copy of the Analects in the study, go get it. Wu Mushi saw the look in her father's eyes, and knew that he didn't want her to hear what he was going to say next, so she stood up and slowly walked out of the room. The atmosphere was quiet, so quiet that only the breathing of the 3 people could be heard. Xiao Yuan glanced at Wu Zhou quietly. The old man looked calm, his brows slightly wrinkled, as if he was thinking and recalling something. Seeing that Wu Zhou had been silent, Li Jin explained carefully, Uncle Wu, the cause of the matter started from a painting that Xiao Yuan saw 20 years ago. After telling the full content of the painting, Li Jin said, So we want to know about Mr. Lin Yoji's life. Maybe we can have new discoveries about the appearance of the night demon. Wu Zhou looked at the portrait in his hand and sighed. His fingers slid across the portrait, and his voice trembled imperceptibly. Brother Lin, it's been 22 years, right? Brother Lin? Li Jin and Xiao Yuan looked at each other, and saw shock and surprise in each other's eyes. Wu Zhou was in a high position in Yanjing, and what was the origin of the person he called brother? Wu Zhou raised his head, and his eyes became soft. That should be 25 years ago, when Kong Wei and I first came to Yanjing. Yanjing, 25 years ago. Wu Zhou and Kong Wei, 2 poor boys from Huizhou, were deeply shocked when they first stepped into Yanjing. The prosperous, huge, and unprecedentedly prosperous city made them excited. Ideals are full, but reality is cruel. The two people who are proud of their talents and abilities have encountered obstacles everywhere in Yanjing, and lived a miserable life until they met the recruitment opportunity from the Lin family. 25 years ago, the leading Lin family in Yanjing was in its heyday. The old man of the Lin family retired, and the only son Lin Yoji took the lead in managing the Lin group. Wu Zhou and Kong Wei entered the Lin family at that time, and quickly caught Lin Yoji's attention with their extraordinary abilities and agility. Lin Yoji deserves the title of the Pride of Heaven, and runs the Lin group very well. He is proud and smart. However, smart people are often confident, full of desire for exploration and strong curiosity. The decline of the Lin group also started when Lin Yoji became obsessed with a plan. Xiao Yuan had a hunch in his heart and said, "Is the plan you are talking about the one that appeared in the scroll?" Wu Zhou shook his head and said, "Kong Wei and I were middle-level managers of the Lin group at the time, and didn't have much contact. Inside the Lin group, the project that Lin Yoji participated in was called Nirvana. Lin Yoji firmly believed that the success of the Nirvana plan would enable mankind to enter a new stage, and even break through the boundary of death. Lin has extremely advanced research in the fields of biological science and life science. 2 of its 3 top research institutes are engaged in research on the combination of biology and machinery. However, under the scientific research conditions at the time, it was impossible to solve the mutual rejection reaction between the human body and machinery. If Lin was given time, they would definitely be able to develop a drug to eliminate the rejection reaction. Unfortunately, no one could predict what happened next. Wu Zhou lit a cigarette. He had not smoked for many years, and could not see the emotions on his face in the smoke. Lin Yoji had the closest relationship with Wu Zhou among the people who joined Lin later. The two had similar ideas and personalities. Wu Zhou still remembers what Lin Yoji suddenly said to him one day after he participated in the Nirvana project. He was emotional and excited, unlike his usual calm self. Lin Yoji said the most, "We may change the world." One rainy night after that, Lin Yoji suddenly visited the Wu family. Wu Zhou recalled that night, and held her forehead. "If I had known it would happen, I should have stopped him, and would never let him leave." Lin Yoji had fear in his eyes that night, and he was completely different from the past. He said a lot of strange things: "Humanity disaster, I will end the disaster I started, time is running out." Wu Zhou found that something was wrong, but Lin Yoji refused to say anything. He finally told Wu Zhou to take good care of his wife, children and father, and left in a hurry. A cigarette burned out, and Wu Zhou even forgot to flick off the ash. His voice was a little hoarse, and he murmured, "That was the last time I saw Brother Lin. It has been 22 years now." Li Zhen was puzzled and asked, "Uncle Wu, how did the Lin family disappear in Yanjing after being so powerful for a while?" "Not only did they disappear, they didn't even leave a trace." Wu Zhou shook his head and said, "Brother Lin disappeared, and Mr. Lin fell ill in a hurry, and passed away soon after." His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said, "There is a traitor in the Lin group, who joined forces with outsiders to dismember and hollow out the group. One of them is the current Kong Wei." Ah, Xiao Yuan was secretly surprised. This Kong Wei looked so powerful, but he didn't expect that he was a traitor. The Lin group fell apart. 50% of the companies were annexed by the Zhou family, and Kong Wei annexed 30%. The remaining 20% was transferred to the widow and daughter of Lin Yoji under the efforts of Wu Zhou and the old members of the Lin family. Lin Yoji's eldest son Lin Chu disappeared in the chaos, and his whereabouts are still unknown. With the help of Wu Zhou, his wife and daughter settled abroad, and had no worries about food and clothing. The once prosperous Lin group also withdrew from the Yanjing stage with the disintegration of the group. Now few people still remember them. Li Zhen frowned and said, "Isn't was the current Humming group?" "Yes." Wu Zhou sighed and said, "What Brother Lin said many years ago, I now understand a little bit." Lin Yoji, Ren Jichen and others worked together on the Nirvana project. According to the scroll Xiao Yuan saw, they should have triggered the seal and opened the way for the Night Demon to enter the human world. Although it is unknown why the Night Demon did not break out 22 years ago, it is certain that Lin Yoji must have made some kind of sacrifice in the whole thing, rather than the accidental death announced by the project team. Just as they finished talking, Wu Mushi's footsteps came from outside. When she came back, she was holding a copy of the Analects in her hand. Wu Zhou opened the Analects, took out a photo from it, and said, "The third person you are looking for should be him, right?" Chapter 388. The photo is slightly yellowed. It should be kept for a long time. The 3 people in the photo are smiling. The one in the middle is Lin Yoji, the one on his left is Ren Jichen, and the one on the right is exactly the same as the one Xiao Yuan saw. He said with surprise, "Yes, it's him." Li Zhen's face changed. "Uncle Wu, this person is Zui Yang?" The portrait is different from the photo. The facial features of the person in the photo are clear, and he can still recognize him at a glance even after more than 20 years. Zui Yang, the current helmsman of Zui Group, Hongming Group, actually participated in the Nirvana plan of that year. Xiao Yuan felt that he had touched the most crucial part of the whole thing. The raw materials of the Mingyin knife came from Hongming Group. Hongming Group cooperated with the think tank of Country A and the military of Country A. By selling the raw materials of Mingyin, the annual income was an astronomical figure. Of course, Xiao Yuan didn't care how much money they made. What he cared about was where the Tiangong workshop that tempered the Mingyin weapons went after the demise of Lihua country. Is there any connection between the Zhou family's ability to export Mingyin materials and Tiangong workshop? An urge to find out kept coming to his mind, and reason told him that he had to deal with it calmly. Hongming Group has a complex relationship in Country A, and you must be extremely careful if you want to explore their secrets. Wu Zhou secretly investigated the traces of what happened 22 years ago, but the whole thing was covered up almost perfectly, and very little information could be found. With the clues here, Xiao Yuan and Li Zhen had to start with Ren Jichen. After dinner, Li Zhen stayed at Wu's house to reminisce about the past, while Xiao Yuan left first to prepare for the trip to Daninghai. There was progress, and he had to go back first. The Wu family mansion was almost unchanged from Li Zhen's memory, and he stood by the fountain in a daze. Wu Mushi tiptoed and quietly walked behind Li Zhen, spreading her 5 fingers and grabbing his shoulder. "Ah!" Wu Mushi screamed in surprise, staring at Li Zhen, who suddenly turned around with wide eyes. "You scared me to death." As she said that, she raised her fist and gently hit Li Zhen's shoulder. Li Zhen did not dodge, and after a few painless hits, he held her hand. "Mushi, I am very scared." "Hmm?" Wu Mushi raised her head and looked at him gently with her beautiful eyes. "This doesn't sound like what our Li Junjun said. I learned that the hospital was attacked, and I immediately dispatched reinforcements. I was worried. Are you worried that something might happen to me? With Wu Jiao here, I'd be fine." Wu Mushi raised her finger and touched Li Zhen's brow, smoothing his frown. "The battlefield is dangerous and Wu Jiao is still far away," Li Zhen said half-jokingly. "Brother Wu Jiao will fight you to the death when he hears this. Brother Zhen, I have something to tell you." The smile on Wu Mushi's face faded a lot, revealing shyness. "What's the matter?" Li Zhen didn't react for a moment. "You?" Wu Mushi frowned slightly and grabbed his ear angrily. "Have you forgotten what you said before the expedition?" "I said I will visit Uncle Wu after the Northwest War. I have already visited him. Brother Zhen is really a big head. Don't you understand what my father means?" "What does Uncle Wu mean?" "He means..." Wu Mushi looked around quietly and whispered in Li Zhen's ear on tiptoe. "Engagement?" Li Zhen was dumbfounded and couldn't believe his ears. "What? You don't want to?" Wu Mushi's face turned cold, pretending to be angry. "How could that be?" "I just didn't know what to say for a moment." Li Zhen hugged Wu Mushi's waist, and he had never felt so happy as he did now. "Don't be complacent yet. If you don't follow the proper etiquette, you may not agree." Wu Mushi winked playfully, kissed Li Zhen lightly on the face, and then fled like a deer, covering her face. Her voice could still be heard from afar. "You can ask Wu Bo about etiquette." Li Zhen stood there blankly, and for a while, he put his hand on his cheek, smiling like a child in the sun. In the corner of the garden, Wu Mai leaned against the wall. A haze flashed across his almond-shaped eyes, and his voice was low. "How far can you go if you don't know your own abilities?" When Xiao Yuan returned to the military hospital, he was almost scared. Sun Wan's ward was spacious, but it seemed very crowded at this time. Xiao He and Lord Yugo were running back and forth. Xiao Zheng was sitting next to Sun Wan, peeling an apple while Li Ming was talking to 2 people. When Xiao Yuan saw the 2 people, he was stunned for a moment and spoke first. "Zhou Fangwei? Why are you here?" Zhou Fangwei was wearing a white dress, light makeup and long hair, and she looked elegant. Behind her, a young man in his 20s was wearing a straight suit, and his hair was combed to a shiny finish. He had a handsome face and a straight posture, giving people a clean and neat feeling. He smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am Zhou Chaochuan, and my lady and I came together to discuss the sea with the Silver Wing Army." Xiao Yuan glanced at the young man and Zhou Fangwei, feeling somewhat puzzled. He asked Li Ming to use the Silver Wings Corps to prepare for the event. So how did he find Zhou Fangwei? Xiao Yuan grabbed Xiao He, who was still running around, and threw him to Xiao Zheng, who was eating an apple. Let's go out and talk. We need to be quiet here. Military hospital, reception room on the top floor. Zhou Fengwei looked very bad, exhausted and pale. Xiao Yuan and Zhou Fengwei exchanged pleasantries for a while, and figured out why they came here. Zhou Shen, the helmsman of Zhou Group, has deep entanglements with the military of Country A. After Zhou Jinli's, Zhou Fengwei, father disappeared while participating in an ocean exploration team, Zhou Shen sent several people to search for him, but all failed. When Xiao Yuan was preparing for a voyage to the Daming Sea, Zhou Shen found out through his military connections. The youth makeup developed by the Zhou and Kong families, and the time makeup developed by the Liang family and Zhu's technology are popular all over the world. The Zhou family is strong and powerful, and they are also the leading domestic company in the ocean exploration industry. The Silver Wing Army weighed the options, and chose to cooperate with the military. Mr. Xiao Yuan, here are the terms of cooperation we have drafted. Please take a look first. Zhou Chaoyuan handed over a document. Miss Zhou, do you want to go to sea with us? Xiao Yuan frowned and patiently reminded, it is very dangerous to go to sea. Do you want to reconsider? I have been thinking about it for a long time. Zhou Fengyue's weak face showed determination. I must go to sea this time. Mr. Xiao Yuan, I think you also know about my third uncle, right? I know a little bit. The old man has always been concerned about the whereabouts of the third uncle. He has found out that they stayed near the Devil's Triangle. Zhou Chechuan was keenly aware of Xiao Yuan's emotions. Fang Yi wants to find her father in person, and has been approved by the old man. I hope you can understand the feelings of a daughter. Understand. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he refuse when someone said so much? The basic framework is fine, but I want to get rid of you too. Mr. Xiao Yuan, please speak. Give me all the records and related information of Mr. Zhou Jinli at sea. That's no problem. I send someone to deliver it to you in the evening. Zhou Chechuan agreed readily. Chapter 389. Yanjing, Military Hospital. Zhou Fengwei looked very bad, and her face turned as white as a piece of paper after Xiao Yuan finalized the plan. Xiao Yuan asked calmly, Miss Zhou, are you okay? Zhou Fengwei shook her head and forced a smile. It's okay. Please notify me immediately after the time to go to sea is determined. Listening to her weak voice, Xiao Yuan was 100% sure that the girl was injured. Zhou Fengwei was quite loved by Mr. Zhou Shen. How could she be injured for no reason? Zhou Fengwei saw him hesitate to speak, so she stood up and bowed slightly. I will rely on you for everything related to the sea trip, thank you. After saying that, Zhou Fengwei wanted to turn around and leave, but suddenly she felt dizzy. Zhou Chaoyuan seemed to know her condition, and supported her body. Zhou Fengyue's coma made Zhou Chaoyuan panic. When everyone worked together to send Zhou Fengwei to the emergency room, Xiao Yuan saw that there was actually red blood oozing from her skirt. Outside the emergency room, Zhou Chaoyuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He glanced at the emergency room for a while, and then kept pacing, without any calmness from before. Xiao Yuan saw his performance and said, Mr. Zhou, don't you think you should explain it to me? Zhou Fengwei will join the exploration team, but her current physical condition, if she can't recover within a month, let alone go out to sea, it will be a problem. Zhou Chaoyuan understood what Xiao Yuan meant, and he looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Ahem. Li Ming saw this and helped, saying, Mr. Zhou, Xiao Yuan is the captain of the exploration team. You'd better tell him the truth, otherwise the cooperation between the exploration team and Zhou Mei. Her meaning was clear. There were many financial groups in Country A, and even in Blue Star that wanted to provide manpower and support for the Silver Wing Corps' sea expedition. If Zhou was not honest, Xiao Yuan could object at any time. Zhou Chuan's forehead was covered with sweat. He said with difficulty, I can tell you, but please keep it a secret. Xiao Yuan and Li Ming looked at each other, and nodded at the same time. Zhou Chaoyuan seemed to have been drained of his strength. He slowly walked to the bench, sat down and lowered his head. Yes. It's Master Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, as far as I know, Zhou Yi and Zhou Fengwei are cousins, right? Zhou Chaoyuan smiled bitterly and asked, so what? The youth beauty jointly launched by Zhou and Kang's family, which was led by Zhou Yi, quickly became popular all over the world. The profit of the beauty business is an astronomical figure every day, and Zhou Yi's fortune has risen accordingly. Zhou Yi made friends with Kong Zihuang and conceded himself to be on the Kong family's thigh. In the Zhou family, Zhou Yi turned over a new leaf, and even Zhou Shen's attitude towards him changed. The depressed mood of more than 10 years is quietly changing, but Zhou Yi is very smart, and he cleverly hides his ambition and arrogance. Zhou Yi knows the old man's preferences very well, and he never likes people who are too flamboyant and disobedient. People who have been suppressed for a long time always need to vent, and Zhou Fangwei just became one of his targets. It is difficult for others to understand Zhou Yi's psychology. It seems that torturing and humiliating the little princess in the family brings him an indescribable pleasure. From the initial verbal sarcasm to the later fists and feet, Zhou Yi is very smart and cunning. He would never let outsiders know that Zhou Fangwei was injured. He was sure that Zhou Fangwei would never report him in order to protect her mother. He became more and more aggressive, and finally injured Zhou Fangwei in the latest torture. Xiao Yuan didn't say anything after listening to it. Li Ming couldn't stand it first. She slapped her thigh and said angrily, "Beast. Zhou Yi is simply a beast. He actually bullied my cousin. Is he a human being?" As she said that, she slapped her legs twice again, and the sound was so loud that it could be heard in the corridor. Xiao Yuan pulled her hand away expressionlessly. "Pat yourself, not mine." He thought for a while and said, "Is Zhou Yi really that scary? Why does she not dare to tell Grandpa about this?" In Xiao Yuan's memory, Zhou Yi is not a vicious person except for being handsome and having some tricks, right? Zhou Chaochuan covered his cheek and said, "You don't understand. Fangwei is very scared, afraid of losing her mother. Zhou Fangwei, who has lived in a honeypot since childhood, has a life that has changed dramatically after her father disappeared. The indifference and malice of human nature, the calculations and filthiness among relatives made her feel strange and frightened. After losing her father, she began to lack a sense of security. Her mother and grandfather were her only support and warmth in the world. She did not dare to take risks, and did not dare to gamble with her mother's safety. Zhou Yi was not as simple as he looked. He was independent of the Zhou family, and had a lot of power in his hands. Zhou Fangwei believed that he might do something to hurt her mother when he was desperate. As a woman, Li Ming sympathized with Zhou Fangwei's experience and never stopped criticizing Zhou Yi. Xiao Yuan waved his hand at her, signaling her to be quiet for a while. "Mr. Zhou, how about this? Let her stay in our military hospital to recuperate first. If she still wants to go to Daminghai after she recovers, I have absolutely no objection." Okay. Zhou Chaochuan seemed very happy, and hurriedly shook Xiao Yuan's hand to express his gratitude. "Zhou Chaochuan, when can you make a decision for my sister?" Xiao Yuan's eyes moved and saw a man coming from the other side of the corridor. He was wearing an expensive and straight suit, and his gestures were more like a successful person than before. He was wearing a black windbreaker, and he looked slim and well-proportioned. Two burly men followed him. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "Zhou Yi. Tokyo, Bianliang City." Ren Chanfeng lit the incense stick and inserted it into the incense burner, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. In the Ren family ancestral hall, the long-burning lamp emitted a faint light. He knelt on the ground and said, "The ancestors of the whole family, the descendants of Ren Chanfeng, have lived overseas for a long time, and have never served incense. I am ashamed and hope that the ancestors will forgive me." After he finished speaking, he stood up, picked up the prepared rag and clean water, and wiped the ancestral hall. Outside the door, Ren Zhichen walked over slowly. He stood at the door and saw Ren Chanfeng's appearance, and said, "The ancestors will not blame you. There is no need to do this." Ren Chanfeng was in his early 40s, and he had the demeanor of his father when he was young. Hearing Ren Zhichen's words, Ren Chanfeng kept moving his hands. "The ancestors don't blame me, but I feel guilty and can't sleep or eat well." Ren Chanfeng's words fell into Ren Zhichen's ears, and the old man's expression froze. He sighed and said, "Go see your mother later." Ren Chanfeng stopped moving his hands. His face was as gloomy as the dark clouds before the rain. "Mother? Are you sure that's still my mother? Chanfeng, I know you resent me and hate me, but I can't do anything about what happened back then. Don't say anything more." Ren Chanfeng threw the rag to the ground, his expression excited. "Who made her half dead now? You said you could cure her and give her eternal life, but what happened? She's worse off than dead now. Is this the eternal life you said? Chanfeng." Ren Zhichen looked at Ren Chanfeng's back as he left, as if he had aged a few years in an instant, and his straight back bent down inadvertently. Chapter 390. Buzz, the metal door in front of Ren Chanfeng slowly opened, and he walked in expressionlessly. The corridor was long, and the coldness of metal was everywhere. At the end of the corridor, the iris scan and fingerprint scan were completed. Ren Chanfeng entered the innermost room, a room he wanted to come to but didn't dare to come to. Beep, beep, beep. The life detection equipment in the room made regular sounds, recording the life status of the woman on the bed. The woman was very beautiful, her skin was like white milk, and her facial features were gentle and delicate. Ren Chengfeng's eyebrows and eyes are very similar to the woman's, just like a father and daughter. The woman is about 27 or 28 years old, while Ren Chengfeng is already middle-aged. Long-term mental work has made Ren Chengfeng's temples gray and a bit old. Her body is covered with a layer of glass cover, which surrounds her like a sleeping beauty. Ren Chengfeng's steps are slow, and his fingers hesitated in the air, but still fell on the glass cover. His voice was a little choked, and he said, "I'm back, Mom." The sleeping woman did not respond. She was still in deep sleep, and could not feel any sound from the outside world. Ren Chengfeng's eyes were filled with tears. She was his mother. She should have died of cancer more than 20 years ago, but she suddenly rejuvenated and survived in a state of living dead. She did not need to eat, and did not need basic human metabolism. In her hands was half a jade pendant, crystal clear and emitting soft light. Ren Chengfeng just looked at his mother for a long time without moving. Zhou Yi's footsteps finally stood in front of Xiao Yuan, and the leather shoes on his feet were creaking under his steps, as if he was showing off something. Zhou Yi. Zhou Chuchuan didn't expect Zhou Yi to be here, and seemed a little flustered. "What? Didn't you expect me to come here? My dear sister is sick, of course, I have to take her back for treatment." "No." Zhou Chuchuan refused. "Fang Yu will stay in the military hospital until she recovers." Snap. A sudden slap, Zhou Yi hit quickly and hard. "Who are you?" A dog picked up by Uncle San and raised. "Dare you meddle in the affairs of my Zhou family?" Zhou Yi's eyes were sinister, staring at Zhou Chuchuan. "No matter what, Fang Wei will never be taken away by you." Zhou Chuchuan covered his swollen cheeks, his voice still firm. "Haha, just you?" "Zhou Yi." Xiao Yuan reached out and grabbed Zhou Chuchuan's arm, fearing that the other half of his face would also swell up. "This is a military hospital, please respect yourself." "Haha, Xiao Yuan, why do you always like to meddle in other people's business?" Zhou Yi moved his eyes to Xiao Yuan. "After so long, you still dress so poorly?" Xiao Yuan was dressed in black clothes, black pants, a black jacket, and a pair of sneakers, and looked no different from an ordinary college student. Li Ming, who was standing by, was furious after learning what Zhou Yi had done. She could no longer suppress her anger. "Zhou Yi, don't think we don't know what you did." Fang Yu. Li Ming wanted to continue, but was stopped by Xiao Yuan. "Zhou Yi, we are old acquaintances. Let's get straight to the point. Zhou Fang Yu will go to Daminghai with me next month." "So?" Zhou Yi's face became more gloomy. "So from now on, she will stay in the hospital until she recovers." Zhou Yi looked at Xiao Yuan for a full minute, then the haze on his face dissipated and he laughed. His laughter was harsh, starting with a small laugh and slowly getting louder and louder. He laughed until tears came out, as if he had heard something the funniest. Li Ming stood behind Xiao Yuan, and the crazy temperament emanating from Zhou Yi made her feel cold from the bottom of her heart. "He's crazy." Such a thought suddenly popped up in Li Ming's mind. "Xiao Yuan, the most important thing for a person is to know himself." Zhou Yi finally stopped laughing and waved his hand. "Come on." The two burly men behind him were wearing black suits and sunglasses, and looked like masters in blockbuster movies. Xiao Yuan pulled Zhou Chuchuan, who was standing there in a daze, behind him with one hand, and caught the big man's attack with the other hand. Bang! The two fists collided, making a heavy muffled sound. Xiao Yuan was fine, but the big man took 2 steps back with an incredible look on his face. The other man passed his companion and attacked Xiao Yuan. After seeing Xiao Yuan's physical strength, the big man was secretly alert. When one of his hands stretched out from behind, it suddenly turned black and had a metallic luster. It looked like he was wearing a pair of metal gloves. Xiao Yuan changed his fist into a palm at the moment of the collision and grabbed the big man's fist. The big man's strength was about 3 times that of an ordinary adult. He laughed grimly during the stalemate with Xiao Yuan. Crack! An arc of electricity was released from the black boxing gloves and hit Xiao Yuan's palm. The numbness spread to his whole body in an instant. Xiao Yuan frowned. Using strong current in public? The big man thought Xiao Yuan was unable to move because of the electric shock, so he hit him hard on the bridge of his nose with his other fist. Just when he thought Xiao Yuan would fall to the ground with blood gushing out of his nose and mouth, Xiao Yuan's hand suddenly shook. Ah! The big man screamed, and the metal boxing gloves were deformed by him, and the conduction of the current also stopped. Xiao Yuan used his arm to throw the big man out, hitting another person and Zhou Yi. The three of them rolled into a ball, looking very embarrassed. Xiao Yuan clapped his hands and said, I said, Zhou Fengwei will live here forever. As for what you did, I don't have the time to care. It's best for each other to be at peace. Zhou Yi stared at Xiao Yuan, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The two people around him were bodyguards he asked for from the Kong family. They were very skilled, and were the best among the best. With the boxing gloves developed by the Kong family, they were quite powerful. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuan's body could resist the electric current and easily defeated the two people. Zhou Yi pointed at Xiao Yuan and said, Xiao Yuan, I remember what happened today. After that, he limped away with the two bodyguards. Li Ming poked his head out from behind Xiao Yuan and patted his shoulder. Okay, Xiao Yuan, this kind of scum should be taught a lesson. Ouch, be gentle. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but scream. His entire right arm twitched in pain after she slapped him. Are you okay? It's okay, just move it around. Xiao Yuan slowly moved his arm and said, the electric current just now is not a joke. Your small body would probably be half buried in the ground if it was hit. Go to hell. Li Ming hit him, and looked at Zhou Chaochuan, whose face was completely swollen. Mr. Zhou, how are you? I'm fine. Zhou Chaochuan covered his face and smiled bitterly. If I had known, I would have gone to the police academy. Studying economics is useless. In the evening, in Zhou Fengyue's ward. Zhou Fengyue's condition has stabilized, and her wounds have been treated. Her face was pale, and she leaned weakly on the bed, with a gloomy expression. Xiao Yuan stood by the window, and watched Zhou Chaochuan feed Zhou Fengyue mouthful by mouthful, and suddenly became interested in his identity. He whispered, Mr. Zhou, why do you want to go to sea with us? Zhou Chaochuan blew the porridge in the spoon, and fed it to Zhou Fengyue. I'm worried about Fengyue going out to sea alone. I'm worried. Xiao Yuan looked at him with a weak appearance, not knowing whether to sigh at his bravery, or say that he was overestimating his own abilities. Zhou Fengyue's face regained a little blush. She shook her head and said, Brother Chaochuan, you stay here. Zhou Chaochuan said firmly, Don't worry, I have arranged everything, even if I can't come back, the industry under my third uncle will be managed by professional managers, and my aunt will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Chapter 391. Ahem. The ambiguous atmosphere lingered in the room, and Xiao Yuan and Li Ming felt like they were being used as light bulbs. Li Ming endured for a long time, and finally asked, Mr. Zhou, may I ask what is your relationship with the Zhou family? Zhou Chaochuan's surname is Zhou, and he is very familiar with the Zhou family, but from what Zhou Yi said, he was picked up by someone else? Zhou Chaochuan did not have any unhappiness, and seemed very calm. He wiped the corners of Zhou Fengyue's mouth and said, I grew up in an orphanage when I was a child, and my third uncle adopted me and raised me. No wonder Zhou Yi treated Zhou Chaochuan badly, not caring about his face at all, and the slap was loud and decisive. Xiao Yuan had a very good impression of Zhou Chaochuan. Although he was weak, he had backbone and courage. Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, Zhou Yi should not come to cause trouble again in the short term, but you should be careful when you go out. Zhou Yi didn't dare to be too presumptuous in the hospital, but he couldn't say what he would say outside the hospital. After chatting for a while, Zhou Fengyue looked more and more tired. Seeing Zhou Fengyue looking drowsy, Li Ming said, Miss Zhou is fine now, we leave first. After that, she took Xiao Yuan's hand and hurriedly left the room. After walking a long way, Li Ming let out a long sigh and sighed, It's so sinful, he. Her laughter made Xiao Yuan feel creepy, wondering what this girl was going crazy for. Xiao Yuan patted her and asked seriously, What are you doing? Have you become stupid because of Zhou Yi? Li Ming was a little dissatisfied with Xiao Yuan's sudden interruption and said, You are stupid. Li Ming looked like she had never seen the world. Did you see it just now? What did you see? In the ward, Mr. Zhou took care of his sister so tenderly and thoughtfully. Huh? Xiao Yuan looked at her strangely. What do you want to say? Forbidden love. Li Ming stomped her feet excitedly in the elevator like a little girl. The love between the brother and sister is not understood by the world. In the end, they both died for love and turned into butterflies. Stop! Xiao Yuan pressed the elevator button and said, Are you filming Liang Zhu? Besides, they are not siblings. You country bumpkin, I have read so many novels, and finally met someone in real life. How can I not be excited? Excited as I am, can you pinch your arm? Oh! Sorry, I didn't notice. The two of them walked out of the elevator while arguing and walked outside. Beihai Park, Yanjing. In a park a few kilometers away from the military hospital, at the same time, A girl was nervously clenching her fingers. She was wearing a yellow dress. Her skin was so smooth, and she looked young and beautiful with light makeup. She was very nervous because the person standing opposite her was her fiancé whom she had only met twice. "You're here." She hesitated and spoke first. "I'm sorry. I rushed here after finishing training at the training base, and I'm late." 3 minutes. Zwishu was wearing a military uniform. Although it was not the uniform worn in actual combat, it was still straight and neat and heroic. After the Northwest War ended, Zwishu made great contributions and successfully gained a foothold in the Northwest Army. In the war, who cannot support the generals who dared to lead the troops? After returning to Yanjing, Zwishu and Li Jun were in charge of the training of the new army, and they were so busy that they were running around. After this battle, the Parliament of Country A and the Federal Command Center further realized the importance of the new army. In the Battle of the Northwest, if Hangjin City was lost and the Night Demons broke into the heart of the Central Plains, Yanjing would be lost with the newly established Great Wall Corps. The training of the new army has become the norm, and further expansion of the army is also in the plan. The 4 major legions, Silver Wing, Storm, Northwest, and Great Wall, each have 15,000 people, plus logistics personnel, about 2,000 people. If the new army is expanded again, the funds and material resources required will not be mobilized overnight. "I heard that you were injured in the abyss, are you? Are you okay?" "Some burns, nothing." Zwishu smiled and asked, "Why did you meet here today?" "Oh." Huang Wanwan suddenly remembered something. "My friend said that the lanterns in Beihai Park are very beautiful." "Lanterns? There are still lanterns in this season?" "Of course, they are not far ahead." Zwishu and Huang Wanwan walked side by side, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The voices of people coming to play in the distance also made Zwishu's heart gradually calm down. "Wanwan, can I call you that?" "Ah?" Huang Wanwan was obviously worried, and said after realizing it, "Of course. You asked me to come here to talk about our engagement, right?" Time was tight in the army, so I might have said something impatient. "It's okay, you had a mission at that time." Huang Wanwan could fully understand Zwishu after she knew where he was going. "I said we could talk after the mission was over. This engagement was made without our knowledge, so..." Zwishu stretched his muscles and said, "If you want to end the engagement, I can talk to my father and Uncle Huang." With Zwishu's current status, holding the power of the Northwest Army, his father Zhui Yang would not refuse his request. As for Huang Wanwan's father, even if he was unwilling, could he still lose face for the Zhou family? Huang Wanwan felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart, a little sour and sad. It should have been a happy thing, but why was there no happy emotion at all? She lowered her head and did not speak. Zwishu's mouth corner slightly raised, and he suddenly turned around and looked at her with a sincere smile. "But if you..." What's wrong with me?" Huang Wanwan's breathing became a little rapid, and her cheeks became hot under his gaze. "If you don't want to give up, I think we can give it a try. Try to like each other, try to love someone." Zwishu smiled a little embarrassedly. "This is the first time I've ever been in love." "First time?" Huang Wanwan covered her mouth in surprise. "Have you never been in love before?" Born in the Zhou family, Zwishu is a young man born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but he has never been in love. Zwishu saw Huang Wanwan's little expression and slowly approached her, with a strong and warm breath on his body. "I am telling the truth. From childhood to adulthood, I have either been studying or training, and I have never had time to fall in love." Huang Wanwan's face became more and more rosy. "I believe you. So what's your answer?" Zwishu blinked and waited for Huang Wanwan's answer seriously. "I think we can try to love each other." As soon as Huang Wanwan finished speaking, Zwishu's lips came close to hers, making her mind blurry with a bang. Zwishu's movements were unfamiliar and clumsy, but warm and sincere. Huang Wanwan was confused, with only one thought in her mind. He really didn't lie to me. The lanterns not far away lit up, illuminating the darkness. The two people embraced each other under the lanterns. Huang Wanwan and Zwishu's marriage, which was originally arranged by their parents, planted the seeds of staying together here. Chapter 392. Leaving the Fire Country, Ningyuan Marquis Mansion. Gu Chanfeng walked into the backyard with a slightly shaky step under the support of Shirtu, leaving the noisy banquet behind. After he left everyone's sight, Gu Chanfeng straightened up and breathed a sigh of relief. "I can't tell on weekdays that these civil servants are so big drinkers. Your Highness can't stand it." Hee. Shirtu laughed and said, "My lord is smart, otherwise when can you leave? Have you also learned the tricks of smooth talk? Tell the truth, tell the truth." Gu Chanfeng and Shi walked through several corridors, and finally arrived in front of a courtyard. In Refugiu, 2 maids were guarding the main door on both sides. When Shi Ke and Bai Ling saw Gu Chanfeng coming in, they hurriedly saluted. Marquis. Gu Chanfeng made a gesture to silence and asked in a low voice, "Did your girl give any instructions?" Bai Ling had been following for a short time, and after hearing it, she hurriedly replied, "To answer the Marquis, the girl has never spoken." Gu Changfeng's handsome face slightly stiffened, and he was about to speak. Shi Ke quietly tugged at Bai Ling's sleeve and whispered, "My lord, the girl asked us for food, saying—" "What did she say?" Shi Ke smiled and said, "The girl said she was a little hungry and wanted to eat Qibao Lei Cha, soft cheese, and osmanthus cake." "Uh-huh." Gu Chanfeng smiled instead of being angry. He waved at Shi with a cheerful expression. "That's what she is." Shi hurriedly handed the big food box in his hand to Gu Chanfeng and watched him enter the house. Bai Ling saw everything and whispered, "Sister Shi Ke, why does the Lord look so happy? It is very rude to let others know that your daughter is hungry and eats secretly when her husband is not in the room." The night before she was married off, the mistress of the house, Sheng Rulan's stepmother, Wang Ruofu, repeatedly told her not to lose her manners and let the Marquis's family look down on her. Shi Ke said with a smile, "You don't understand this. The Marquis is a hero born in a general family, and he never sticks to the customs, right, Shi? Shi smiled innocently and said in a muffled voice, "Sister Shi Ke is right." The Marquis spent a lot of effort to transfer Mr. Sheng from Anzhou back to the capital. Gu Chanfeng didn't hear the 3 people's whispers. He walked slowly into the bridal chamber, feeling that his heart had never been so overwhelmed as it was today, beating fast. The embroidered bed was covered with longans, copper coins, peanuts, and other objects. Sheng Rulan was wearing a green wedding dress and sitting quietly by the bed with a round fan in her hand. Seeing her trembling hands, Gu Chanfeng felt amused and walked up to her to tease her. He lowered his body, pretended to bow, and said, "My wife, I am here to greet you." Sheng Rulan moved slightly and gently pressed his hand with her round fan, and it seemed that she didn't want to see him right away. Gu Chanfeng smiled at his heart and changed his angle. "Madam, why don't you want to see your husband?" Sheng Rulan's eyebrows curved behind the pearls and jade, and just as she was about to move the round fan again, she suddenly smelled a fragrance. Pastries? Her eyes lit up, and she looked behind the round fan quietly. Gu Chanfeng was opening the food box, and there were several exquisite pastries on the top layer, all of which were the flavors she usually liked to eat. Sheng Rulan's eyes were fixed on the food box, but she said, "Who brings a food box into the bridal chamber on the wedding night? If my father knew about this, I don't know how he would punish me." "Tsk." Gu Chanfeng took the round fan from her hand and said, "Now that you have entered my Gu family, my father-in-law really wants to punish you, but I will stop him." Hee. Sheng Rulan's beautiful eyes looked forward to it, and she smiled. "Why didn't you say that when you got married?" Gu Chanfeng put the food box on the chair beside the bed and took out the cakes one by one. He looked at the heavy pearls and hairpins on Sheng Rulan's head and said, "If I said that, my father-in-law would kick me out of the main hall, right?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, trying to take off the ornaments on Sheng Rulan's head. After a clumsy struggle, he finally took off the headdress, and found 2 red marks on the top of Sheng Rulan's forehead. The red marks were symmetrical, as if she had small horns. Gu Chanfeng blew gently with his mouth and said, "Does it hurt here?" Sheng Rulan felt his breath approaching, still a little shy. "It hurt a little at first, but then I couldn't feel it anymore." Osmanthus cake, cherry pancake, crispy pastry, 5-flavor cake. 4 kinds of cakes that Sheng Rulan liked most were placed in front of her. She took the osmanthus cake and took a bite, with a smile on her face like honey. "Is it delicious?" Gu Chanfeng looked at her, and felt happy unconsciously. "Delicious. Madam, what do you think of me?" Hee. Sheng Rulan put the cake to his mouth. "General Gu, why do you say that?" "Madam, I really want to hear your thoughts, and tell the truth. I think my husband is extraordinary and brave, kind and gentle, and most importantly, he brings me delicious food." "What else?" Gu Chanfeng looked at her expectantly, hoping that she would continue. Nothing else?" Gu Chanfeng seemed a little disappointed. He bit a small piece of cake sullenly, and looked very aggrieved. "And the most important thing?" Sheng Rulan gently took his hand, her eyes like water. "My husband is the one I want to stay with for the rest of my life, and we will be together in the next life." Gu Chanfeng's eyes lit up in an instant, and he bit the cake and kissed Sheng Rulan's fingers on his lips. Sheng Rulan blushed with shame, and said coquettishly, A great marquis would do such a lecherous act? Gu Chanfeng smiled and hugged her waist, which was slender, soft and fragrant. The mint scent lingered around him, and he whispered in Sheng Rulan's ear, "My wife, the most important thing tonight has not been done yet. It will be unlucky if it is not done well." Gu Chanfeng lost his mother when he was young, and his father became more strict with him after remarrying. Gu Chanfeng, who had been in Beijing since he was a child, was naughty by nature and had always refused to obey discipline. It was not until the old marquis passed away that he grew up overnight. As the eldest son, Gu Chanfeng inherited the title. After he entered the court, he realized how difficult it was for his father. The Gu family has been a noble family for hundreds of years. The hereditary title was won by the Gu family members fighting on the battlefield with blood and sweat. Shouldering the rise and fall of a family, he began to slowly understand the difficulties and practices of his father. The strict discipline was in the hope that he could become a talent as soon as possible. There were not many people in the Gu family this generation, and even fewer talents. The title of marquis can be inherited forever, but if there is no capable person in the family will decline sooner or later, and even be driven out of the capital. Gu Chanfeng was young and in a high position, but he always lacked a sense of security. He lost his mother at a young age, and his father's love for his son was usually simple and rough, which made him lose an important part of his heart. That sense of security and bond could not be bought with any amount of money until he met Sheng Rulan. As if it was destined, the two of them loved each other. But Gu Chanfeng still had a trace of doubt in his heart. He was afraid that Sheng Rulan did not understand his heart, and how much he cherished her. Fortunately, she understood him. She understood what he wanted in his heart, but he hoped that the two of them could accompany each other for life, holding hands, and growing old together. Chapter 393. The autumn wind was blowing, and it was bleak and slightly chilly. Gu Chanfeng was dressed in military uniform, and he and Sheng Rulan were looking at each other in front of the marquis's mansion. Gu Chanfeng gently held her hand and said, "Go back, it's cold outside and you're pregnant." Sheng Rulan's eyes were bright, as if they contained the Milky Way. Her nose was slightly red, and she shook her head. "It's only been 2 months, the Imperial Hospital said it's fine, but you..." Sheng Rulan's water-green fingers touched his chest, and the cold and hard armor made her feel uneasy. "It's cold in the north. You must take the medicine I prepared for you on time." "Don't worry, my lady, I won't forget. Sure to go back quickly. I watch you here." Sheng Rulan forced a smile. "We wait for you at home." "With you waiting, I will definitely come back." Gu Chanfeng looked at her deeply, and got on the horse. The sound of horse hooves was fast and gradually faded away. The look in Sheng Rulan's eyes dimmed, and tears rolled down her cheeks. A month ago, an urgent report came from the north that a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky at the site of the former Tatar king's city. A black moon hangs in the sky, existing day and night, and strange creatures fly out of it. The creature has 2 wings on its back, and is extremely powerful, like a Shura-yiksha with red eyes, so the court named it the Moon Ghost. The border troops suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Moon Ghosts, and the number of Moon Ghosts has expanded from the original 1,000 to more than 5,000 now. General Zhang has been ill and bedridden since the Tatar campaign, and it fell to Gu Chanfeng and Zhang Yin to lead the troops to the battle. Gu Chanfeng and Sheng Rulan have been married for only half a year, and Sheng Rulan just learned that she is pregnant, so she can't help but have wild thoughts in her mind. Magpie and Bailing persuaded Sheng Rulan to return to the house after a long time. She couldn't help looking in the direction where Gu Chanfeng left. The feeling of uneasiness in her heart had never been as strong as it was today. Boom, boom, boom. The dream stopped at the moment when Sheng Rulan looked back at Chang Street, and Xiao Yuan woke up from his sleep. Beside his ears, the rumbling train was running on the wilderness, reminding Xiao Yuan that he was in modern times instead of Lihua country. Huh. Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked around. "Captain, you're awake." Xian Mao's face suddenly appeared from the side and said, "You've been sleeping since you got on the train. Where are Lulu and the army commander?" "Oh, they are chatting over there, and they are afraid to disturb your rest." "Let's go over and take a look." Xiao Yuan patted Shi Mao's shoulder and walked to the other side of the carriage. Li Jun, Liang Lu, and Xiao Zheng sat at the table, discussing the trip to Bianliang. "Do you think Renjichen will not cooperate with us?" Li Jun stroked the teacup. "Tell me the reason." "I carefully studied the history of the Zeus group, and found something very interesting." Liang Lu clicked on the data file on the computer. "Captain, please see that Zeus Technologies' technological development speed experienced a period of spurt more than 20 years ago. From the time point of view, it does coincide with the time when the seal was triggered." Xiao Yuan walked from the back and said, but this cannot be used as proof. Assuming that the two things are related, Ren Zhichen is one of the beneficiaries of the unlocking of the seal. Will he take the initiative to expose himself? Lulu's analysis makes sense. Li Jin agreed with her point of view. We are visiting Ren Zhichen in a private capacity this time. If he doesn't want to say more, we can't force him to speak. Captain, why don't you apply to the parliament for an investigation? Xian Mao asked curiously. The parliament of Country A has the right to appoint people as investigation commissioners to investigate special affairs in Country A. The power of the investigation commissioner is equivalent to the imperial envoy in ancient times, and his status is superior, and he can report to the parliament at any time. It's not that simple. Li Jin smiled bitterly. Zhu's group is one of the top companies in Country A, and has a close relationship with the parliament. I submitted my application 3 days ago, and there is no news at all. Their attitude can be imagined. However, Elder Wu has arranged a contact person for us, and he will help us carry out our work in Bianliang. Zhu's technology covers a very large scope, involving all aspects of Country A. Ren Zhichen's power is far beyond what a businessman can describe, and Xiao Yuan secretly became more cautious in his heart. This trip to Bianliang may not be as simple as imagined. It was already night when the group checked into the hotel, and the person who was responsible for receiving them was a plain-looking young man, Cui Zhouping. Cui Zhouping is tall and thin, and currently serves as a section chief of the Bianliang branch of the A country parliament. He looks inconspicuous, but his work efficiency is surprisingly good. At 11 o'clock in the evening, he came to the place where everyone was staying with a laptop to discuss matters. After briefly introducing Ren Zhichen's life, Cui Zhouping clicked the computer keyboard. Ding! The projector cast a photo on the wall. It was a family photo. The man was Ren Zhichen. His face was filled with a happy smile. He and his wife were holding hands, and a little boy of 7 or 8 years old stood between them. Please look, everyone. The picture above shows Ren Zhichen's family of 3. The lady's name is Chen Lan, and the child's name is Ren Changfeng. Chief Cui, I heard that Ren Zhichen's wife died more than 20 years ago, right? Liang Lu asked. She didn't understand what Cui Zhou meant by placing this photo. The public information is like this. The public information. Li Jin's heart moved. So what is the reality? In fact, his wife's tomb only contains a cenotaph. Wow, you didn't dig up someone's grave, did you? Xiao Zheng covered her mouth in surprise. No, absolutely not. Cui Zhouping hastily denied. It is illegal to dig graves privately. We learned about it through other channels. Xiao Zheng, stop fooling around. Xiao Yuan waved his hand at her, signaling Cui Zhouping to continue. Ren Zhichen loves his wife deeply. Once his wife's affairs are involved, his emotions and psychological defenses will fluctuate. This is the first point of reliance for you. Secondly, Ren Zhichen's only son has returned from Meidi, and has been living at home recently. I have heard of Ren Changfeng. He is a famous anatomy expert, but he rarely returns to China. That's right. Cui Zhouping followed Li Jin's words and said, Ren Zhichen and his father don't have a good relationship. We may be able to get a new breakthrough from him. The last point is about him, Yu Jing. General Manager Yu? Liang Lu couldn't help but exclaimed, will he know the core secrets of Ren Zhichen? Miss Liang's family has cooperated with Yu Jing, so she should know how powerful he is. Yu Jing and Ren Zhichen look like superiors and subordinates on the surface, but in fact their relationship is somewhat like that of father and son. If Ren Zhichen cannot be a breakthrough, maybe we can start with Yu Jing. Cui Zhouping spoke for an hour and a half before finally getting up to say goodbye. Xiao Yuan picked up the dozen documents he left behind and said with a smile, Chief Cui doesn't look like a civil servant, but more like an intelligence agent. Li Jin also smiled when he heard this and said, the Parliament of Country A is spread all over the country, and the institutions it has established are certainly not as simple as they seem. No matter what Cui Zhouping's identity is, at least his intelligence can help everyone. The visit at noon tomorrow will depend on Ren Zhichen's attitude. If it doesn't go well, they will really have to use all means to try to start with Ren Changfeng and Yu Jing. Chapter 394. When Li Jin, Xiao Yuan, and Liang Lu first arrived at Ren Zhichen's house, they were shocked by the strong technological atmosphere inside. Virtual light curtain, intelligent access, and even the seats after they entered the reception room were carefully selected. The two were received by Ren Zhichen's old butler Chen Bo. He had white hair and beard and a kind face. While inviting the two to sit down and drink tea, he ordered the servants to prepare cakes. After Chen Bo left, Xiao Yuan looked around curiously and said, Brother Jin, I bet you that there are cameras here. Oh, Li Jin smiled and said, I bet you can't find it in 3 minutes. The chips, I treat you to dinner tomorrow night. Xiao Yuan closed his eyes, and the dragon soul between his eyebrows activated. When he opened his eyes again, a layer of light flashed in his eyes, and all the items in the room were magnified to the millimeter. His eyes passed over Li Jun, fell to the ceiling, and to the ground. Xiao Yuan's eyes glowed brighter, and he snapped his fingers to shut down the dragon soul. There is a micro-monitor hidden in the black pattern of the flower pot. Really found it? Li Jun was surprised, but he was prepared. Go and break the vase to verify it, and then I will admit defeat. Xiao Yuan was furious and said, as the leader of an army, are you cheating? Li Jun shook his head seriously. How can a scholar cheating be called cheating? Strategy. Liang Lu was quietly tasting cakes on the side and looked outside. It's been a while. Why hasn't Mr. Ring come yet? The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Xiao Yuan looked at the direction of the monitor, as if he could see through its surface. Wait a minute, today's visit may have some twists and turns. The three of them waited in the reception room for nearly an hour before they heard footsteps outside. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw Uncle Chen walking in with an apologetic look on his face. Oh, I'm really sorry. The group has some urgent matters and the master is busy. How about you come back another day? Oh. Li Jun smiled and nodded. I understand. Let's come back tomorrow. I'm really sorry that you three have come for nothing. Uncle Chen is too polite. We are the ones who bothered Mr. Run. After sending the three away, Uncle Chen walked into a quiet room. In the quiet room, Ren Jichen was sitting on a leather chair flipping through documents, looking very leisurely. The big screen on the wall showed the real situation in the reception room. Master, the three of them have left, which means they will continue to visit tomorrow. Yes. Ren Jichen agreed, frowning and looking uncomfortable. Master, Li Jun is the commander of the Silver Wing Corps. Although he is visiting in a private capacity, will it be rude to ignore him like this? Old Chen, go get my medicine. Okay, sir. Uncle Chen agreed, took out the medicine from the small cabinet in the quiet room, and handed it to Ren Jichen. If they come tomorrow, tell them that I'm sick and won't see guests. After taking the medicine, Ren Jichen breathed a sigh of relief and his face looked much better. What if they come the day after tomorrow? If they come, let's meet. Ren Jichen looked at the wedding ring on his left finger. The experiment has reached a critical part. If I don't give them a so-called answer, they won't give up and leave. I don't want any accidents to happen. When Xiao Yuan and the other two returned to the hotel, Xiaozhang was playing video games with Xinma in the room. Seeing them come back, Xiaozhang was surprised and said, You're back so soon? What did Ren Jichen say? Xiao Yuan and Li Jun didn't say anything. Liang Lu smiled helplessly. He said that the company had something urgent to do. You should go back first. Ah! Xiaozhang and Xinma were stunned. The little girl raised her head and said, A mere mortal is so arrogant. I tear down his house. Xiao Yuan held Xiaozhang and smiled. Calm down. Even if you tear down the house and put him under your big claws, will he speak? Xiaozhang scratched her head, very confused. He has already been defeated by me. Why doesn't he choose to surrender? Is he still a masculine man? Xiao Yuan was helpless about her strange worldview and lay down on the sofa. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. We can go again tomorrow. The next day, afternoon. Xiao Yuan, Li Jun, and Liang Lu came back early as usual. This time, Ren Jichen had a good reason. He was old and sick, so he didn't see guests today. Not to mention that the whole room was echoing with Xiao Jing shouting that she wanted to tear Ren Jichen apart. Xiao Yuan and the others were very sure of one thing. Ren Jichen had a problem. He was deliberately avoiding something, not wanting to tell the envoys from Yanjing, but he was also concerned about their identities and wanted them to give up. How could they know that what Ren Jichen was really concerned about was that they would mess up his important experimental plan? The people in the Silver Wing Corps, especially the veterans of the first period, were all brave and good at fighting. Many of them had awakened their elemental affinity, and were considered super soldiers in the eyes of ordinary people. If he angered them, they would secretly investigate Ren Jichen's residence, and he was afraid that more trouble would occur. After waiting for more than 20 years, he would not allow any risk to exist. Dianliang, Ren Jichen's residence. Xiao Yuan and the other two walked into the reception room with ease, waiting for Ren Jichen's arrival. When Uncle Chen walked in from outside again with a smile, Xiao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. No way. Sorry for waiting for you three. The master happens to have time today. Please follow me. As he said, Uncle Chen led the way in front and led the three people to a pavilion. In the pavilion, an old man in black was brewing tea. After the three of them sat down, Rinjichin raised his head slightly. I was delayed for the past 2 days, please don't blame me. No, Mr. Ren is in charge of Zeus technology, we can understand. Li Jun said politely. That's good. Rinjichin added a piece of charcoal to the small stove, put down the charcoal and changed the subject. Li Jun, the commander of the army, holds an important position, and he can come from Yanjing to Bianliang to find me, a dying person. What's the matter? Old sir, just call me by my name. I don't deserve the title of Corps Commander. Li Jun spoke smoothly and flawlessly. Actually, we came to you today to learn about an old story, from more than 20 years ago. Pa, the charcoal that Rinjichin had just picked up fell on the table. He smiled as he picked up the charcoal. A lot of things happened more than 20 years ago. I wonder which one you are talking about. I want to ask, how did Mr. Lin Yoji of the Lin Group die unexpectedly 22 years ago? Lin Yoji? Rinjichin frowned slightly, as if he hadn't remembered this person for a while. No one has mentioned this name in front of me for a long time. I almost forgot it for a long time, haha. Lin Yoji is related to national affairs. We have found him after many inquiries. I hope the old gentleman can help us solve our doubts. Lin Yoji and Wu Zhou are good friends, but Wu Zhou didn't know who participated in the secret project with him 22 years ago. It was not until 22 years later that Xiao Yuan saw the scene at Chanbai Dragon Cave and brought the whole thing back to everyone's view. Rinjichin was silent for a while, then slowly poured cold water into the kettle to stop the boiling water from boiling. He seemed to be hesitating and thinking. Finally, Rinjichin sighed and said, Lin Yoji, I'm sorry for him. Chapter 395. Rinjichin's words were beyond everyone's expectations. From what he said, he seemed to be very familiar with Lin Yoji. Seeing Rinjichin's sad face, Li Jun said, Old man, how did you and Lin Yoji know each other? Rinjichin looked into the distance and was lost in the meeting. The first time I met him was at a technology expo in Country A. When he was young, Lin Yoji was energetic and had a wide range of friends. Pay attention to cutting-edge scientific research results and technologies, and discover points that can be combined with business and transform them into corporate advantages. This was definitely a unique ability at the time. His vision and decision-making were so accurate that Rinjichin still remembered it vividly even after more than 20 years. Rinjichin's Zeus technology was well known at the time. However, Lin Yoji did not look down on Rinjichin because of the small scale of Zeus technology. Instead, he often introduced business to Rinjichin. Lin Yoji was a dozen years younger than Rinjichin, but the two of them were real friends regardless of age. But everything changed after Lin Yoji came into contact with a mysterious plan. Li Jun and Xiao Yuan looked at each other and asked tentatively, What kind of plan is it? Rinjichin took a deep breath to calm down and said, It is a plan that can change human history. His words always sounded strange to Xiao Yuan. What you call a plan that can change human history? Could it be to open the seal and release the night demon? After many years, Rinjichin still couldn't calm down when the Nirvana plan was mentioned again. In his narration, everyone learned many secrets. The original proposer of the plan was not Lin Yoji and him, but another person. Rinjichin was unwilling to reveal the name of this person, but Xiao Yuan guessed from his description that the person was Zui Yang, the famous helmsman of Hongming Group. According to the mysterious ancient scroll provided by Zui Yang, they discovered a huge underground palace. The level and amount of work involved in this project were too large for Zui Yang's family to complete. In the end, he chose Lin Yoji and several other famous technology companies as partners. During the excavation, they discovered a strange energy. Within the energy radiation range, plants will not wither, and food will not rot. Rinjichin's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had seen the most wonderful thing in the world. When a dying patient is within the energy radiation range, he will not die. He said it with great confidence, and the whole person seemed to be several years younger. We have been researching and excavating day and night, and found the source of energy deep in the underground palace. What is the source of energy? Li Jun asked, his eyes flashing. It's a jade pendant, held in the hands of a man, who sat there wearing a black and gold cloak, like a living person. What happened later? When Li Jun heard him talk about the jade pendant, he was basically sure that what Rinjichin said was true. Later, someone moved the jade pendant recklessly, and something terrible happened. In order to make up for the mistakes we made, Yoji. Rinjichin's eagle eyes were full of tears. He used his life to reseal the door. We owe him. We all owe him. At the end, Rinjichin was so excited that he started to cough, and his face turned red unnaturally. Chen Bo quickly took out the spare medicine and gave it to him. It took him a long time to calm down. It can be seen that Renjichin was very concerned about what happened that year, and it even became a problem for him. Old sir, we want to ask you the last 2 questions. Seeing that Renjichin was in a bad mental state, Li Jin felt bad. Do you know the whereabouts of the jade pendant? And please tell us the old site of the underground palace. The jade pendant is missing, and I don't even know where it went. As for the old palace. Renjichin hesitated and said, outside Yanjing, the underground of Hongming Technology Park No. 3 is the former underground palace. Hongming Group? Li Jin's heart was filled with huge waves, and he couldn't help but confirm again. Are you sure? I'm sure. I will never forget that place. Renjichin answered decisively. Xiao Yuan and the other 2 got the answers they wanted, and said goodbye and left. The huge shock was enough for them to react for a long time. Hongming Group's No. 3 Science Park's main research direction is military manufacturing. The raw materials for the Silver Wings Corps' weapons also all come from the park. The conclusion of linking the 2 together is horrifying. The underground palace is still controlled by Hongming Group. They use the ruins to make silver weapons to gain massive wealth and power. Zui Yang, who stands behind everything, has long known the seal hidden in the ruins. In this life and death struggle between humans and night demons, what role does Zui Yang play? Is he a chess piece among the masses? Or is he a chess player who controls everything in the shadows? I thought the trip to Bianliang would solve the doubts, but I didn't expect that even bigger mysteries would follow. Renjichin's answer was logically clear. Although some details were hidden, the overall direction was consistent with the information Xiao Yuan had. The ruins of Yanjing should be the demon sealing altar set up by the Lihua Kingdom in the core position of the Central Plains. The soul-suppressing jade locked up the night demon for 1,000 years. The Black Moon border emergency report he saw in his dream was very interesting. A black moon appeared in the sky, and it existed both during the day and at night. What was it? Xiao Yuan estimated that the black moon was a black hole that could continuously produce night demons. However, the ancients did not have the concept of black holes, and thought it was a black moon. Lihua country was an ancient dynasty, and the weapons it used to deal with night demons were only cold weapons, but it was still able to defeat them. One reason was that there were not many night demons. Gu Changfeng went to war from the capital, and the number of night demons reported was 5,000 in total. This means that there should not be many seals lifted in the Lihua era, at least not more than 1 seal. After sorting out all the causal relationships, Xiao Yuan and others' target of investigation fell on Hongming Group. Facing this behemoth, Li Jin's suggestion is not to act rashly at present, so as not to alert the enemy. Hongming Group was not large in scale 22 years ago, but now it is the first financial group in Yanjing. The high-level officials of Country A have a very close and complicated relationship with Hongming Group. If you want to move Hongming Group, you must have solid evidence. Xiao Yuan sighed and said, it seems that we can only make a long-term plan after I return from Daminghai. Li Jin patted his shoulder and comforted him. Daminghai is dangerous. I asked my friends in the army to find 2 helpers for you. We will meet them when we return to Yanjing. For the next week, Xiao Yuan stayed quietly at home. During this period, he and Xingziyu went to visit his aunt Wenxiang, but unfortunately they did not see his uncle. Xing Feng's logistics company has expanded in scale. He chose to help the Silver Wing Corps during the most difficult period of the war. He is currently undertaking the logistics business of Sierra City, Ace City, and Chishan City, and is very busy. In the words of Aunt Wen, I am busy all day and full of energy. Grandma Bian and Xiao Shui also moved to the community where Wenxiang lived. They usually took care of each other and lived a good life. After staying in Bianliang for a week, news came from Yanjing, forcing Xiao Yuan and others who had been relaxing for a few days to leave. The first stage of the training of new recruits in Yanjing was over, and Xiao Yuan and others were required to return to Yanjing to be responsible for the assessment of new recruits in various corps. Chapter 396. The windows are clean, and the breeze is gentle. Xiao Yuan changed the orchid on the bedside and massaged Sun Wan's arm. The day when she woke up was getting closer and closer, but Xiao Yuan couldn't stay here to accompany her. Gu Kai, the old sea wolf invited by Li Jin. He traveled back and forth between Daming Sea and Gaoli Sea all year round. When he was young, he traveled to Nanyang and practiced his skills through many life and death experiences. He suggested that Xiao Yuan leave early because Daming Sea would enter a period of frequent wind and waves in about a week. Plans can never keep up with changes, so he packed his bags. Before leaving, Xiao Yuan came to the ward for the last time, and he did everything himself. After the massage, Xiao Yuan gently held her hand in his palm, his voice gentle. Sun Wan, I'm going to Daminghai first this time. You have to get better quickly in Yanjing, okay? Lulu and Ruoling will stay to take care of you. I feel relieved with them. Xiao Zheng insisted on going with us. Do you know, Xiaonuan, brother Li Jun and sister Mu Shi are going to get engaged in a few days. I really envy them. When I come back, let's go to the amusement park in Yanjing together, okay? You always said you wanted to go there. Xiao Yuan kissed Sun Wan's forehead gently when he left, and he felt sad and reluctant to leave. He always felt that something was missing when he was carrying out the mission alone without Sun Wan. Not long after Xiao Yuan left, Sun Wan, who had been lying in bed for more than half a month, suddenly moved her finger slightly. Xiao Yuan, Lin Lang, Qi Ming, Xiao Zheng, Xian Mao, Wang Ruofei, and Peng Fei and Gu Jie, who took the initiative to apply to join the exploration team, formed a new combat team. Assisting them in the battle were 10 elite members of the Silver Wings, led by Chu Xian. In addition, Gu Kai, Zhou Fangwei, Zhou Chaochuan, Zhai Juanhao, and Hai Qing took a plane to the southeast coast to Shanghai City. After the great victory in the northwest, the Silver Wings, who stayed in A City, took advantage of the situation to attack and cleared the night demons remaining in Mount Qi and Shanghai City along the way. There were not many night demons left in the coastal areas, and Shirley transferred most of them to the northwest region in order to break the northwest seal. In the Battle of Hangjin City, on the surface, humans successfully defended and repelled the night demons and Shirley. But what was the reality? The seal was broken, and Shirley's plan was realized step by step. No one knew what she was thinking, not even Wei and Fang Ruru, her servants. Zhai Juanhao, who claimed to be the spokesperson of Mr. Zhoushan. He was wearing a straight pink suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and a big back hair, which made people disgusted no matter how they looked at him. He was not aware of it, and kept bragging about how much contribution he had made to the Zhou family, and how Mr. Zhou liked him. Hai Qing and Zhai Juanhao were about the same age, about 37 or 38 years old. He is one of the 2 helpers that Li Jun found for Xiao Yuan, an experienced old captain with a good reputation in the southeast. He was also very excited to return to his hometown. After the night demon broke out, Shanghai City fell, and he lived a life away from home. Hai Qing has deep facial features, and his face looks very dark due to long-term sunlight exposure. He sat at a table with Xiao Yuan, Gu Kai, and Zhou Fangwei, and carefully studied the information sent by the Zhou family. After reading it, Hai Qing thought and said, Captain Xiao, this time we enter the Devil's Triangle and need to prepare a lot of supplies, especially food. Food? Xiao Yuan was startled and asked, Captain Hai, how much do you think we should prepare? Xiao Yuan and Hai Qing's crew totaled about 40 people, and the amount of food needed every day was not small. He did a quick calculation and said, at least 1.5 months' supply, no less. Xiao Yuan was puzzled and said, do we really need to prepare so much food? In his plan, the small Devil's Triangle would be explored in half a month, so it seemed unnecessary to prepare so much food. Hai Qing grinned and explained, Captain Xiao doesn't understand our livelihood at sea. Prepare more food so that we can turn around if we are trapped. Gu Kai nodded on the side. He wore a bone ring on his right finger. The snow-white bone ring was polished smooth. Stroking the bone ring, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Captain Hai is right. It is always better to be prepared. I have seen real things. After half a month of recuperation, Zhou Fangyue's body has almost recovered and her face has become rosy. She sat next to Xiao Yuan and asked curiously, Uncle Gucai, can you tell us about it? Gucai grinned and showed his yellow teeth, and laughed. When I was in my 20s, I followed the captain through a deserted island, and saw faint smoke coming out of it. He recalled the scene at that time, his eyes shining. Few people usually go on that sea route. We took the risk to deliver the goods in time, and we found people on it. Hai Qing seemed to think of something, and said in a low voice, Then, what happened to the people on it? Hee. Gu Kai showed a strange smile and said, Only 1 man and 1 woman are left of the 12 passengers, and the rest were eaten by them. Ah! Zhou Fangwei exclaimed, her mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in. She subconsciously leaned towards Xiao Yuan beside her and said, How could they do that? Gu Kai shook the bone ring on his hand and said calmly, Little girl, people can do anything in the face of death, let alone eating people? Xiao Yuan didn't show any expression. He asked again, What happened to them later? Were they sent to prison? Gu Kai shook his head and said, The man was sent to a mental hospital, and the woman died of excessive blood loss because she was stabbed too deeply by the man before we arrived. He looked at the bone ring on his hand with fascination, as if he was appreciating a work of art. This bone ring is made of the bones of one of the victims. A chill rushed through Zhou Fengyue's body. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she kept moving closer to Xiao Yuan. Sensing her actions, Xiao Yuan smiled and patted her hands. Miss Zhou, please go to Xiaozhong and the others. It's easier to talk with girls. Zhou Fengyue stood up immediately after hearing this, and walked to the other side. I wanted to hear Gu Kai and Hai Qing's opinions on sailing, but I didn't expect Gu Kai to be a pervert. He thought of making a bone ring with the bones of the dead. Gu Kai looked at her back and smiled. Captain Xiao is kind to women, but he really shouldn't take women to sea. It will only cause trouble. Xiao Yuan shrugged and explained, I can't help what the above means, but I am interested in Mr. Gu's story just now. Oh, Gu Kai looked deep and said, why? Captain Xiao, do you have any doubts about the story? Xiao Yuan smiled slightly and said, I can't say I have doubts, but I think it's too coincidental. Why did the man kill the woman just when you arrived? Gu Kai smiled, and his facial features were a little distorted. Maybe it was his food just now. Xiao Yuan raised his lips and said, maybe, the woman's death was not caused by the man. Gu Kai's smile froze slightly, and he laughed, ha ha ha. Captain Xiao is so humorous. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and laughed, indeed, as long as you sincerely wish us well, the reward will never disappoint you. Xiao Yuan said meaningfully. He saw the look Gu Kai had just given Zhou Fengyue. Desire, killing, torture. If he was given the opportunity to be alone with Zhou Fengyue, Xiao Yuan was sure that he would take action immediately. Gu Kai had a perverse temperament and good ability, but he was a time bomb. Xiao Yuan had to warn him in advance. He definitely didn't want to try to have a fire in the backyard, especially in the deep sea. Chapter 397. At the port of Shanghai City, the sea breeze blew. Looking out, the endless blue sea, seagulls flew across the sky from time to time, chirping. Xiao Yuan was no stranger to the ocean, but it was his first time to go out to sea. He stood on the deck, his eyes swept over the ship from time to time. The ship was very large. It was converted from a former military ship, with all the facilities, divided into 3 floors. The first floor was the area for storing various supplies and weapons, as well as the living area for all the sailors. The second floor is where the Silver Wings and other people live, and the main control room is also here. The basement level is connected to the power room of the ship. The third floor is the weapon platform of the ship, including a cannon, a strong lighting lamp, etc. Gu Kai is an old sea wolf with rich sailing experience. The more so, the more people like him have a deep fear of the ocean. Before going out to sea, they strongly demand to worship Mazu, otherwise they will refuse to go out to sea. Xiao Yuan and Hai Qing can't get rid of him, so they have to follow him. The sea worship of Mazu is an ancient traditional custom in Gongli Village, the hometown of Mazu. Every September 9th is the anniversary of Mazu's sacrifice to rescue shipwrecks. In order to commemorate this goddess of boundless love, the people of Gongli Village would spontaneously gather at the Gongli Ancient Ferry, build the Mazu Shinjo and the seaside altar, and hold a grand sea sacrifice ceremony facing the natural 3 incense sticks. Gu Kai's altar was filled with citrus and apples, which looked much simpler. He muttered something in his mouth with a solemn look. After kneeling down, he took out 3 incense sticks and wanted to light them. Snap! The flame of the lighter went out as soon as it touched the incense sticks, and Gu Kai's face changed. He lit the flame again with a lighter, and this time the flame did not go out. He inserted the incense stick into the incense burner, and Gu Chai bowed respectfully and prayed. Xiao Zheng did not understand the customs of country A, and quietly asked, "What is Uncle Gu Chai doing? Talking to a portrait?" Xiao Yuan motioned her to be silent, and said, "This is the custom of people who rely on the water for their livelihood in the southeast coastal area. The one in the portrait is Mazu." "Mazu?" Xiao Zheng blinked and said, "Is Mazu a god?" "Almost, a god who can save people in distress at sea in legend. Pray for Mazu's blessing, and a safe journey." Gu Kai knelt on the ground and kowtowed devoutly. When he raised his head, something unexpected happened to everyone. The 3 incense sticks broke in the middle, and fell in front of Gu Kai. His skinny face showed a look of fear, and his whole body was trembling. "Mr. Gu, what's going on?" Zhai Juanhao didn't know what happened in the sea, but it was definitely not a good thing for the incense to break before leaving. "This trip is dangerous. Captain Xiao, Captain Hai, I, Gu Kai, started my career at the age of 16 and traveled across the South Seas, and I have never encountered such a thing." He looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. "Mr. Gu, if you have anything to say, just say it, and we will find a solution together," Xiao Yuan said with a smile. "I suggest canceling this operation and choosing an auspicious day to go out to sea again." "Mr. Gu, Didn't you say that the sea in Daming will be more stormy a week later, which is even more unfavorable for going out to sea? Captain Hai, this is a different time. Gukai sighed. 3 incense sticks are broken, which means that Mazu will not protect us. Mr. Gu, you are invited by the Silver Wings to participate in this voyage. We will remember this friendship. We must go out to sea today. The longer we delay, the more accidents will happen to the Night Demon. I think Mr. Gu must understand this principle. Xiao Yuan explained patiently. I understand your concerns, but if there is no risk, how can there be rich rewards? Well, but be careful during the voyage. Gukai reluctantly agreed. Gukai was a perverse person, and he had killed more than 1 or 2 people, but he changed his face because of the breaking of 3 incense sticks. Xiao Yuan later came into contact with many people living on the sea, and then he understood the status and weight of Mazu in their hearts. Gukai agreed to join the expedition team, and the reward offered by the Silver Wing Corps was also tempting enough. Compared with the two, Gukai gritted his teeth and agreed to follow the sailing team to sea. After a small episode, the Chihong set off at the deep-sea shipport and headed towards the vast Daming Sea. Unlike the feeling on land, the occasional floating feeling underfoot makes many people unaccustomed. Gujia patted Pang Fei on the back and scolded him. You didn't even know you were seasick, but you had to come and cause trouble. Ugh! Pang Fei lay on the side of the guardrail, vomiting acid. How did I know I would get seasick, ugh? When Xiao Yuan came over, Pang Fei finally stopped vomiting, and Shi Ming helped him back to the cabin to rest. Is Lao Pang okay? Xiao Yuan looked at Pang Fei's back with a wry smile. It's okay, I get used to it after vomiting. Gu Jie shrugged and changed the subject. Xiao Yuan, where did you find this Gu Kai? What's wrong? Nothing. Just makes me feel uncomfortable. Gu Jie recalled his eyes, and couldn't help but frown. Brother Legion introduced him. His character is not very good, but he does have some tricks in the sea. I hope he won't use his tricks on us. Don't worry. Xiao Yuan shook the 2 nan in his hand. I will keep an eye on him. Do you know about Fang Yu? Fang Yu? Are you talking about Zhou Fang Yu? Xiao Yuan was curious why she suddenly mentioned Zhou Fang Yu. I know something, what's wrong? Have you ever thought about helping her find her father? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and raised the corners of his mouth. Why do you suddenly care about her so much? Answer me first. Gu Jia looked at Xiao Yuan without blinking, waiting for his answer. Yes. Xiao Yuan said frankly, I will try my best to help her within my ability, but I will still put the mission first. Captain Gu, are you satisfied with this answer? Humph. You have some conscience. Gu Jia turned away and looked into the distance. Xiao Yuan, actually, I really hope you can help her find her father. I know. Xiao Yuan could feel her anxiety and concern. I was like her when I was young. My father died of illness when I was young. My mother, and I lived a hard life. Fang Yu was the same. Without her father, she was bullied by Zhou Yi, that bastard. It seems that you have a good relationship. She even told you all this. Xiao Yuan also faced the sea, and the sea breeze blowing on his face was particularly comfortable. Maybe we are in the same boat? Gu Jia smiled bitterly. How confident are you about this operation? About 50%. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile, but his eyes stayed on the sea in the distance. Gu Jia, what's that over there? Xiao Yuan pointed at the waves rolling on the sea in front of him and looked up. Silver-white shadows flew out of the water. They were about 2 or 3 meters long, with the upper jaws of their mouths like sharp swords and the dorsal fins on their backs like sails. Walala. At least hundreds of sailfish rolled up and down. They seemed to be doing some kind of action, circling around a point. At this moment, a huge crab claw appeared from the middle of the swordfish and clamped a swordfish. Crack! The 2-meter-long swordfish was cut in half, and blood spread in the seawater. Crab? Gu Jia looked at the huge crab claw that was at least 2 meters long in surprise, and murmured, There are such big crabs in the world. Chapter 398. The sea was churning, blood was splashing everywhere. The 2 huge crab claws waved, and in a short while, they killed more than a dozen of the besieged swordfish. Hai Qing ran to the deck and said in amazement, Judging from the size of the crab claws, the crab is about 7 or 8 meters long. Gu Kai walked behind and seemed much calmer. Xiao Yuan saw his reaction and asked, Mr. Gu, have you ever seen this kind of crab? Hee. Gu Kai chuckled and said, To be honest, I have seen this kind of crab near the Coral Island in the South China Sea. They are called king crabs by the local natives. The king crab is huge, and its body length can reach 7 or 8 meters after adulthood, and even a few can reach 10 meters. This crab has a violent temperament and will actively attack nearby fish and ships, relying on its shell to be domineering. The natives of the Coral Island have lived there for generations, and after a long period of confrontation, they discover the weaknesses of the king crab. Although they have a body of copper and iron, they are greedy and stupid, and have poor discernment. The local natives usually put the prepared poison in the food and feed it to the king crab, and the king crab vomits while swallowing new food. After repeating this process several times, the internal organs of the king crab will be corroded by the poison, and the king crab will slowly die. The whole body of the king crab is a treasure. The shell can be made into a light and strong armor. In addition to the internal organs, the crab meat is extremely delicious. The most precious part of the king crab is the round shell under its abdomen. The round shell is the size of a palm. After drying, it can be ground into powder and used as medicine. It can be combined with a few herbs to remove years of moisture and cold diseases in the human body. People who are active on the water all year round are inevitably troubled by dampness and diseases. It was fine when he was young, but he suffered so much when he was old that he couldn't even describe it. Hai-Chi nodded secretly after hearing this. Gukai's temper was a little weird, but his knowledge was indeed extraordinary. Seeing the swordfish being defeated by the king crab was excited and chased the escaping swordfish. The direction of the king crab's pursuit was exactly where the hanging was. Seeing this, Hai-Chi waved his hand and shouted, "Be alert!" The sound of hinges and springs rang out, and the sharp weapons arranged on the bow were faintly aimed at the king crab. Slow down. Gukai suddenly stopped everyone's actions and said, "Bring the watermelon I prepared last night." Plop! The king crab killed all the swordfish in a few moves. When it saw the huge monster in front of it, it was not afraid at all. It rushed towards the bow with all its strength. When the watermelon was brought, it was only about 10 meters away from the boat. Gukai's eyes flashed, and he raised the watermelon and shouted, "Beast! Watch this!" The round watermelon fell straight towards the king crab. Strangely enough, the king crab seemed to be attracted by something. It stopped and opened its mouth, swallowing the watermelon. Bang! The king crab hit the bow with its head, shocking everyone on the deck. Xiao Zheng was outspoken, holding the railing and shouting, "Uncle Gukai, your honey watermelon bomb doesn't seem to work." Gukai was a little unsure, thinking that it was wrong. My formula must be correct. He thought in his heart, but said, "Little girl, what do you know? This king crab is strong. Wait for me to throw 2 more." When he threw down 2 watermelons, the hull was hit twice more. Hai-Chi and other crew members looked at Gukai with a strange look in their eyes. "Did you brag for a long time, but you are not capable enough?" After swallowing 3 watermelons, the crab finally couldn't stand it anymore. It tumbled in the sea water twice, and began to vomit. Gukai was delighted and shouted, "Quick! Catch it up alive." The precious shell in the abdomen of the king crab must be removed when it is alive to play its best role, and it is also the most precious. 1 gram of shell powder is more than 100 times more valuable than the same weight of gold. The watermelon eaten by the king crab contained a secret medicine prepared by Gukai. After taking it, it was easily captured and could not use its skills. The others surrounded the king crab not far away, but saw it waving its claws weakly. The weapon that once killed everyone could only shake slightly now. The king crab vomited for a while, and it seemed that there was nothing left to vomit. Its body twitched and trembled. Hai-Chi looked at it strangely and said, "It seems to want to spit out something, but it's stuck." Gukai had a water-dividing knife in his hand at some point, with a cold and sinister dragon pattern carved on it. He walked towards the king crab step by step with the water-dividing knife in his hand, muttering, "Life and death are determined by fate, this is your fate." As he spoke, the water-dividing knife landed on the king crab's shell and slid slowly. The sliding was very rhythmic, and the king crab's struggle slowly stopped, and Gukai muttered something. Swish! He held the water-dividing knife and stabbed the palm-sized shell on the king crab's abdomen. At the same time, the trembling king crab froze. Snap! After spitting out something from its mouth, the king crab seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. It trembled and struggled again. Gukai took off the shell and held it in his palm, saying, "Captain Hai, Captain Xiao, this thing is left to you to cook, whether you cook it or fry it." Hai-Chi did not speak, but Xiao Yuan looked up at the big crab and said with emotion, "It has been alive for who knows how many years. We took the treasure from it. There is no need to hurt it. Why not let it go?" Hai-Chi saw Xiao Yuan looking at him, and said with a smile, "Since Captain Xiao Yuan wants to spare its life, I have no objection." Xiao Yuan gave him a grateful smile and ordered other sailors to let the king crab go. Suddenly, He was stunned when he saw what the king crab vomited on the deck. The deck was covered with acid water from the king crab's belly, and there was something very strange inside. Xiao Yuan picked up the Ming knife and took it out of the acid, and found that there were actually 2 palms inside. To be precise, it was a white bone and a palm. The bones were white, and there was no flesh on them. There was a ring on the ring finger. The bones were tightly held by another hand, even the ring was covered in it. The other hand was white and slender. The hand that was cut off from the wrist was slightly white, and it was hard to tell the time. After washing it with clean water several times, the white and tender hand finally revealed its true appearance. Lin Longqi said, "That's not right. How come this girl has only 4 fingers on her hand? Is she born with a disability?" Xiao Yuan shook his head and pointed at his hand and said, "The 4 fingers grow in a coordinated position, which is natural. It is unlikely that she is born with a disability." And he touched his palm gently, thinking, there are no palm lines on the palm, which is very rare. Qi Ming stroked his chin and analyzed, could it be soaked by the crab's stomach acid? No. Xiao Yuan shook his head, if it was soaked by stomach acid, why is there nothing wrong with other places? Xiao Zhang's eyes were sharp, and she didn't mind the sour smell and residual filth coming from it, and reached out to grab it between her fingers. A layer of imperceptible film appeared in everyone's sight, and Hai Qing, who was always calm, shouted in surprise, "Webbed?" Xiao Yuan looked at the Devil's Triangle Sea area, and the corners of his mouth raised. It seems that we have contacted the mermaids in advance, or they are not completely unable to appear outside the Devil's Triangle. Chapter 399. Xiao Yuan had many speculations about the seal of the priest hall in the Damning Sea guarded by the mermaids. The mermaids were forced to swear an oath to guard the seal. Could they only move in a certain area within the seal? Now it seems that this is not the case. The mermaid wrist in the mouth of the king crab is together with the human wrist, which means that the mermaids have had contact with humans. As for why their hands appeared in the belly of the king crab, this may never be solved. The Qihong sailed through the waves until the sun set in the evening. If you go further and want to get closer to the Devil's Triangle, you will pass through a reef area with complex terrain. The Devil's Triangle is a peculiar sea area. The sea area around it is full of reefs, which protect it like a natural barrier. Xiao Yuan, Lin Lang and others stood on the deck, watching Hai Qing directing the crew to move more than 20 oval instruments to the deck. Xiao Zhang poked the oval instrument with her finger and felt it was very soft like rubber. "Uncle Hai Qing, what are all these balls for?" "Girl, these are not balls." Hai Qing smiled and picked up the equipment from the deck. "They are robots for detecting underwater reefs. They can take pictures and draw maps of the reefs in the sea area we are heading to." "Equivalent to underwater cameras?" "Almost." Hai Qing lifted the equipment and threw it far away. Strangely enough, the robot that was motionless on the deck suddenly came alive and swam happily after entering the water. Hai Qing has good arm strength. The detection robot looks small but heavy. He throws it more than 30 meters with one arm. Xiao Yuan took the robot in his hand and asked, "How long do you think it will take to explore this reef?" Hai Qing thought for a while and said, "The light is dim at night, plus the drawing and scanning process. It will take at least tomorrow morning." Xiao Yuan threw the robot into the water. "Tonight we will rely on these little guys." Seeing Xiao Zhang eager to try, Hai Qing hurriedly stopped her. "Girl, your posture is wrong, and you will hurt yourself. You should stretch your arms like this." Xiao Zhang had a lot of fun throwing the robot under Hai Qing's instruction, and her laughter could be heard from far away. The bloody sunset dyed the sea red, and the sky and the earth seemed to be filled with its color. Zhou Fangwei stood alone on the deck some distance away from them, staring at the photo in her hand in a daze. It was a group photo of her father, mother, and her young self. Zhou Fangwei, who was 7 or 8 years old, was dressed like a little princess, with a smile on her delicate face. Who would have thought that she, who once lived like a princess, would live so miserably after her father disappeared? "Dad, where are you?" Her eyes were like ripples in a clear lake, and the sadness and sorrow were heartbreaking. "You'd better be careful standing so close to the railing." "Captain Xiao." Zhou Fangwei didn't look back, and said with a nasal voice, "Why are you here? We are old acquaintances. You are Zixin's friend, so you don't have to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Yuan. Why don't you go with everyone?" Xiao Yuan asked briskly when he saw her silence. "We are not quite the same." Zhou Fangwei's voice was soft, and her profile became softer in the sunset. "Xiao Zhang, Sister Gu Jia, they can live on their own, but if I leave the Zhou family, I can't give my mother a good care in life." "Do you want to leave the Zhou family?" Xiao Yuan heard the hidden meaning in Zhou Fangwei's words, She seemed to hate the Zhou family. In the entire Zhou family, the only ones I can't let go of are Grandpa and Mom. Grandpa is old and his heart has always been bad. So when Zhou Yi bullied you, you were afraid that Grandpa's body couldn't bear it, and you endured it alone? Xiao Yuan looked at her pitiful appearance, feeling mixed emotions. Zhou Fangwen nodded silently, and hugged her shoulders. Her dress was a little thin in the sea breeze. She put on a thick military jacket, and Xiao Yuan's movements were very gentle. Remember the first time we met? Zhou Fangwen smiled when she heard this. I remember, you went from Sierra City to A City at that time, like a refugee. Xiao Yuan laughed and walked to her side. How can it be so exaggerated? I obviously took a shower and changed clothes. Zhou Fangwen smiled more when talking about the past, and she sighed when talking about the current situation of everyone at that time. The poor boy who was inconspicuous at that time has now become the battalion commander of the Silver Wing Corps. When Xiao Yuan returns from the mission, he will be assessed as a candidate for Deputy Corps Commander, and by then his power will be expanded several times. You don't seem to have changed much. Zhou Fangwen put her long hair behind her ears, except that your skin is a little darker and your physique is a little stronger. You have changed a lot and matured a lot. Boss, dinner is ready. Xi and Mao ran out of the cabin. We have braised pork tonight. It will be gone if you are late. Help me grab one. Xiao Yuan shouted, waving to Zhou Fangwen. Let's go, dinner is ready. Zhou Fangwen looked at Xiao Yuan and Xi and Mao's anxious backs. Suddenly, she felt a lot less pressure on her body. Maybe it was because the setting sun was too beautiful, or maybe it was because the military uniform was too warm. Yanjing, Military Hospital. Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling came up from downstairs, holding two huge cardboard boxes in their hands. Sister Lulu, do you think Nuanyuan will wake up tomorrow? Dr. Sheng said there is a high probability that she will wake up, so she should be able to. Liang Lu thought for a while and added, Nuanyuan's physical fitness has always been very good, there will be no problem. But the captain said that it will take at least a week for Nuanyuan to wake up. Oh, are you trying to avoid work by saying so much? No way. Wang Ruoling gently pushed open the door of the ward and said, I have also prepared a banner for Nuanyuan. In the ward, Sun Wan lay quietly on the bed, Xiao He slept beside her, and Lord Yug stood on the windowsill and looked into the distance. The cartons were slowly filled with balloons, colorful silks, cartoon wallpapers, and other festive gadgets. After learning that Sun Wan was about to wake up, Wang Ruoling and Liang Lu prepared to prepare a small celebration together. Lord Yuga, can you help us check if the banner is crooked? Liang Lu shouted at Lord Yuga. Ha ha, can't you two be quiet for a while? Lord Yuga shook his head helplessly, left a little higher. Lord Yuga, you don't know this, you just recovered from a serious illness and celebrate to get rid of bad luck. Wang Ruoling hung up the banner and said happily, no disasters, no troubles, long life? Lord Yuga snorted, when you all turn into the dust of history, I won't change much. Lord Yuga said the last sentence very softly. Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling didn't hear it clearly. They were busy and didn't notice that Xiao He on the bed suddenly moved his ears. It stood up and stretched, its big black eyes came close to Sun Wan's cheek, and stretched out its tongue to lick it gently. Bang! The balloon in Wang Ruoling's hand burst, and Sun Wan's eyes opened in an instant. A cold wind suddenly blew in the room, blowing the curtains. Sun Wan opened her eyes, and her originally brown eyes were filled with dark blue, and a strong and dangerous aura spread out from her. Chapter 400. Lord Yuga fluttered in front of Wang Ruoling and Liang Lu. Its feathers fluttered, and the fiery red lines on them were faintly visible, releasing a warm current to resist the coldness around Sun Wan. Xiao He's hair exploded all over his body, like a small coal ball. It wanted to move its body, but was trapped beside Sun Wan's bed. The dark blue in Sun Wan's eyes swirled, releasing more and more cold currents, until two pink lotus flowers appeared in his eyes. The lotus flowers hovered in the dark blue vortex, constantly dropping pink petals, slowly calming the turbulent energy. Huh. Sun Wan sat up from the bed, and the blue and lotus in her eyes disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. She looked at Lord Yuga, who was facing a great enemy, and Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling, who were at a loss. What are you doing? Wan, did you recognize us? Liang Lu asked uncertainly. Of course, Lord Yuga, are you okay? Your tail is almost on fire. After Lord Yuga confirmed that Sun Wan had returned to normal, he patted his tail feathers and said, nonsense. Lord, this is divine power, not ordinary flames. Nuanyuan, you finally woke up. Let me hug you quickly. Have you gained weight? Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling happily rushed forward to hug Sun Wan. The three girls were so close. Sun Wan looked around and said, "Where is Xiao Yuan? Where did he go?" Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling looked at each other, and finally Liang Lu said, "The captain and his men have a mission," so they set off to Daminghai in advance. The shouting and killing continued until late at night, and the Lihua kingdom was filled with blood. A battle to determine life and death intensified, and the figure of the moon ghost was all over the city, crossing the moat from outside the city. Boom! The brilliant flames bloomed in the air, mixed with a faint blue light. The black hole above the city, the moon ghost flying to the ground, and the giant eye floating beside the black hole were all burning in the flames. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Xiao Yuan could clearly see the flames jumping, and the blade cut through the trajectory of the moon ghost. The high priest Ji Hung stood on the altar, and the crystal inlaid in the wooden staff in his hand turned from transparent to black, with faint cracks appearing. He tried his best to support the formation arranged around the altar to resist the black air between heaven and earth. Gu Chanfeng held the sword in one hand, his body was covered in blood, and his armor was broken in countless places. In front of him, a petite girl raised her hands to kill him, and the girl's eyes exuded terrifying murderous intent and coldness. The source of the fire that swept the entire sky was on the top of the city, where a pregnant woman was shrouded in a faint blue light. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, her hair was scattered in the wind, and a hairpin flew behind her. The hairpin was silver white, and there was a lifelike orchid on the top. The powerful energy that erupted from Sheng Rilan's body broke through the black air that surrounded the altar and rushed into the sky. The black moon, the giant eye, and countless moon ghosts were all scattered under the attack of the red flames and the blue light. Boom! The time of the world began to flow again, and everything in the sky burned and turned into black petals falling. The girl in front of Gu Chanfeng, who was about to kill him, was shocked, and she looked at the top of the city in disbelief. There, Sheng Rilan seemed to be in the center of the world. "Lord Shabu, are you back?" the girl murmured. Even Gu Chengfeng's sword piercing her heart could not attract her attention. The moment the black moon and the giant eye disappeared, her plan failed. The girl looked at Sun Wan reluctantly, and slowly lowered her head. Gu Chengfeng's sword pierced her heart sharply, and a wisp of blue light drifted out. Chuckling, the girl suddenly laughed. She looked at Gu Chengfeng's face, and her voice was ethereal. "I will come back in the end, and by then, you will be nothing but dry bones in the grave." The girl's body disappeared, but her last expression and eyes shocked Xiao Yuan. She is Shirley. Shirley also showed such an expression when she was in Sierra City, and her tone of voice was the same. Could it be that Shirley appeared thousands of years ago? The black snow fell to the world, and Sheng Rilan's body slowly fell with the falling snowflakes. The next day, Ningyuan Marquis' mansion. Gu Chanfeng pushed open the door, and the room was filled with a faint smell of Chinese herbal medicine. Shi Kei and Bai Ling were guarding the bedside, and when they saw him come in, they bowed and said, "Marquis." Gu Chanfeng sat down beside the bed. Sheng Rilan's face was very bad, as pale as paper. Even in her sleep, her fingers were still on her belly, trying to protect the baby in her belly. Recalling the past 3 months, it seemed like a lifetime ago. The black moon appeared in the north, and the moon ghost invaded the border. Gu Chanfeng and Zhang Yin led the army to fight. The north expedition relied on the sharp weapons of Tai Gongfeng, and the army fought against the moon ghost in the north several times, and finally won the decisive battle. The north was pacified, but a black moon appeared again outside the capital of the Fire Nation. There were many moon ghosts and stone eyes inside, and the capital fell into chaos under their attack. The direct army fought desperately to protect the capital. If the high priest had not led a group of disciples back from Lishan in time, the capital would have been breached long ago. The number of moon ghosts increased day by day, and even a giant eyeball appeared in the sky. The leader of the moon ghosts was a little girl, with a pink face and peach cheeks, innocent and cute, and she killed people like Shura Yiksha. Just when the direct army guarding the capital was exhausted, and the city defense was about to be broken, Gu Chanfeng and Zhang Yin's army miraculously appeared outside the capital. Along with them, there were the Tunshan army from the 16 prefectures of Yinyun, who fought a bloody battle with the moon ghost outside the capital. The high priest built an altar, and used the power of the dragon fire from the Tai Gongfeng to fight against the enemy, but the giant eye in the sky became more and more powerful. Gu Chanfeng led his troops to defend the altar, and when he was about to die, a strange phenomenon occurred. The raging flames rose to the sky, burning everything to ashes. In the history books of Lihua country, it was called Lihua burning the sky. The records in the history books are that Lihua country was blessed by heaven, and the dragon fire appeared. The actual events were strictly sealed off, and no one in the court or the public was allowed to mention a word. Sheng Rulan's fingers were cold, and they were always like this. Gu Chanfeng gently put her slender hands back into the quilt and reminded her, the charcoal fire in the house must not be extinguished. The weather has been cold these days, Shike. My lord, do you have any instructions? When did Lord He from the Imperial Hospital say that the lady would wake up? My lord, he said tonight or tomorrow night at the latest. Shike was curious. My lord, don't you know? I think it's too slow. Gu Chanfeng arranged Sheng Rulan's hair and said, let Shirtu go to Nanbei's shop and inform Fanlu to order some delicious food. My lord. Shike smiled embarrassedly. Shirtu and I are not familiar with each other. My lord is asking you to pass on a message, not to go on a blind date. Gu Chanfeng was almost angry with her and laughed. Shike nodded happily and ran out. She turned back as soon as she went out. My lord. Gu Chanfeng raised his eyebrows. You're so fast? No, Shirtu said that the high priest's disciple, Lord Qing Chong, came to visit and is waiting for you. Qing Chong? What did he come to see me for? Lord Qing didn't say anything. He just said he wanted you to go over for something important. Chapter 401. Qing Chong was still wearing a black robe, hiding most of his face in the cloak. When Gu Chanfeng arrived, he was drinking tea leisurely, looking relaxed. Master Qing, why did you come to my house today? Didn't the high priest take you to handle the affairs? I came to you for two things today. Qing Chong was still straightforward and got straight to the point. What is it? First, I want to borrow something from you. Borrow something from me? Gu Chanfeng was curious. What does the high priest want? The ancient sword you used to kill the moon ghost leader. My master wants to borrow it for use. Second, I am getting married. Gu Chanfeng spit out the tea he had just drunk. What are you going to do? Qing Chong blushed and explained. This is what the master wanted. I actually didn't want to do it. Gu Chanfeng was confused and asked, Qing Chong, we have known each other for so many years, you might as well tell me the truth. The high priest has 9 disciples, and Qing Chong has the highest qualifications and the best understanding. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next high priest of Liwa country, second only to the emperor. It is not that the disciples of the priest's hall cannot marry, but it is hard to understand why Qing Chong would marry given his current status. Qing Chong was silent for a long time, and he seemed to be hesitating about something. Zhong Huai, we met freely. Please keep this a secret for me. As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves until his elbows. This is... Gu Chanfeng stood up at once, and a few fine scales appeared faintly in the skin above Qing Chong's elbows. Qing Chong, what happened? Do you remember the curse that the Black Dragon released at the end when we were in the capital of Tatar? Ah? Gu Chanfeng suddenly remembered the actions of the Black Dragon before his death, and his heart sank. The curse that the Black Dragon released at the end not only triggered the seal under the northern border, but also fell on me. Qing Chong smiled bitterly, and put down his sleeves. The high priest has great magical powers, but even with his ability, he cannot break the curse on Qing Chong. If this trend continues, in less than 2 years, Qing Chong's body will be covered with scales and become a half-human, half-beast monster. In order to save Qing Chong's life, the high priest Ji Hung decided to transplant flowers and trees. The woman Qing Chong married had a special fate, which could help him confuse the secrets of heaven. The child born by the two would be adopted by his brother Qing Ji. The adopted child would cut off the cause and effect with Qing Chong and live as a normal person, but in his later years, he would quickly turn into a half-human, half-mermaid creature. Gu Chanfeng listened to the whole plan and sighed. Only the high priest could come up with such a mysterious plan. But, are you borrowing the sword for the purpose of overcoming the tribulation? The sword has nothing to do with me. It is used as one of the 4 seals. 4 seals? Gu Chanfeng thought for a while and said, 1 in the north, 1 in the capital, and I don't know where the other 2 are? Master and the adults of the Xianjian stayed up all night to determine the locations of the other 2 seals. One is in the northwest, and the other is in the deep sea. Ji Hang's plan sounded like a fantasy to Gu Chanfeng. He used the mountains and rivers as a chessboard, connected the terrain and guided the dragon veins, and set up 4 seals. Among these 4 seals, the one in the north is the core, which contains extremely terrifying energy. The 3 seals in the northwest, central plains, and deep sea are artificially constructed, and they are connected to each other by the dragon energy of the earth veins. Once the formation is formed, the other 3 seals will continue to absorb the terrifying energy of the north and divide its ability. If the formation is not broken, The scattered terrifying energy will be weakened, and it will be difficult to become a force, and it will not be able to break through the shackles of the seal. Each formation needs a formation eye, and the formation eye in the northwest is composed of a sword stained with the blood of the moon ghost leader. Gu Chanfeng was amazed after hearing this and asked, "What are the other formation eyes?" Qing Chong said seriously, word by word, "The formation eyes of the Central Plains and the Northern Territory are the master and me." Qing Chong's eyes were bright and determined, like the stars in the sky. Huh! Xiao Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and got up from the bed in a sweat. Qing Chong is the formation eye of the Northern Territory seal. So the skeleton guarding the Chaos Pearl in the Lihua ruins is actually Qing Chong. One thought after another popped up in his mind, and Xiao Yuan quickly walked out of the bedroom and walked towards the innermost cabin. Under the dim light in the cabin, there sat an old man named Qingyan. However, in just over a year, Qingyan looked 10 years older than Xiao Yuan when they first met. He was leaning over the table, sketching something on the map with a pen, and was a little surprised to see Xiao Yuan come in. Qingyan was not on the official list of personnel, but Xiao Yuan brought him to join the expedition team in his private capacity. "Xiao Yuan? What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Qingyan saw that his face was covered with sweat and thought something had happened. "Mr. Qing, I should know why the Qing family has a 1,000-year curse." Qingyan didn't react at first, and after a while he stood up from his chair. "What did you say?" "Mr. Qing, this is what happened." Xiao Yuan helped Qingyan sit down and told him everything he saw in his dream about the Qing family. Qingyan listened attentively, frowning from time to time. After Xiao Yuan finished speaking, Qingyan moved his mouth and said, "It seems that our lineage is very likely the bloodline left by the child adopted by ancestor Qing Chong to ancestor Qing Ji." Xiao Yuan nodded. In his dream, he was very curious about how Qing Ji, a civil servant, was related to the curse. It was not until Qing Chong visited Ning Yuan Marquis's mansion and told the truth that Xiao Yuan's doubts were finally solved. The Qingyan lineage was indeed inherited from the Qing family of Lihua country, but it was not Qing Ji, but Qing Chong. It seems that while the high priest suppressed the curse for Qing Chong, he also made some other characteristics of Huajiu appear, such as a long life. The people of the Qing family, who were cursed, could live for more than 200 years, and were very good at swimming. Qingyan held Xiao Yuan's hand and said gratefully, "Xiao Yuan, our Qing family owes you a favor. I don't know how to repay it." Qingyan came with Xiao Yuan this time, hoping to help. Because the Northwest seal was broken, his body aged and changed faster and faster. In his words, "I don't have much time to live. I have to do something for Shaozheng." This old man, who was burdened with the family curse and the pressure of survival, resolutely went to sea and was ready to sacrifice himself. When Xiao Yuan came out of the cabin, it was just the time when the sun rose in the morning. The cool sea breeze washed away the emotions of Xiao Yuan's dream all night. He looked up and found that there was an island moving slowly where the sea and the sky met. Xiao Yuan focused his attention and saw that it was not an island at all, but a huge whale swimming slowly. Its huge back looked like a small island in the distance, shining in the sun. Puff! Huge water sprayed high from its back, which was very beautiful. Chapter 402. Xiao Yuan stared at the whale in a trance, and a clear sound came from behind him, as pleasant as the sound of spring water. "Good morning, Xiao Yuan." Zhou Fang was stretched her body, her face rosy. Obviously she had a good rest last night. "Good morning." Xiao Yuan greeted her, and saw Shaozheng standing on the deck in the distance to retrieve the detection robot from the water. After a night of exploration, the reefs in the nearby area have been explored. Hai Qing installed the robots one by one and said, "We will set off after breakfast. If we are fast, we can approach the outer perimeter of the Devil's Triangle at noon." Xiao Yuan nodded and asked, "Captain Hai, since there is a detection robot, has no one explored and mapped the reefs outside the Devil's Triangle before?" Given the mystery of the Devil's Triangle, explorers from all over the world will definitely not give up on this place. Hai Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Captain Xiao, you don't know that the reefs here change every week. How can we map them if their positions are not fixed?" "Change?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but teasing. Could it be that the reefs are alive and can grow legs and move by themselves? Hai Qing travels on the sea all year round, and for a while, he was very interested in the reefs outside the Devil's Triangle. He read a lot of information and found a lot of news about reef investigations. Someone once installed a camera in a reef area that changes frequently, hoping to unlock the secret of reef changes. As a result, the positioning in the camera failed, and this happened 3 times in a row. There was also an expedition team that wanted to explore and decipher the secrets through live broadcast, but unfortunately the electronic signal in the deep reef completely failed, and the plan failed. For more than 20 years, people have tried to uncover the secrets hidden in the Devil's Triangle, but all have failed. Many unlucky people have even lost their lives. The Chihong was moving very slowly on the sea, and had to stop every once in a while to confirm the direction and position calibration. It was noon when the Chihong finally passed the large reef area. The blue sea and blue sky, the front was still the same, and it even made people wonder if they were still in the same place. Xiao Yuan, Gu Jia, and Qi Ming were standing on the deck chatting in boredom. "Boss, this is my first time going out to sea. I thought it would be dangerous, but now it seems like it's just like that," Qi Ming said listlessly. "Feeling bored?" Xiao Yuan said with a smile on his face. "Hee, boss, you understand me best." Qi Ming smiled and said, "Why don't we do some entertainment activities? For example? Let's catch some sea fish to satisfy our hunger. I'm getting tired of the fixed nutritious meals in the cafeteria every day." "You?" Xiao Yuan hit his shoulder and scolded him with a smile. "We are on a mission, not on vacation. Have you forgotten the discipline?" Gu Jia chimed in. "That's right. Qi Ming, you violated the discipline and should be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks." Qi Ming was unhappy and argued, "I'm just saying, Gu Jia, don't bully me." "What is that?" Qi Ming was halfway through his words when his eyes were attracted by something in the distance. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of Qi Ming's finger. He had excellent eyesight, and saw at a glance that it was a lifeboat floating on the sea. Hai Qing also found the lifeboat at this time, and notified the control room to adjust the direction through the intercom. The lonely lifeboat was salvaged and looked very new. The strange thing was that there was no one on the lifeboat, but a set of clothes, pants, shoes, and socks. There was also a pocket watch on the edge of the sleeve of the clothes, polished and shiny as new. Gu Jia looked at it for a few times and said in surprise, "It looks like it has just escaped from the ship not long ago. The things are very new." Not only that, Xiao Yuan pointed to the compressed biscuits that had been opened. The biscuits are not very moist, and they should not have been opened for a long time. "Captain Hai, Mr. Gu, what do you think? There has been no news of missing ships recently. This lifeboat looks very new, but the style." Hai Qing lowered his head to check, and felt even more puzzled. "The style is from more than 10 years ago. Few ships carry this type of lifeboat now. Could this lifeboat be from more than 10 years ago?" Qi Ming speculated in amazement. "Impossible." Hai Qing denied firmly. "If it is more than 10 years old, it is impossible for the lifeboat to be preserved so well. It should have been put into use recently." Gukai looked deeply at the clothes, and finally his eyes fell on him. Gukai reached out and picked up the coat, which contained a white single garment. He put the garment to his nose and sniffed it. No! The smell left by the person has not disappeared. It is estimated that the person and the clothes were separated for less than a day. I don't know how Gukai judged by smell. Hai Qing asked the sailors to count the things in the lifeboat. In addition to the clothes, pocket watches, and food, there was also an ordinary leather bag on the boat. The items in the leather bag were just a pen, a notebook, and a walnut. Hai Qing turned to the first page, and there were 2 words written on it, Fang Hui. He turned a few pages, and his face became more and more strange. The owner of this diary is Fang Hui. He is a crew member on the Southeast Fisheries cargo ship number 2485. Cargo ship number 2485? Xiao Yuan thought of the number 13 file he saw before going out to sea, and said, "Captain Hai, as far as I know, cargo ship number 2485 has been missing for a long time, right?" Hai Qing's face was not very good, and he handed the diary to Xiao Yuan. "Captain Xiao, you will understand after reading it yourself. Fang Hui's diary records a lot of things, but most of them are useless." Xiao Yuan quickly browsed and read the important parts to everyone. July 1st, 2065 AD, weather, sunny. The freighter left the port, and we embarked on a new journey. The weather conditions are good for sailing. I hope everything goes well. July 2nd, 2065 AD, weather, sunny. The captain said there will be wind and waves tomorrow. Everyone should cheer up. I am a little scared. This is my 3rd time to go to sea, but with the captain and the deputy captain here, they will handle it, right? July 4th, 2065, weather, heavy rain. I have never seen such a heavy rain. The ocean is beautiful and terrifying. Today I saw that Li Hao looked very unhappy. What happened to him? July 6th, 2065, weather, cloudy. The situation is a bit bad. We were sent to the Devil's Triangle by the wind and waves. The captain promised us that he would take us away from here. The electronic signal failed, but Ling promised to repair the radio soon. He is confident that he will succeed, right? July 9th, 2065, weather, heavy fog. We are trapped. There is white fog all around. Visibility is no more than 10 meters. The captain asked us to stay calm. Li Hao's condition seems not good. Does he have anything to say to me? July 13th, 2065, weather, heavy fog. Finally, there is good news today. Lung said that the radio will be available tomorrow, and we can get in touch with the outside world. Li Hao came to me during dinner today. I am sure he wanted to say something to me, but he hesitated. I must ask him next time. July 14th, 2065 AD, weather, heavy fog. Lung and the captain successfully contacted the outside world. We reported our location, and they said they would send a search team to rescue us immediately, but the captain seemed a little unhappy. Li Hao spoke up when I asked him to be careful of the captain, giving me a chance to escape with him. Was he under too much pressure? Chapter 403. July 15th, 2065 AD, weather, heavy fog. Today, Lingy sent out multiple signals again, but the signals were cut off again. We are isolated from the world. I feel more and more depressed here. Everyone is a little strange. Li Hao came to me privately again. He said that we should work together to find a way. Only the two of us can get out of this ship. He might be crazy. July 16th, 2065 AD, weather, heavy fog. The signal suddenly got better. I was so happy that I hid outside the window to eavesdrop on the conversation between the captain and Lung Yi and the outside world. The people on the radio station said something strange. They said the time was July 16th, 2070, but today is clearly July 16th, 2065 AD. I quietly left there. Something seemed wrong. I had to have a good talk with Li Hao. July 17th, 2065 AD, weather, foggy. Li Hao is gone. Where did he go? I asked everyone and they all looked at me coldly. No one remembered Li Hao's existence. I asked the captain, and his eyes were as fierce as a beast. I was really scared. Did Li Hao sneak away? Or, what should I do? I must do something to leave this damn place. Li Hao is right. Only the two of us can leave here. July 20th, 2065 AD, weather, heavy rain. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. The diary ended here, and the last page of the diary was filled with the words I want to live. Fang Hui seemed to become emotionally unstable in the last time, and every stroke seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Closing the diary, Xiao Yuan frowned slightly. It seems that the missing freighter number 2485 has not disappeared, and it may appear at any time. Gu Jie knew something about file number 13 and said, the dates described in Fang Hui's diary basically match the dates in the file. So it is very likely that the cruise ship was trapped in some kind of time gap in the fog. Snap! Xiao Yuan patted the diary in his hand. Fang Hui's diary can be used as a reference, but it cannot be completely trusted. After all, people who are under mental tension often have confused thinking. Currently, there are three important conclusions that can be drawn from the diary. First, time is likely to be distorted after the freighter fell into the fog. Second, the strange behavior of the captain and crew in the fog was only discovered by Fang Hui and Li Hao, and they are the key figures. Third, if you encounter cruise ship number 2485, it is best to stay away from it and avoid contact and conflict. The seaman in charge of sorting the items stood aside, holding a lot of things in his hands, including walnuts and a leather bag. Click! Suddenly, a light sound came from the walnut, like the sound of a small hammer gently hitting the walnut. He looked at the walnut curiously, and found that it shook slightly with the light sound. Ouch! The young man looked at it with interest, and his cheeks moved closer and closer. When the walnut made a second sound, the skin suddenly changed color. The originally light shell turned blood red, and a small thing flew out of it, and landed on the young man's face. He screamed, and just as he was about to call for help, he felt something covering his face. The young man's unusual movement attracted the attention of the people around him, and they were shocked when they saw his appearance. The young man's mouth and nose were covered with a layer of pink film, which trembled slightly and stretched, drilling into the young man's body from the respiratory tract. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan raised his left hand and grabbed the young man's face fiercely. The surging fire element seemed to make the film feel dangerous, and it trembled violently and completely entered the young man's body. Ho ho! The young man pulled his neck desperately, wanting to say something, but the things in his body quickly disintegrated his body functions. Hai Qing shouted the young man's name with red eyes, and rushed over to save him. Xiao Yuan grabbed him and said, Captain Hai, danger! The young man's pain did not last long, and he died of suffocation, and a layer of bloodshot appeared in his eyes. The more terrifying thing was yet to come. His body turned into clear water in just a few minutes in front of everyone. Whoosh! From under a pile of clothes, a red shadow suddenly flew out and attacked Xiao Yuan. The threat Xiao Yuan had just brought to it was engraved in its mind, and it flickered its wings like an arrow from a bow. The flying insect was the size of a thumbnail, with a round, bright red body and a smooth surface. If the two wings were lake green, they would be similar to the big cherries on the market. Xiao Yuan raised his left hand calmly in the eyes of everyone, and the dragon soul surged between his eyebrows. Xiao Yuan could clearly sense the flying insect's mind through the dragon soul, panic, full of defense and aggression. Rushing forward, Xiao Yuan fiercely grasped the flying insect into Tunan's wrapped hand. The round flying insect in his hand changed, but no matter how it changed, it could not break through Tunan's restraint. Xiao Yuan's heart moved, and the dragon soul fiercely suppressed the flying insect's will. The little thing shook and fainted. Qi Ming looked at Xiao Yuan's left hand, which stopped shaking after making a sound, with doubt and asked, "Boss, is it solved?" Xiao Yuan responded and walked to the clothes of the dead sailor. He felt sad. Did he underestimate the danger of the sea? He saluted in front of the young man's clothes and looked into the distance. The thick fog was rushing towards the expedition ship, like the claws of a sea monster. As night fell, Xiao Yuan and everyone sat around the campfire. Haiqing's face was not very good. After all, he lost a sailor who had been with him for many years. His grief was understandable for a while. Xiao Yuan held a walnut in his hand, and the cherry worm curled up and shivered inside. Strangely enough, it had been very obedient since being taught a lesson by the dragon soul. No matter how Xiao Yuan called it, it did not move. Gu Kai half closed his eyes and said calmly, "Captain Xiao, all compasses are out of order now. It is difficult to determine the direction." The fog spread, and the electronic equipment and signals failed. The expedition team had to stop temporarily to adjust their strategy. Now they were at the edge of the Devil's Triangle. Looking at Gu Kai's expression, Xiao Yuan knew that this guy must have a way, waiting for him to ask him so that he could show off. Xiao Yuan thought for a while, and took out the Bayou mirror from the backpack on the side, shaking it. "Maybe I can try it." Gu Kai has good eyesight. He moved his body. "Captain Xiao, can you lend it to me to have a look?" Taking the Bayou mirror, Gu Kai fumbled with it in his hand for a long time, and his tone was full of love. "Good stuff, good stuff." Xiao Yuan smiled when he heard it, and he put his fingers on the Bayou mirror, and slowly mobilized the fire element. The Bayou mirror glowed with light, and a vivid goldfish appeared on it, its head gradually turning in one direction. Haiqing was stunned watching from the side. What happened today was beyond his normal cognition. Xiao Yuan stood up, and the direction pointed by the fish head was exactly north. He walked around with the Bayou mirror and said with a smile, "Mr. Gu, this method is not bad." Gu Kai nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a green mark on the Bayou mirror. Xiao Yuan also found that a layer of green copper rust grew on the originally smooth copper mirror, and in a blink of an eye, the entire mirror surface was covered. "Ah!" Xiao Yuan looked at the goldfish that disappeared, and his smile froze on his face. "What's going on?" Chapter 404. The copper rust covered the mirror surface tightly, and even the fire element could not enter it. The emerald green copper rust glowed slightly in the night, and there was a faint moisture seeping out from it. Xiao Yuan touched the copper rust with his hand unwillingly, but was stopped by Gu Kai. He rubbed his hands, and his expression was quite excited. "Captain Xiao may not know that the sea is different from the land. Your mirror is affected by the sea air." Sea air? This was the first time Xiao Yuan heard this word, and asked, "What is sea air?" Gu Kai wiped the bone ring on his finger, and told everyone about the sea air with a smug look on his face. From the perspective of feng shui, the sea air is similar to the dragon air and earth air on land. If it is explained from a scientific perspective, it can be understood as the air environment in the marine ecology and the environmental state under the joint action of the microscopic level. Xiao Yuan's Bayou mirror is a treasure excavated from an ancient tomb. It is injected with the power of elements and relies on sea air. Lin Lang was puzzled and asked. The Bayou mirror was unearthed from the mountains and has never been in contact with the ocean. Where does the sea air come from? Gu Kai pointed at the mirror covered with copper rust and explained slowly. This mirror should have been stored in the sea thousands of years ago, so the sea air has been filled for thousands of years. The copper rust condensed on the Bayou mirror is transparent because it is not copper rust at all, but the thick sea air. When the Bayou mirror absorbs the sea air, Its effect will be fully revealed. Xiao Yuan did not expect that the Bayou mirror that Lu Zui got by chance actually hid so many secrets. He shook his head and said, Lu Zui has been robbing tombs all his life. He got this mirror and can use it to save country A, which can be regarded as accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. The speed at which the Bayou mirror absorbs sea air is very slow. Gu Kai estimated that it would take 3 or 4 days to complete. Hai Qing is used to relying on technology. If he were in ordinary waters, he would still rely on the direction of the ocean currents. This method is completely useless in the Devil's Triangle. He thought for a while, frowning. 3 or 4 days is too long. Do we have to wait here? Hee hee. Gu Kai laughed, and his face looked a little scary in the flickering bonfire. Captain Hai, have you heard of the method of asking for directions with a chicken skull in the South Sea? Asking for directions with a chicken skull? Xiao Zheng was curious and asked, Uncle Gu Kai, your method requires a chicken head? Hai Qing's eyes lit up and said, Mr. Gu actually knows the secret method of Nanyang? The method Gu Kai mentioned is extremely mysterious and widely circulated in the Nanyang region, but not many people know it. The method is said to use a big rooster as the initiator, a 3-meter pole at the bow, and a unique secret spell. The spell must be cast at midnight, and the secret method will end before dawn. Hai Qing had heard too many rumors about this, which sounded miraculous, but no one had ever seen it, so it was just a folk story. Gu Kai waved his hand and asked the 3 crew members to follow him to the cabin to get something. When they came back, they were carrying a cage and 3 1-meter-long poles. Gu Kai was holding a black wooden box in his hand, the size of a ripe watermelon. There were slots at the interface of the 3 poles, and Gu Kai was not in a hurry to connect them. He first opened the wooden box and took out a small pottery jar from it. The palm-sized pottery jar was filled with fine sand, but the color was bright red as blood. Slowly pour the fine sand into the hole in the middle of the long pole, and a fragrance filled the air. It turned out that the color of the fine sand was dyed with some unknown flower. The 3 long poles were filled and connected together, just 3 meters long. There was a slot at the top, and Gu Kai placed a metal plate on it. A silk thread extended from the edge of the plate and fell down to a position 1.5 meters above the ground. After finishing everything, Gu Kai lifted the black cloth on the cage. Everyone looked at it and saw a majestic rooster with smooth feathers and gorgeous tail feathers. The fiery red comb was like a burning flame. Although it was night, the rooster was still full of energy. It rolled over when it saw the fire, and the cage was shaking. Gu Kai patted the cage and grinned. Good rooster, good rooster. I will send you off at midnight. Qi Ming was amazed and said, Mr. Gu is amazing. He actually prepared a rooster in advance. This is the first time I see someone taking a rooster out to sea. Mr. Gu pretended to be profound and put down the black cloth. I, Gu Kai, the old sea wolf, who can't be killed or steamed, is not just for nothing. Time passed quickly, and it was close to midnight. At the bow of the deck of the Qihong, Mr. Gu held a silver knife and waved his hand behind him. The big rooster struggled in the hands of the 2 crew members. When he saw the silver knife, he was stunned at first, and then struggled even harder. It seemed to know that it was about to die here, and used all its strength. Gu Kai held the knife in his right hand and took out a stone with his left hand. When he scratched it, it made a rustling sound. He drew the knife very rhythmically, and it was almost connected in the end. Strangely enough, the rooster, which had been jumping around, gradually calmed down and stopped struggling after hearing the noise. Gu Kai muttered something to himself, and finally shouted loudly. Go! The silver knife cut across the rooster's neck, and the red blood splashed all over the front of the deck. Gu Kai caught the rooster's head, and hung it on the silk thread with one hand, then took the rooster's body and poured the blood on the wooden pole. A subtle sound came from the wooden pole soaked in chicken blood, and the fine sand moved in an instant. Seeing that the time was right, Gu Kai bowed to the hanging chicken head and shouted, Please make way. After the chicken head rotated twice, its mouth slowly deflected to one direction. Gu Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, The direction pointed by the chicken head is north, and the direction of the right face is east. Seeing this, Hai Qing immediately ordered the Qihong to sail. With Gu Kai's secret method, he couldn't miss it. Gu Kai could clearly feel the difference in the eyes of the people around him. He thought to himself that he was lucky. He was lucky that he could succeed 6 out of 10 times with the chicken skull method. Sailing at night, Hai Qing slowed down the speed and turned on the 3-layer strong light. Xiao Yuan stood on the deck, leading a team of people to be cautious. Traveling at night is very dangerous, especially in the Devil's Triangle. The Qihong broke through the layers of fog, as if traveling between the yin and yang worlds. A strong sense of oppression came over him, and the darkness and the unknown tested people's hearts at all times. Xiao Yuan secretly grasped the minging knife, and the coldness from the handle gradually calmed him down. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan heard an extremely faint sound in his ears. It seemed to be a warning sound from the ship moving forward. Are there other ships? Xiao Yuan shuddered, and just as he was about to distinguish carefully, Xiaozheng ran to the deck from the command room. Brother Xiao Yuan, Captain Hai called you over. There is a situation. What's wrong? Xiao Yuan asked, looking at her panicked face. There was a distress signal on the radio. He claimed to be from ship 485. What? Xiao Yuan walked quickly towards the control room after hearing this, and he stopped suddenly after taking a few steps. Xiaozheng, what day is it today? Ah? Xiaozheng was stunned by his calmness, and answered subconsciously, July 20th, 2079 AD. July 20. Xiao Yuan's heart moved. It should be like this. He walked quickly towards the control room, and an idea flashed through his mind, and became more and more determined. Chapter 405. Zizi. Zizi. The signal on the radio was very unstable and intermittent. We are the joint military expedition team of Country A. Please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me. Hai Qing tried to communicate with the other party. His voice was clear and loud. I am Fu Feng. July 20th, 2065 AD. Southeast Fisheries. Cargo ship No. 2485. The voice on the other side was intermittent, and it could be heard that it was a man with a hoarse voice. Lost in the Devil's Triangle. Please come and save us. We have been trapped for more than half a month. Save me. Zizi. Zizi. The radio communication stopped abruptly, and the man's voice disappeared with the interruption of the signal. Hai Qing and Xiao Yuan looked at each other with ugly faces. Captain Xiao, the person who just sent the text message, claims to be crew member number 2485. Xiao Yuan heard it carefully, and he was not unfamiliar with the name Fu Feng. The list of people on board number 2485 was recorded in detail in file number 13, and the deputy captain's name was Fu Feng. Xiao Yuan stood in front of the window of the control room and said, It seems that the time for the people on board number 2485 should be July 20th. Hai Qing quickly reacted and his face changed. You mean they are still in the year 2065? For us, the past 10 years are just a few days on their ship? Smart. Xiao Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, But what we need to think about now is how to deal with the next thing. I just heard the warning sound of other ships on the deck. Other ships? Hai Qing immediately organized people to be on alert, as his heart just calmed down. Qi Ming followed Xiao Yuan to the deck, rubbing his hands nervously. Boss, we won't encounter a ghost ship, right? What are you afraid of? Didn't you, Qi Datu, claim to dare to reach the moon? Can a ghost ship stump you? Xiao Yuan teased. Oh, I am not afraid of anything, but I am afraid of those ghosts and spirits. Qi Ming had a bitter face, and was obviously very afraid of ghost ships. Don't worry, brother Qi, I protect you. Xiaozheng patted her slender arms, and comforted him. At worst, we can all die together, it's okay. Ah? Are you comforting me? Just kidding, hee hee. Xiao Yuan was not sure how far the alarm sounded at that time. There was fog blocking the sea, and his judgment was also affected. The night was getting darker, and Xiao Yuan, Lin Lang, and Gu Jia were on the deck, keeping watch around the stone bonfire. The Qihong was slowly driving in the fog, relying on the seemingly funny and weird chicken head on the bow to guide the direction. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that you could find your way on the sea with a big rooster. The world is so big that nothing is impossible. Wasn't it unimaginable before the night demon erupted? Xiao Yuan gently wiped the Bayou mirror with a calm face. Too many things in the world cannot be inferred by common sense. Gu Jia, you live in the city, and have seen very little. When I was a child, I went to my relative's home in the northeast for a while, which broadened my horizons. Oh! Gu Jia stretched out her hand to warm herself by the campfire, and was very interested. Tell me, what did you see? Possessed. An old woman was possessed by a yellow fox. It was scary. Lin Lang made a face twisted in pain. Hee hee, are you making up a story to scare me? I'm not afraid. I'm not lying to you. I saw it with my own eyes. Old Lin, tell me what happened in detail. Xiao Yuan was also interested in his story. My relatives live in a small village at the foot of the mountain, called Xingbei Village. The people in the village make a living by farming and hunting. There is a farmer named Hu in the village. His son named Hu Lai lives with his old mother. He is 24 or 25, and has not married or had children yet. Wait! Gu Jia raised her hand to interrupt him. You have to get married and have children at the age of 24 or 25. What's the situation? Many people in the countryside get married very early. Don't interrupt. Hu Lai is strong and handsome, and he is also a famous hunter in the surrounding area, but his mother's illness delayed his marriage. One winter, Hu Lai's mother was seriously ill and needed a lot of medicine. Hu Lai was anxious. What should he do if the fields don't pay in winter? He went into the mountains to hunt for money. At that time, the yellow fur the fur of the weasel was very expensive. The fur merchants in the nearby town offered a very high price, so Hu Lai had an idea. Hu Lai's name is not in vain, he is really daring. Yellow foxes are known as Huang Daxian in the northeast of country A. Huang Daxian. Gu Jia blinked her eyes in confusion. How can an animal be called a fairy? Some people say that Huang Daxian is extremely human, can take over people and harm their lives, and anyone who dares to touch them will be retaliated. Hu Lai was lucky, his mother was bedridden and needed money urgently, so he didn't care so much. So he set a trap and caught 6 yellow foxes in a row and sent them all to the town to exchange for money. What happened next? Things got weirder. A week later, the yellow fox could be heard barking in the middle of the night in Xingbei village, disturbing everyone. Hu Lai felt uneasy for several days, until one evening when he returned home, he suddenly found that his mother had stood up. Hu Lai's mother had been bedridden for many days. He saw his mother with her back to him, and thought she had recovered. He was happy, but when he walked up to his mother, he found. What did you find? Gu Jia asked nervously, clutching her sleeves. His mother's eyes were all white, without a trace of black pupils. She grabbed Hu Lai's collar, and suddenly opened her mouth. Shut up. Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand to interrupt Lin Lang's words, and closed his eyes. There was the sound of flowing water in the darkness, with small waves, getting closer and closer to the sailing ship. Something is happening. Xiao Yuan stood up suddenly, and said to Gu Jia, Go and notify everyone to get up immediately and prepare for battle. He turned back to extinguish the fire on the stone plate, gestured to the driver in the control room, and took the silver knife to open the safety of the anti-gravity maneuvering device, ready to fight at any time. 3 minutes later, the alert status of the Qihong reached the highest level, and everyone arrived at the designated location. The sound that Xiao Yuan heard became clearer and clearer, and there was a whisper occasionally when the ship was sailing in the water. The sound that others could not hear was amplified and clear in his 5 senses. After about a few minutes, a sound of a ship sailing came from the fog that everyone could hear. Are they coming? Everyone was alert, and the spotlights were turned on to illuminate the front. Finally, a large ship sailed out of the fog. 3 people stood on the bow, looking at the Qihong in astonishment. 2 men and 1 woman. The girl was in her early 20s with black hair, beautiful and pure, and a hint of coldness on her stern face. When she saw Xiao Yuan here, she was also stunned, as if she didn't expect to meet here. Xiao Yuan held the guardrail with one hand, and held the handle of the knife with the other hand, muttering, Sejong Corps? The military flag hanging on the ship was the emblem of the Sejong Corps, the only new army in Goryeo. The 3 people on the bow, the one named Li Mingan, and the other 2 were Park Xingqian and Li Jian. Chapter 406. When the 2 boats were about 5 or 6 meters apart, they slowly stopped, and Xiao Yuan looked at each other calmly. After a long while, he smiled and said, 3 of you, it's true that we meet everywhere in life, but I didn't expect to meet on the sea. Li Mingan's eyes were bright, and his voice was a little cold. Xiao Yuan? You will lead the expedition team? Xiao Yuan's heart moved. It seems that the Goryeo side knows that the military of country A has sent an exploration team. He pointed to Hai Qing behind him. I am not good at naval battles, and there is someone else leading this trip. But why are you all here? Humph, Park Yongdan snorted coldly, and said to Xiao Yuan unhappily, This sea area is not your country, eh? We can come if we want. He looked so arrogant that Qi Ming was angry and cursed. Can a guy who was beaten into a pig's head in the joint competition talk? Park Yongdan's face froze, and his face turned from white to liver color. What did you just say? Say it again if you dare? Li Mingan frowned and told him not to talk anymore. Xiao Yuan, let's get straight to the point. We all have a mission on this voyage, so why don't we cooperate a little? Cooperation? Xiao Yuan raised his lips. He also wanted to see what the other party's purpose was. Yes. We move forward together and support each other. Maybe we can successfully enter the core of the Devil's Triangle. It sounds interesting. Xiao Yuan nodded with a smile, and his heart became more alert. They seem to know a lot about the Devil's Triangle? You agree? Li Mingan's eyes lit up. The Devil's Triangle was mysterious and unpredictable. If the Silver Wing Legion helped them, the probability of their success would be very high. I have no reason to refuse, right? Xiao Yuan's words made everyone behind him change their faces. Boss, be careful of fraud, Lin Lang whispered. But, Xiao Yuan winked at Lin Lang and said, I have a condition. Condition? Li Mingyan hesitated and asked, what condition? Tell me the purpose of your trip in detail. Xiao Yuan, are you crazy? Li Mingyan frowned and said, I tell you clearly, it's impossible. Shameless. Park Yungan also gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Yuan, we cannot accept your conditions. Li Jiun, who had been silent all the time, spoke up, her voice as sweet as a clear lark. If you want to make other requests, we can consider it. Hee. Xiao Yuan's eyes fell on Li Jiun, and when their eyes met, her eyes were like a clear lake in the mountains, quiet and clear. Sister Jiun is smart, so I just say it straight I want. He pointed his finger at the bow. Li Jian blushed, and stood there at a loss, looking at the finger pointing at her. Xiao Yuan, please be respectful. Li Mingyan's face was gloomy. Jian is from my Sejong Corps, and she is infatuated with you. Command of the 2 ships in an emergency. Xiao Yuan said slowly, but his tone was very firm. Ah? Li Mingyan was choked back, and couldn't speak for a long time. Think about it carefully. In the event of an emergency, you must obey my deployment. I will not make any excessive demands. Joint defense is just that. Li Mingyan's expression changed. He thought for a while and said, give me some time. I need to discuss it with others. Xiao Yuan nodded in understanding and said, it's easy. Park Yungan stared at Xiao Yuan fiercely, as if there was a great hatred between the two. Li Jian was a few beats slower to react. When she saw that Xiao Yuan was looking at her, she turned around and left with Li Mingyan. His fingers tapped on the railing, and Xiao Yuan felt a strange feeling in his heart. Seeing Li Jian again, he felt more and more that he had seen Li Jian before, especially her bright eyes. Could it be a dream? Haha. Gukai laughed and praised. Captain Xiao is so young, but he has a good plan. Xiao Yuan first proposed a condition that the other party could not accept, with the purpose of suppressing the other party psychologically, and actually wanted the other party to agree to his second condition. The Devil's Triangle is mysterious and unpredictable. The absence of danger now does not mean that there will be no danger in the future. In the fog, the Goryeo exploration team can share a lot of risks and pressure for them, but the other party is also a time bomb. The reason why Xiao Yuan wants to obtain the command of the other party in an emergency is that he is afraid that the other party will not help but hinder them. Another point is that Xiao Yuan is very interested in their purpose of coming to the Devil's Triangle. Goryeo was a vassal state of Country A for a long time in ancient times. How much does it know about the affairs of Lihua country? After more than 10 minutes, Li Mingyan came out of the cabin and shouted, Xiao Yuan, we agree to your conditions and move forward together. His answer was as expected by Xiao Yuan. Goryeo would not give up the powerful help of the A country expedition team. He waved his hand behind him and said, let's go. The 2 ships sailed side by side, only 10 meters apart. The feeling of having another ship beside them immediately became different. Sailing on the aimless sea, even a small ship can give people great psychological comfort. The next day, early morning, the chicken head tied to the silk thread turned black after a night, as if it was roasted by fire. Gukai respectfully put the chicken head into a small wooden box, and seemed to want to go back and bury it. Losing navigation again, the fleet had to stop temporarily. Xiao Yuan stood on the deck and shouted to the Goryeo ship, the one with the surname Park, it's your turn to lead the way. Park Zhangqian was eating breakfast with a lunch box in his hand. He stopped his chopsticks after hearing Xiao Yuan shout, what did you say? The wind is too strong, and I can't hear you. Xiao Yuan laughed angrily and shouted, Park Zhangqian, don't act so arrogant, our navigation is invalid, it's your turn to navigate. Last night, the Goryeo army sailed at night. I think they had something to rely on, but I don't know what method they used. The other side fell silent, and after a while, a figure flew over from the other side using a maneuvering device. Bang! Li Jiun flew to the deck flexibly and landed, with a strange look on her face. Xiao Yuan looked behind her and asked in confusion, why are you here alone? What's going on? Li Jiun stabilized her emotions and looked up at Xiao Yuan. I'm here to tell you something. An ominous premonition rose in his heart, and he asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Lu Jian's pretty face showed embarrassment. I'm sorry, we don't have a way to navigate. What? Xiao Yuan opened his eyes in disbelief. You were sailing at night last night. How could it be? The girl smiled apologetically and said, "Before meeting you, our ship had been sailing on the sea by feeling. For 7 hours. Liar." Xiao Yuan's facial muscles twitched, and his voice tried to remain calm. "So you must accept my conditions, but you still put on a good show in front of me?" Li Jian shook her head and explained, "We are sincere." The emergency command authority was approved after discussion. Xiao Yuan's face was a little ugly. He pointed at Li Jian for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Go back and tell Li Mingan to stop moving forward temporarily, and wait until you find a way to navigate before moving forward." Chapter 407. Xiao Yuan waited for Li Jian to leave, leaving a sit behind. He slapped his head helplessly. "After all the calculations, they still took advantage of me. Hee hee." Xiao Zheng covered her mouth and laughed happily. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I should have asked that sister to come over last night." Xiao Yuan tapped her forehead and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's go into the cabin to study it first. We can't rely on the Koreans, so we have to find a way ourselves." In the cabin, Gu Kai, Hai Qing, and Xiao Yuan sat around the table without saying a word. Gu Kai's wayfinding method can only be used at night, and once every 2 days. He prepared 2 big roosters when he went out to sea, and the next rooster may not be successful. The Bayou mirror absorbs sea air very slowly, and cannot be used for a while. Xiao Yuan now begins to miss Lord Yug. If that fat duck is there, there will definitely be a way. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan is worried about Sun Wan's deep sleep, so he leaves it in Yanjing for protection. Hai Qing proposed several methods, but they are difficult to work in the special Devil's Triangle. Gu Kai touched the sparse hair on his head and murmured, "If you say there is a way, it is not that there is no way. Mr. Gu has another way? Tell me," Hai Qing said in surprise. "Captain Xiao, can I borrow your Bayou mirror?" Gu Kai gently stroked the sea air crystals on the Bayou mirror, as if examining a treasure. Sea air is invisible, it is very difficult to form crystals, and it is even more extraordinary to absorb it into the mirror. I followed an old gentleman to learn more than 20 years ago. He told me how to condense and dissolve the sea air in the sea. Condensation and dissolution? Xiao Yuan was moved when he heard this. "Mr. Gu, do you know the 2 secret methods?" Gu Kai showed a bitter face. "The method of condensation and dissolution is not difficult. The difficult part is the dragon energy. I wonder what this dragon energy is. Mountains and rivers have spirits, and the ups and downs become dragon veins. Dragon veins may be in the mountains or extend to the deep sea. Dragon energy is a stream of energy hidden in the dragon veins. Mr. Gu, what you said is too mysterious. I wonder if you have. Captain Hai, if I had that kind of treasure, why would I leave my home and career to travel? I wonder how many big people would be the guests of honor if I hold the dragon energy. Mr. Gu, can you tell me how to dissolve the sea energy?" Xiao Yuan thought of the dragon soul between his eyebrows, and secretly felt that there was a chance. Inject the dragon energy slowly into the mirror, and don't be impatient to guide the sea energy, just take it slowly. It's easy to say, but it's useless to say more without dragon energy. Mr. Gu shook his head helplessly. "I'd better go see the big rooster, I still need it tomorrow night." Xiao Yuan held the Bayou mirror in his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dragon soul, should it be able to dissolve the sea energy? Country A Yanjing. Yanjing, Central Pedestrian Street. The bustling Central Pedestrian Street is bustling with people. This is the longest and most unique pedestrian street in Yanjing, with a complete Baroque architectural style, delicious food and beautiful scenery, and constant tourists. 3 girls in cool clothes walk together, talking and laughing on the street, and occasionally making silver bell-like laughter. As they walked, the 3 stopped. A man in black walked to the middle of the road. He wore a black peaked cap and a mask, and his eyes were narrow and bright. "What are you doing?" The short-haired girl frowned and said, "You're blocking people on such a long road?" Hee hee. The man sneered, shook his sleeves without saying a word, and strode towards the girl. "Ah!" The scream soon resounded through the sky, and the knife extending from the man's sleeves cut the girl's belly, and blood flowed out of the wound. Murder. I don't know who shouted first, and the crowd began to riot. "You all of you will die." The man tore off his mask, licked the blood on the tip of the knife with his scarlet tongue, and his eyes were red. As the sun sets, the pedestrian street lights up, dazzling in the blood. Yanjing, Second People's Hospital. An old man sat on a bench in the white corridor, his eyes lowered, and he closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a low sound came. Bang! It seemed that something fell to the ground, and then a young nurse stumbled out from the corner of the corridor. The slender hand held the wall, leaving a bloody handprint on the white wall. She covered her neck with one hand, and held the wall with the other hand, and ran towards the old man with closed eyes. "Call the police! Call the police!" she shouted with difficulty, trying her best. "Call the police!" The old man finally heard the girl's voice. He turned his head slowly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "Ah!" The little nurse screamed in pain. The strong pull between her hair made her fall backwards involuntarily. Bang! The little nurse fell to the ground. Before she could get up, the person behind her stepped on her heart. He was a burly man dressed in black, with a long scar on his face that twisted like a centipede with his smile. He picked up the sharp knife and stabbed the nurse in the heart without hesitation. Blood splashed on his face, staining his scar and eyes red. The big man looked at the old man who was dialing the phone and trembling to call the police, and walked towards him slowly. At the moment when the sunset fell, 12 vicious wounding incidents broke out in Yanqing at the same time. The wounding was not only cruel, but also seemed to have supernatural powers. A long-planned layout finally unfolded tonight. Yanqing, Mind Research Center. Dark clouds rolled in from afar, and the weather became like a child's face. A team of 8 security guards guarded the entrance of the gate. They were armed and alert. A strong wind blew, making people feel cold. Security Captain Yuze raised his head and murmured, "It's windy now. I'm afraid it will rain tonight." Behind Yuze, a strong man smiled and said, "Brother Yu, we haven't gone out to eat for a long time. Let's take turns to eat and drink." Yuze rolled his eyes at him. "Zhangzhou, you are just thinking about drinking all day. How is the house I asked you to see last time?" Zhangzhou scratched his head and didn't dare to answer. Hee. The young man guarding the gate had a baby face and looked young. He laughed slyly and said, "Reporting to you, Brother Zhang drank and forgot to go to see it at all." Zhangzhou was anxious and angry and cursed. "You heartless guy, didn't you take me with you when I drank that time?" Yuze and Zhangzhou were from the same hometown. He took them to travel all over the country and found a high-paying job with his skills. I have told Zhangzhou so many times to buy a house nearby as soon as possible, but he always evaded the question. Yuze patted Zhangzhou and said, "There is a car coming, be alert." Working in the Mind Research Center seems simple, but it is not. There are many secrets in the Mind Research Center, and the dangers are often hidden inadvertently. They have been here for 2 years, and have seen too many people who lost their lives because of carelessness. 2 trucks slowly stopped in front of the gate. Yuze saw that the license plate number was correct and gestured to the back. The baby-faced young man got the signal, and turned on the lights on both sides of the gate. The lights came on, and the driver got out of the car. He had fair skin, and although he wore an ordinary driver's hat, his features were still handsome and extraordinary. Yuze's heart moved and he stopped. He pressed the weapon on his waist and asked, "It's usually Brother Wang. Why not him today?" The man didn't seem to notice Yuze's actions, and smiled and said, "I asked Quan Hai to take over. Brother Wang's wife is due to give birth today, and she went to the hospital and can't come." Chapter 408. Expected date of delivery? Yuze recalled that it was indeed true. He still did not relax his vigilance and pointed at the car behind. "Who is driving the car behind?" "Lao Wan's apprentice Cheng Yu." Hee. The man still kept smiling and said, "Xiao Cheng is in the back, but you may remember it wrongly. His name is Cheng Feng." "Really?" Yuze smiled and said, "I am old and my memory is not good." He led Zhangzhou and another tall young man to a car behind, and indeed saw Cheng Feng sitting in the car looking over here. "Cheng Feng, why don't you come down?" "Brother Yu, I feel sick today, please spare me." Cheng Feng looked pale, as if he was suffering from stomach problems. "I've told you so many times, you're greedy for food and cold food, haha." Yu laughed a few times and said, "Show me the list of supplies and the inspection certificate." "Here." Quan Hai handed over the certificate, with the 2 words Quan Hai clearly marked under the photo in the work card. "Okay, the inspection is completed." Yuze handed the certificate to Quan Hai, walked slowly towards the gate, and raised his hand. "Be on guard, meet the enemy." No one expected Yuze to suddenly shout this sentence. He took off the weapon under his ribs and shot Quan Hai behind him at the fastest speed. Bang! The security guards of the Mind Research Center carried different guns. The energy contained in them was greater, and it was easier for people to lose their ability to resist. His speed was fast, and Quan Hai's reaction was also surprising. At a distance of only 5 meters, he actually dodged the frontal attack, leaving only a scratch on his left arm. "How did you find out?" Quan Hai raised his lips, very interested in Yuze's performance. Although the work badge is deliberately made old, The fresh plastic smell cannot be concealed, and Yuzei pointed at Quan Hai's hand. For a transport worker, your hands are well maintained. Interesting. Quan Hai shook his arm carelessly, and the scratch wound on it slowly healed. Today, you will all die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped out like a cheetah. Bang! Bang! Yuzei fired his gun as he retreated, shouting, "Send the alarm." The baby-faced young man rushed into the room where the alarm was located and pressed the alarm as soon as Yuzei started fighting. But he soon discovered that the alarm system had failed, and there was no response at all. The young man tried the landline and quick communication again, but they all failed silently. He rushed out of the room and shouted, "Brother Yu, the alarm and communication are both disconnected, and we can't contact the control room." As the voice was halfway through, the young man suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. He fired a shot at it subconsciously. Bang! The warm blood of the student flowed down his cheek, and the severe pain came from his wrist. The young man fell to the ground in pain and sweated coldly. A slender figure fell down and stepped on the young man's broken wrist. "Ah!" he screamed, and his whole body spasmed in pain. He almost fainted, but this pain did not last long. The white blade pierced his heart, and his vitality quickly faded. At the last moment of his life, he saw a delicate and beautiful cheek, and the red maple on her collarbone. Puff! Stabbing the sharp knife into Yuzei's heart, Quan Hai turned around fiercely. Kicking him away, his voice was frighteningly calm. "Hurry up, we only have 1 hour." Behind Quan Hai, Chung Feng was thrown out of the car, and a gloomy man waved to everyone. "Get in the car." The campus of the Mind Research Center is very large, but they seemed to be familiar with it. Quan Hai sat in the main driver's seat, and Ai Lu, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was slowly wiping the blade. "What did Geng Qi say to you before the operation?" She looked at Blade with her beautiful eyes. "Let me keep an eye on you, and there must be no mistakes in the operation." Quan Hai glanced around and looked at the surrounding scenery. Hee hee. Ai Lu seemed to have heard a joke, and smiled. "Sending 6 magic stars, and our red maple 2 elite teams at the same time. What is he afraid of? Don't be careless, the ranger was only temporarily diverted by us, and the communication of the Mind Research Center will be restored within an hour. We don't have much time. TSK? You're so calm all the time, so boring." Ai Lu slid his fingers on Quan Hai's legs and said meaningfully, "The checkpoint leading to the Mind Research Center is ahead, be careful." Quan Hai's tone was a little more concerned, and he slowly stopped the car. The rear door of the truck opened, and 6 people wearing black windbreakers and bronze masks on their faces got out. They were the main force of this operation, the demon star that the master behind the scenes had high hopes for. In addition to the 6 of them, there were 2 teams of red maple elites to assist. A group of people disappeared into the darkness and headed towards the core area. The high wall surrounding the core area was 7 meters high, covered with microelectric grids that could instantly penetrate a human heart. Quan Hai walked in front, hiding in a shadow and looking quietly. In front of the checkpoint stood 4 people in white clothes, holding strange guns. Behind the 4 people were 8 people hiding in a micro-safe house. Relying on high-voltage electric weapons on both sides, the defense here was thorough. Quan Hai looked back at Geng Qi and whispered, "Do you have any good ideas?" Geng Qi showed a sneer on his face and said, "I don't have any ideas, but Lord Mo Xing must have some ideas, right?" The leading Mo Xing had deep eyes, and was silent under the bronze mask. He waved to the 5 people around him, walked out of the shadows, and walked straight ahead. "Who?" The 4 guards in front discovered 6 people in strange clothes at the same time. The guards turned on the night vision glasses on their faces and raised their weapons. "Stop, or we will shoot." Seeing that the warning was ineffective, the guard decisively fired a shot at the feet of the demon star. Bang! The bullet fired by the gun sparked sparks. Unlike ordinary bullets, this kind of bullet will produce a small-scale explosion after falling to the ground. If the explosion occurs in the human body, the destructive force can be imagined. The footsteps of the demon star leader stopped, he seemed to be stunned in place, and the air became quiet. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from his body, and his whole body moved suddenly. Too fast, his speed was so fast that he didn't seem like a human being. The speed of the other 5 people was slower than him, but it was shocking enough. The leader of the demon star grabbed the guard's neck and twisted it hard, crack. The fragile tibia of a human being was like a chopstick in his palm, and the attack launched by the guard before his death fell on him. Bang! It was like hitting metal. He looked at the torn clothes on his stomach, revealing the body full of metal texture. The past memories came to him in an instant, making him irritable. He picked up the guard's body and threw it hard, hitting the glass of the safe house. "Quick! Shoot!" The guards in the safe house shouted loudly, and one of them quietly ran out of the house and ran towards the control room in the core area. Z. The strong electric current hit their bodies, causing the demons to pause slightly. Just when hope surged in the hearts of the guards, something even more terrifying happened. The demons' fists flashed with arcs. The strong current had no effect on the 6 people at all, but instead strengthened their attack power. Boom! The checkpoint was destroyed in just 5 or 6 minutes, which was probably beyond the expectations of the original designer. The checkpoint designed for humans was very fragile in the hands of the demons. The eyes of AI Lu and others looking at the demons also became different, with a hint of fear. Can they still be called human beings? AI Lu and others at least have flesh and blood, while they are like terrifying and emotionless machines, cold and ruthless. Chapter 409. AI Lu's eyes swept over the Demon Star Commander. The burns on his right arm caused by the electric shock were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He is also a vampire? A strange feeling arose in her heart. Is the product of the combination of vampires and machines the current Demon Star? The Demon Star Commander felt AI Lu's gaze, and a pair of cold eyes fell on her. AI Lu could feel the oppression when his eyes examined her, which made her whole body tense. The Demon Star Commander only looked at her for a while, and then looked away. Huh! She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, she almost felt that the Demon Star Commander would attack her. His feeling was very accurate. For a moment, a strong killing intent surged in the Demon Star Commander's heart. He couldn't determine the source of this killing intent. It seemed that every time he recalled the past, his desire to kill would rise. In Granny Long's tent, she sat next to the crystal ball. The weak fluorescence barely illuminated a corner, and her voice was hoarse. The disaster has come, and you can't escape it. The crystal ball glowed with a psychedelic purple light, which was constantly beating. After a while, Granny Long woke up from her strange state, and her eyes on her skinny face were surprisingly bright. She gently tapped the crystal ball with her fingers, and a shadow puppet placed on the table slowly floated. A stream of pure black air flowed out of the crystal ball, and injected into the shadow puppet. Go! She raised her finger, and the shadow puppet stood up and flew out of the tent. It was a very vivid shadow puppet. Riding a horse, holding a silver spear, and wearing bright silver armor, he looked majestic. After releasing the puppet, Granny Long's face became even more sallow. She hunched her back and said to herself, "Old Manwan, these are just to repay your kindness." Ha Feng and his group were very fast. After breaking through the checkpoint, they defeated 2 patrol teams in succession. According to the signs on the map, as long as they passed through a green area, they would reach the building where the target was. Duh duh duh. The sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded, and every one of them was clearly audible on the cement road. Quan Hai stopped, holding the steel knife upside down, and looked forward. After seeing the person coming clearly, he was stunned for a moment. The man came riding a white horse, holding a silver spear, and wearing armor. He looked like a military general in ancient times. The strange thing was that his face was painted with oil paint, like an actor in Peking opera. Buzz, the general raised the silver spear with a shake of the spear, and the tip of the spear was shining coldly. Rumble. The thunderstorm that had been brewing for a long time finally fell at this time, and the big raindrops fell on the silver spear armor, crackling. The battle was about to start. Quan Hai flew up, lowered his head to avoid the attack of the silver spear, and wanted to get close to kill the opponent. Bang! The silver-armored general pulled back the silver spear with his back hand, and hit Quan Hai's back with a fierce blow. He was hit, and fell forward, slashing at the white horse's leg with a knife. The other red maple killers rushed forward and attacked the general. AI Lu found the right opportunity, and stabbed him under the ribs along the edge of the armor, while he was resisting other attacks. No blood, no screams. The general turned around and punched AI Lu in the chest. When she flew out, she saw a black mist rising from the place where the general was stabbed. Dark element? AI Lu understood instantly that this general was just a puppet driven by dark elements to guard here. 3 of the 6 demon stars walked out and rushed towards the general. The long spear swept countless water droplets in half, and finally landed on the chest of the demon star in front. Clang! The harsh sound of metal and iron intersecting sounded, causing the surrounding red maple personnel to retreat. The tip of the spear bent into an exaggerated arc, and the general jumped high from the horse and thrust again. This time, his attack did not miss. Dark red blood mixed with gold flew out from the demon star's shoulder blade. The general actually found the weak spot on the demon star's body accurately. Voila la. Other demon stars suddenly had strange weapons in their hands. They were black chains with a sickle on one end and a long blade on the other. The sickle rotated in their hands, making a disgusting loose sound, like a baby crying. The 6 people attacked at the same time. The general blocked dozens of moves with a silver spear, but was accidentally hooked by the sickle on his arm. The speed of the spear was slowed down by this, and other attacks followed. After the 6 chains locked his movements at the same time, the Demon Star Commander shouted and exerted force on his hands. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky, and the general was torn to pieces by 6 people. Black gas burst out from his body, then dissipated, and a piece of shadow puppet fragments fell to the ground. The Demon Star Commander stepped on the shadow puppet, snorted coldly, and walked towards the target building. There were more ghosts in the Mind Research Center than he imagined. When they arrived at the inpatient building, 35 minutes had passed since they entered the research center. In the inpatient building, the lights of the entire building have been turned off. An old man, with a calm demeanor, is standing at the door, and behind him stands a row of 12 security guards. The old man is Zhangbo, the doorman Xiaoyuan saw when he first came to the inpatient building. He is still dressed the same way, with a washed-out shirt, a pair of cloth shoes, and a palm leaf fan in his hand. Geng Qi walked up to him, with fear in his eyes. Mr. Zhang Tian, why do you have to step into this muddy water at your age? In the eyes of others, Zhang Tian is a frail old man who sits at the door, as a security guard every day. Who would have thought that he was once the founder and chief instructor of the A-Country Mysterious Affairs Department, the predecessor of Ranger? Zhang Tian waved the palm leaf fan in his hand, and squinted his eyes. You have investigated the research center thoroughly. Even I, an old man, know it clearly. Geng Qi smiled when he heard this. Mr. Zhang is a senior. Why don't we make a good relationship and let us take one person away from the building? The sound of rain got louder. Zhang Tian shook his head firmly. Since I'm paid by the Mind Research Center, I have to fulfill my duties. The smile faded from his face, and Geng Qi's eyes burst into a strong murderous intent. Old man, you are shameless. Kill! Realizing that Zhang Tian was stalling for time, Geng Qi stopped nagging and ordered Hong Feng to rush forward. Zhang Tian saw this, and calmly led the 12 guards back to the building. The shadow puppet warrior bought them a lot of time, allowing them to set up defenses in time, and not be too passive. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire was continuous, and the arc guns, and the guns with explosive bullets, forced Hong Feng and his men back again. The Demon Star Commander led 6 people to meet them at the same time, and flew towards the security personnel, who fired the guns under the powerful firepower. Zhang Tian suddenly moved at this moment, and a stream of air surged in his originally skinny body. Slowly, his arms became stronger and his whole body grew taller, and his back was no longer bent. Zhang Tian waved a cattail leaf fan, and a green airflow flew out from above, and the surging airflow shot down the flying sickles one by one. If you look closely, you can see the silver bracelets on his wrists. Zhang Tian is a rare wind element affinity. There are very few wind element affinity people in Country A, and even in the Silver Wing Army, there are no more than 10 people. The attack of the Demon Star Commander was repelled, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Roar! With a roar, he waved the flying sickle to increase his speed to the extreme, and rushed to the front of the security personnel despite the pain of being hit by the arc and the explosive bomb. Die! The flying sickle passed by, and a security guard was hit in the chest by the sickle, and the wound across the chest was huge. Warm blood spurted out, opening the prelude to this bloody killing. Chapter 410. The leader of the Demon Star attacked ruthlessly, killing 3 security guards in an instant. The defense line, with a gap, gradually became chaotic, and he ran upstairs without stopping, leaving 4 Demon Stars to entangle Zhang Tian. In the hall on the first floor, Zhang Bo's hands were wrapped in green airflow, and each attack could repel one person. The defense of the Demon Star was amazingly strong. If it was an ordinary person, who was attacked by him continuously, his organs would have been injured long ago, but the 4 people who besieged him did not change at all. Bang! 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 The continuous attacks fell, and Zhang Bo was trapped in the hall by the other party, and watched the leader of the Demon Star and Hong Feng's people go upstairs. Footsteps suddenly sounded in the quiet corridor, noisy and fast. The eyes under the bronze mask were cold, sweeping through the wards. Some patients in the wards had already woken up, hiding in the room and not daring to come out. Some of them were anxious and whispered to the police. The senses of the leader of the Demon Star were magnified at this moment, and he could clearly capture the breath of everyone. Here, With a gleam in his eyes, he walked straight to the innermost ward. The door of this ward had no windows, and it was equipped with a sophisticated password lock, which required a password and iris scan to pass. He raised his hand and gently stroked it. Bang! A heavy punch hit the door, and the metal between his knuckles was tense and emitted a faint electric light. Again and again, the door lock was shattered under the heavy blows, and with his last punch, it completely shattered, and electric arcs and sparks flew everywhere. Bang! The leader of the Demon Star kicked the door and kicked it open. In the ward, a pale woman was leaning against the wardrobe, looking at the people rushing into the room in horror. The leader of the Demon Star looked at her. Although the gentle and beautiful woman was nearly 40 years old, she was still full of charm. Her eyes were very special, with a circle of golden lines deep in her pupils, which slowly expanded as her emotions fluctuated. The man's voice changed for the first time, and he said, "Bai Feng?" Bai Feng clenched his fists, his whole body tense. "Who are you? Don't you know that trespassing into the Mind Research Center is illegal?" The leader of the Demon Star waved his hand and said, "Take her away, don't hurt her." Two young men walked out of the crowd, their eyes glowing red. However, when they approached within 3 meters of Bai Feng, an invisible resistance arose. The flat-headed young man tried to take a step, but just one step exhausted all his strength. What happened? He was puzzled and tried to rush forward with more strength, but his body tilted and flew back. Plop! He fell flat on his face and rolled in front of the feet of the Demon Star leader. The Demon Star leader didn't even look at him, and the flying sickle flew out of his hand and passed by the young man's scalp, shocking him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. The flying sickle was extremely fast, and a black airflow appeared on its surface, breaking through the invisible obstacles. It was actually attached with dark elements. Ai Lu and Quan Hai looked at each other, and huge waves rose in their hearts. They were a very special blood race, existing in the world since the birth of mankind. Blood races have a long lifespan, can transform into bats to escape, and have strong self-healing abilities. The only shortcoming is that blood races cannot have elemental control. The self-healing ability of the Demon Star Commander is the same as that of the blood race, but he has the control of dark elements. How did he do it? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Ai Lu felt terrified from the bottom of his heart about the common master behind them. When the Demon Star took action, the other red maple also rushed forward. A spark jumped in Bai Feng's hand. She put her hands in front of her body and instinctively wanted to protect herself. The spark turned and suddenly turned into a fireball, rushing towards the flying sickle. Clang! The black fog dissipated, and the flying sickle circled and fell to the ground. The leader of the Demon Star snorted coldly and rushed towards Bai Feng. I have never seen so many ferocious people in my life. Some of them wore bronze masks and held flying sickles, and some had scarlet eyes like Shura. Bai Feng's fear continued to rise to the extreme, and the golden lines in the depths of his eyes were about to break through the edge of his pupils. The blue airflow with Bai Feng as the core flowed, resisting the attacks of Hong Feng and the other two. After being hit, the three of them flew back screaming, and the wind elemental power in their bodies continued to erode their internal organs. The Demon Star Commander and Quan Hai rushed to the front together. Quan Hai flashed the white blades in his hands, and with the brute force of the Blood Clan, he broke through the protection of the wind element. When he was about to touch Bai Feng, a soft water film appeared out of thin air. Water element? When Quan Hai's attack landed on the water film, it was completely absorbed, and then hit by the airflow and flew backwards. Is there really a person who can master the power of multiple elements at the same time? He seemed to feel no pain in his body, and struggled to stand up. Hualala. The attacks of the Demon Star Commander and another Demon Star arrived at the same time, and they cooperated skillfully. First, one person broke the wind group, then hit the water film to reduce the defense, and then the commander concentrated all his strength on that point. The top of the flying sickle shone with extremely pure black, breaking through the water film and landing on Bai Feng's shoulder. Blood stained her hospital gown red, and time seemed to stop in an instant. The golden lines in Bai Feng's eyes finally broke through the pupils and spread to every corner. She raised her head in pain. Buzz, an unnatural sound rang out in the ward, and after a few seconds, the airflow exploded. The four people following the two demon stars were instantly blown away, and they were covered with wounds when they fell. Ai Lu was in a better situation. She fell behind and hit the wall, and her whole body was about to fall apart. In order to resist the attack, the skin and flesh on her two arms fell off, revealing the white bones. She had countless injuries. If it weren't for the unique talent of the blood race, She wouldn't even be able to stand up now. Zizizi. The Demon Star Commander and another Demon Star were frozen in place, motionless. If someone could take a look from the front, they would find that the extremely hard metal armor between their chests and abdomens had melted for the most part, revealing their internal organs. The internal organs barely did not rupture under the nourishment of a layer of dark liquid. If Bai Feng launched the attack again, they would surely die. Luckily, Bai Feng seemed to have exhausted all his physical strength in the explosion without any consciousness. She took a last look at the closet with her peripheral vision, and her body fell limply. Fortunately, she was not hurt. Bai Feng's last consciousness dissipated, and the whole person fell into a coma. Ahem. It took the two Demon Star Commanders, who resisted most of Bai Feng's attack for 2 minutes before they could barely move. The shock of being saved in his eyes could not be hidden. Is this the innate elementalist that the master wants? Does a person who can manipulate multiple elements at the same time have the ability comparable to God, or is she God? He picked up Bai Feng. Her light body seemed to be nothing. It was such a fragile body, but it burst out with the ability to almost kill him. He silently calculated the time in his heart, and suddenly his heart moved, and his eyes fell on the wardrobe that Bai Yi had been leaning on. The Demon Star Commander looked at the wardrobe with complicated eyes, hesitated for a while, and finally turned away. Retreat quickly, the Ranger is coming. This night was destined to be not peaceful. Many vicious attacks and injuries occurred in the city, and a large number of police forces were dispatched to control the situation. The next day, a more shocking news was released. The Mind Research Center was attacked by unknown thugs, resulting in 8 deaths, many injuries, and 1 missing. Chapter 411. Daming Sea, Devil's Triangle. Xiao Yuan walked along the temporary narrow bridge built on the Qihang, and there was a deep ocean below. Perhaps it was because he had been operating on land for a long time, and he always felt a sense of fear every time he looked down at the disappearance of the sea. The deep ocean breeds too many creatures, and what humans know is just the tip of the iceberg. Li Jian stood alone on the Sejong, looking at Xiao Yuan with complicated eyes. He walked over leisurely, as if he was strolling in his own back garden, with a very annoying expression on his face. With his fingers on the guardrail, he turned over and jumped onto the deck in a smooth and graceful manner. Sister Jiyun, why do you look so resentful? Many people on the Sejong don't welcome you, don't you know? Li Jian had a cold face, but her words were not so cold. Of course I know. I'm afraid that Brother Zhengqian would like to tie me up and throw me into the sea to feed the fish, right? Aren't you afraid? Li Jian couldn't understand what he was thinking. You come to visit. Can you say something else? Visiting? What does that mean? Xiao Yuan held his forehead, realizing that she was not from Country A, and that many of the dialects in Country A were completely incomprehensible to Li Jian. He simply stopped talking and looked around. Where is Li Mingyan? Brother Li is resting in the cabin. Do you have something to do with him? Of course, why else would I come? Xiao Yuan smiled and pointed at Li Jian. One of the purposes is to come and see you. After all, we are old friends. Who is your old friend? Li Jian said angrily. The two of them were bickering, attracting the others on the bow deck. Xiao Yuan looked at the 2 men and 1 woman and found that he knew them all. Park Yongdan, Li Minqiol, and Bei Suji were among the 3 who competed in the joint competition. Xiao Yuan, why are you here? Park Yongdan looked like he was going to eat him. Brother Park, you and I are old acquaintances. Why are you so angry? Xiao Yuan shook his head helplessly. I'm looking for Li Mingyan to discuss navigation. If I believe you, there must be something fishy. Zhengqian, Mr. Xiao is here for serious business, don't mess around. Li Mingzhe was obviously much calmer. Mr. Xiao, follow me, the captain is in the cabin. He knew very well how important Xiao Yuan was to the Sejong, and it was extremely dangerous to lose direction while sailing on the sea. Thank you. Xiao Yuan thanked him, and followed Li Mingzhe into the cabin, leaving Park Zhengqian, who was jumping with anger. Li Mingyan's bedroom was simple, without any extra decorations. On the wall hung a map of the Daming Sea and the Goryeo Sea, which was densely marked by him. It can be seen that Li Mingyan is a pragmatic and down-to-earth person who spends most of his time on work. After Xiao Yuan met him, he sat down, and Li Mingzhe walked out of the room and closed the hatch. Bang! There were only 2 of them left in the bedroom, and Xiao Yuan spoke straight to the point without being pretentious. Captain Li, I want to talk to you about navigation this time. Navigation? But what difficulties did you encounter that you need our help with? Li Mingyan looked puzzled. That's not the case. Xiao Yuan waved his hand, and the speed of using the dragon soul to dissolve the sea energy was very fast, and it was estimated that it would be completed tomorrow morning. I came here to talk sense into Captain Lee. Talk about reason? Yes, when we met, the Sejong had clearly lost its navigation capability, but you concealed it, right? Xiao Yuan, you didn't ask us at the time, so why do you want to regret it now? I can't say I regret it. Xiao Yuan raised his lips. But you should at least give some compensation to show your sincerity, right? You? Li Mingyan cursed Xiao Yuan in his heart, but he had to bow his head when he was under someone's roof. What do you want? He suppressed his anger and said, as calmly as possible. It's not difficult. Tell me the real purpose of your trip. What? Li Mingyan opened his eyes wide, unable to hold back any longer, and cursed. Xiao Yuan, don't go too far. You are dreaming. Brother Mingyan, listen to me. Xiao Yuan patted his shoulder and patiently explained, we are in the deep sea together and need to trust each other, but I have never known your purpose. Let me tell you this. Keeping you by my side is like planting a bomb. Many people on the Qihang disagree, but we had a deep friendship before, I guarantee it. Xiao Yuan had a face that was full of loyalty. You must give me an explanation, otherwise I will find it difficult to convince others. Li Mingyan's face was very ugly, and he subconsciously glanced to the side. It doesn't matter, you can discuss it with the crew and give me an answer tonight. Xiao Yuan casually glanced at the hidden camera, stood up and smiled. Goodbye. Xiao Yuan walked out of the cabin and began to think. Li Mingyan's position on the Sejong was not the highest. He glanced at the camera when he was forced by him just now. According to this analysis, there must be someone behind the scenes directing the Sejong's every move. Xiao Yuan did not like to threaten others, but the appearance of the galley group was too strange, and the answer given was not credible. He could not rely on the kindness of the other party for the lives of all the people on the ship, and he could not afford to gamble. On one hand, she persuaded him with kind words, and on the other hand, she threatened him with navigation. She hoped that the other party's helmsman would compromise by using both soft and hard tactics. Humming a little tune, Xiao Yuan walked to the bow and prepared to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Li Jian. She walked quickly to the bow, and seeing that there was no one around, she whispered, Xiao Yuan, did you ask Brother Li about the purpose of our trip? Oh? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and moved closer to her. You eavesdropped on us? A warm breath came over her, and Li Jian's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. I didn't eavesdrop. I assure you that we have absolutely no ill intentions. Seeing that Xiao Yuan seemed to be somewhat moved, she continued, you saved me once, I won't hurt you. The fragrance on Li Jian's body was very light, just the smell that Xiao Yuan liked. He frowned helplessly and smiled. I believe you don't want to hurt me, but... Xiao Yuan's eyes suddenly changed halfway through his words. He grabbed Li Jian, held her in his arms, and dodged to the side. Ah! Li Jian was startled, and after reacting, she slapped Xiao Yuan in shame and anger. You, what are you doing? Whoosh! Whoosh! Two black shadows flew past where Li Jian had just stood. Their bodies were long and narrow, about 2 meters long. They flashed past the top of the ship, and made very little sound when they fell into the water. Green scales, fish tails, and snake heads. Xiao Yuan took a warning flare from his waist and fired it into the air, shouting to the Qihang on the opposite side, be alert. There is an enemy attack. Splash. The seawater around Sejong and Qihang seemed to be boiling, with countless splashes. Xiao Yuan blocked Li Jian behind him, walked to the side of the ship with a minging knife in hand, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. One by one, the sea snakes with snake heads and fish tails were tumbling in the water, revealing their sharp fangs and screaming at Xiao Yuan. Chapter 412. There were too many sea snakes, densely packed together. Suddenly, the sea snake launched an attack, as if it was guided by something and flew out of the sea, rushing straight towards the ship. The Qihang and Sejong were already in combat readiness. Xiao Yuan raised his knife to block the sea snake, and his fangs bit the blade with a crackling sound. Hiss! With a casual flick of his hand, the minging knife tore the sea snake's mouth and threw it off the deck. One sea snake went down, and more sea snakes rushed onto the bow. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian resisted the attack of the sea snake while retreating to the rear. The silver knife shone coldly when Xiao Yuan used it, and every swing of the knife would kill a sea snake. Unfortunately, there were thousands of sea snakes, and it was impossible to kill them all by ordinary means. More and more sea snakes rushed onto the deck, so they had to retreat into the cabin temporarily. Park Xingqian's face was pale, and he was still frightened by the fact that he had almost died in the mouth of a sea snake just now. What should I do? There are too many sea snakes. Xiao Yuan leaned against the window, and saw several flames rising from the side of the Qihang. Knowing that Lin Lang and others had activated the flamethrower, he felt relieved. He looked at the increasing number of sea snakes outside and asked, "Don't you have weapons such as flamethrowers?" Li Xian shook her head and said, "There are weapons to fight against the beasts in the sea, but I'm afraid it's difficult to deal with so many sea snakes." "Where is Susie?" She noticed that Bei Susie was not in the cabin, but she was looking outside anxiously. Park Yongdan leaned against the wall, his face full of sweat. "Don't worry, she must have hidden in another cabin." As they were talking, a shrill cry came from outside the window. The three looked up and saw Bei Susie, and a young man with small eyes running wildly under the pursuit of sea snakes. They fought against the sea snakes while running wildly towards the cabin. The young man with small eyes slowed down, and was bitten by the sea snake and retreated with a scream. The sea snakes in the Devil's Triangle are much more powerful than ordinary sea snakes. The slender fangs penetrated deep into the flesh, and even without toxins, they could still make people lose their ability to move. The result of being unable to move in a group of sea snakes can be imagined. He fell to the ground and shouted desperately to Bei Susie, "Susie, save me!" Pei Xiuji shuddered, gritted her teeth, swung her long sword to kill 2 sea snakes, and grabbed the young man's arm. In just a few breaths, the young man's body was already covered with sea snakes. The sound of fangs gnawing at flesh and blood was endless, and when she pulled him, she used too much force and lost her balance. Her companion, who originally weighed more than 50 kilograms, was ridiculously light. She sat on the ground and looked at the young man whose body had disappeared most of the time in despair, and burst into tears. People in despair either inspire extraordinary courage, or completely lose the ability to resist. Now she is the latter. Seeing the sea snake crawling towards her, Bei Susie closed her eyes in despair. Swish, the long knife fell, and the front sea snake was cut into 2 pieces. Xiao Yuan shouted, "If you want to cry, go into the cabin and cry, hurry up." Li Xian stepped forward and grabbed Bei Susie's arm, and said urgently, "Susie, go!" Swish. Swish, Xiao Yuan and Park Yongdan, who looked unwilling, each took one side, and temporarily resisted the attack of the sea snake. They left behind more than 20 sea snake corpses along the way. Sea snakes are greedy and cruel. After their companions died, they actually scrambled to eat the flesh of the dead sea snake and attacked each other. Taking advantage of a little precious time, Xiao Yuan and the other 4 retreated to the corridor and saw the cabin door in sight. Hiss! A sea snake suddenly fell from above. It had been lying in ambush for an unknown period of time, and its arched body popped out like lightning. Its fangs went straight to Li Xian's face. With its teeth, it was estimated that Li Xian would have to live with a mask for the rest of her life. The unexpected situation caught everyone off guard. Xiao Yuan instinctively stretched out his hand to stop it in an instant. The teeth pierced half an inch into the back of his hand, and the bright red blood flowed down his hand. Xiao Yuan didn't even make a sound, and grabbed the sea snake's tail with his backhand, and grabbed the sea snake 7 inches with the other hand to force it to let go. Snap! With a fierce swing, the sea snake's head was thrown against the wall, and the 4 people hid in the cabin at the last moment. Bang, bang, bang. There were endless bangs outside the cabin door, and the sea snake came following the smell of blood. Among the 4 people who were still in shock, only Park Shangqian had the ugliest expression. He pointed at Xiao Yuan with trembling fingers, and even his voice changed as he cursed, "Xiao Yuan, your uncle." Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and then he found that the head of the sea snake he had just shaken off had bitten Park Yongdan's butt. Ouch! He quickly swung his knife to kill the sea snake, and said, "Brother Park, I'm sorry, it was an emergency just now." Park Yongdan obviously didn't want to listen to Xiao Yuan's explanation. He screamed in pain from the wound. Yu wanted to go out to save people, and he originally refused, otherwise he would have to explain himself. Xiao Yuan agreed with her and left immediately. Park Yongdan disliked Xiao Yuan and thought that he must not fall behind others, but ended up like this. Not to mention how he groaned and accepted Li Xian's treatment, Bei Susie's mood had stabilized. Under Xiao Yuan's questioning, she told what had just happened. Bei Susie and Li Xianen, the young man who died in Shiko, were patrolling on the other side of the deck, and suddenly found a monster in the fog. Monster? Tell me in detail, what does the monster look like? Xiao Yuan asked. It has a triangular head, horns on both sides, and a long neck, similar to the animal in the Loch Ness Monster picture. What are the horns like? Deer horns? No, it looks like a large sheep horn. Bei Susie measured the creature she saw with her hands. It was foggy, and when we saw it, it should have seen us and immediately dived into the sea, but Bei Suzy recalled the scene at that time. It seems to make a sound, very clear but not loud. Xiao Yuan combined all the information, but still couldn't guess what creature she saw at that time. The sound and appearance are different from those of a dragon. Besides, dragons usually live in rivers and lakes in Country A, and have never been heard of in the sea. Park Yongdon groaned and lay on the bed on the side. After removing his tongue, the wound on his buttocks became more obvious. He forced a smile at Li Jiyun and said, "Jiyun, thank you for your trouble, hee." His facial features twisted together with laughter, and he seemed to enjoy the process of Li Jiyun applying the ointment for him. Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes, took the ointment from Li Jiyun, who frowned slightly, and said, "There are differences between men and women, so let me do it." As he said that, Xiao Yuan gently pulled Li Jiyun away and walked towards Park Yongdon. "Brother Park, you and I are really destined to be together, ha ha ha." Park Yongdon's face changed, and he pointed at Xiao Yuan and shouted, "What do you want to do? Don't come over here, don't come over here." "Oh! Ah." 5 minutes later, Xiao Yuan left the bed refreshed. Park Yongdon lay on it with a look of despair. He pointed at Xiao Yuan's back and said firmly, "Xiao Yuan, I will take revenge sooner or later." Ignoring his resentment, Xiao Yuan slightly opened the curtains and looked outside. The number of sea snakes on the deck did not decrease at all. He couldn't help but frown. The sea snakes came strangely. I wonder what happened to the Qihong. Suddenly, he felt his right hand being held by someone. The cold feeling was very comfortable. He turned his head in surprise. Li Jian was holding his palm, lowering her eyes and said, Your hand is injured, you need to apply medicine." Chapter 413. Applying the cooling ointment on the wound, Li Jian deftly bandaged Xiao Yuan with her fingers, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Okay." She patted the gauze. "Don't touch water for now. The ointment of our Sejong army is very effective." "Thank you." Xiao Yuan retracted his gaze, and a wonderful feeling rose in his heart. Li Jian took the ointment in her hand, and rubbed the glass bottle containing the ointment with her slender fingers. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere in the cabin became quiet and a little awkward, except for Park Xingqian's faint moan. "Xiao Yuan, do you think the sea snakes outside will retreat on their own initiative?" Pei Xiuji asked in a low voice, her eyes moving between the two of them. "Ah?" Xiao Yuan came back to his senses and said, "I'm afraid it's difficult. The sea snakes should attack with a purpose. The monster you saw before should be the leader of the sea snakes. They attack us for only 2 reasons." "Which 2? Li Yin was attracted by his words, and finally raised her head. "The first one is that the Sea Snake King will destroy and kill all humans who enter the sea area, and the fight will not stop until they die. The second one." Xiao Yuan looked at Li Jian's black and white eyes. "There are things on our 2 ships that attract it. The second one may be your guess, isn't it?" Pei Xiuji was skeptical about the second guess. "So I need to verify it. If we can go back to the Qihong and compare the extent of the attack on the 2 ships, we can prove it." "No, it's too dangerous to go out now." Li Jian shook her head worriedly. "There are thousands of sea snakes on the ship, you can't rush out." Boom! Just as Xiao Yuan was about to speak, he felt a shock under his feet, and the entire ship trembled. What happened? Boom! Another violent shake. Xiao Yuan held Li Jian to prevent her from falling. His eyes changed. "Oh no, something is hitting the Sejong underwater." Xiao Yuan now basically confirmed that the Sejong core was the culprit that attracted the water monster. He looked outside, and found that the sea snakes were running around like crazy. Retreat? Soon Xiao Yuan knew the reason. All the sea snakes jumped from the ship into the sea, and hit the Sejong together, with the force under the water. The people on the boat seemed to have encountered an earthquake, and it was difficult to maintain their balance. Xiao Yuan made a prompt decision, and opened the cabin door. "Leave here quickly, and go to the Qihong." After that, he pulled up the sick Park Xingqian. "Stop pretending here, or you will die if you don't leave now." Park Xingqian didn't care about being pretentious, and ran towards the connection between the 2 ships with his pants lifted. Xiao Yuan shouted to Bei Suzy, "Go and notify everyone else to get on the Qihong. Hurry!" Bei Suzy looks delicate, but she is much better than Park Xingqian in doing things. She ran halfway and turned back. "Captain and Sister Hong will come out soon." The shaking of the ship became more and more intense, and the narrow bridge connecting the 2 ships was not stable even though it was fixed with wire. He grabbed Li Jian's hand and pushed her. "You go first." Seeing that Li Jian had something to say, he spoke in a rare stern voice. "Tell Lin Lang to prepare weapons, and fight the sea monster. Let Xiao Zheng come to help me." Ah! As soon as the voice fell, Park Xingqian, who was halfway through, screamed, and his body was suspended in the air and tightly grasped the narrow bridge. As luck would have it, he was bitten by a lone sea snake on his butt again. Just as he was about to fall, two figures appeared from the Qihong, Xiao Zheng and Qi Ming. Xiao Zheng was agile, ran to where Park Yungan was, bent over, and actually lifted him up with one arm. "Brother Qi, catch him." "Okay." Qi Ming held Park Yungan steadily with both arms, and shouted to Xiao Yuan, "Boss, the sea snake on the ship just retreated, is it okay?" "It's okay, take him back and prepare for battle." Xiao Yuan waved at him, turned around, and saw a group of people stumbling out of the cabin. Li Mingjia and Li Mingdan were carrying a black wooden box, which looked quite heavy. Behind them, a tall woman was covered in a cloak and veil, revealing only a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. She should be the sister Hong mentioned by Bei Suzy, right? Xiao Yuan stood in front of the floating bridge and stretched out his hand when he saw them in a hurry. "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing?" Li Mingdan looked up in confusion. "Didn't you ask us to go to the sailing ship?" "I did say that, but I didn't ask you to take the scourge with you." "Scary? What are you talking about?" "Miss Hong should know what I'm talking about, right?" Xiao Yuan looked at the black-robed woman with a burning gaze. Boom! There was an unprecedented collision underwater, and the hull of the Zhejiang tilted to a very dangerous angle and then stood up again. Swish! Swish! The people behind Li Mingdan drew out their silver swords, seemingly ready to act at the same time. As they moved, Xiao Zheng couldn't help but stand up, with a faint red light in her eyes. The fight was about to break out. Xiao Yuan and the black-robed woman stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. She suddenly laughed and said, "Mingyan, open the box." Li Mingyan was shocked, but he did not dare to disobey the woman's order, and slowly opened the black box. Xiao Yuan looked inside, and saw a small sea snake hidden in a crystal-clear piece of jade. The sea snake was transparent, and even its internal organs were clearly visible. The black-robed woman pointed at the jade inside, and her voice was still charming. "If we don't put this thing down, Captain Xiao will definitely not let us get on the boat." She had been weighing the pros and cons in her mind. If her strength allowed, she would certainly want to kill people, and seize the ship to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The sky crystal snake jade had not yet fully formed, and she was not sure that she could tame the sea snake king and take its snake pearl. But now the Shirzone could not move for some reason. The silver wing corps led by Xiao Yuan was notorious for being fierce. If they turned against them, it would be very disadvantageous to them. The black-robed woman waved her hand, and a bottle of potion slipped out of her sleeve. She asked the people around her to disperse, and smiled at Xiao Yuan. "Please do us a favor, Captain Xiao, and wait for me to subdue this beast." Xiao Yuan looked at Li Jian with doubtful eyes. "Are you sure she is a mentally sound person? A sea monster that can shake a big ship can be tamed with her delicate appearance with thin arms and legs?" Li Jian was also dumbfounded. She shook her head slightly to indicate that she didn't know what was going on. The black-robed woman opened the jade bottle, and poured out the golden liquid from it. The liquid fell on the jade, and seeped into it. Strangely enough, after the golden liquid seeped in, it all went into the body of the small sea snake along the fine lines inside. The transparent sea snake turned golden, and its whole body was filled with golden light. The little sea snake moved slightly, and its tightly closed eyes slowly opened. At that moment, Xiao Yuan felt a strong spiritual majesty sweeping over, although it was only for a moment. A surging wave suddenly appeared in front of the Zhejiang, and a water column as high as 7 or 8 meters rushed into the sky. Everyone looked up, and was shocked by the scene in front of them. At the bow of the Zhejiang, a sea snake estimated to be more than 50 meters long stretched out its upper body from the sea. It had a triangular head, 2 sharp horns on its head, and its eyes were green and glowing. Its head was very large, as big as 2 cars side by side, and it made a deafening roar at the people on the boat. Roar! Chapter 414. The seawater scattered, as if a heavy rain had fallen. The black-robed woman ignored the ferocious sea snake king. Her fingers danced and flew, drawing strange patterns on the jade. Swish! Xiao Yuan waved the silver knife, ready to fight the sea snake king. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and he was ready to retreat at any time. The moment the sea snake king emerged from the water, his eyes fell on the jade in front of the black-robed woman. The snake's tongue was exposed, and a pair of large green eyes suddenly opened wide. Roar! The sea serpent king rushed towards the deck, bringing with him a fishy wind. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan summoned 2 Nan to transform into a silver-white shield, protecting Xiao Zheng and Li Jian, and retreated again and again. The rest of the people were also facing a great enemy, but they still stood by the black-robed woman without moving. The fearless expression on Li Minggen's face made Xiao Yuan doubt the identity of the black-robed woman. Who is she? Seeing that the Sea Serpent King's attack was about to arrive, Xiao Yuan could no longer remain silent, and slapped the motorized device on his waist to open the safety. Click! At the moment when the safety was opened, a strange scene appeared. The huge head of the Sea Snake King stopped more than 1 meter away from the black-robed woman, and the fishy wind aroused made her cloak tremble. Gulp! Li Minggen swallowed hard, thinking that he was lucky. When the black-robed woman told him that they must not take action in advance, he almost thought that she wanted others to die, but fortunately, she was telling the truth. A drop of snake saliva dripped, and Li Minggen's nose tip felt cold. He looked at the black-robed woman quietly. The jade in front of the black-robed woman floated in the air, glowing with golden light. The Sea Snake King was attracted by the light, his nose twitched slightly, and the violent look in his eyes disappeared. The woman's water-like fingers brushed across the jade, and a halo appeared from it and spread around. The Sea Snake King was shocked after being swept by the halo, and the scales on its body seemed to have undergone some changes. Xiao Yuan stood aside and saw clearly that the black-robed woman was wearing a dark silver bracelet on her wrist. She was actually a person with light element affinity. The little sea snake in the jade kept changing in the light, and its changes were very slow. Starting from the tail, it slowly changed upwards, and the more it changed, Xiao Yuan found that it looked more and more like a Sea Snake King. When the neck of the little sea snake in the jade was also changed, the whole body of the Sea Snake King on the bow almost turned into a light golden color. The black-robed woman looked a little pale, but her expression was very excited. She held back the feeling of weakness in her body, and continued to release the halo. Ding! Something happened to the little sea snake's head, and it seemed to be stuck here. The eyes of the Sea Snake King, which had been calm for a long time, suddenly moved and changed a little. Ding! Ding! The little sea snake encountered an obstacle in the transformation of its head. The lack of an important link made it difficult to proceed. Seeing that the task was completed, the black-robed woman's eyes showed a crazy look. She gritted her teeth and slammed her hands on the jade. Crack! There was a sound of breaking, and a crack appeared on the body of the little sea snake. The black-robed woman was shocked when she saw this scene. She opened her mouth, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. The jade suspended in the air fell back into the wooden box. Roar! The gentleness in the Sea Snake King's eyes disappeared, and it returned from a half-awake state, revealing its brutal and bloodthirsty nature. The black-robed woman, who was closest to the Sea Snake King, was the first to be attacked, and became the target of the Sea Snake King's attack. Swish! The rest of the people reacted immediately, and Li Minggen pulled the black-robed woman over and shouted, "Protect Miss Hong!" The silver knife slashed across the Sea Snake King's jaw, but only cut off a few scales. Bang! The remains of the snake head fell into the air, shattering the deck. The black-robed woman's front was covered with blood, but she still shouted loudly, "Take good care of the Sky Crystal Snake Jade." Xiao Yuan frowned secretly. "You still care about a piece of jade at this time?" A man suddenly ran out from behind him and rushed to the wooden box under the Sea Snake King, with his long hair scattered and leaving the fragrance of jasmine. "Li Jian?" She rolled on the ground flexibly, and when the Sea Snake King launched the second attack, she arrived in front of the Tianjing Snake Jade and reached out to pick it up. The Sea Snake King shook his huge body, knocking her who was trying to get her hands on the Snake Jade far away. Some of the others fought to protect the black-robed woman, and some wanted to cooperate with Li Jian, but they were all knocked away by the Sea Snake. After she rolled out alone, she turned over and rushed up again regardless of the pain on her body. The Sea Snake King was completely enraged, and its huge head and neck were all stretched out on the deck. Boom! There was a loud noise from the bottom of the Sejong, and the whole hull gradually tilted down, as if the bottom of the ship was finally shattered. Is there something below? This thought made Xiao Yuan feel cold in his heart. He originally thought that there was only the Sea Snake King, a giant beast in the sea, but now it seems wrong. It should be something else that can lock the Sejong and prevent it from leaving. The deck was getting more chaotic. The anti-gravity maneuvering device had little effect in the current situation. The Sejong did not even have any heavy weapons to resist the sea monster. Xiao Yuan grabbed Xiaozhen's hand and shouted, "Take them back to the Qihang as soon as possible, and leave here immediately." The situation was urgent, and Xiaozheng nodded without saying anything else. Xiao Yuan held the railing and saw a young man being bitten by the Sea Snake King. It exerted force on its upper and lower jaws, and snap! The young man broke into 2 pieces, and was swallowed by the Sea Snake King in 2 or 3 bites. After killing 7 or 8 people in a row, the Sea Snake King finally vented the anger in his heart for almost being enslaved by humans. It followed the breath of the sky crystal snake jade, and bit the black wooden box. Just when it was about to touch it, a figure appeared again and took the sky crystal snake jade out of it. Li Jiyun looked embarrassed and held the jade with one hand, using the motorized device to fly up. The ferocity in the eyes of the Snake King became more and more intense, and it roared to the sky and opened its huge mouth, biting Li Jiyun fiercely. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Mingja and others fired their claws to block its attack. Li Mingyan flew into the air, and a layer of flame covered his silver knife. Fire element. Clang! The fire knife cut through the scales on the Snake King's face, leaving a hideous wound on its face. Bang! Li Mingyan was knocked away by the Snake King with hatred, and fell straight into the water. Its target was all on Li Jian, and the Tianjing Snake Jade was getting closer and closer in its eyes. Others who blocked the Snake King were either knocked away or killed by its fangs. Li Jian's eyes fell on the big mouth of the Snake King. She gritted her teeth and threw out a flame bomb on her waist. The burning flames burst, burning her hair and curling it slightly. The huge snake head stretched out in the flames, like a death warrant. She closed her eyes in despair, not wanting to look at the huge mouth stained with the blood of her comrades. Click! There was no severe pain, and someone suddenly grabbed her waist. She opened her eyes in surprise, and found Xiao Yuan appeared beside her, and turned into a long shield, and held it tightly in the mouth of the Sea Snake King. Its power was so great that the big Tuan was slightly deformed. Xiao Yuan shouted without looking back, "Die for a piece of stone, how much do you Koreans need jade?" A silver light flashed, and Xiao Yuan's foot slammed on the Sea Snake King's jaw. The retracted Tuan turned into a glove and disappeared. The two flew back together, but they didn't expect the Snake King to react quickly. As soon as he closed his mouth, he rushed over. Bang! The body was hit hard by the Sea Snake King, and the motor belt around Li Jian's waist was broken. The two of them drew an arc in the air and fell into the sea. Plop! Chapter 415. The seawater was cold, and the chill spread all over the body in an instant. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian followed the falling trajectory, and stopped after falling for 5 or 6 meters. The large number of small sea snakes before disappeared, and were replaced by 2 black shadows. Above was the bottom of the sejong, and 2 huge black tentacles were firmly grasping the bottom of the ship, not allowing it to move at all. What monster? Xiao Yuan was startled and looked along the source of the tentacles. With his eyesight, he could only see about 50 meters in the water, and there seemed to be a chill in his eyes. The roll of the dragon soul was highlighted at this moment, allowing Xiao Yuan to see freely in the water. However, the diameter of the thick tentacles was about 2 meters, and the main body was unknown. The tentacles extended very far, and Xiao Yuan could not see the main body at all. Suddenly, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Xiao Yuan came back to his senses, and saw that Li Jian was patting his shoulder. She pointed to her mouth, and then to her chest to indicate that she was about to reach her limit. The cold dragon energy continued to come from the center of his eyebrows, and Xiao Yuan did not feel the lack of air at all. It seemed that he had dragon energy, and could move for a long time in the water by holding his breath. Li Jiyun's face turned red, Xiao Yuan nodded, and the two climbed up along the tentacles. The huge tentacles reminded Xiao Yuan of an animal squid. He remembered that when he was in school, he always liked to read street stall magazines, which recorded all kinds of strange sea and land monsters. Snow monsters, batmen, death spiders, giant squids under the sea. Could it be that the one locking the sejong was a super large squid? A weird thought arose in his mind. How big would it be if it was a real squid? As Xiao Yuan and Li Jian climbed along the tentacles, a huge figure fell into the water. The head of the Sea Snake King shook, and it moved more soulfully in the water. It shook its head and tail like water, and then its whole body tumbled, looking for the trace of the sky crystal snake jade. It's over. Xiao Yuan's face changed. His movements in the sea were restricted, and the Sea Snake King's combat power increased a bit. How should this battle be fought? Thinking in his heart, Xiao Yuan soon realized that something was wrong. The Sea Snake King's eyes were covered with a layer of golden film, blocking its realization, and it was irritable and tumbling aimlessly. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian had to hold on to the tentacles tightly to stabilize their bodies and not be washed away. The two looked at each other, and Li Jian's fair cheeks turned red, and it seemed that she was about to collapse. Xiao Yuan pulled her arm and moved upwards. Just as they started to move, the Sea Snake King suddenly stopped. Its head turned in the direction of the two people, motionless, and the scene under the water was very strange. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian did not dare to move at will. Xiao Yuan held Li Jian's slender waist and winked at her. Li Jian's eyes kept rolling in fear, and she was about to suffocate in the water. Alas! Xiao Yuan sighed secretly, and suddenly kissed her pink lips with his arm. Li Jian seemed to be petrified by Medusa. She struggled subconsciously, and felt a cold air flow through her lips and into her mouth. The slight chill made her stunned, and the feeling of suffocation slowly disappeared, and a stream of air swirled between her heart and lungs. Feeling Xiao Yuan's cold lips, her cheeks were hot, and even her ears were red. Xiao Yuan saw Li Jian in a daze, and made a cautious gesture to her. Turning his head, he saw that she could not help but lean slightly into the arms of the person behind her. The small movement of struggling just now attracted the Sea Snake King to get closer, and it was only about 5 meters away from them. His mind was turning quickly, and Xiao Yuan's eyes swept around the Sea Snake King. The Sea Snake King's body was divided into 2 colors, gold and black. The gold extended to the neck, and above it was the black scales. There was a very narrow dividing line at the intersection of the 2 colors, only a few millimeters wide. If it wasn't so close, Xiao Yuan would have found it difficult to spot. The cool air from the center of the eyebrows surrounded the body, blocking the breath of the snake jade, so that the Snake King could only judge the position by sound. Xiao Yuan thought of many ways in his mind, and finally made up his mind, and quietly tapped the back of Li Jian's hand. She blinked and looked at Xiao Yuan, not knowing what he was going to do. Xiao Yuan pointed at the Tianjing Snake Jade, then pointed at the Snake King, and wrote a line of words on the back of her hand. Lure the Snake King and run away. After saying that, he gently moved Li Jian's little hand away, and carefully took the Tianjing Snake Jade. He was very careful with every move, fearing to attract the attention of the Snake King. With the cover of the water flow, he finally put the Snake Jade in the right place. Xiao Yuan took a long breath to calm himself down, and kept himself focused and calm. There was only one chance. If he could not severely injure the Snake King and the other 2, they would probably die in this sea area. Ding! The Sky Crystal Snake Jade was fixed together by Xiao Yuan and the metal wire and claw of the anti-gravity device, and sent out instantly. When the Snake Jade left Xiao Yuan, the head of the Sea Snake King suddenly raised and rushed in that direction. The head passed by, causing Xiao Yuan's body to shake. He stared at the intersection of the 2 scales with his eyes, and slowly raised his left hand. Now, swish, Tunin flashed and turned into a long sword. Xiao Yuan poured all his strength and elemental power into both hands, and stabbed the Snake King's weak point fiercely. Puff! The entire sword body was immersed in 2/3, and the burning elemental power flowed throughout the body. The Snake King let out a tragic cry, which was even more terrifying in the water. The body was pulled by a huge force. The vitality of the Sea Snake King was terrifyingly tenacious. The lethality of the fire element was enough to destroy the structure of a piece of its body, and it still survived. Endless darkness was coming ahead, so Xiao Yuan had to untie the belt of the maneuvering device and get away. Xiao Yuan's body became temporarily weak, because he had activated all the elemental power, but fortunately, Li Jian helped. The Sejong had completely turned over and gradually became silent. Xiao Yuan took a look and found that the huge tentacle was slowly pulling the ship into the sea. Could it be that it hit the bottom of the ship before? Without thinking too much, Xiao Yuan swam upwards. The moment he left the water, Xiao Yuan seemed to see a faint blue light flashing on the far bottom of the sea. When he looked again, the light had disappeared. Hua la la. When Xiao Yuan and Li Jian came out from the side of the Qiheng, they heard the noisy and lively noise above. Qi Ming's loud voice was particularly prominent. How dare you speak? How could the boss disappear if he didn't save you? Come with me to the water to find him. Li Mingen's voice was full of apology. Qi Ming, I understand your feelings, but there is a Sea Snake King in the water now. Bullshit. You are talking lightly. If you don't go into the water today, don't blame me for being rude. I'm asking you if you're reasonable or not. Park Yungan was full of energy now. It was obviously Xiao Yuan who coveted Jian's beauty, and he fell into the water while trying to save her. You rotten ass, I have to teach you a lesson today. Lin Lang couldn't help but be furious even though he had a good temper. Fatigued and cold, Xiao Yuan, who was soaking in the sea, smiled bitterly and leaned on Li Jian's shoulder. It's over, I've become a bad guy who coveted beauty. Li Jian looked at him seriously, her heart beating faster. What happened in the sea must not be told to anyone. Never tell anyone. Xiao Yuan was stunned, then realized what she said. It's not my choice, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. After that, he shouted to the top. Is there anyone? Please save us 2 drowned chickens. Boss? Xi and Mao was the first to stick his head out, and shouted in surprise. It's really the boss, hurry! Hurry! Ah! Go down and save people. Everyone was surprised and quickly rescued the drowned. After a busy toss, when Xiao Yuan and Li Jian finished bathing and changed clothes, it was already dusk. Chapter 416. Darkness came earlier in the thick fog. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian sat by the campfire wrapped in blankets. The black-robed woman, Li Minggan, Hai Qing, and Lin Lang sat beside them to discuss the next matters. Being under the eaves, the black-robed woman's arrogance was a little more restrained, and her beautiful eyes became more charming under the reflection of the campfire. Xiao Yuan, thank you for your help to Gali. We will remember it in our hearts. Miss Hong is too polite. I would like to ask your full name. Xiao Yuan smiled. Hong Xiaozhu. Hong Xiaozhu. Hai Qing's eyebrows jumped and asked, I wonder if Miss Hong is related to the Hong family of the Goryeo royal family. Miss Hong is a member of the royal family. Li Minggan said respectfully, with a solemn expression. So that's it. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but look at her twice more. No wonder everyone else obeyed Hong Xiaozhu's words and protected her to death. The Goryeo royal family and the Fuso royal family are similar in nature. In modern society, their real power has been weakened and restricted, and they often play the role of national etiquette. Of course, everything is just on the surface. The Goryeo royal family secretly controls the economic lifeline and media mouthpiece of the entire country and is very powerful. Ms. Hong, you are in the dangerous deep sea with your identity. I wonder why. Xiao Yuan asked calmly. Xiao Yuan, I know you. Hong Xiaozhu pointed at him with her slender finger, but did not respond directly. We can make a deal. What deal? Xiao Yuan was a little curious. We work together to enter the center of the Devil's Triangle, and I can agree to one of your requests. Any request? Any request. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan looked at the calm Li Jian and Li Mingyan with a deep gaze. Miss Hong, aren't you too confident? I will do what I say. Even if it's a person. I can give you what you want. Her finger gently fell on Li Jian's shoulder, saying with a hint of meaning. Lin Lang was sweating profusely when he heard this. What does it mean? According to Hong Xiaozhu, as long as the boss likes, even people can be sent casually. Can Li Jian's small body withstand one's punch? Xiao Yuan's expression was calm, and he frowned secretly. What did Hong Xiaozhu think of Li Jian? A commodity that could be exchanged at will? The helplessness and panic in Li Jian's eyes were well hidden, but he still caught it. Deal. Xiao Yuan raised his mouth. But I want to cash it now. Now? Hong Xiaozhu was stunned and smiled. Xiao Yuan, you are too anxious to come here? Ms. Hong may have misunderstood. Xiao Yuan smiled softly. I only have one request. Tell me the real purpose of your trip. Xiao Yuan's request was beyond Hong Xiaozhu's expectation. She looked at Xiao Yuan with her beautiful eyes, and didn't speak for a while. They were at sea, and had lost the boat they depended on for survival. There was no hope of getting the snake pearl back. His Highness' illness could not be delayed. If he couldn't get that thing, I'm afraid the royal bloodline would be cut off. Countless thoughts arose in her heart. She even wanted to kill Xiao Yuan for a moment. But reason told her not to do this. She used a forbidden spell today, and then forcibly used the power of elements to temporarily blind the Sea Snake King's eyes, and injure his body. Without Xiao Yuan's protection, Gali's operation will definitely not succeed. 2 minutes passed, and the only sound was the crackling of sparks. Since you are interested, I can tell you the purpose of this trip. Hong Xiaozhu's voice was calm and elegant. I would like to hear more details. Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand to warm himself by the fire. He knew that Hong Xiaozhu had to agree to his conditions. When sailing on the sea, the Gali people would be a help and increase their chances of success. Without knowing the other party's purpose, Xiao Yuan could not be sure whether the other party was a threat to them. Living under someone else's roof, the initiative is in their own hands. Xiao Yuan is sure to make Hong Xiaozhu tell the truth. He snapped his fingers, and Xiaozhang in the distance ran over in small steps, stretched out her palm in front of Hong Xiaozhu. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? She looked at Xiaozhang with a puzzled look. Xiaozhang is born with the ability to see through people's pulse and heart rate, more accurately than machines. Xiao Yuan winked at Xiaozhang. Once your heart rate changes when you speak, she will know it immediately. Do you suspect that I will tell a lie? Hong Xiaozhu looked at Xiao Yuan in anger. Just in case, we have to work together. What do you think? Okay. Hong Xiaozhu looked a little unhappy, and said, the story starts with the health of our prince. The Goryeo royal family has few male descendants. In the current Goryeo king's period, all his generation except him are girls. The Goryeo king's name is Hong Xiaozhu, who is just 28 years old this year. He inherited the throne 2 years ago. He is young and talented, and is regarded by many as the hope of the royal family. Unfortunately, the Goryeo king's health had some problems shortly after he inherited the throne. The king of Goryeo was in a state of illness after seeing many famous doctors, but his condition did not improve. The royal family had no choice but to invite the imperial master of Shangqing Palace, which Goryeo had always regarded as a holy place. The imperial master spent a lot of effort to help him treat his condition, but he only managed to temporarily stabilize his condition. He prescribed a prescription for the royal family, and the elixir made according to the prescription could cure the king of Goryeo's illness. One of the medicinal ingredients was the snake pearl of the sea snake king in the sea. The sea snake king hides in the deep sea all year round, and only special methods can be used to draw it out. There is a strange jade enshrined in Shangqing Palace, called Tianjing Snake Jade, which contains a sea snake transformed by the jade spirit. The sea snake is crystal clear all over. After being worshipped by Shangqing Palace for thousands of years, it has become connected with humans. Unfortunately, the Tianjing Snake Jade needs a short time to recuperate after leaving Shangqing Palace. The black wooden box is the treasure of Wenyang Jade, which can isolate the attraction of jade to the Snake King. The special environment in the Devil's Triangle weakens the effect of the wooden box. The Sea Snake King sensed the jade in advance, which led to this financial disaster. After listening, Xiao Yuan asked, "Since you have lost the Snake Jade and the Snake Pearl cannot be obtained, why do you still go to the center?" Hong Xiaozhu sighed and said, "Before we set out, the Imperial Master of Shangqing Palace had predicted good and bad luck for us. He said that if the snake bead was unsuccessful, we could go to the center of the Devil's Triangle." For a simple divination, taking Xiao Yuan's doubtful expression in mind, Hong Xiaozhu continued to explain, "In addition to the Imperial Master's divination, we found another thing in the royal records that can replace the snake bead." She looked at Xiao Yuan sincerely. "Deep-sea stone crystals can also suppress the king's illness and allow him to live a peaceful life." Deep-sea stone crystal. Xiao Yuan's eyes changed. She actually knew about the stone crystal? Why did the things mentioned by the high priest of Lihua appear in the Goryeo royal family's classics? Xiao Yuan's uncertain face made Hong Xiaozhu think that he was going to change his mind, and said, "Don't worry, we will help you enter the deep sea, and we have absolutely no ill intentions." His thoughts were surging, and it took a while for Xiao Yuan to calm down. He had a warm smile on his face, and said, "Ms. Hong, don't misunderstand. Thank you for telling the truth. I hope we can have a happy cooperation." Hearing that Xiao Yuan finally agreed, Hong Xiaozhu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The voice became much lighter. "I hope we can have a happy cooperation." Chapter 417. A fierce battle. Most of the Goryeo personnel were lost. After finalizing the details with Xiao Yuan, Hong Xiaozhu felt relieved and left leisurely. The bonfire was warm. Xiao Yuan squinted his eyes, and felt the comfort brought by the flames. In a blink of an eye, only Xiao Yuan and Li Jian were left by the bonfire. He wrapped the blanket tightly, and said in a lazy and casual voice, "The wind on the deck is strong. Be careful not to get sick from blowing too much." Li Jian's eyes were black and white, looking at Xiao Yuan. After a while, she whispered, "Thank you for saving me today." When facing the Sea Snake King in the air, she could clearly feel the approach of death, more real than ever before. If it weren't for Xiao Yuan, she would have been floating in the deep sea and become a dead body. Xiao Yuan accepted her thanks with peace of mind. "Can you tell me your identity?" I didn't expect Xiao Yuan to ask this, and Li Jian was speechless for a moment. She lowered her head slightly, and no longer looked at him, her eyes dim. "Is my identity worth your exploration?" Hee hee. Xiao Yuan chuckled, but still couldn't stop coughing. Ahem. "I'm just curious about Hong Xiaozhu's attitude towards you." It was difficult for Xiao Yuan to activate the elemental power instantly, but now, he can control it skillfully. However, every time after using all the elemental power, the body will be weak for a short time, and this weakness is reflected in all aspects of the body. Li Jian clenched her fingers under the blanket, trying her best to hide the fluctuations in her heart, and said, What attitude?" Xiao Yuan recalled the scene just now and said, "Eyes." A person's words and actions can be disguised, but eyes are difficult to disguise. When the two of them were negotiating just now, Hong Xiaozhu was monitored by Xiaozheng, so she followed her heart in every move, and had no energy to hide her inner emotions. When she said, "Even if it's a human, I can give you what you want," she looked at Li Jian as if she was looking at something dirty. In the following actions and eyes, Xiao Yuan could clearly feel her disdain and disgust. Why does she, a descendant of the royal family, hate an ordinary general and company commander of the Zhejiang army? After listening to Xiao Yuan's analysis, Li Jian smiled, with a bit of helplessness and misery in her smile. She hugged her knees with both hands and said in a low voice, "Do I have to answer this question?" Xiao Yuan shook his head and said, "I am just curious. If it is inconvenient for you, I won't say it." Before Xiao Yuan finished speaking, Li Jian spoke. "My mother's surname is Li, and I took my mother's surname." A child from a single-parent family? Xiao Yuan sat up straight and listened to her continue. "My father's name is Hong Jin. He is the previous generation of Goryeo king." Puff. Xiao Yuan almost spit out the tea he drank. "So you should be a princess. How come you joined Sejong's army? Although Goryeo is a small country, there is no reason for the princess to go to the battlefield, right?" Li Jian put her face on her knees and almost curled up. "My mother is an ordinary white-collar worker, and I am just an illegitimate daughter." Li Jian's mother and Hong Jin met at an annual meeting of a famous multinational group in Goryeo. At that time, Hong Jin was invited to attend the annual meeting, and the royal family held 40% of the shares in the group. Hong Jin's accompanying secretary was absent due to an accident, and Li Jian's mother, who has excellent language talent, temporarily served as Hong Jin's translator. The two met because of this, and like many old-fashioned movie and TV plots, the two people in love wanted to be together. According to the law, the king of Goryeo could marry 4 wives. They were a queen and 3 concubines. She fell in love, and believed that Hong Jin could marry her as the 3rd concubine. Facts have proved that she was too naive. The 4 legal wives of the Goryeo king were not because people's ideas were futile, and allowed the king to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but because of the choice and alliance for the benefit. The people who became the king's wives must have been carefully selected by a large family or consortium, and they represented various interest groups. Li Jian's mother was just a small civilian. How could she fight against the entire interest group? Hong Jin was only 30 years old at the time, and he had just inherited the throne and underestimated the power of the Goryeo interest group. This relationship had many twists and turns, and ended with Li Jian's mother leaving alone in despair. She raised Li Jian with great difficulty, and it was not until Hong Jin died 3 years ago that she received the grace of the royal family to see Hong Jin, who was on his deathbed. Li Jian's mother was in poor health, and she did not go to college after high school, so she went out to find a job to make a living. Her existence is a shame for the royal family, an eyesore. She joined the Sejong Corps voluntarily, but there were also royal supporters behind her. The battlefield was dangerous, and if she died accidentally, she could always earn some face for the royal family. Li Jian seemed to be telling someone else's story, with her face pressed against her knees and no expression. After she finished, she turned her face away and looked at the endless fog, saying, "My story is over, are you satisfied?" The corners of her mouth moved, and Xiao Yuan suddenly said, "Have you ever thought about changing your living environment?" Li Jian still turned her face in the opposite direction and did not speak. "For example, living in country A. I know a lot of people in country A. It's easy to help you and your mother find a city to live a peaceful life." Xiao Yuan. Ayu's voice was very soft, so soft that he had to listen carefully to hear it clearly. Do you think I will still be alive after the Night Devil War is over?" "Yes." Xiao Yuan answered firmly. "When the Night Devil War is over, I will return to a normal life." Ayu slowly closed her eyes, and hid the starlight in her eyes. We agreed that we must all be alive. There was only a small bonfire in the fog, and Ayu's body was warmed by the fire. She had a glimmer of hope in her heart, and the darkness around her didn't seem so scary anymore. Yanjing, Military Hospital. Sunwan, Wang Ruoling, Liang Lu sat on the bed, looking at a letter. "Nuan, open it quickly. Wei-en left it for you." Liang Lu urged her in a low voice. "I still find it hard to believe that Wei-en is an accomplice of the Night Demon." Sunwan picked up the letter and said, "We have fought side by side for more than a year. He has too many opportunities to kill us. Nuan, how about I help you open it?" Wang Ruoling was a little excited. Could it be a love letter? "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sunwan stuck out her tongue at her and opened the letter. "You are the light in my long dark night. From now on, the sky will be bright. You are all my dreams and fantasies, Wei-en." After Sunwan read out all the words word by word, she didn't speak for a long time. "What's next?" "Nuanyuan?" Liang Lu couldn't help but come over to take a look. "No more?" "Well, that's all." Sunwan shook her head, not noticing that the moment she touched the letter paper, a faint black gas penetrated into her body along her fingertips. "Don't you feel a little cold?" Sunwan said to herself, getting out of bed and trying to close the window. Bang! She turned around in surprise and saw the little girl rushing in from the door. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her twin ponytails were messy because she ran too fast, and her voice was full of tears. Sister Sunwon, please save my mother. Chapter 418. Sunwon was very familiar with the tearful little girl, Yulong, and Bai Feng's daughter Yubailei. Sunwon quickly stepped forward, gently hugged Yubailei's small body, and said, "Don't worry, Lei, tell your sister what happened first." Ahem. The little girl ran out of breath and coughed for a while before she recovered. Dad and sister went to the police station to take a statement, and they haven't come out yet. Woo-woo. Be good, Lei, tell your sister why they went to take a statement. Mom disappeared last night. Missing? Sunwon reacted immediately. The Psychic Research Center was attacked last night, and it turned out to be Aunt Bai Feng. Last night, Yanjing was very lively. People who came out of nowhere launched attacks almost simultaneously in various parts of the city. Security personnel from all over the city went to the target area to help maintain order and capture the criminals. It's such a coincidence. I'm afraid the criminal's target was Aunt Bai Feng from the beginning. Wang Ruoling was quick-witted and reacted immediately. The criminals committed crimes in scattered areas, but all of them were far away from the Mind Research Center. They probably wanted to divert the police force and make it easier to attack. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's take Lei to the police station. Sunwon picked up Yubailei and said softly, "Don't cry, Lei. Sister will take you to find Dad and sister." Yubailei sobbed softly, and her nose was red from crying. Yanjing, Sankeishu Police Station. Fengluan's luck has been very bad recently. First, 2 police officers in the police station died accidentally, and then he was chased by the woman in red and almost lost his life. After a few days of peace, a thug appeared nearby last night and injured people. It took the combined forces of several police departments to capture him. Should I go to the temple to burn incense? He scratched his head and saw that it was already noon, so he walked out of the office and thought about going to a small noodle restaurant nearby for dinner. As soon as he walked out of the door, a tall and thin security guard shouted at him, "Director Feng, there are a few people from the Silver Wing Army at the door who want to see you." His heart skipped a beat. Why did the Silver Wing Army want to see me? I hope it's not something weird. The thugs last night were extremely strong. They were still able to run and hurt people after being shot 3 times. If they hadn't used the tranquilizer gun in the end, who knows what the result would have been. Fengluan straightened his clothes and asked, "Have you checked their IDs?" The young policeman nodded sharply. "I have checked. The photo of the person is very handsome. Director Feng, let's take another photo when we have time." Fengluan gave him a slap on the head and scolded him with a smile. "You have a pig kidney face. How can you take a good photo?" Not daring to neglect, Fengluan followed the young policeman to the lobby on the first floor. There were 3 girls standing at the reception desk. He glanced at them and found that the girl in the front was young and beautiful, and looked better than the stars on TV. Fengluan smiled and stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "3 colleagues from the Silver Wing Corps, what are you doing here?" He looked at Yubailei in Sunwon's arms, and was secretly amazed in his heart. This girl is not old, but her child is not small. There are all kinds of things in the world. "Hello, Director Feng, I am Sunwon, the Deputy Battalion Commander of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Corps of the Silver Wing Corps. We came here to find her father and sister." According to her, her father and sister came here to take a statement and never left. Sunwon stated the facts in a gentle voice and very politely. "Oh, is that so?" Fengluan asked, "What are the names of her father and sister? Why did they come to take a statement?" "Yulong Yubaishian. Director Feng, have you forgotten? It was the father and daughter who came here late last night, but it was Yoshia who took a statement for them." The young police officer reminded in a low voice. "It's like this, Yulong and Yubaishian are in special circumstances and have been handed over to the relevant agencies for handling. Little girl, I remember you stayed in the police station last night? Why did you disappear later?" The young security guard seemed to remember something. Yubailei turned her face away, hugged Sunwon's neck with her little hands, and said nothing, seeming to be very afraid of him. "Xiao Wang, look at how scared you are to the child." Fengluan glared at him and motioned him to stay away. "Director Feng, can you give us an address so that we can send the child to his father and sister?" "Well," Fengluan looked embarrassed, "we have a rule that we cannot disclose information there unless approved by our superiors." "Approval from our superiors?" Sunwon thought for a moment and said, "Ruoling, call Ming Ming and tell her about the situation here." 30 minutes later, the 4 walked out of the Sankeishu Security Bureau. Outside the Security Bureau, a rough-looking black jeep stopped in front of the Security Bureau, and the window slowly rolled down. "Captain Su, we meet again." In the driver's seat, Kai Jing greeted Sun Wan, and the other two with a bright smile. "Kai Jing?" Sun Wan didn't expect to meet her here. The organization that Director Feng mentioned is the Rangers? Of course, the Rangers will take over any strange things. Get in the car. Luckily you found this child, otherwise her father and sister would be so worried. Kai Jing started the car and smiled sweetly at Yu Bailei. "How are Uncle Yulong and Xian? Fortunately, I'm resting in the bureau for the time being after the record is completed. I was very anxious when I heard that the child was missing, and I have been wanting to come out to find her. Can't they come out now?" Wang Ruoling noticed the mystery in her words. No, the situation on the night by Feng disappeared was very complicated. Kai Jing hesitated and said, "You have been authorized by your superiors, so wait until you get to the headquarters to learn more about the situation." "Lei, was it okay for you to be in the police station last night? Why did you leave later?" Sun Wan touched Yu Bailei's little face and asked. "Sister, I don't know either." Yu Bailei felt very safe around Sun Wan, and spoke much more smoothly. "I wanted to find my father and sister, but I couldn't walk in the hall. I wanted to cry and talk, but I couldn't." "You can't cry or talk?" Liang Lu was very surprised and said, "Is there anyone who doesn't allow you to do that?" "I just can't." Yu Bailei pursed her lips and said, "Then I came to find my sister." Kai Jing listened to their conversation and didn't say anything at first, but her face became uglier as she listened. She hesitated for a while, but was ready to tell what she knew. But last night, Lei was found unconscious in the closet of Bai Feng's room and was later sent to the hospital. She looked at Yu Bailei through the rearview mirror, with doubt in her eyes. "Lei is unconscious?" Sun Wan looked at her with concern. "Lei, why didn't you tell your sisters about this?" "I was worried." Yu Bailei rubbed her cheek with her face and said in a baby voice, "I'm sorry." The surveillance shows Lei didn't wake up until almost noon and slipped out of the ward. She had never left the room before. Then, who was the person Xiao Wang saw in the hospital? After the voice fell, the whole car fell into a brief silence. How could Yu Bailei appear in two places at the same time? So, is the Yu Bailei in Sun Wan's arms real or fake? Chapter 419. Perhaps because of the rush today, Yu Bailei, who was panicking and anxious, fell asleep quickly after relaxing. In her sleep, her brows were furrowed from time to time, and her small hands tightly grasped the corner of Sun Wan's clothes. She was very uneasy. Sun Wan touched Yu Bailei's face distressfully. She was still asleep until she arrived at the ranger headquarters. The ranger headquarters was located in the center of Yanjing City. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary government agency, with two guards guarding the gate. Yanjing Natural Environment Supervision Bureau? Sun Wan noticed the handwriting on the signs on both sides of the door. "Oh, we usually have two sets of certificates when we move around," Kai Jing explained with a smile. "The Natural Environment Supervision Bureau is mainly for ordinary people to see, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Team leader Dongfang is waiting for us inside. Be careful not to carry any dangerous goods when you go in," Kai Jing kindly reminded. The ranger headquarters is a 6-story building, and there are a set of scanning and detection devices after entering. People are in a hurry, and there are as many as 4 elevators in the hall. 6 floors with 4 elevators, isn't it too much? Wang Ruoling looked at the people coming in and out curiously, and found that they were dressed very interestingly. Regardless of gender, there are basically 2 types of clothing. The first type is a professional suit, and the second type is like Kai Jing, who wears casual clothes inside and a black coat outside. Hey, there is a reason for the elevator to be designed like this. Kai Jing led everyone into the nearest elevator. After entering, she reached out and pressed the square metal plate inside the elevator. Ding! After the metal plate detected the fingerprint, a row of prompts appeared on it. Underground floor 1, underground floor 2, underground floor 3, underground floor 10. The ranger headquarters looks inconspicuous from the outside. Who would have thought that their underground office area could reach as many as 10 floors? I understand. The group of people in suits and ties worked on the upper 6 floors, while the real ranger personnel worked underground. Wang Ruoling reacted immediately. Smart. Kai Jing said proudly. Ranger Group 8 personnel, as well as logistics equipment, research and other personnel are all here, silently contributing to the protection of Yanjing. The elevator stopped at the 3rd underground floor, and Kai Jing was the first to walk out of the elevator. The long and narrow corridor was illuminated by 2 layers of lights, and Kai Jing greeted colleagues passing by from time to time. Our group's office area is at the end, and the team leader should be with the Yu family father and daughter. Miss Kai, how many people are there in your ranger group? Liang Lu asked casually while looking around. There are 4 main combat personnel stationed in Yanjing, and 2 expatriates. Kai Jing smiled brightly. Just call me Jingjing, Miss Kai is too awkward. Kai Jing. The sudden voice made Kai Jing shudder, and she slowly turned her head to look. A tall and thin man with sparse hair, sharp eyes, hooked nose and thin lips. He looked mean and ungrateful. Who are they? He glanced at Sun Wan and the other 3, with deep disgust in his eyes. Don't you know the rules? Team leader son, these are active soldiers of the Silver Wing Corps. I brought them in, with the permission of my superiors. Kai Jing seemed to be very afraid of him, and her voice was unconsciously lowered a few degrees. Humph! Donphan Huai is getting more and more outrageous. Does he think this is a nursery, and a women's college? He snorted coldly, and walked past the crowd without looking back. Huh? Kai Jing patted her chest and secretly glanced at him. She was relieved when she saw him walking away. Jingjing, who was that person just now? One of the team leaders? His name is Sunya, the team leader of our ranger group too. I am so scared every time I see him. He doesn't seem to welcome us very much. Sun Wan recalled Sunya's eyes just now, and felt a little strange why he was so hostile. You don't know, he was married before and his wife was named Pan Hui. This woman cheated on him. Jingjing. The door of the office in front suddenly opened, and a burly young man walked out. He said in a muffled voice, I heard about your gossip from a long distance. Why don't you come in quickly? Brother Xiong? Kai Jing ran to him in surprise and hugged her. You came back so soon from visiting relatives? I heard that there are many things going on in Yanjing recently, so I came back from my hometown early. The young man was 1.9 meters tall, and Kai Jing hugged him as if she was hugging a big bear. Everyone entered the house one after another, and found that there were 4 people sitting inside. Dafang Huai, Cheng Pu, Yulong, Yubai, the person at the door just now is called Xiong Zhong, one of the members of the ranger group. Dad. Sister. Yubai, who had been clinging to Sun Wan, finally couldn't help but rush over when she saw her relatives. Lei. It was a touching scene for relatives to meet, but this atmosphere did not last long before it was interrupted. Ahem. Dafang Huai coughed and stood up, saying, Hello, Captain Su, I have received instructions from my superiors, and welcome you to participate in this operational investigation. Hello, Team Leader Dongfang. Sun Wan shook hands with him, feeling a little unaccustomed to such a solemn occasion. Just call me Sun Wan. Xiao Jing, take Brother Yulong and Lei to rest first. They are not in good health, and can't stand not sleeping all night. Okay. Kai Jing led the tired father and daughter away, leaving Yubai Xian to continue participating in the meeting investigation. Dongfang Huai's work style is very strict, without any extra nonsense. Seeing the 2 leave, he stood up, turned off the lights in the room, and turned on the LCD screen. The light on the display screen flickered, and a few large characters appeared on it. 720 Yanjing major missing case. Everyone, I guess you don't understand the overall nature of the case. Let me tell you. He looked at Sun Wan and the other 2, and he was somewhat resistant to his superiors assigning them to assist in the investigation. The Silver Wing Corps was in its heyday, and Sun Wan applied to the Corps to assist in the investigation, and then the Silver Wing Corps applied to the Ranger General Bureau, and it was approved in just a few hours. Dongfang Huai was not unaware of the temper of his immediate superior, who was definitely an old sly man who knew the times. The importance of the Silver Wings will become more and more important in the future. Starting this year, the 8 countries' army will be reformed, and the number of traditional troops will be greatly reduced. Those who can establish friendship with the Silver Wings will wake up with a smile in their dreams. On the evening of July 20th, multiple vicious incidents occurred simultaneously in Yanjing, and thugs committed crimes and injured people in the downtown area. Tan, with amazing strength, was able to fight against the attacks of 6 guards alone, and was finally killed on the spot by Mingqiang Shijing. Fong, after being shot 3 times, was still walking fast, and is currently detained in the underground floor. Duan, who committed a crime in a shopping mall, continued to run for 1 kilometer after falling from the 5th floor, and was shot dead for resisting arrest. After Dongfang Huai finished his story, Sun Wan's eyes moved slightly. They are not ordinary criminals, they have special physiques, and it seems that they were premeditated collective crimes. The picture on the LCD screen turned to a gate covered with blood. He pointed to the corpses on the ground and said, on the evening of July 20th, 1 hour after the collective attack began, the Mind Research Center was also attacked. Chapter 420. 8 guards at the main gate, 8 people in 2 patrol teams, and 6 guards at the inpatient building all died. Zhang Bo, who was guarding the inpatient building, was injured and hospitalized. He is currently in a coma. Bai Feng is missing. Did the surveillance camera capture anything that day? Wang Ruoling has been paying attention to the LCD screen. Unfortunately, the monitoring system and communication system of the Mind Research Center were interrupted for an hour that day, and there is very little video data. Very little? Sun Wan blinked and said, Team Leader Dongfang means that the surveillance camera captured part of the scene? Yes. Dongfang Hui nodded and clicked his finger. The picture on the LCD screen suddenly changed. At the main entrance, a group of people were evacuating quickly. It can be seen that most of the criminals have left the research center, and only 5 people are rushing outside. Among them, one of them is slender, and wears a loca dress. There is a red maple leaf on her collarbone. Feng Luan was chased once. At that time, Cheng Pu, Xiao Jing and I set up control and secretly waited. Dongfang Hui called up another picture and said, the attacker and the woman in this surveillance are 80% certain to be the same person, and this can be used as a clue to track down. Although she escaped in the end, we found a key piece of evidence. Please take a look. A pendant appeared on the screen, which was the one Feng Luan pulled off the woman who attacked him. Can the true identity of the woman be found with just a pendant? Lian Lu questioned this. The backbone of the Ranger Research Center is analyzing it. Their ability has always been good at finding opportunities in the impossible. The results will be available by tomorrow morning at the latest. Sun Wan nodded. Dongfang Hui's efficiency and attitude were very reassuring. She looked at Yu Baixian and said, Baixian, did you see Lei Lei at the Sankeishu Security Bureau last night? Lei Lei? Yu Baixian was stunned by what she said. My father and I took a statement at the Sankeishu Security Bureau last night, and then we came here. Strange. Sun Wan frowned slightly, and the room became quiet after she recounted what Xiao Wang said. Yu Baixian was skeptical and said, could it be that the security guard made a mistake? Or did he remember it wrong? How could Yu Bailei, who was in the hospital at the time, run to the security bureau, especially since she was only 7 or 8 years old? After listening to the details, Dongfang Hui suddenly said, I think. Is there a possibility that the hospital and the security guards are both stating the facts? The security guards have received professional training, and their memory methods are different from ordinary people. Even if they have seen someone once, they can remember them by their iconic features. Yu Baishuan's face didn't look good after hearing this, and she said with difficulty, Captain Dongfang, you said there are 2 Lei Lei in this world. The spring is bright and sunny. The Ningyuan Marquis' mansion is bustling today. The painter from the imperial court sits upright and paints a portrait of Gu Chanfeng. He is wearing armor and holding a spear, looking heroic. Sheng Rulan is holding a delicate baby in the corridor, teasing him from time to time. Shike holds a rattle in his hand and says, Girl, Tuan Gur has gained some weight in recent days. Giggle. The baby stretches out his little hand to touch the rattle, and a crisp laugh comes out of his little mouth. Gu Chanfeng maintains the posture of holding the silver spear, and says without looking away, Madam, your husband has been standing for almost half an hour, and you don't know how to care about me at all? Listening to Gu Chanfeng's jealous words, Sheng Rulan smiled like a flower. She walked out of the corridor, and under the sunlight, her cheeks were more charming and gentle. My lord, you are acting according to the order, and I dare not disturb you. Zhang Yin, why did His Majesty suddenly want to draw a portrait of me and General Zhang? Gu Chanfeng looked at Zhang Yin, who was contented, thinking about teaching him a lesson later. I heard that it was the High Priest's intention. The construction of the North Border altar was completed, and the High Priest ordered people to supervise the construction of the Gate of Life and Death, but it was missing 2 generals. The High Priest has his reasons for doing things so well. He asked me to send my sword to the Northwest altar a few days ago, and he asked me to paint his portrait today. Gu Chanfeng smiled bitterly. Now I have a headache when I hear that the High Priest is coming. Ha. Zhang Yin couldn't help laughing. Have you heard that Qin Chong's wife is pregnant? Qin Chong, the proud disciple of the High Priest of Lihua country, got married last winter, and finally got the news after 4 months. The ancients attached great importance to the inheritance of offspring, and Qin Chong was no exception. He was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Zhang Yin was very excited when she talked about this. As she was talking happily, she saw Bai Ling walking in from outside. She hurried to Sheng Rulan and said, Girl, there is a child outside named Zishi who wants to see you. Zishi? Sheng Rulan looked thoughtful and said, This name sounds familiar. Magpie reminded her, Girl, you saved a child by the river outside the city last year. He said his name was Zishi. Sheng Rulan suddenly realized that she had gone out of town for a spring outing last year and found someone floating in the water in a remote place. After rescuing him, she found that he was a child, about 7 or 8 years old. He was dying at the time, and Sheng Rulan spent a lot of energy to pull him back from the gates of hell. As a result, after the child woke up, he only stayed for a day and then disappeared. Sheng Rulan sent people to search the streets and alleys of the capital, but could not find any trace of him. The child seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Sheng Rulan was surprised and told Bailing, "Bring him in, don't scare him." Gu Chanfeng heard it clearly and said with a smile, "Madam, you are kind-hearted. I wonder if you can cook for me today." Sheng Rulan narrowed her tea-colored eyes and said sweetly, "Roasted lamb, sea bass soup, fried quail with 3 fresh bamboo shoots. Which one would General Gu like to eat?" Gu Chanfeng's eyes lit up and said, "Madam, since you said it, how about making all 3? As the two of them were talking, Zishi followed Bailing into the courtyard. He was 7 or 8 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and his eyes were surprisingly bright, revealing aura between his eyes. The moment he saw Sheng Rulan, a warm smile appeared on his stern face. Rulan, he said a little strangely, with a strange accent. "Zishi, where have you been this year?" Sheng Rulan handed Tuan Gur to Shike and stepped forward to touch Zishi's head. I want to see you before I leave." Zishi blocked Sheng Rulan's slender hand and stopped her from touching her head. "Where are you going?" Sheng Rulan looked at him distressedly. "How come you haven't changed at all in a year? Have you suffered a lot?" Zishi's eyes flashed with green light. He shook his head and suddenly said, "Rulan, you said you like lotus the most, right?" Sheng Rulan nodded and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" Zishi pondered for a moment. "Give me a bag of lotus seeds, okay?" Zishi's behavior was very strange, but Sheng Rulan couldn't tell what was strange about it. Chapter 421. Let the magpie fetch the first-generation seed, and she personally handed it to Zishi. "Zishi, is the place you are going far?" "Far." Zishi's eyes were deep, not like a child, in the north, in a big mountain. "If you come back any time, you can come to the Marquis Mansion again." "I probably won't come back, because I will stay for a very long time this time." He took out a brocade bag from his arms, and put it in Sheng Rulan's hand. "It can keep you safe for the rest of your life, so be sure to carry it with you." "Zishi." Sheng Rulan stretched out her hand and wanted to say something, but this strange child turned around and left. His thin back revealed a bit of loneliness. He walked slowly but never looked back. Holding the lotus seed tightly in his hand, he left Ningyuan Marquis Mansion with a green light flashing in his eyes. Qing Chong stood under the willow tree, still wearing a black robe and looking cold. Zishi staggered, and when he came in front of him, the green light in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. "Alas!" Qing Chong sighed, leaned over and took out a piece of beautiful jade and put it in his hand. The green light in Zishi's eyes gradually faded after the jade was in his hand, and his pale face looked much better. He looked back at Ningyuan Marquis Mansion and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Qing Chong noticed the disappointment in his eyes and asked, "Is it worth it? Refining your dragon scales into jade just to protect the safety of mortals?" Zishi's eyes reappeared that night, when he escaped from Tiangong workshop and turned into a human form. He lost all his divine power, and could not recover after entering the river. He drifted in the water without knowing the time, thinking that he would die. Sheng Rulan, she appeared in his world, and pulled him back from the brink of life and death. Zishi's cold face became gentle for the first time, and he took a deep look at Ningyuan Mansion. "It's worth it. I transformed and escaped in the battle of Tiangongfeng and fell into the river. If it weren't for her, I would have died. Master said that you need to rush to the priest hall within 5 days to guard the seal." "No need for 5 days, 3 days will do." Zishi hesitated and asked, "Can the high priest tell my fortune?" "Master said that if you want to see her again, you need to guard the northern border for me, Lihua Nation, and you can leave only when the time comes." "How long do you have to wait?" 3,000 years. "Oh." Zishi looked at the orchid embroidered on her pocket, and her voice became farther and farther away. "I hope Ji Hung will keep his word." Qing Chong and Zishi's figures gradually faded away, but Xiao Yuan's soul remained under the willow tree with mixed feelings. It turned out that the images of the two generals in the Lihua ruins were General Zhang Lu and Gu Chanfeng. Qing Chong got married and had a child. Could this child be the ancestor of Qingyan's lineage, the first human in the world who could transform into a mermaid in his later years? As for Zishi, he doesn't seem to be a human. He can refine his dragon scales into jade. He also said that he will go to the North Territory to guard the priest's hall. Could he be the Azure Dragon? It seems that something important is connected. Xiao Yuan suddenly remembered that there is a lotus pond in the North Territory priest's hall, where Sun Wan was healing. No wonder. The warmth and tenderness Xiao Yuan observed in Qinglong's eyes were all real. It turned out that it had been waiting for Sheng Rulan. After waiting for 1,000 years, he couldn't even say a word, but Qinglong still kept his promise. Xiao Yuan didn't know Qinglong's feelings for Sheng Rulan. After all, it was too difficult to guess the dragon's mind from a human perspective. However, being able to wait for a person for 3,000 years, Xiao Yuan could no longer judge right or wrong. He thought about it, and suddenly felt cold, and a chill rushed to his head. In the distance, Zixi turned her head and looked over here, as if looking for something. The soul was infected with cold air, and Xiao Yuan's mind began to fade. A clear and beautiful cry came into his ears, and he suddenly woke up. Ah! Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, and felt that his whole body was soaked in ice water. He subconsciously touched his heart, and the strong and warm heart transported blood to the whole body, which made him secretly relieved. Zixi can see me? Xiao Yuan scratched his head. For the first time, he felt that the dream was so dangerous. However, Zixi said that he escaped from the battle of Tiangongfeng. Could it be that Tiangongfeng was also attacked by the night demon? Gu Chengfeng's memory did not mention that Tiangongfeng has always been an important place for manufacturing weapons of the Lihuan nation. He went there once to check the progress of weapon forging, and there was nothing special about it. If there is something special, it is that the dragon fire on the white jade at the core of the bottom of Tiangongfeng can melt ordinary metals into dark silver. What role does Zixi play in Tiangongfeng? Designer. Craftsman? With his small stature, he must be particularly eye-catching in the Tiangong workshop, but Gu Changfeng has never heard of him. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yuan became more and more confused. How many unknown secrets are hidden in the fire country? He put on his coat and walked out of the cabin, and found that it was still dark. The temperature was particularly low at 5 o'clock in the morning, but Xiao Yuan did not feel cold at all. After resting, he had enough fire elements in his body, and was not afraid of ordinary cold at all. The Beiyu mirror turned in Xiao Yuan's hand, and he had used dragon energy to refine all the sea energy into the mirror. The mirror itself changed from bronze to emerald green, as charming as the purest jade. He carried the Beiyu mirror in one hand, and walked slowly onto the deck. Xinmao and Xiaozheng were on night watch, and they were the last sentry. Xinmao was sitting by the campfire, and was about to speak when he saw Xiao Yuan coming over. Xiao Yuan waved at him, and pointed at Xiaozheng, who was sleeping soundly. Xiaozheng slept soundly, and she woke up when Xiao Yuan walked over to the campfire, and sat down. "Are you awake?" Xiao Yuan raised his hand, and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Hee. Xiaozheng stretched and said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, I just fell asleep." "If you don't believe me," asked Xiao Xian. "That's right." Xian Mao nodded hurriedly under her threatening eyes. "Okay, I didn't say I would punish you." Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "The Beiyu mirror has been repaired." "Xiao Xian, how about the effect?" "Me?" Xian Mao waved his hands quickly. "Boss, I can't do it. I can't master the wind element." "It's okay. The Beiyu mirror itself is very stable. Just treat it as a practice." "Try it, Xiao Xian. Trying more will help you master the wind element sooner." Xiaozheng chimed in. Xian Mao's physique is rare in its affinity with the wind element, but it is difficult to master. The wind element is elegant and agile, but also unpredictable. It is the element that takes a lot of time to master among all the elements. Xian Mao nodded and took the Beiyu mirror. His expression was nervous and excited. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and felt the flow of the wind element in his body. They were like stars everywhere in his body. Immerse yourself in the mind, sense the elements, and use your thoughts to mobilize the flow of elements. The scattered elements gathered into a thin flow of elements under his mobilization, flowing along the inside of the body. After Xian Mao tried 3 times, this unstable flow of elements successfully flowed along his arm to his wrist, and was released at the Minging bracelet. Buzz, the Beiyu mirror shook, and the emerald green fluorescence on the surface flickered. Its change made Xian Mao happy, and the flow of elements that had been gathered with great difficulty was broken and disintegrated. Snap! The mirror fell from his hand, and fell to the ground, and Xian Mao's face turned pale, and he collapsed. Chapter 422. Xian Mao gasped as if all his strength had been drained. Xiao Yuan patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Well done, I didn't do as well as you did the first time." In the early stage of controlling the elements, every time you use the elements, the energy in your body will be consumed. Symptoms such as weakness and dizziness are normal. Time passed quietly. At 7 o'clock in the morning, everyone woke up from their sleep and walked out of the cabin to wash up. Jai Junhao finished washing up, put a layer of hair oil on his hair, and walked to Xiao Yuan in his small leather shoes. He had a haughty look on his face. This was his first conversation with Xiao Yuan after he came to the ship. Captain Xiao, were you too careless in accepting the Koreans? Oh! Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, not knowing what Jai Junhao wanted to say. What does Mr. Jai mean? That's right, let me do the math for you. Jai Junhao raised his palm. Our original supplies were assumed to last for 5 days, but with the Koreans, they can only last for 4 days, or even 3 days. Mr. Jai, our supplies are enough for a month's consumption, you don't have to worry. Hee hee. Jai Junhao's cheek twitched, and his laughter was a bit harsh. Captain Xiao, don't forget who sponsored this cooperation. You? Xiao Yuan asked back. I. Jai Junhao was speechless for a moment, and quickly reacted. It is our Zhou group that sponsored you to go to sea, so we hope you will seriously consider our opinion. Have you finished speaking? Xiao Yuan stood up and patted his shirt, his smile still gentle. Zhou's sponsorship is based on its relationship with the military. There are more people who want to sponsor you to go to sea than you show. On this ship, Captain Hai and I have absolute command. You have no right to ask who we accept and who we don't. Do you understand? Xiao Yuan raised his lips, passed by Jai Junhao, and walked towards Hai Qing. Xiao Yuan. Jai Junhao's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. He stared at Xiao Yuan's back, left the deck without looking back, and returned to the cabin. Xiao Yuan didn't take Jai Junhao seriously at all. After this guy got on the ship, he interfered with the crew's work and regarded this as the Zhou group. Due to Mr. Zhou's kindness, everyone did not bother with him, which made Jai Junhao feel angry. Qihong, 9 o'clock. After resting, everyone gathered on the deck and set sail. The Bayou mirror turned into a crystal clear green jade in Xiao Yuan's hand, and the fish on the mirror surface were vivid. There was a bead in front of the fish's mouth, which kept rotating with the direction of the fish's swimming, drawing patterns on it. Xiao Yuan observed for a while, but didn't find out what the bead was used for. With the north fish mirror as a guide, the Qihong slowly moved forward in the fog. 3 hours later, a small piece of land appeared in front of the fog. Xiao Yuan looked carefully and found that it was an island when he got closer. Hai Qing signaled the ship to stop and walked to the deck to observe with Xiao Yuan. He pointed to a lifeboat beside the island and said, Captain Xiao, look at that lifeboat. Xiao Yuan nodded. With his eyesight, he could see clearly. It is the same style as the lifeboat we encountered before. It is likely from the same lifeboat. The two discussed and decided to send 2 small boats to explore the island first. Xiao Yuan, Xiaozheng, and Li Jian were in one group, and Qiming, Lin Lang, and Li Minggan were in another group. Xiao Yuan had no objection to the people from the Zhejiang Corps asking to join the exploration. He gave Lin Lang and Qiming a cautious look to let them pay attention to safety. The size of the island could not be seen at the moment. Xiao Yuan looked at both sides and said, Lin Lang, you go from the left and we go from the right. Be careful along the way, and send flares in time if there is any trouble. Lin Lang responded, and led Li Minggan and Qi Ming to the left. The edge of the island is full of reefs, and only after entering the island can you see the soil and sparse vegetation. It is always in the fog, and the growth of plants here is very ordinary. Xiaozheng is very lively, touching the plants from time to time and finding everything new. Li Jian and Xiao Yuan talked by the campfire last night, and the distance between them was shortened a lot, and the conversation became more casual. After returning last night, Hong Xiaozhu didn't make things difficult for you, right? Xiao Yuan asked casually while picking up the minging knife to push away the branches. No. Ayu shrugged and smiled. She won't talk to me in private, even if we are together. I see that Hong Xiaozhu can master the light element. It seems that the second-generation gene potion of Goryeo is limited to the royal family. Country A keeps the formula of the gene potion absolutely confidential. Other countries can only buy it at a high price. It is difficult to distribute the gene potion to every soldier. Your elemental power is very powerful. Ayu recalled what happened in the sea with a slight flush on her cheeks. You are one of the strongest elemental affinity people I have ever seen. One? Xiao Yuan asked curiously. Who is the other person? The Imperial Master of Shangqing Palace. His use of water elements once amazed everyone in the competition. You can learn from him if you have the chance. You wish. Li Jian rolled her eyes at him. If it weren't for the invitation from His Highness, the Imperial Master would never take action. Don't worry, we are good friends, and we won't embarrass your Imperial Master, Xiao Yuan said proudly, and finally couldn't help laughing. You are such a boastful fellow. Don't let yourself get beaten to tears. Li Jian waved her fist at him, threatening. The island was not very large, and the two teams moved along the periphery and met up in 20 minutes. Boss, this place is not big. We should be able to find the owner of the ship if we go in. Defense formation ready? Xiao Yuan raised his hand and clenched his fist, and the others naturally reached the designated position. Jiyun, follow me, and Brother Mingyan will protect the flank and cooperate with Lao Qi. After the positions were assigned, Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang walked in front, moving along the center line of the island. There is a strange tree growing on the island, about 2 meters high, with leaves hanging down and somewhat similar to willow branches, but the leaves are triangular. The trees are not densely distributed, and people walking in the middle can see far through the branches. The extraordinary feature of the island is reflected here. There is no fog on the island. The thick fog on the sea is all isolated here, as if there is an invisible protective shield. Watch out to the left, there's movement. Xiao Yuan pointed to the left front, and led the team to chase after it, with the silver knife against the shield. Captain, it looks like a rabbit. Qi Ming shouted as he chased. It looks a bit like it, but... Xiao Yuan waved his arm before he finished speaking, but there was a muffled bang sound, and something flew out from in front of his face. Snake? Lin Lang looked at the green snake in surprise. Xiao Yuan also swung a knife when he just blocked it with a leather shield. The tail of the green snake was cut off by Xiao Yuan, but no blood was left, only green juice flowed out along the wound. It twisted its body, and turned around to run away. How could Xiao Yuan let it go? After chasing it for 400 or 500 meters, it rushed into a dense bush and disappeared. There were few bushes on the island, and it was very conspicuous when it suddenly appeared. Xiao Yuan carefully pushed aside the bushes, and found a huge stone tablet standing behind it. There was a round hole at the bottom of the stone tablet, which seemed to be able to accommodate 2 people. There were 3 big characters written on the stone tablet. Others did not recognize the Lihua characters, but Xiao Yuan could see them clearly. Life and Death Realm. Chapter 423. Xiao Yuan never thought that he would see Lihuan on an isolated island in the vast ocean. Illuminating the cave, the dark passage inside is quite spacious, and can be walked normally. Lin Lang looked up at the stone tablet and said, These 3 words seem to be somewhat similar to the words in the ruins, but what do they mean specifically? Xiao Yuan leaned over to check the cave without saying anything, but Li Jian suddenly spoke. She pointed at the stone tablet and said word by word, Life and Death. Xiao Yuan stood up suddenly and stared at her. Do you know the words on it? With a huge wave in his heart, Li Jian knew that the shock brought to him by the Lihua text was no less than the appearance of the stone tablet. In Xiao Yuan's memory, the territory of Lihua country has never expanded to Goryeo. Could it be that Lihua country expanded again after Gu Chengfeng's death? Li Jian didn't notice Xiao Yuan's eyes. She thought for a while and said, I only know the first 2 words, and I don't know the last one. Xiao Yuan was surprised and asked, As far as I know, the words on the stone tablet come from the ancient lost country of Country A. How do you know the words on it? She blinked, not quite understanding why Xiao Yuan reacted so strongly. She casually took out the miniature camera from her backpack and said while taking pictures, I saw this in the Goryeo Royal Library. The Goryeo Royal Library houses a vast amount of precious documents, including books on history, geography, customs, culture, etc. The ancient books carry the rise and fall and changes of the Goryeo dynasty, and the historical research of Country sometimes also uses the documents in them. Li Jian loves reading, and dropping out of high school and not being able to go to college has always been a regret in her heart. The Royal Library is only open to members of the royal family. She is in an awkward position after all. She is a member of the royal family. From a long time ago until she entered the Sejong army, she lived between the royal library and her residence all day long. She was never seen at the cocktail parties of noble ladies and social gatherings of the upper class. Li Jiun was like an invisible person in the palace, ignored by everyone. The happiest moment of the day was to visit her mother and read. There was a book called Lihua Text Records in the library, which Li Jiun had spent time studying. This book records the characters from Lihua country, but not many, with only a total of more than 1,000 characters. The author of the book is not specified, and Li Jian did not ask the grandfather who manages the library. Xiao Yuan was very interested in the book after hearing it. Who is the author of the book? Why did he record the characters of Lihua country? Or, Does the author himself have a deep connection with Lihua country? Suppressing his thoughts, Xiao Yuan took the lead and walked into the stone cave. They were cautious along the way, but found nothing. The rabbit-like creatures and green snakes were all gone, and there was not even a mosquito in the place. After walking for more than 100 meters along the stone cave, the cave came to an end. A man in a life jacket sat with his back to the crowd, his head lowered. After setting up the lights, Xiao Yuan approached the man with a knife. "Hello?" After greeting him, the man did not respond, so Xiao Yuan stretched out his long knife and gently poked him in the back. Bang! His body fell to one side and fell to the ground. Dead? Xiao Yuan walked to the front cautiously and found that the man had a ruddy face and no injuries on his body. After checking his breath and pulse, he was amazed. This person has been maintaining the state of a body that just died, but his whole body is cold. It's really strange. Qi Ming touched the man's cheek with his hand and found that the flesh on his face was still very elastic. He withdrew his hand as if he was electrocuted, his face pale. "Boss, he can't be a zombie." Li Jian looked through the backpack left by the man, smiled slightly, and said, "It might be careful he bites you." Qi Ming subconsciously shrank back behind Xiao Yuan and said stubbornly, "I'm not afraid. If he dares to stand up, I chop him up." Patting Qi Ming's shoulder, Xiao Yuan leaned over to Li Jian. "Stop messing around. Did you find anything valuable?" Li Jian took out a notebook, a walnut, a bag of compressed biscuits, water, and a dagger. Taking the walnut from Li Jian's hand, Xiao Yuan frowned. The seaman on the lifeboat we met before also carried walnuts with him. The size and shape were almost the same as this one, but the appearance was different. The walnuts the man carried lost their luster and were covered with a grayish color. There was nothing left inside, unlike the cherry worms that Xiao Yuan had subdued and were hiding in the walnuts. Sailors have the habit of keeping diaries, and this man is no exception. Li Hao is the name of the deceased sailor. A person's name appeared in Fang Hui's diary, that is, Li Hao, who seemed to have always wanted to escape from the ship. It seems that he escaped successfully, but died here. Could it be because of the walnuts? July 1st, 2065, weather, sunny. The freighter left the port, and my wife and daughter came to see me off. The weather conditions are good for sailing, and the captain said that this order is not small. July 4th, 2065, weather, heavy rain. The weather is very bad, but it is still within the controllable range. However, I am more worried about the captain. He is talking to himself in the captain's room alone, which is very strange. Maybe I think too much. After all, he is an experienced captain. July 7th, 2065, weather, cloudy. We actually entered the Devil's Triangle area. The captain promised us that he would take us out of here. But I saw excitement in his eyes. What was he excited about? The damn electronic signal failed again. This is the second time it has failed. Lung promised to fix the radio soon. I hope his skills are as good as his confidence. July 10th, 2065 AD, weather, heavy fog. The people around me are very strange. They seem to be turning into puppets and losing their souls one by one. Am I the only one who noticed it? Fang Hui, the dull guy, seems to be normal. Should I talk to him? July 13th, 2065 AD, weather, heavy fog. Lung said that the radio will be available tomorrow, and we can get in touch with the outside world, but I'm not sure if what he said is true. Fang Hui is still normal, but I can't talk to him about secrets in public. I'm sure someone is watching me. July 14th, 2065 AD, weather, heavy fog. The captain is in danger. I can't wait any longer. I can feel that he has turned into a devil who will devour everyone's soul. Fang Hui didn't believe me at all. He was such a fool. I want to escape by myself. No one can stop me. Li Hao's diary ended here. He should have escaped from the ship after writing the last diary. According to his description, the captain of the cargo ship number 2485 had some changes. He controlled the entire cargo ship and turned the crew members into puppets one by one. Li Hao escaped when he couldn't bear it anymore. Unfortunately, he and Fang Hui had the same fate. Both lost their lives on the way and could not escape the entanglement of fate. Closing the diary, Xiao Yuan looked at the dead Li Hao and said, "Take him out and bury him." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard Lin Lang pointing at the stone wall behind him. "Boss, what do you see?" On the stone wall, the modeled things would fall down, revealing a stone carving hidden inside. The two animals in the stone carving were a weird-looking rabbit and a snake. The most important thing is that the snake's tail on the stone carving happened to be missing a section. Chapter 424. The rabbit stood on its hind legs, with its front paws clasped together, and its eyes looked forward with a devout expression like a faithful believer. There was an eyeball between its eyebrows, slightly open. Xiao Yuan subconsciously took 2 steps back and said, "The creature I saw from afar just now should be it." Qi Ming came forward, and he stretched out his hand to wipe off the ashes left on the stone carving. "Boss, are there really 3-eyed rabbits and broken-tailed snakes in the world?" The broken-tailed snake stone carving is vivid, and the location of the broken tail is very interesting. Li Jian was surprised and pointed at the snake carving and said, "Is the place where the snake's tail is broken on the top almost the same as the place where Xiao Yuan cut off the green snake's tail?" After she said that, the others also felt that it was very similar. Li Mingyan took the Mingyan knife and walked forward. "No matter what kind of ghost it is, you can only take the knife first." Swish! As he said that, he swung the knife towards the stone carving. The blade stopped a few centimeters away from the 3-eyed rabbit, and Xiao Yuan stopped him. Li Mingyan frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing?" Xiao Yuan signaled him to put away his weapon and picked up Li Hao's body. "The stone carving is strange, don't make trouble. Their goal is to enter the core area of the Devil's Triangle, and other things must give way to this. What exactly does the boundary of life and death refer to?" Xiao Yuan has never figured it out. Is the island the boundary between life and death? Or is this the boundary of entering the world of the mermaids? A faint intuition in his heart told him not to destroy everything here. After burying Li Hao, everyone returned to the ship and continued sailing. After reading Li Hao's diary, Hai Qing became more afraid of the mysterious ghost ship. "Captain Xiao, if we encounter a ghost ship, how confident are you in defeating it? Do you want to hear the truth?" Xiao Yuan held the Beiyou mirror in his hand and directed the direction. "Of course. 40% sure, or at most." Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "Are you satisfied with this answer? You put my mind at ease when you said that." "Oh! I have been working on the sea for half my life, and I have met countless people. Some of them are extremely smart, and some have superb skills, but few of them have a good ending. Do you know the reason?" Hai Qing recalled the past with a lot of emotion. "I guess, maybe their curiosity is not proportional to their strength." Xiao Yuan raised his hand and pointed in a direction and said, "I guess right. Their curiosity is very strong, so strong that they can't help but want to explore. Most importantly, they lack awe of the unknown, and blindly optimistically believe that they can overcome unknown dangers 100%. It's good to have confidence." Xiao Yuan smiled when he heard this, "But I will always be in awe of the unknown and the future. The world is big, much bigger than humans know. Whether it's the Night Demon or the Liwa country, or the world where Xiao Zheng comes from, they all constantly refresh Xiao Yuan's cognition. The more he came into contact with, the more he felt insignificant and awed." After leaving the island, the Qihong sailed for another half an hour, and Xiao Yuan's eyes suddenly fixed. Lifeboat, reef, 2-meter-high strange trees. They actually returned to the island they left before. The change caught everyone off guard, and the people who were originally sitting in the cabin also came to the deck. Park Xingqian's wound on his buttocks had not healed yet. He covered the wound and said, "Why are we back again?" "Xiao Yuan, your navigation system is not working?" The fish on the Beiyou mirror still had round beads on top, no different from before. Xiao Yuan put away the Beiyou mirror, his expression serious. "The Beiyou mirror should be fine. Let's first explore the reality of the isolated island." The Qihong was only 7 or 8 meters away from the isolated island. Xiao Yuan gestured to the control room. The control room understood and adjusted the weapon hook on the top of the Qihong. The machine turned, and after more than 10 seconds, a sharp hook flew out from above and shot towards the isolated island. Plop! There was a sound of falling into the water in the distance, and the hook seemed to accurately shoot into the reef, but passed through the reef. "Fake!" Hai Qing saw this and said in surprise, "This is the first time in my life that I have seen a mirage so close that it is almost real." Mirages are formed by the refraction of light in the air. They often exist far away from the sea and in the air. Mirages like the lonely island on the sea surface are probably not seen by many people in the world. After confirming it, Xiao Yuan and others set off again. However, after sailing for half an hour, a terrible thing happened. The lonely island appeared in front of the side of the Qihong again. Same location, same scene, except for the different light, because it was about to get dark. It was exactly the same as what I saw half an hour ago. Gulp! Qi Ming swallowed nervously and said, "Boss, are we walking back again?" The isolated island not far away was quietly there. Maybe it was a false mirage with no offensive power, but it brought people an indescribable sense of oppression. Xiao Yuan and Hai Qing discussed and prepared to send a small boat to explore again. The mirage was strange, and the answer might be hidden in it. As soon as the boat entered the water, everyone heard a long and deep sound of a ship's whistle. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to come from all directions, circling around the sailing ship. Be alert. Prepare for battle. Xiao Yuan drew his weapon and looked around carefully, his heart pounding. The fog broke, and a huge ship emerged from it, with a height roughly the same as the sailing ship. On the empty deck, a single lamp hung on the bow. The pale light of the single lamp seemed to be the only light in the darkness. The cabin was partially hidden in the darkness, and even Xiao Yuan couldn't see anything clearly. The sound in the boat dissipated, and when it left the fog, it seemed to have lost something. The whistle disappeared, and the internal parts were no longer running. It was eerily quiet. The most special thing was that there was a red handkerchief tied to the fence at the front of the bow, fluttering in the sea breeze, as eye-catching as blood. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw a row of large characters printed on the side of the hull. Southeast Fisheries, 2485. Number 2485. Xiao Yuan shuddered. His whole body felt as if it was soaked by cold water. Others also saw the scene. Qi Ming came to him and whispered, "Boss, let's leave quickly. This ship is too evil." The famous ghost ship appeared in front of him, and Qi Ming was in a state of anxiety and retreat. Not only him, the sailors also suggested leaving this place immediately. They were even more superstitious about these incredible things than Qi Ming. Xiao Yuan walked up to Gu Kai and Hai Qing and asked for their opinions. "Mr. Gu, Captain Hai, what do you mean?" "Captain Xiao, you may not understand the characteristics of ghost ships yet?" Gu Kai's skinny face pulled out an ugly smile. "Mr. Gu, why don't you elaborate?" Xiao Yuan was very curious. Once the ghost ship approaches the ship, it is likely to entangle the ship. No matter where we go, we will be caught up, and get closer and closer. When I was young, I heard the master talk about many things about ghost ships. The most taboo among them is to leave casually. What will happen if we are caught up? Qi Ming's eyelids jumped and couldn't help asking. Hee. Gu Kai sneered. When we are completely caught up, it will be the day when we are in big trouble. Chapter 425. Mr. Gu, you are well informed about things at sea. What do you think we should do? For now, we need to send a team to board the ship, find out the strangeness, and destroy the ghost ship before we can escape. Gu Kai seemed to have finally made up his mind. It's a matter of life and death. I am willing to go with Captain Xiao. After listening to him, Xiao Yuan roughly understood the seriousness of the matter. Gu Kai was just invited by Li Jin to help. He was willing to risk his life for no good reason, which meant that the situation was really bad. After a discussion, they decided to send Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zheng, Lin Lang, Gu Cai, Li Jian, Qi Ming, and Xin Mao to board the ship, and the rest of the people stayed behind to support the Qihang. Xiao Yuan sat at the bow, looking at the ghost ship in the distance, and his eyes suddenly blurred. The ghost ship looked vague and gradually distorted in the fog. He wiped his eyes, and looked again, and found that everything was back to normal. What happened? He snapped his fingers in front of Li Jian and asked, "Did you notice that the ghost ship was blurry for a while just now?" Li Jian blinked her bright eyes and said, "No." "Are you too tired?" Xiao Bang's reaction was the same as Li Jian's. Neither of them noticed it. Was it really because she was too tired and her eyes were blurry? Xiao Yuan shook his head and said to Gu Kai on another boat, "Mr. Gu, you know the dangers on the ghost ship the most thoroughly. Tell us about it." Gu Kai, who was stroking his bone ring, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "What I just described is the general characteristics of the ghost ship. As for the others, I am not sure. Things in the ocean are the most bizarre and unpredictable, and Gu Kai has not seen many ghost ships with his own eyes. The dangers on each ghost ship are different, and it is difficult to find the rules. This is the most difficult and terrifying part of the ghost ship." Li Jian was a little nervous, and she whispered, "If we don't handle it well, will we die on the ghost ship?" Mr. Gu smiled strangely and said, "Death? If it is just death that can be relieved, it would be fine. What I am afraid of is the torture of neither death nor life." He talked for a long time, but it was equivalent to saying nothing. Xiao Yuan smiled calmly. "Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by God. If we give it a try, we may not have no chance of winning." The long sword under his ribs was unsheathed. Xiao Yuan stood up and shot out the alloy claw, shouting, "Go!" 6 figures flew onto the deck of the ghost ship almost at the same time. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang were on guard to check on the others, to help Mr. Gu get up from the boat. The pale light of the solitary lamp illuminated the front of the deck, and Xiao Yuan reached out to untie the red handkerchief. The faint fragrance from the handkerchief was fragrant, and it seemed that it would not be away from its owner for too long. Xiao Yuan raised his head casually, and the whole person was stunned. The road that originally came became pitch black, not because the fog became dark, but because even the fog disappeared. The dark surroundings were like an abyss, and the ghost ship was the only harbor in this world. Lin Lang noticed that his expression was abnormal, and he was also shocked when he saw the scene behind him. "Captain, what's going on? I also want to know what's going on." Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly. "It seems that we are trapped. It's just like what the master said, it's a small world of its own." Gu Kai muttered to himself after getting on the boat, without any panic. Xiao Yuan's heart moved. Gu Kai's behavior was a bit strange. He seemed to have known what would happen here. "Captain Xiao, for now we must uncover the secret of the ghost ship in order to escape." Gu Kai knew that he was too calm and quickly changed the subject. "Old Lin, you and Mr. Gu stay in the back to protect the gentleman. Xian and I will be in the front, and Xiaoxin and Xiaozhang will be in the middle to coordinate." Lin Lang understood, and walked to Gu Kai's side. In name, he was protecting him, but in fact, he was monitoring him. He saw Gu Kai's strange behavior. This old guy must have something to hide from him. Once you enter the ghost ship, you are a grasshopper on the same boat. Xiao Yuan can't turn against Gu Kai. After all, he has to rely on Gu Kai for many things. Gu Kai looked calm, and followed Xiao Yuan and the others slowly to look at the ghost ship. Walking along the deck, there were 2 bonfire stone plates in the middle, but the style was very old. Xiao Yuan looked down and saw that it had been abandoned for a long time, and no one was using it. The corridor of the cabin was dark, and the light on the ghost ship seemed to be restricted and swallowed by something, and the range of light was greatly shortened. Li Jian walked to a door, wiped off the dust on it, and revealed the door plate restaurant. She tried to turn the door lock, and with a little force, she found that it was locked. "Is there someone inside?" She pointed at the door lock and winked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan understood and walked to the front of the door, waving the Minging knife to break the door lock. Li Jian and Xiaozhang rushed in at the same time, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Cough cough. Xiao Yuan couldn't help coughing twice and said, "Mr. Gu, can you explain it?" The scene in the restaurant was very strange. There were 3 skeletons sitting on each side of the dining table, and they maintained a sitting posture. There was a dinner plate in front of the skeleton, and chopsticks were fixed between the skeleton's hand bones. The clothes on the skeleton had long been rotten, and some of their original appearance could be vaguely seen. Xiao Yuan picked up a piece of rag, on which were written the words Nanyu. Southeast Fisheries? They were indeed the crew of number 2485, but they died here for unknown reasons. The 6 skeletons remained in a sitting position, and some even stretched out chopsticks to pick up the dinner plate. "It looks like sudden death." Xiao Yuan put down the rag and said, "The 6 people who were eating died instantly, but maintained their original posture. What kind of power can make a person die suddenly?" Qi Ming scratched his head. "Besides, how can the posture remain unchanged when only bones are left after rotting?" Gu Kai checked the items and bones in the restaurant, but he didn't find anything valuable and felt disappointed. It is also possible that the food was wrong. Some fish in the ocean can cause hallucinations. Maybe they ate it. Mr. Gu's guess makes sense. Xiao Yuan checked around and said, "But the possibility that everyone ate that kind of fish at the same time is still questionable." With the corner of his eye sweeping across the door, Xiao Yuan suddenly saw a shadow emerging from there. "Who?" he shouted, and rushed out of the cabin like the wind, and saw the shadow disappear at the corner in front. Xiao Yuan thought he was fast enough, but he was still a step slower. When he reached the 2nd floor, the shadow had already flashed past the corner at the end and disappeared. Huh? Xiao Yuan exhaled a foul breath. Running on the boat for a while made his forehead sweat slightly, which was several times more tiring than running in other places. Without time to pay attention to this, Xiao Yuan chased after him again. Turning the corner, he found that there was only a wooden door with 3 locks on it. This old-fashioned lock was naturally not difficult for him. Just as he was about to cut it off, he heard footsteps behind him. "Boss, Xinmao was the fastest and ran here to look around. What were you chasing just now?" Xiao Yuan pointed at the wooden door. "I didn't see it clearly, but I guess it went in here." The black shadow just now was erratic. It looked like a person in size, but the shape was twisted quickly, which was not something a human could do. As he said, the dark silver knife slashed through the dark iron lock and shattered. Click! The wooden door was slowly opened. Xiao Yuan held the lantern and shone it inside. After seeing the scene inside clearly, he couldn't help but take a breath. Chapter 426. Behind the wooden door is a small bedroom, with a single bed, a desk, and a wardrobe as all the furnishings in the room. What surprised Xiao Yuan was that there was a skeleton hanging upside down from the ceiling of the bedroom. The skull was facing down less than half a meter from the ground, and there were a few pieces of cloth left on the body. From the clothes, it can be seen that the dead person is a girl, but she was tied up and hung upside down in the bedroom when she died. The lights were turned on, and everyone began to check the room. When the quilt on the bed was lifted, it stirred up a cloud of dust, and there was a photo hanging on the wall. Xiao Yuan wiped off the dust and saw a girl with a bright smile smiling at the camera. She was 28 years old with bright eyes and white teeth, leaning against a bearded man, with the ocean in the background. Father and daughter? Xiao Yuan looked at the man in the photo carefully again and whispered, Pei Sheng? He had seen the information of the captain of the missing Southeast Fisheries ship, and he looked the same as the man in the photo. If the girl was Pei Sheng's daughter, why was there no record in the file? Confused, he said, Are there any other discoveries? Li Jian knocked on the closet and said, The closet can't be opened, but there's nothing wrong with other places. The closet in the bedroom was not big, and there was no sign of being locked on the outside. Xiao Yuan came to the closet door and pulled it from behind. It seemed that something inside was pulling hard to prevent the door from opening. Gathering his strength, he pulled it hard. The closet door opened, and a thin figure fell out from inside. She was 15 or 16 years old, and her body was extremely thin, and she didn't feel like she had any flesh on her body. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She screamed when she saw Xiao Yuan holding a knife. Her appearance was exactly the same as the girl in the photo album, but she looked much more haggard. Wasn't the dead skeleton the captain's daughter? Xiao Yuan was full of doubts, and looked at her carefully. Xiao Yuan didn't dare to be careless when a living person appeared in the ghost ship. He spoke calmly and his right hand was ready to attack at any time. Little girl, who are you? Why are you here? The girl seemed to be frightened, covering her head and crying. Xiao Yuan frowned. Making a noise on the ghost ship might cause other troubles. Seeing this, Li Jian squatted down, gently hugged the little girl, and said, Little sister, no one will hurt you here, don't worry, don't worry. The soft female voice and comfort gradually calmed the girl's cry. She buried her head in Li Jian's arms while sobbing, and her body couldn't help shaking. She didn't dare to look at Xiao Yuan. Seeing that she calmed down, Li Jian helped her wipe the tears from her face and asked, Tell me, what is your name? The girl's eyes were tearful, and she said intermittently, Pei Ying. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he tried to slow down his tone and asked, Is Captain Pei Sheng your father? The girl shrank back, acting very timid. Li Jian glared at Xiao Yuan. Don't scare her all the time. Xiao Yuan froze in place in embarrassment, thinking to himself, Am I that scary? Pei Ying leaned over to Li Jian's ear and whispered, Sister, you have to leave here quickly. Li Jian patted her on the back and asked, Can you tell me why? What happened on this ship? The girl didn't speak, but her eyes suddenly looked out the door. Her black pupils seemed to be able to see through the barrier. It's almost too late, they woke up. Ying, who is going to wake up? Li Jian was confused by her words. They. Be careful of everyone. After saying this, Pei Ying lowered her head and said nothing. No matter how Li Jian communicated with her, it didn't work. Xiao Yuan's ears were sharp, and he could faintly hear the slight footsteps, wind, and conversation coming from outside. The sound gradually grew louder and louder, spreading to the entire ghost ship. Boom! The ship shook violently, and a loud noise came from the bottom of the ship. Xiao Yuan felt a wonderful change in an instant. The ship came back to life, and even the light became normal. Heavy footsteps came from outside the bedroom, and soon a man wearing the uniform of the Southeast Fisheries group walked in. He saw Pei Ying in the crowd at a glance and smiled. Wei, why are you still here and not going to the kitchen to help? Pei Ying's body trembled. She slowly left Li Jian's arms, and walked to the door of the bedroom. Wei, Xiao Yuan and Li Jian looked at each other, feeling strange. She called herself Pei Ying, but the man called her Wei, who was lying? Who is the captain, Xiao Yuan? The young man looked around kindly and asked. I am. Xiao Yuan took a few steps forward in doubt, and said, Do you know me? Your friends are also on the boat, they said. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lung Qi, the technician on the boat. Lung Qi took Pei Ying's hand. Everyone follow me, your friends are still waiting. The man who suddenly appeared was too strange. Xiao Yuan winked at the others, and walked out of the bedroom carefully. The imagined attack did not happen. Lung Qi asked Xiao Yuan and others about something enthusiastically from time to time, and seemed very happy. To be honest, I have been worried about being trapped in the fog for these days. Now someone finally came. Can you take us out? Xiao Yuan was about to speak when he found that Leng Qi had stopped and stared at him without blinking. Of course we can, he answered easily and confidently. Leng's cold eyes disappeared, and he said like a good man, that's good, we can finally go home. Qi Ming and Lin Lang walked at the back, and he whispered, Old Lin, this guy is not right, it seems. A ghost. Lin Lang elbowed him. Say less and wait and see. Walking out of the long and narrow corridor, the deck in front of him was very lively at this moment. 2 bonfires were burning high, and more than a dozen people were sitting around. Xiao Yuan was surprised to find that Shai Junhao, Li Minggan, Pu Zhengqian, Zhou Fangwei, and Gu Jia were all there. The 5 of them raised their glasses and drank with the others, which was very lively. Especially the delicate girl Zhou Fangwei drank with big gulps, and the scene was weird. Xiao Yuan, you are too late. Gu Jia waved at him and said, come and try the food here. Gu Jia, why are you here? Xiao Yuan walked to Gu Jia and whispered, I have been here all the time. Gu Jia laughed and pointed at him. Xiao Yuan, you are always so serious and old-fashioned. It would be great to relax a little. Brother Xiao Yuan, please try the wine here. Zhou Fangwei grabbed Xiao Yuan's hand and said softly, I haven't thanked you enough for helping me. I give you a glass. Gu Jia and Zhou Fangwei behaved strangely, and Li Minggan and others were not much better. With a red face and a smell of alcohol, he walked in front of Li Jian and said, Jian, I want to tell you today that I like you. I like you very much. Li Jian was overwhelmed by his sudden confession, and she subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yuan. With the help of Lin Lang and Qi Ming, Xiao Yuan got rid of the entanglement of the 2 girls, and pulled Li Jian to block Li Minggan's wine glass for her. Chapter 427. Gently leaning against the wine glass, Xiao Yuan whispered, Brother Minggan, are you drunk? A trace of anger surged in Li Minggan's eyes. He grabbed Xiao Yuan's collar and shouted, Don't pretend like this in front of me. Tell me, are you interested in Jian? Li Minggan's sudden outburst was beyond Xiao Yuan's expectations. In his impression, this person has always been able to control his emotions. He snorted and laughed, almost getting close to Xiao Yuan's face. Boy, we are all men, how can I not understand you? Hiccup. The smell of alcohol filled his nose. Xiao Yuan pulled Li Minggan's hand away and looked around to see the 5 people. No, there must be something wrong. Xiao Yuan frowned, trying to figure out the relationship. Just then Park Shengqian staggered up. He drank the wine in the glass and snorted. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy? Still looking like he deserved a beating, Park Shengqian poked Xiao Yuan in the chest and said, Stinky boy, sooner or later I will beat you into a pig's head. When Xiao Yuan heard his words, his heart moved, and his mind that had been blocked suddenly opened up. Xiao Yuan pulled the other 6 people to sit in a corner, and whispered while watching the others drinking and eating meat, I know what's going on. Qi Ming looked around and asked, Boss, what's going on now? I am really scared to pee my pants. Pointing to the people who were supposed to be on the Qihong, Xiao Yuan asked back, What's the difference between these 5 people? Xiao Zheng raised her little hand and said, They talk more than usual, and they eat and drink more. I want to eat delicious food too. Xiao Yuan raised his hand and tapped her head, whispering, Eating and drinking are just superficial. Among them, only Park Shengqian treats me the same as usual. What does that mean? Li Jian thought about it, and understood what he meant. Park Shengqian always disliked Xiao Yuan, and it was undisguised dislike. But other people may not behave the same way as they think towards Xiao Yuan. There will be some differences. Recalling Li Minggan's confession, she suddenly realized, You mean, they are now showing their inner thoughts? It is even possible that they are illusions of their inner feelings? Smart. Xiao Yuan lowered his voice and said, Don't act rashly, don't eat the food here, wait and see. The environment on the ghost ship is very special, and it seems to have a suppressive effect on him. Xiao Yuan can now feel that the flow of elemental power in his body has become very slow, and even activating elemental power is probably very difficult. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Only by observing in secret can we find a breakthrough. The noisy banquet lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the scene suddenly calmed down, and everyone stopped what they were doing. All of them looked upwards, like a group of well-trained soldiers. Xiao Yuan followed their gaze, and saw a bearded man walking down. His steps were steady, and every time he stepped on the metal steps, there was a heavy sound. His face was ruddy, and his eyes were bright. Pei Sheng said in a loud voice, Welcome all new friends. Let me introduce myself, Pei Sheng, the captain of this ship. As soon as Pei Sheng finished speaking, the crew began to applaud crazily, and Xiao Yuan felt his hands hurt from listening to them. But the young man who was close to Xiao Yuan didn't feel any pain at all, and he refused to stop clapping his hands until they turned red. Waving his hand to signal for silence, Pei Sheng walked to the main seat of the banquet, accompanied by Pei Yingying behind him. Pei Yingying was like an obedient porcelain doll, standing obediently behind Pei Sheng without even moving her eyes. The deck fell into a brief silence, and no one dared to move until Pei Sheng spoke. Xiao Yuan could feel that he was constantly examining him, and it took a long time for him to retract his sharp gaze. Ding! Taping the glass gently, he looked at Xiao Yuan with a smile. Guests from afar, how do you like this place? Feeling the eyes of the whole audience gathered on him, Xiao Yuan looked calm. Very good, everyone is. Very enthusiastic. Pei Sheng raised his glass and said, then cheers for our enthusiasm. The people around Xiao Yuan all looked at him. Drink or not, the light glass seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Xiao Yuan stared at the red wine and couldn't make a decision for a while. If he didn't drink it, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if the other party turned hostile. If he drank it, what if there was something in it? Shaking the wine glass, Xiao Yuan's mind raced, and finally after weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and drank the wine. He needed more time to crack the secrets on the ship, rather than falling out with the other party now. Besides, they all carried the latest universal antidote developed by the Silver Wing Corps, which should be able to deal with general toxins. After drinking a glass of wine, Xiao Yuan smiled and said, Captain Pei, 1 glass of wine is enough. If we drink more, we will get drunk. After Xiao Yuan finished drinking, Pei Sheng's eyes became much softer. This strange banquet lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Yuan and the other 6 were arranged in the cabin rooms on the 2nd floor, 1 for each person. When passing by the restaurant on the 1st floor, Xiao Yuan took a special look and found that all the bones in it had disappeared and were spotless. In the short few minutes, they entered the bedroom with the upside-down bones. The ghost ship underwent incredible changes. After Lang Qi brought the 6 people to their residence, he stopped at Xiao Yuan's door on purpose. Xiao Yuan looked at him puzzledly and said, Mr. Lang, is there something wrong? Lang Qi hesitated for a moment and asked solemnly, Xiao Yuan, are you sure you can lead us out of the fog? The expectation and desire in his eyes were so strong that it was touching. Xiao Yuan didn't know what made him so eager to leave here. Lang Qi seemed completely different from the other crew members. The other crew members, including Gu Jie, only had enjoyment and indulgence in their eyes, and lost other emotions that they should have. But Lang Qi always wanted to leave here, and it could even be said that it became an obsession. Xiao Yuan still couldn't determine the life status of the people on the boat, the living dead, ghosts, or other incredible lives. Xiao Yuan was silent for a moment, and said, Mr. Lung, I can only tell you that I have a way to leave the fog, but I am not 100% sure. Lung stood motionless at the door, like a stone statue. After a while, Lung's mouth moved and said, I believe you. He took out a walnut from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yuan, admonishing, Don't come out after midnight tonight no matter what sound you hear, remember. After saying that, Lung Qia left without looking back. The walnut in his hand was warm and cool, and the surface was covered with a layer of jade-like material. Walnut, walnut again. Walnut has a special meaning in number 2485. Fang Hui, Li Hao carried walnuts with him. The walnut Lung Qia gave him was obviously more advanced. On this ship, this thing seemed to represent a certain status. Xiao Yuan held the walnut tightly, recalled what he had just said, and murmured, What will happen after midnight? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan walked out of the room and discussed countermeasures with others. Midnight tonight might be an important opportunity for them to crack the secret of the ghost ship. They agreed to meet 20 minutes before midnight, and Xiao Yuan returned to the room to rest his mind. His original intention was to rest his mind, but he didn't expect that he would feel sleepy soon after lying down, and he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 428. Yanjing, Ranger Headquarters. The appearance of the pendant has been artificially modified. We can only find the source through the core, which took some time. Suzhou, what is the result of the search? Cheng Pu urged, Don't keep us in suspense, Miss Su is waiting. After comparison, it was found that the pendant was from the Eternal Love series sold by Tokyo Jewelry in 2070 AD. The elegant Suzhou clicked on the screen. According to the records, the number of transactions that year was 120, and 85 were sold in the following 10 years, totaling 205 pendants. 205 pieces. Donfa Hui frowned. It would take too long to check so many pendants one by one. I heard that each piece of jewelry from Tokyo Jewelry will leave a unique number information. Can you decipher the information? Miss Su really thinks highly of me. Suzhou looked at Sun Wan's clear eyes. The technology of Tokyo jewelry is its foundation, and it is difficult for others to decipher it. Is that so? Sun Wan was a little disappointed. Brother Dongfang, should we go to Tokyo Bianliang? Bai Feng is missing, and 4 ranger teams are dispatched to track down the missing person. Through surveillance, Dongfang Hui discovered that the woman who had attacked Feng Luan appeared among them. The pendant is the only clue of the ranger team. After a night of research and testing, the researchers of the Ranger Research Center lived up to expectations, and found out the source of the pendant. Tokyo Jewelry is different from ordinary private companies. If Dongfang Hui wants to obtain their internal information, he must go there in person. Moreover, the criminals hidden in the dark are powerful, and Dongfang Hui is afraid of making mistakes halfway. It was almost noon when they came out of the research center. Dongfang Hui called the team members, and Sun Wan, and the other 2 girls, to a nearby restaurant for dinner. How is Lei Lei doing? Sun Wan asked after taking a sip of hot soup. She lives with her father and sister at the ranger headquarters. She is not doing well. Kai Jing's eyes were dim. When Bai Feng was attacked, she hid in the closet. I guess Lei Lei was quite shocked, and has a high fever. I saw my mother being kidnapped with my own eyes. Alas! Sun Wan sighed, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, have Xiao Wang and others from the Sankeishu Security Bureau contacted them? It has been confirmed. Chung Pu smiled brightly. Xiao Wang and the security guard on duty that night did see a child. But, he paused and said, after they checked the surveillance, they found that there was no one in the hall at that time. Chung Pu, send a message to the headquarters and ask the inpatient department to pay close attention to Yubailei's situation. Don't be careless. Dongfang Hui looked serious. The ranger deals with all kinds of incredible events in the city, and his sense of smell is extremely sharp. The rangers and security forces in Yanjing are mobilized for a White Phoenix. The opponent must know what the White Phoenix represents. The rangers have set up a level division of elemental affinity, from level 1 to level 10. Currently, the highest level known is level 4, Silver Wing Corps Xiao Yuan, Silver Wing Corps Sun Wan, Psychic Research Center Guard Zhang Bo, and people from various forces in Country A. A total of 24 people are all level 4. Judging from the explosion residue at the Psychic Research Center, Bai Feng's elemental affinity level is likely to have reached the terrifying 6th level. Each time the elemental affinity ability has undergone a qualitative change. With Bai Feng's strength, she is likely to reach a higher level. If that happens, she will be a huge threat to ordinary humans if she harbors evil thoughts. A powerful elemental affinity person, will her ability be passed on to the next generation? Dongfang Hui suspected that Yubailei appeared in 2 places at the same time, probably because she inherited some of her mother's abilities. The next day, Sun Wan, Liang Lu, Dongfang Hui, and Kai Jing boarded the train to Tokyo Bianliang. Tokyo Bianliang, a 1,000-year-old ancient city. It was already evening when the 4 arrived in Bianliang, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening after they settled down and had dinner. Vaping Hotel is located in the center of Bianliang, and you can overlook most of Bianliang from the window. Sun Wan, wearing a white dress, stood quietly at the edge of the viewing hall on the top floor, as beautiful as a banished fairy. Kai Jing has never been a quiet person, and she pulled Liang Lu from the other side. Seeing Sun Wan like this, she was chattering non-stop, and she tiptoed behind her. Guess who I am? She covered Sun Wan's eyes with her hands, and said with a pinched throat. Is there a reward for guessing it? Yes. Kai Xiaoyu. Sun Wan turned around nimbly, raised her hand to pinch Kai Jing's face, and smiled. I caught you. No, I'm not a pig. Kai Jing waved her fist in protest. Try it. Xiao Jing brought it back specially for you. Liang Lu handed her the cotton candy in her hand, and said with a smile. Xiao Wan, are you worried about something? Is it obvious? It's almost written on your face that you're worried. Liang Lu smiled softly. Sun Wan nodded, eyes downcast. I'm worried about Xiao Yuan. They haven't heard from him since they entered the Devil's Triangle. I believe the captain will handle it. Liang Lu encouraged her. You are in a relationship, not his mother. Do you have to be with him all the time? Dating? Kai Jing blurted out. Xiao Wan, you have to be careful. Be careful about what? Well, Kai Jing smiled embarrassedly. I just heard it from others. They said Xiao Yuan was a level 4 elemental affinity person in his 20s, because of his bloodthirsty nature. He could hunt hundreds of night demons alone during combat. Not only that, he also ate the flesh and blood of night demons alive, and dared to kick the heads of night demons like balls in the middle of the night. Stop! Liang Lu couldn't listen anymore and stopped Kai Jing from talking nonsense. Where did you get all this gossip? It's extremely dangerous to fight against hundreds of night demons alone. Eating the flesh and blood of night demons raw is too much, right? Have you read too many comics? You should listen to less gossip and practice more shooting. Soon-won took a bite of marshmallow and said, "What's the news from Tokyo Jewelry? Tomorrow at 8 a.m., we have to go to Lin's manor." "Why not go to Lin's headquarters?" Soon-won asked in surprise. "Tomorrow is Lin's private jewelry tasting. The young master in charge of Lin's business will be in the manor all the time, so..." However, Lin Shi, the young master of the Lin family, is young and promising, rich and handsome. "Xiao Jing, you don't want to have anything to do with him, do you?" Liang Lu knocked her little head. "Wake up, the life of a rich wife is not suitable for you." "What if?" Kai Jing was still unwilling. "The love story of Cinderella and the prince, his father threw a check for 2 million in my face. Then he said ruthlessly, 'Take the check and leave my son.'" Kai Jing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh at the end. "Won't I be rich from now on?" "No hope." Soon-won bit the marshmallow helplessly, indicating that she was completely defeated by Kai Jing's imagination. The city was brightly lit. Soon-won looked at the starry sky in the south, with a lot of thoughts. "Are you okay now?" Siyuan. Chapter 429. The next day, in the southern suburbs of Bianliang. The Lin family has been in Bianliang for more than 100 years, and their power is huge and deeply rooted. Tokyo Jewelry is one of the famous brands under the Lin family, and the Lin family's manor is naturally located in a very beautiful location. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, beautiful and fresh. When Soon-won saw the manor for the first time, she thought she had arrived at a beautiful holiday villa. The person in charge of receiving Dongfang Huai was a young man, about 23 or 24 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Lin Tao led the 4 people into the manor, and went all the way to an open courtyard. There is an exquisite pergola in the courtyard, with screens placed on both sides of the pergola, and tassels hanging down from the front and back of the pergola. Dongfang Huai was puzzled and asked, "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Tao pointed at the pergola and explained, "Today's jewelry tasting will be held here. The young master is afraid that you will be bored waiting for a long time, so he invites you to participate." At the end, he added, "Of course, if you don't like such occasions, you can also go to the quiet room to rest." The jewelry tasting meeting is estimated to take a whole morning. Dongfang Huai doesn't care, but Liang Lu and Kai Jing are obviously very interested. There is plenty of space in the pergola, and various cakes are placed under glass covers. Liang Lu ran her finger over the glass cover and said, "As expected of the Lin family, all the cakes on the table are from Jufangzhai. Jufangzhai is the most famous old shop in Yanjing. Their cakes have a unique taste, and the craftsmanship has been passed down for hundreds of years. Today, they have become the leader of cakes in Country A. If you want to order from Jufangzhai, it is not enough to have money and silk, but also status. The Lin family is far away from Yanjing, but they have a close relationship with Yanjing in secret, which is one of the reasons why Dongfang Huai came to Bianliang in person." Soon-won gently stroked the tassels and praised, "What fine workmanship." The sun was shining, and her fingers brushed over the tassels, which were as soft as jade. Hee hee. A clear laugh came from behind. "If you like it, I send someone to prepare a copy for Miss Su." "Hello, team leader Dongfang." The handsome young man came over accompanied by Lin Tao, and his gestures were polite. "Mr. Lin is too polite." Dongfang Huai walked out of the pergola and greeted Lin Shi. Lin Shi is 180 centimeters tall, and after meeting Dongfang Huai and others, he showed no arrogance or pride. Dongfang Huai had a very good first impression of Lin Shi and said, "I have no choice but to come and bother you this time. We have encountered some difficulties in investigating the case." Lin Shi nodded to show his understanding. "It is our responsibility to help the rangers solve the case, not to mention." He looked at Soon-won and the other 2 with clear eyes, and said half-jokingly, "I am also happy to receive 3 beautiful girls." When Lin Shi said this, he spoke from the bottom of his heart. There was only a faint appreciation in his clear eyes. "Mr. Lin, you recognized Wan at first sight. Do you know her?" Kai Jing asked the question in her heart. "To be honest, my sister is a fan of Miss Su." Lin Shi smiled and said, "There are many photos of Miss Su in her room, so..." No wonder Dongfang Huai was also suspicious when Lin Shi recognized Soon-won at first sight. It was obviously the first time they met. How could Lin Shi know Soon-won's last name? After chatting for a while, Lin Shi stood up and said goodbye. The people of the jewelry tasting meeting arrived one after another, and he was going to host the tasting meeting. Kai Jing looked at his back reluctantly and said, "What a pity, why don't you stay a little longer?" Lin Shi is a handsome man with outstanding family background and cultivation. It is reasonable for the girl to like him. Liang Lu poked her face and said, "Not bad." Opening her fingers, Kai Jing asked in confusion, "What's not bad?" Liang Lu blinked and teased, "You are not so thick-skinned. Why are you obsessed with it all day long?" 30 minutes later, people participating in the tasting meeting came in one after another, filling up the 20 pavilions. Lin Shi was very eloquent, creating a lively atmosphere and quickly getting into the theme of this tasting meeting. Tokyo Jewelry is a leader in the jewelry industry and holds a tasting meeting at the manor every 2 months. The tasting meeting is to exchange the latest information and intelligence, and to take out the collections of the jewelry companies or individuals represented for tasting and valuation. The person in charge of the explanation became Lin Tao, who spoke with full energy. The first piece of jewelry today is the Heart of the Ocean brought by our young master of Meiwa Jewelry. Please look carefully at the display screen on the table, which will show the full charm of the jewelry without blind spots. The Heart of the Ocean is a necklace made by a sapphire carving craftsman. It is elegant and luxurious, which is also in line with the traditional style of beautifying jewelry. After repeated tasting and evaluation, the final share price of the Heart of the Ocean is 3 million a country currency. Crown brooch, emerald diamond necklace, Riviera diamond ring. A dazzling array of jewelry passed by one, and the value of each piece was astronomical. Sun Wan was most impressed by the jewelry that was being appreciated in the pavilion opposite them, a flawless jade bracelet. The pure jade without a trace of impurities could not be found to have any flaws under the lens of a high-definition camera. The estimated value of this jewelry is 5 million a country currency. Although it is not the highest, it has received the best evaluation. The owner of the jewelry has a strange name, Zhuo Ling. I don't know if she is too sensitive. Sun Wan feels that the handsome young man's eyes fall here from time to time. After a tasting session, Kai Jing and Liang Lu were enjoying the show, but Sun Wan felt uncomfortable. Patting Dongfang Huai, who was sleeping on the table, Sun Wan said with a smile, "Get up, brother Dongfang. Get up." Ah, Dongfang Huai rubbed his sleepy eyes. It's over? For someone who doesn't pay attention to jewelry at all, the tasting session is a torture for Dongfang Huai. The participants took their seats one after another, and soon Lin Tao came over. He said with a smile, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's lunchtime now. The young master said he wanted to invite you to have dinner together. I wonder." Dongfang Huai slept for the whole morning, and just as he was feeling hungry he said, "That's troublesome." The dining area of Lin's manor was very close, and a quiet courtyard was full of peach blossoms. In the middle was a stone table and stone chairs, which were covered with a layer of special materials. When you touch them, they are soft and warm, and very comfortable. Sweet and sour fish, dompa pork in clear soup, fried purple crispy meat, pot stick tofu, fresh shrimp eaten alive, braised duck in sauce. The 12 dishes were a combination of meat and vegetables, all of which were famous dishes in Yinliang. After Sun Wan sat down, she saw a table full of delicacies and whispered, "Do you usually eat so much for lunch?" Lin Shi just came over at this time, and there was a handsome young man in white clothes beside him. Lin Shi smiled and said, "Miss Su misunderstood. Everyone here today is a guest. I specially prepared a Bianliang-style treat." The handsome young man smiled and said, "Lin Shi, why do you need to bring us along if you are greedy? Who can compare with you in eating?" The two of them were very close, and Lin Shi was not angry. "Brother Zhua, you rarely stayed at the manor for meals in these years. Today, the sun came out from the west?" Zhuo Ling's eyes moved and said, "The one who knows me best is Lin Shi. To be honest, I do have something to ask for." As he spoke, his eyes moved and finally fell on Sun Wan. Chapter 430. Lin Shi looked back and forth between Zhuo Ling and Sun Wan, wondering, "Brother Zhuo means." Zhuo Ling smiled warmly and said, "Miss Su, can you lend me something to take a look?" This was the first time Sun Wan and Zhuo Ling met. What would he ask for? Sun Wan hesitated for a moment and said, "Please tell me." Raising his hand, Zhuo Ling pointed to Sun Wan's hair. "I want to borrow Miss Su's hairpin to take a look." Hairpin? Sun Wan subconsciously touched the hairpin in her hair. Xiao Yuan had been accompanying her at the bedside before leaving Yanjing. Before leaving, he left the hairpin with Sun Wan. The hairpin was exquisitely designed, especially the orchid on the top, which Sun Wan liked the most. She usually didn't like jewelry, but she rarely put her long hair up, and used a hairpin on her bun, and she liked it as if the hairpin was originally hers. Hearing Zhuo Ling's request, Sun Wan couldn't bear to refuse him. Pulling out the hairpin, Sun Wan handed it to Zhuo Ling. It felt comfortable to the touch, And Zhuoling looked at it in his hand for a long time and nodded from time to time, and it seemed that he liked the hairpin very much. After returning the hairpin to Sun Wan, he said earnestly, "Miss Su, I want to buy this hairpin from you." Sun Wan put the hairpin back into her hair and shook her head. "Sorry, this hairpin means a lot to me, I won't sell it." Zhuoling leaned forward slightly and said, "Miss Su, I am willing to bid 5 million a country currency to buy this hairpin." Lin Shi's hand holding the teacup trembled, and he almost spilled the tea. He saw clearly from the side that the shape of the hairpin was obviously not a contemporary work. Judging from the style and technique, it was an antique and had good collection value. But hairpins and rings are different from other antiques and calligraphy and paintings. This hairpin is worth 1 million a country currency, but Zhuoling actually asked for 5 million. Hongming Group is rich, but they don't spend it like this, right? Kai Jing's hands trembled, her cheeks flushed, and she repeatedly signaled Sun Wan with her eyes. Sun Wan was not moved. After carefully arranging her hair, she smiled and said, "Sorry, I won't sell it no matter how high you offer. It means a lot to me." "Ah." Zhuoling sighed softly, revealing a lonely look. His loneliness didn't last too long, and he smiled frankly. "I am a little rude, but I saw that your hairpin matches my friend very well, so I wanted to buy it as a gift." Lin Shi saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, and said, "Everyone, you have been chatting for so long that you have forgotten the purpose of coming here, right? Let's eat." It must be said that the dishes prepared by Lin Shi are really good. There is a movable tabletop on the stone table, which slowly delivers each dish to everyone. Zhuoling is very well educated, and did not hold a grudge against Sun Wan's rejection. Instead, he took the initiative to talk to everyone. He has an active mind and extensive knowledge, and his words are always just right. Tai Jing drank 2 glasses of wine, and said with a rosy face, "Zhua, brother Zhua, who do you want to give the hairpin to?" Zhuoling paused while picking up the food, and smiled. "A girl I have known since childhood." Lin Shi's eyes moved slightly, and asked, "Brother Zhua, are you talking about the eldest daughter of the Yan Jingwu family?" Seeing his undeniable look, Lin Shi wanted to say something, but the corners of his mouth moved and swallowed it back. Wu Mushi, he had met her once before. A person with a clear and spiritual aura, like an orchid in a valley, is indeed worthy of a man's madness, but it's a pity that she already has someone in her heart, so why does Zhuoling do this? After lunch, Lin Shi bid farewell to Zhuoling and began to prepare test numbers for Dongfang Huai and others. Walking in the inner house of the manor always gives people a feeling of loneliness and desolation. Sun Wan whispered, "Master Lin, why don't you hire more servants in such a big family?" Lin Shi opened the door of the study and walked in first. "My father went abroad to recuperate 2 years ago, and my sister went to college with him. I am the only one left at home." He smiled carefully and said, "A dozen servants are enough. Why do we need to be so busy?" Lin Shi did not shy away from the few people. There was a book with a black and white cover in the middle of the bookshelf. Open the book, and there is a handprint-shaped device hidden inside. Lin Shi pressed his palm on it, and a metal box appeared from under the bookshelf after verification. The metal box contained a pair of ordinary eyes, no different from those in the world. Seeing this, Dongfang Huai asked, "Mr. Lin, should we avoid it?" Lin's detection technology is strictly confidential, but from the look of Lin Shi, he has no intention of letting them leave. Lin Shi put on his glasses, and a red light passed through the lenses. Iris recognition is complete, and the disposable detection device is activated. Such a sentence suddenly appeared in the glasses, and when the pendant was placed in front of the glasses, a little light appeared inside. The light was like fireflies, gathering together to form a tiny pattern that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Ding! The detection was completed, and the system was automatically destroyed. Lin Shi's glasses flashed with an electric sound, and soon they became ordinary glasses. He took off the lenses easily, leaving rows of information on them. Dongfang Huai took it in his hand, and saw that it was written, June 21st, 2075 AD, AI Shuwen of Iwu Logistics Company. Lin Shi also saw the information, and he blurted out with a little surprise, "It turned out to be him? Mr. Lin, do you know AI Shuwen?" Liang Lu asked after seeing his reaction. "It can be regarded as an acquaintance." Lin Shi frowned and said, "Iwu Logistics was doing well in Bianliang a few years ago, but unfortunately." "What's a pity?" For unknown reasons, Iwu Logistics, which was run by AI Shuwen, could no longer continue and went bankrupt. His trusted brother took advantage of his misfortune. This matter is well known in the Bianliang business circle. Where is AI Shuwen now? Dongfang Huai had a vague sense of foreboding. AI Shuwen was in debt and finally committed suicide by jumping off a building. His wife was forced to take poison by a debt collection company, and as for his only daughter, I heard she has been missing for a long time. All of them are dead. Dong Fanghui looked at the pendant in his hand, wondering if it was related to such a tragic story. What is the current situation of Ai Shuwen's brother? Sun Wan listened carefully. At present, the main witnesses have died or disappeared. Maybe a breakthrough can be found from other people. Dai Wu. Lin Shi smiled bitterly and said, Dai Wu's family of 4 was killed on a rainy night a few years ago. It is still an unsolved case. What? Dong Fanghui opened his eyes wide in surprise. Dead again? I don't know the specific details. It should be easier for you to retrieve the information from the police department than from the government department, right? Lin Shi reminded. This incident was published in the Bianliang Daily and caused a sensation in the city. Coming out of the Lin's manor, Dong Fanghui held a pendant in his hand and felt it was so heavy for the first time. Behind the small pendant, 2 families were implicated in the brokenness and tragedy. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Is it destined, or is there really someone manipulating everything? Dong Fanghui inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror and found a figure flashing by and disappearing from his sight. Someone? He did not make much movement and said to Kai Jing, Xiao Jing, send a message to Cheng Pu and Xiong Zhong and ask them to come to Bianliang immediately, and quickly. Chapter 431. The next day, Bianliang Security Bureau, Director's Office. After checking the approval documents, Ban Xinhong whispered a few words to the security guard beside him. The security guard understood and left, and brought the relevant files 10 minutes later. There were 2 people sitting in front of Ban Xinhong. The man was mature and steady in black, and the woman was pure and beautiful. Team Leader Dong Fang, Captain Su, I have checked the headquarters approval documents you 2 brought. Please sign the reference record according to the regulations. Thank you, Director Ban. Dong Fanghui quickly signed and handed the pen to Sun Wan. The approval documents from the headquarters were much slower than he thought. The documents he applied for when he left Lin's manor yesterday were not officially approved until noon today. Xiao Zhang, you go out first. Ban Xinhong said with a serious look after letting the guard go out. To be honest, the Dai family murder case has always been a headache for the Security Bureau. Director Ban, how much do you know about the situation of Ai Shuwen's company at that time? Sun Wan asked while unpacking the file bag. When the incident happened in Ai Shuwen's family, I happened to be in the economic supervision position. You asked the right person. Really? Sun Wan was delighted. She didn't expect to be able to sort out all the mysteries here. It was an unexpected gain. The bankruptcy of Ai Shuwen's company was a debt crisis, but the real reason was that someone defrauded a huge amount of money, causing Ai Wu's logistics turnover difficulties. Have the criminals behind it been caught? We found them, but the man is dead. Ban Xinhong recalled the situation at the time. He died in the rental house, and his throat was cut to death. But, by tracing the data files left at the scene, it was found that this incident vaguely pointed to a person, Dai Wu. He is the person who did not help the logistics company when it was in trouble, but instead took advantage of it. Dai Wu. Sun Wan looked through the files of the Dai family massacre case, and could not help but frown slightly. The neighbors of the Dai family massacre case did not hear any unusual sounds. The heavy rain that night was the best cover for the crime. The Dai couple died in the living room. They were tied to a chair and suffered great physical and mental torture before they died. The Dai couple had a pair of children. Their son Charles de Gaulle was 8 years old, and their sister Charles de Gaulle was 6 years old. The 2 children were also cruelly treated. Their hands and feet were nailed to the wall in the shape of a big character, and blood was all over the floor. The murderer forced the Dai couple to watch the whole process, and then used a knife to leave wounds on the children. The cause of death of the 2 children was excessive blood loss, and they died without treatment. The time of death of the Dai couple was about an hour later than the 2 children. After watching the children die, the desperate couple was tortured by the murderer. Each of them suffered more than 30 knife cuts, but none of them were fatal. The real cause of the 2 people's death was the wound on their necks, and the blood in their bodies was almost sucked dry. Just looking at the photos in the file, Sun Wan couldn't help but feel a chill. How deep a hatred could make the murderer kill a young child? After Dong Fanghui browsed through all the files, his eyes fell on a family photo. In the photo, Ai Shuwen and his wife smiled at the camera, and behind them, a gentle-looking girl put her hands on their shoulders. This is... Dong Fanghui picked up the photo, pointed at the girl and asked, Director Ban, is the girl in the photo the missing daughter of Ai Shuwen? Ban Xinhong didn't know why he reacted so strongly, and subconsciously said, yes, the girl's name is Ai Lu, she is Ai Shuwen's only daughter, and she disappeared after her parents died. Dongfang Hui held the photo tightly and said, "That's her. She was among the people who attacked the Mind Research Center that night." AI Lu's facial features have not changed, but her temperament is too different from the photo. In the photo, she was naturally beautiful without makeup, like a pure female college student, but she completely changed her appearance when she attacked Feng Luan in the alley. What kind of entanglement does she have with a murder case more than 10 years ago? Was it all her crime alone, or was it someone behind her? The power of someone who can mobilize resources to mess up Yanjing and make the Rangers run around in circles should never be underestimated. Dongfang Hui was thinking, when the phone on his waist suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and said hello, and then his face changed drastically. He stood up from the chair and rushed out of the director's office with Sun Wan without saying goodbye, saying loudly, "Xiao Jing and Chang Pu are in trouble. Someone wants to kill them." Listening to the hurried footsteps, Ban Xinhong drank a cup of tea as if nothing had happened. Standing up from the chair leisurely, he sorted out the files one by one and put them back on the table. Dialing the number, Ban Xinhong's voice was deep and powerful. "Master, the matter has been settled." Dongfang Hui already knows everything he wants to know. A young man's clear voice came from the other end of the phone. "Once AI Lu's information is released, the group behind her may track you down. Be careful." Ban Xinhong smiled slightly, full of confidence. "Don't worry, Lin Xiao. This Bianliang is not a place where they can cover the sky with one hand." Lin Shi sat on the other end of the phone, raised the corner of his mouth, and put down the phone. He put his finger on the table and picked up a clear photo. The girl in the photo smiled like a flower, and the orchid hairpin in her hair made her more refined. Lin Shi sat in the huge room as if talking to himself. "I have been lurking for many years just for this opportunity. You must pay me back." Lin Tao walked into the room from outside and said respectfully, "Master, several members of the Rangers were attacked. Do you think you should?" Waving his hand, Lin Shi said, "Observe secretly. If they can't handle even one attack, death is a matter of time." After a while, he suddenly said, "Xiao Tao, do you think Sun Wan and Dongfang Hui can do it?" Lin Tao answered cautiously, "The cooperation between the elite of the Silver Wing Legion and the Rangers has a high probability of success." "Is that so?" Lin Shi stood up with no objection. "Tell the brothers in the northwest and southeast to be ready to take action at any time." He casually threw Sun Wan's photo on the table, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hongming Group, the game begins. Country A, Daming High. Xiao Yuan felt that he was in a fog, and his whole body was locked in the fog. The fog became sticky, making it extremely difficult for him to move, and fatigue gradually came over him. "Where am I?" Xiao Yuan looked around, and what he saw was a vast expanse of white, dead silence. "I should rest in the cabin and then—" He suddenly realized that he was in a dream, but no matter how hard Xiao Yuan tried, he couldn't wake up. Fatigue and sleepiness gradually swept over his body, and Xiao Yuan's eyebrows suddenly felt cold before his consciousness faded. "Moo!" The dragon roar resounded through the fog, and Xiao Yuan's eyes cleared and the fog dissipated. There was a bright light at the end of the road, emitting warm light, which made people want to get closer. He walked forward step by step along the stone road. With each step forward, the sense of restraint on his body became less, until he reached the front of the bright light. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, and touched it with his hand. He suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was the dim cabin roof. Chapter 432. Getting up and stretching his body, Xiao Yuan felt exhausted from head to toe as if he had fought a battle. Fortunately, the dragon soul was constantly released from his forehead, and the cold breath spread to his limbs and bones, gradually dispelling the fatigue. Checking the equipment on his body, the anti-gravity maneuvering device, the minging knife, tunan, and the portable backpack were all there. Xiao Yuan touched his lower abdomen, and it seemed as if there was a ball of fire burning there when he just stood up. With the washing of the dragon soul, the burning sensation gradually weakened. Xiao Yuan secretly thought that Pei Sheng really had bad intentions, and added something inexplicable to the wine. The speed of the elemental power flowing in the body was very slow. Xiao Yuan estimated that his elemental power at this time was not much stronger than Xi and Mao. He got out of bed and walked to the cabin door to listen carefully, but did not hear any unusual movement. He took out the minging knife and was cautious. Xiao Yuan quietly opened the cabin door a crack and looked outside. He took advantage of the limited angle to take a look at the deck. There was no one. As expected, this ghost ship never needed to arrange people to guard the night. He waited for a while, opened the cabin door, and walked out carefully. It was 12:30 in the morning, and the cool sea breeze gave him goosebumps. Xiao Yuan looked around, and the dim lights in the corridor barely illuminated the surroundings. There was no one on the entire ship except him. He came to the cabin closest to him, where Li Jian lived. He knocked on the cabin door twice gently, and Xiao Yuan tried to push it open. Unexpectedly, the door opened easily. The door was not locked. Xiao Yuan was curious, so he opened the cabin door and walked in. Li Jian was lying on the single bed with her hands folded, her face was covered with fine sweat, and her eyes moved quickly. Hey! Xiao Yuan reached out and pushed her, and when he touched Li Jian's hand, he found that her hand was as cold as ice. Xiao Yuan realized that something was wrong, and Li Jian was probably in a nightmare. Taking a small bottle from the portable backpack, Xiao Yuan pinched his nose to open the bottle, and put it under the girl's nose. The pungent smell can stimulate the human cerebral cortex nerves, and help people who have lost their minds to wake up quickly. Xiao Yuan didn't know if this drug would work on Pei Sheng's medicine, so he gave it a try. Under his concerned gaze, Li Jian struggled for half a minute, and suddenly opened her eyes. She coughed violently, and sat up from the bed. Before she could catch her breath, she saw a man with bright eyes standing beside the bed. Ah! Li Jian was startled and subconsciously opened her mouth to scream. Xiao Yuan quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Don't scream, there's something strange on the boat." The girl's eyes turned around in fear and confusion. Perhaps in her eyes, Xiao Yuan was the weirdest one at this time. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth and bit down hard. 5 minutes later, Li Jian rubbed her hands apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yuan, I thought." Xiao Yuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he said unhappily, "What did you think? I didn't sleep in the middle of the night to attack you?" Li Jian's face was slightly red, and she explained hesitantly, "Appearing in my room in the middle of the night, anyone would misunderstand." Shaking his hand with a row of teeth marks, Xiao Yuan said no more. The most important thing now was to figure out what happened on the ghost ship. Li Jian and Xiao Yuan were in the same state in the dream, dreaming of being in the fog. Her consciousness struggled to hold on, and just when she was about to give up, a cool feeling appeared between her eyebrows to help her escape, and Xiao Yuan's medicine helped. Strange. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "You really felt the coolness between your eyebrows?" Li Jian nodded, not knowing what he meant. Have you ever felt this way before?" Xiao Yuan continued to ask. "No, I've never found anything special between my eyebrows before." She glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was thinking, and whispered, "It appeared after we were in the water. Could it be that the dragon energy has been condensing in your body?" Xiao Yuan whispered, "Why is this happening? What dragon energy? This is hard to explain. Anyway, don't tell others about the power in your body. It's for your safety," Xiao Yuan warned worriedly. "Well, don't worry." Li Jian nodded, looking a little more obedient. "Let's go find other people first to see how Lin Lang and the others are doing." Xiao Yuan noticed the change in Li Jian, but he didn't know the reason. The two walked out of the cabin one after the other, and arrived at the door of Lin Lang's cabin. Xiao Yuan tried the same trick again, and tried to push open the door of Lin Lang's cabin, but found that it was locked from the inside. He tried twice in a row, and it didn't work, so he said, "Why can't I open it?" Li Jian suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I wanted to ask you just now, how did you get into my room?" Facing Li Jian's suspicious eyes, Xiao Yuan said calmly, "Your door is not locked, I went in directly." The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Li Jian narrowed her eyes, and said firmly, "I am very sure that I locked the door before going to bed." Come to think of it, in the weird atmosphere of the ghost ship, normal people will lock the door before going to bed, right? Xiao Yuan gave up opening Lin Lang's door, and walked to other people's doors to try, but they couldn't open them without exception. Suspicions arose in his heart. Why was only Li Jian's door open? The instinctive fear of women facing darkness made Li Jian very sensitive. She whispered, "Could it be that someone entered my room before you?" The invisible fear gave people great psychological oppression. She felt a little safer when she approached Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I think it may be related to the dragon energy in your body." Dragon energy? Seeing that she didn't understand, Xiao Yuan patiently said, "I also locked the door before going to bed, but the lock unlocked itself after waking up." "What does it mean?" Li Jian was smart and quickly realized. The thing that opened the door lock disappeared because of the dragon's energy. Smart. Xiao Yuan raised his mouth and took out a purple round grenade and handed it to her. "Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. The burning flame is very dangerous." After that, he walked to the last room, Xiaoxing's cabin. As expected, the cabin was still locked. Xiao Yuan was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a noise coming from inside. After a fierce fight, the cabin door opened by itself. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian looked inside in surprise. Xiaozheng was pulling the dense spider webs from her body angrily. "Captain?" Xiaozheng pulled the spider webs and asked curiously, "Why are you two here?" Xiao Yuan briefly explained the situation and asked, "What's going on in your room?" Xiaozheng picked up all the spider webs with the help of Li Jian, pointed to a dead red spider under the bed and said, "I don't know what happened. I heard the noise outside, and just got up and saw this big spider." The big spider formed a fine spider web at the door and inside the house, sealing the door tightly. When Xiaozheng just woke up, she was confused and thought she had seen it wrong. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood up and moved, the spider attacked her. How could Xiaozheng, the incarnation of a divine beast, suffer a loss? After a fight, she killed the red spider. Interestingly, the lock of Xiaozheng's door was also open just now. Xiao Yuan understood, and the idea of forcibly breaking through the cabin door just now disappeared immediately. "I don't know how the spider entered the cabin and opened the door lock. It carefully wove a large web in the room to lock the door. Once the people in the cabin move unusually, or it is strongly stimulated, it will suddenly attack and hurt people." Xiao Yuan dare not joke with other people's lives. Chapter 433. Xiaozheng has a special physique and did not fall into a deep dream. When Xiao Yuan knocked on the door, she woke up under the stimulation of the sound. Li Jian stood by the door, looking at the endless darkness and couldn't help but feel a little scared. "Xiao Yuan, can we get out of here?" Xiaozheng has always been a fearless person, saying, "Don't be afraid, Sister Jian, there will be no problem with brother Xiao Yuan." She patted the spider web on the corner of her clothes and remembered something. "No, if Nuanyuan is not here, there may be problems." Li Jian's beautiful eyes moved, and she glanced at Xiao Yuan. "She is very powerful, right?" Xiao Yuan was still thinking about how to escape. The fog around the ghost ship disappeared completely, and what was left was endless darkness. "If you want to leave here, the best way is to solve the mystery on the ship. But where to enter?" He was stunned by Li Jian's question and said, "Who?" "Shanwan." Li Jian looked into his eyes seriously. "I often see news about her in Goryeo." The complex emotions in the girl's eyes made Xiao Yuan's heart jump, and he didn't know how to answer. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and said, "She." The cold wind blew over the silent boat, and Xiao Yuan felt a chill on his back. Suddenly, a hollow song sounded from somewhere. "My sister carried the doll on her back. Walked to the garden to see the cherry blossoms." The doll cried and called for her mother. The birds on the tree were laughing. "Doll, don't cry anymore. Tell me what's on your mind. I also had a home in the past. And my dear father and mother. One day, my father got drunk, picked up an axe and walked towards my mother. My mother's head rolled under the bed. Her eyes were still looking at me. Then, my father raised the axe, peeled off my skin and made a doll, buried under the tree to accompany my mother." The hollow voice sounded crisp, and she should be young, but the song she sang was particularly strange. The tune is depressing and dull, and the lyrics are bloody and cruel. This song, "Sister Carrying a Doll," was written in the 1950s and 1960s, and there are two versions. The original version is an ordinary nursery rhyme, and the second version was adapted and widely circulated. When Xiao Yuan was working in a bar, there was a colleague who liked strange stories very much, and often looked for some ghost hunting videos and audios to listen to. It was at that time that Xiao Yuan heard this song for the first time. Compared with the current singing, Xiao Yuan felt that the one he heard before was fresh. The little girl singing became more and more shrill, and at the end it seemed as if she was in great pain, heart-wrenching. Xiao Yuan turned off the lights in the cabin and looked outside under the cover of darkness. Li Jian and Xiaozheng also came over curiously, and saw a thin figure singing loudly on the deck in the distance facing the endless darkness. After the song ended, she suddenly turned her head and walked towards the cabin. Her pale face was bloodless, and a simple and thin dress was covered with mottled bloodstains and bloodstains. Pei Yingying, the girl walking alone on the boat, started singing again. She walked on the wooden planks with lifeless eyes and bare feet. Listening to the singing getting closer, Xiao Yuan quietly closed the cabin door. After a moment of hesitation, he did not lock the cabin door. Pei Yingying belongs to this boat. It is better to keep everything as it was originally arranged. The little girl singing stopped abruptly when she reached the cabin. Soon her voice was heard outside. "Dong, dong, dong." She knocked on the first cabin door and said coquettishly, "It's dark. Are you asleep?" Seeing no one answering from the cabin door, Pei Ying walked to the next cabin door disappointedly and repeated the same action. 1, 2, 3. Pei Ying's footsteps finally came to Xiao Zheng's door, but she did not knock on the cabin door immediately. Xiao Zheng said in a barely audible voice in Xiao Yuan's ear, "Brother Xiao Yuan, what should I do?" Xiao Yuan pointed under the bed, and then pointed at Xiao Zheng and Li Jian. The three of them moved quietly, and at this moment, the sound of a little girl knocking on the door came from the door. "Dong, dong, dong," she asked from outside the door. "It's dark, are you asleep?" Xiao Yuan lay on the bed, covered Li Jian and Xiao Zheng with a blanket, and didn't move. Pei Ying didn't move or speak. After a while, her voice became a little hoarse. Are you not asleep?" Xiao Yuan's body tensed up instantly, and his right hand slowly moved to the Minging knife. At this time, the door of the cabin slowly opened. By the light outside, Pei Ying's pale cheek was clearly visible. Xiao Yuan closed his eyes the moment she looked at him, and the dragon soul between his eyebrows was running, and he could see clearly what was happening in the small cabin. The thin body, with several cuts on her bare feet, the little girl looked very different from the party. What happened to her? Xiao Yuan tried to breathe slowly, and his whole body was in an extremely delicate state. In this state, he could subdue Pei Ying as quickly as possible, and he could also protect his own safety. The little girl walked to the bed, and she slowly approached Xiao Yuan's face. "Chuck!" She suddenly laughed, and the sound echoed in the cabin. After a while, she whispered in Xiao Yuan's ear, "Are you asleep?" Seeing Xiao Yuan didn't respond, Pei Ying's mood changed a little. Her voice became hurried. "Are you really not asleep? Then get up quickly." "Get up?" Xiao Yuan was very surprised by her mood changes. The little girl's mood seemed to be too intense and abnormal in a short period of time. Her eyes rolled violently twice, and she said again, "Lie down, just lie quietly until dawn." Xiao Yuan's fingers moved slightly, and at this moment Pei Ying changed again. She cried and said, "Get up, only if you get up can you have a chance to survive." Swish! The white broken blade stabbed Xiao Yuan's heart, and Pei Ying held the knife with both hands and killed him fiercely. Bang! Holding the little girl's hand tightly, Xiao Yuan sat up from the bed, his black eyes shining. "Who are you?" Pei Ying was startled, and the black in her eyes retreated and turned back to the original black. Timid and fear filled her eyes, and she looked at Xiao Yuan pitifully. I'm Pei Ying. I just want to tell you to get up." Knocking on the bed, Xiao Yuan whispered, "Come out and see what's going on." Li Jian and Xiao Zheng crawled out from under the bed. They heard Pei Ying's words clearly. After putting down her weapon, Li Jian asked Pei Ying to sit on the bed and said to her kindly, "Your name is Pei Ying, right?" The girl shrank back and seemed to be a little afraid of Li Jian, and answered in a low voice. Li Jian nodded and continued to ask, "Tell me, who is your father?" The girl showed a trace of confusion in her eyes, and then said, "Captain Pei, my father is Captain Pei." Her name was very strange. She always called Pei Sheng Captain Pei. A thought flashed through Xiao Yuan's mind, and he said, "Little girl, do you know Wei Wei?" At the banquet, Pei Sheng and Ling Qi both called her Wei Wei, and Xiao Yuan wanted to see if she had any special impression of this name. Wei Wei. When Pei Ying heard this name, a trace of black air flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly stretched out her hand to grab Li Jian, shouting, "Go to hell! Go to hell!" Chapter 434. The veins on the girl's pale face bulged, and black air rolled in her eyes. Li Jian blocked her attack with her backhand, feeling that there was a strange power hidden in the girl's thin body. "Go to hell!" Her hoarse roar broke through the cabin and spread to the outside. Xiao Yuan quickly covered Pei Ying's mouth, fearing that her voice would cause unnecessary trouble. Pei Ying's body gradually softened after struggling for a while, and the black mist in her eyes dissipated, and she became like an ordinary little girl again. Her identity is full of mystery. Xiao Yuan has been in that bedroom before. The photo hanging on the wall of the bedroom should be a photo of Pei Sheng and Pei Ying. The girl in the photo is completely different from the current Pei Ying. When Ling Qi came to the bedroom to look for Pei Ying, he ignored the upside-down skeleton in the bedroom and called her Wei Wei. She was surprisingly sensitive to the name Wei Wei, and would go crazy even if she just heard it once. Looking at her shivering eyes, Xiao Yuan suddenly said, "Twin souls in one body? Twins in one body?" Li Jian heard this term for the first time. What does it mean? Is it a disease? It's not a disease. It's a unique state of soul existence. I've heard Lord Yuda mention this phenomenon before, which means there are two souls in one body, fighting for control of the body. So, it was another soul who wanted to hurt me just now. Li Jian suddenly understood. Well, this body should be a girl named Wei Wei, but I don't know why Pei Yingying's soul entered it. She is emotionally unstable now. Always pay attention to one thing. Don't let her hurt you. Xiao Yuan whispered. Don't worry. Li Jian touched Pei Yingying's cheek. You are Yingying now, right? Sister, you should leave quickly. Pei Yingying raised her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. We will die. We will all die. Yingying, don't be afraid. Brothers and sisters will protect you. It's useless. This is fate, everyone's. Fate. Pei Yingying covered her ears with her hands and said in a painful voice, They are coming. They are coming. Who is coming? Xiao Yuan was confused and was interrupted by a deafening noise, just as he was about to ask. Boom! The hull suddenly shook, as if a heavy object hit the bottom of the ship. The ship shook twice, and then stopped shaking, but it suddenly became lively outside. What's going on? Xiao Yuan signaled Li Jian and Xiao Zheng to keep an eye on the little girl, and he walked to the door of the cabin to take a closer look. Somehow many sailors appeared on the deck, including Zhai Juanhao, Gu Jia and others. They ran away like crazy, shouting incomprehensible words. Go! That thing is coming up! Where's the captain? Go and call the captain! He brought this thing on board. The captain must have a way. On the bow of the ship, people ran in different directions, and two young men ran toward Xiao Yuan's position. Their faces appeared and disappeared in the flickering lights, and when Xiao Yuan saw the face of one of them, his eyes fixed. Is it him? Xiao Yuan had seen this face before, in the cave below the life and death monument on the isolated island. Li Hao, didn't he die in the cave? And Xiao Yuan personally took his body out and buried it. Thoughts were surging in his mind, and Xiao Yuan felt vaguely that they had to participate in this game. Otherwise, after tonight, the lives of Lin Lang and others trapped in the cabin would be uncertain. He gestured to Li Jian and Xiao Zheng, opened the cabin door, and rushed out. Ah! Li Hao and the young man were startled by the sudden appearance of the person. He looked at Xiao Yuan warily and said, You. Who are you? Xiao Yuan was sure that neither Li Hao nor the young man showed up at the evening banquet, so he said what he had prepared. We are from the A country's maritime rescue team. We received your distress signal and came to the ship. Li Hao did not speak, and the young man next to him spoke first. He seemed very surprised and said, Lin, you really did not lie. He said you would definitely come. Li Hao looked at Xiao Yuan suspiciously and said, Are you really from the rescue team? How did you find this place? Li Hao's behavior was similar to what he recorded in his diary, cautious and full of suspicion. Another young man pulled Li Hao's sleeve and urged, Let's talk later. We have to leave here quickly. That thing is coming up. Li Hao came to his senses after hearing this. He didn't bother to ask Xiao Yuan anymore and ran forward. The whole ship was very large. Xiao Yuan followed the two people through the cabin corridor, ran to the stern, and walked up the stairs to the second floor. Looking around, it was pitch black all around, as if separated from the world. Li Hao panted and said, We have to go to the weapons room on the second floor. We can't deal with that thing without weapons. Xiao Yuan ran with them for a long time. His face was not red, and he was out of breath. What are you talking about? The beast in the sea? We don't know either. The captain fished out a strange stone from the sea a few days ago. That thing is very evil. The young man's face was full of fear. How evil is it? Xiao Yuan carefully looked at the second floor, and the screams on the first floor deck became more and more shrill. Every night, a woman's cry can be heard from the warehouse under the ship. Not only that, the captain has also become strange. Fan Hui. Li Hao reminded him, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come and help. Li Hao and Fan Hui, two people who were obviously dead, appeared on the ghost ship. Xiao Yuan thought secretly in his heart, and found something strange. Fan Hui was very sensitive to the captain's unusual movements in his memory. But the strange thing is, why didn't the two of them mention Pei Sheng's salvage of the strange stone in their diaries? A cloud of fog shrouded the ghost ship, and Xiao Yuan could sense something, but it was not very clear. As the two entered the weapons room, Xiao Yuan was assigned a pistol. The Silver Wing Corps had basic shooting training, but his shooting course results were terrible. Because of his talent, Xiao Yuan was not suitable for hot weapons. He casually put the pistol into the portable bag on his waist, and suddenly heard a noisy footsteps coming from the stairs leading from the first floor to the second floor. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came, and Xiao Yuan looked through the window, and saw a young man falling on the stairs. His hind legs were pierced by a rough stone pillar, and the blood dyed the entire staircase red. The three young men with him were frightened and wanted to rescue him, but they were so scared that they ran away. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps came from the stairs. and Xiao Yuan finally saw the thing chasing the sailor. It was about 1.8 meters tall, covered with heavy stones, and a human figure could be vaguely seen. Its limbs were all stone, and there was a stone pillar on each hand that could see. Xiao Yuan saw a strange picture at the place where the cheek should have been. A liquid was floating like water waves. It was crystal clear and green, and occasionally transformed into the appearance of a man. The man's expression was half smiley, and occasionally showed a look of pain. His mouth opened and closed as if he was saying something. Xiao Yuan had seen that face many times, and would never forget it. Pei Sheng. Chapter 435. Puff. A piercing blow pierced his chest, and the young man twitched and looked at his companions who were running farther and farther away in despair. His blood rose along the stone pillar, and was finally sucked dry, leaving only a pale corpse. Xiao Yuan saw it clearly, drew out the Ming knife, and said, "Prepare for battle." The other three young men who were fleeing were running forward desperately, and when they saw Xiao Yuan and Li Hao, they felt like they had met their saviors. "Save us," the leading young man shouted loudly at Xiao Yuan and Li Hao, but his voice stopped abruptly after he shouted once. The sharp stone pillar pierced through his chest, with bits of flesh and blood hanging on it. Ho ho! He fell down helplessly, and the stone man walked slowly behind him, with the stone pillar on his right hand extending 5 or 6 meters away. After drawing blood, its body became taller and stronger. Xiao Yuan tried to activate the elemental power in his body, but there was still no reaction. He thought for a moment and whispered, "Xiao Zheng, prepare incendiary bombs and smoke bombs. I will attract its attention, and you find a chance to leave and meet up in the captain's room." Swish! Xiao Yuan drew out his silver sword and rushed forward in the surprised eyes of the other crew members. The oppressive feeling brought by the ghost ship disappeared completely after being baptized by the dragon soul. Except for the inability to use elemental power, there was no effect. Clang! Xiao Yuan frowned secretly as he blocked the attack of the stone pillar with a knife. The power of the stone pillar was very huge. He dodged the attack of another stone pillar and shouted, "Do it!" The smoke bomb exploded, covering the entire area with smoke. Under the effect of the dragon soul, Xiao Yuan could clearly sense the location of everyone nearby. Tunin turned into a glove and shot out a hook to lock the stone pillar. With the force of the stone pillar retracting, Xiao Yuan instantly arrived in front of the stone man. Swish! With a precise knife, Xiao Yuan used all his strength to stab the emerald green liquid on the stone man's face. The liquid rippled, and Xiao Yuan faintly heard a sharp scream, which was very different from Pei Sheng's voice. Before Xiao Yuan could think more, a powerful impact broke out from the stone man's body. Xiao Yuan left the smoke, and an incendiary bomb flew out from behind and landed on the stone man. The flames burned, but Xiao Yuan did not dare to stay. There were too many strange things on the ship, and he did not think that the flames alone could kill the stone man. When he caught up with Li Jian and the other two, the three young men had already run very far. Xiao Yuan looked back and found that Fang Hui and Li Hao were still guarding the ammunition depot and had not come out. What happened? Why didn't they run? The moment he left the second floor, Xiao Yuan saw two stone pillars shooting out from the flames and smoke, shooting towards Li Hao and Fang Hui, who had been shooting. When he ran to the door of the captain's room on the third floor, Xiao Yuan's mind was still flashing with the scene just now. Seeing that he looked unhappy, Li Jian asked, "Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Are you injured just now?" Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly and told him what happened just now. Li Jian was speechless for a moment, not knowing why the two of them did not leave with the others. Compared with their entanglement, Xiao Zheng seemed much more free and easy. She kicked open the door of the captain's room and said, "Life and death are determined by fate. Maybe this is their fate." There are not many furnishings in the captain's room: a bed, a solid wooden table, a map, and other things that can be used in sailing. Xiao Yuan swung a knife to break the lock of the wooden table drawer and said, "Xiao Zheng, is fortune-telling popular in your hometown?" There was a sailing diary and a black wooden box in the drawer. Xiao Yuan flipped through a few pages and found that the things recorded in the sailing diary were very ordinary and had no reference value. Even the fog was not recorded. Something is wrong. The things recorded in this sailing diary are very different from what Xiao Yuan currently knows. It may be a forged sailing diary. The three searched the room and finally found the mystery under the bed. A plastic-sealed diary was stuck under the bed, and it was well preserved. The owner of the diary signed it as Pei Sheng, and the handwriting was vigorous and powerful, recording what they encountered since their last voyage. Number 2485 was trapped in the fog, and Pei Sheng was worried and kept trying to contact Leng Qi for rescue. From the early part of the diary, Xiao Yuan could feel his anxiety and worry, and he was a good captain who put the lives of the crew first. But things took a turn for the worse from the 20th. On that day, there were 2 people missing from the ship, Fang Hui and Li Hao. After Li Hao disappeared, Fang Hui also disappeared. The 2 missing lifeboats meant that they had fled one after another. As the boat was in turmoil, Pei Sheng salvaged a strange stone from the water. He described it in his diary. It is perfectly round and smooth, the most perfect stone I have ever seen, and the emerald green liquid lingering on the surface is flowing. It's amazing. After getting the strange stone, Pei Sheng's heart was on the strange stone, and he no longer thought about how to lead people out of the fog. In the diary, he wrote, "I believe it is a gift from God. It can bring me hope and new life." The diary is incomplete, and it seems that 7 or 8 pages have been torn off. I don't know what is hidden on it. Xiao Yuan put down the diary and gave it to Li Xian for safekeeping. It seems that we have to find the origin of the stone. After listening to the contents of the diary, Xiao Zheng said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, the stone recorded in it is a bit like the bewitching stone essence. The bewitching stone essence comes from the fact that the stone in the sea has existed for a very long time, and is in a suitable feng shui treasure land. Absorbing spiritual energy, expelling the old and taking in the new, after a long time, it will turn into a spirit with spirituality. There are very few types of stone spirits in the sea. Unlike the 16 types on land, there are only 2 types. One is the sea-suppressing stone spirit that suppresses the seabed and protects the world, and the other is the confusing stone spirit that is good at playing with people's minds. This kind of stone spirit is extremely difficult to deal with. People with weak wills or too deep obsessions in their hearts are easily trapped by it, and will never be freed." Li Xian picked up the wooden box and exclaimed as she opened it, "It's incredible that there are such life forms between heaven and earth." Xiao Yuan walked up to her and said, "The bewildering stone spirit that Xiao Zheng mentioned may be the reason why the ship has become like this. We must always be on guard." Duh. The sound of footsteps on the wooden board outside the 3rd floor was extremely clear. After hearing it, Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and whispered, "Hide your tracks first and see what's going on." After that, the 4 of them quietly hid under the bed. Fortunately, the bed in the captain's room was big enough, otherwise it really couldn't hide 4 people. Xiao Yuan pulled down the bed sheet to cover it, leaving only a small gap to look outside. Li Xian and her body were squeezed together beside him, with no gap at all. The girl's fragrance and breath hit his ears, making him lose consciousness for a moment. The footsteps gradually approached, and a figure first appeared on the window, wearing a suit and combing his hair. "Zhai Junhao?" Zhai Junhao shook his head and walked to the door of the captain's room. Every step he took was like a part that was about to fall apart. He stared at the broken desk and walked in step by step. Xiao Yuan then realized that Zhai Junhao, who was originally wearing leather shoes, was barefoot for some reason. The sound he made when he stepped on the ground before didn't seem like barefoot. Xiao Yuan was confused. Seeing Zhai Junhao muttering to himself and turning away, Li Xian suddenly made a light sound in his arms. Click. Chapter 436. A light sound came from the dark wooden box, causing Zhai Junhao to stop. He slowly turned his body, as stiff as a puppet without oil between the joints. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked to the bed, and looked curiously under the bed covered by the sheets. The stiff body bent down, and the voice in his mouth was hoarse and unpleasant. "I found you." Swoosh! The cold light tore through the sheets and shot towards Zhai Junhao's arm, knocking him far away. The strange thing is that his arm was hit by the alloy claw, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Xiao Yuan jumped out from under the bed, as agile as a cheetah, and the silver knife showed no mercy, and went to kill Zhai Junhao's vitals. Xiao Yuan was concerned about the identity of the other party, and chose to avoid the vitals for fear of accidentally killing a human. Zhai Junhao's clothes on his left arm were torn, revealing his injured body. His arm was actually made of a piece of wood. Is it a trick of the bewitching stone spirit? Xiao Yuan snorted coldly and rushed forward, blocking Zhai Junhao's arm with the silver knife and stabbing into his heart. The blade entered his body, but Zhai Junhao did not stop. He kicked Xiao Yuan in the abdomen. Click, click. The sound of wood turning became one, and Zhai Junhao's joints turned and finally fell to the ground like a 4-legged spider. Li Xian and Xiao Yuan attacked Zhai Junhao again from the left and right. Xiao Yuan slapped his ribs, and the mobile device shot out a claw to lock Zhai Junhao's 2 feet. The heart is not a vital point. Try other positions. Li Xian was well trained and also fired a claw to lock 1 foot. Swish! The silver knife fell, and she chopped Zhai Junhao's neck. Crack! After the head fell, it did not stop his struggle immediately, but the movement became more intense. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian pulled back and focused all their attention on the remaining body, not paying any attention to the head. Zhai Juanhao's head turned twice, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He muttered something in a low voice, and the black mist in his eyes gradually condensed. Boom! His head shattered without making any sound before. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian were in the front and suffered the greatest impact. At least hundreds of tiny wood chips were scattered and shot all around, with great force, smashing the glass windows. After the explosion dissipated, Xiao Yuan and Li Jian squatted not far from the head. The tunan on Xiao Yuan's left hand only had time to stretch out more than half, covering Li Jian's body. There were several deep wounds on his right arm and leg, and the most dangerous wound was on the corner of his forehead. If it deviated a few inches and hit the temple, Xiao Yuan's fragile brain, which was now without the protection of elemental power, would be broken in an instant. Ahem. Xiao Zheng pulled Pei Yingying out from under the bed. She had a divine beast body and thick skin. She shook off the sawdust on her body, and nothing happened. Xiao Yuan, are you injured? Li Jian reacted and hurried to check on Xiao Yuan. It's just a minor injury, nothing. Xiao Yuan smiled nonchalantly. On the battlefield, such injuries were really nothing. The wound on the forehead must be treated immediately. Li Jian said firmly, taking out the medicine and equipment from the backpack behind him to treat his wound. Xiao Zheng, check Zhai Juanhao's body, be careful. Xiao Yuan stood quietly, and let Li Jian treat the wound without forgetting to remind him. Okay. Xiao Zheng took Pei Yingying's hand and said, how did Zhai Juanhao become a puppet? No wonder he made a strange sound when he walked just now. If Zhai Juanhao is fake, then Gu Jie and the others should be fake. Xiao Yuan frowned slightly, and the stinging feeling of the disinfectant seemed to bring him back to the battlefield. The question is, why didn't the people on the other ship show up? Only these few showed up. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Li Jian stopped and asked, her eyebrows full of tenderness. No. Xiao Yuan looked away unnaturally, not looking at Li Jian, his expression a little unnatural. Maybe it's because they are not determined? Xiao Zheng guessed randomly, Brother Xiao Yuan, what should we do next? Pei Sheng once mentioned the strange stone in his diary. We have to go and find it. Destroying the strange stone may help us break the deadlock. After treating the wound, Xiao Yuan sorted out his equipment. There was a blueprint of the entire ship in the captain's room. After confirming the location, he set off again. The boat was much calmer than before. The shouting had disappeared, but occasionally a scream could be heard. Xiao Yuan didn't dare to be careless after what happened to Zhai Juanhao. A simple puppet almost took his life. There might be more dangers hidden on the boat. Bang, bang, bang. There was a heavy stomping sound on the floor of the third floor. Xiao Yuan listened and thought it was the stone man. Now, he couldn't find a way to deal with the stone, so it was better to avoid its edge for the time being. The four of them returned along the original route, and saw the bodies of Fang Hui and Li Hao at the door of the armory. Xiao Yuan still can't figure out why the two of them didn't flee with them. The scattered blood made the stairs slippery. When they reached the first floor, they found another strange scene. On the way to the warehouse under the ship, a layer of seaweed was wrapped around the railings along the way. The seaweed was so dense that it almost formed a big net. Xiao Yuan and Li Jian looked at each other, and he patted the only 2 incendiary bombs left on his waist and said, I go first, you guys have to be fast behind me. Xiao Yuan had no idea whether the kerosene contained in the incendiary bomb would have any effect on the seaweed, so he could only take the risk and pass through. After walking a little further, Xiao Yuan's eyes fell on a railing. There was a pillar-like object wrapped on it. When a strong light was shone on it, 2 black objects were found rotating at the top. People? Xiao Yuan took 2 steps back, hesitated for a moment, and then raised his knife to cut off the seaweed surrounding the head. After the head was freed, a pale young face was revealed. Xiao Yuan had seen him at the banquet. His name was Tang Long. Cough cough. Tang Long coughed violently twice and said, Quick! Put me down quickly. Xiao Yuan looked around, and did not act immediately. The threat brought by Zhai Juanhao was still fresh in his mind. The things on this ship could not be speculated by common sense. Xiao Yuan raised his knife, and stood 2 meters away from the young man, saying, Why are you trapped here? What's wrong with the water plants on the boat? Tang Long's voice was hoarse, as if he was under great pressure. The water plants suddenly grew up, and I didn't have time to dodge. Quick, put me down quickly. Seeing that he didn't look like he was pretending, Xiao Yuan raised his knife, and chopped down along the edge of his body. Swish! The water weeds fell down one after another, and Xiao Yuan was surprised to find that there was no clothes and body of the young man inside, but seaweed that was like ink. Wow, Tang Long's face suddenly changed, the paleness and pain disappeared, replaced by the madness and murderous intent of success. His body slowly slid down, without a body, only a head made of dark waterweed. He looked at Xiao Yuan and others with ugly faces, and laughed shrilly. Do you think you can escape from here? Everyone will be trapped in this cage, forever and ever, ha ha. Chapter 437. Xiao Yuan seemed to understand something about the changes that happened in a few breaths. The monsters controlled by the hard-blocking stone spirit are essentially connected. Whether it is Zhai Juanhao, who turned into a puppet, or Tang Long, they have one thing in common: playing with people's hearts. They can attack humans directly, but they always pretend to be normal humans. It is a kind of enjoyment and fun for them to gain trust, and then appreciate the regretful expressions of humans. His thoughts turned quickly, but did not affect his actions. Xiao Yuan's hands flashed with silver light, and his two swords slashed at Tang Long at the same time. Ha ha ha. Tang Long quickly retreated, using large pieces of seaweed to block Xiao Yuan's attack. Xiao Zheng and Li Jian also launched their attacks at the same time, but no matter how they attacked, the seaweed seemed endless. If someone could stand outside the boat and watch at this time, they would see countless seaweeds extending from the darkness below and spreading to the railings of the boat. The ghost ship seemed to be floating in the endless darkness at this time. There was no drop of seawater below, only thick darkness. Xiao Yuan saw that he could not break through in a short time, so he did not entangle. Bang! Bang! Two incendiary bombs flew out from Xiao Yuan and Li Jian's hands at the same time, and landed in front of Tang Long. The flames rose, and the seaweed burned very quickly. Xiao Yuan and others ran more than 10 meters, and suddenly a piece of seaweed rose from the railing in front of them to block their way. The squirming seaweed formed a wall, blocking their way tightly. Lifting the mean knife, Xiao Yuan rushed with all his strength, and a large piece of seaweed fell from above. Xiao Zheng also exerted all her strange power at this time. She waved the mean knife in one hand, grabbed the water grass with the other hand, and pulled hard with one arm. A large piece of water grass was torn off, revealing a gap as big as a palm, and the door leading to the underground warehouse could be seen faintly not far away. Xiao Zheng was delighted, but she didn't notice that her feet were firmly locked by the water grass. She was almost dragged down by mistake, and more water grass surged up, and it seemed that the four people were about to be wrapped. Xiao Yuan saw that the situation was critical and shouted, "Ji-in, prepare the last incendiary bomb." The purple incendiary bomb was the ammunition configured by the penguin motor as a secret weapon. The hairpin tree had a poor harvest in the past few months, and it only made 2. Xiao Yuan left one for Sun Wan, and took one with him to Daminghai for emergency use. Tang Long, who was behind, had already extinguished the flames. She came up with a long seaweed trailing behind her, and smiled strangely. Li Jian understood, and just pulled out the purple incendiary bomb, when suddenly the cabin door opened and someone shouted at them, "Quick! Come in!" The situation was critical, and Xiao Yuan didn't care much. He used a quick knife to temporarily force back the seaweed, and pulled Li Jian to retreat into the cabin together. Tang Long's roar was blocked outside the door. No matter how hard he hit the cabin door, it was as solid as a rock. After hitting it for a while, he seemed to know that he couldn't break through the door, and stopped hitting it. Xiao Yuan and others felt relieved temporarily. He looked at the man in front of him with a little vigilance and said, "Lung Qi? Why are you here?" After being deceived repeatedly, Xiao Yuan was very cautious now, even though Lung Qi had just saved their lives. Lung Qi didn't care about Xiao Yuan's attitude at all. He walked slowly to the table inside. "Do you want to go to the storage room under the ship?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and secretly clenched the Minging knife. "How do you know?" Lung Qi smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Yuan, you don't have to be so wary of me. After all, I am the only one on this ship who wants to help you." He looked at the oil lamp on the table and continued, "I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart now, but time is running out, and you must hurry up." He took out a wooden sign from his pocket, on which were written the 4 words happiness and well-being. He put the wooden sign on the table and said, "This wooden sign can ensure that you will not be attacked by Tang Long, and you can come and go freely, but you must remember one thing: if you want to enter the underground storage room, you must first obtain the crystal bone." Xiao Yuan hesitated and picked up the wooden sign, and found that it was an ordinary prayer sign. Confused, he said uncertainly, "Just relying on it?" Lung Qi coughed and trembled twice. "This is the relic left to him by Tang Long's mother. With it, Tang Long will not hurt you." Xiao Yuan put away the prayer sign, and his voice became a little warmer. Why do you want to help us? And where is the crystal bone you mentioned? Lung Chi did not answer immediately. He squinted his eyes slightly as if calculating the time. After coughing twice, Ling Chia said, "Remember the upside-down skeleton in the bedroom? The fourth bone on the left rib is the crystal bone. Only with it can you enter the real storage room. As for why I helped you," he pointed upwards and said, "I am trapped here and cannot escape. One day, I may lose my soul like the zombies outside and reincarnate forever." He became more and more excited as he spoke. "You are my only hope. There are 2 more times. After 2 more reincarnations, your friends will also be assimilated. Hurry!" As he spoke, he coughed and pushed Xiao Yuan and the others towards the door. When Xiao Yuan left the cabin, he looked back at him and asked, "Why? Don't you come with us?" Lung Chi shook his head helplessly and pointed to the room under his feet. "This is where I should be in my reincarnation. I can't get out." After speaking, he gently closed the cabin door and disappeared from Xiao Yuan's sight. Holding the blessing card in hand, the restless water plants around him gave way, and Xiao Yuan and the other 4 reached the innermost position of the cabin unimpeded. The lock on the wooden door had been broken. Xiao Yuan opened the door and found that everything was normal inside. Even the skeleton was intact. The fourth rib. Xiao Yuan walked to the skeleton, bowed slightly, and said, "I have no choice but to borrow the skeleton. Please forgive me." Respect for the remains and respect for the deceased are the principles that Xiao Yuan has always adhered to. In his opinion, the corpse that cannot be buried is tragic, and it should be used with awe. The fourth rib of the skeleton was easily removed by Xiao Yuan. The material of this rib is completely different from the skeleton, but the appearance is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. After putting the crystal bone into the backpack, Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that what Lung Chi said was true. Xiao Zhang was a little surprised and said, "Since the crystal bone is the key to the storage room, why didn't he take it out himself?" Recalling the scene when he first met Lung Chi, Xiao Yuan guessed, maybe he can't enter this room? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and Xiao Yuan's face changed. He quickly concealed his emotions and said, "Lung Chi said that the cabin belonged to him. I guess he couldn't enter many places, such as he didn't enter at that time." Boom! As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, a loud noise sounded under the ship, and the whole ship suddenly shook violently. "Come again?" Xiao Yuan walked to the door of the cabin and looked outside. From here, he could see the situation on the deck. He was surprised to find a strange scene on the deck. Many people fled aimlessly in all directions, and 2 young men ran along the road. Under the flickering light, Xiao Yuan felt a chill on his back when he saw the 2 faces clearly. Li Hao and Fang Hui's faces appeared in the corridor again. Chapter 438. The dead were reborn and ran towards this side along the original route. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment, opened the door and walked out. Fang Hui and Li Hao's reactions were the same as before. Li Hao was still cautious and suspicious. They walked up the stairs to the second-floor armory. This time Xiao Yuan did not follow them in, but left despite Fang Hui's obstruction. Li Jian hid behind Xiao Yuan, and from a distance they saw several young people running up the stairs. One of them was pierced through the chest and died on the stairs, with all the blood drained out. The others abandoned their companions and ran away. Li Hao and Fang Hui were a step slower and were trapped in the armory and both died, but Xiao Yuan knew they would never leave. Just like the first time, the flames and smoke blocked the stone man's steps, and Li Hao and the other 2 would still die in the warehouse. Knowing the danger in advance, Xiao Yuan and the other 4 avoided the pursuit of Zhai Junhao and Tang Long and successfully arrived in front of the warehouse in the center of the ship. Pushing open the door of the warehouse, there was a staircase built along the bottom. The staircase was very narrow and could only accommodate 1 person. Xiao Yuan turned on the light and walked in first. The door of the warehouse slowly closed, completely cutting off the 4 people from the outside world. Compared to the tragic situation on the ship, it was undoubtedly much quieter here. There was no other sound except the footsteps of the 4 people. Xiao Yuan walked in front, followed by Li Jian, Pei Yingying, and Xiao Zheng. Xiao Yuan walked down the stairs silently until the 18th step, when the stairs ended and turned into a slow platform. The narrow walls on both sides disappeared at the same time here. He reached out and touched one side, and was surprised to find that there was nothing. Xiao Yuan lit up the light, and all he saw was endless darkness swallowing up the light. Li Jian held the light in one hand and pulled out the silver knife in the other, saying, "It's impossible for the bottom of the ship to have so many steps. According to the height of the ship, the limit would be reached after 18 steps." Xiao Yuan thought about it and took out the crystal bone, and found that the originally white bone had changed. In the darkness, the white on the surface of the bone slowly dissipated and floated into the air, leaving the crystal clear bones inside. The bone powder floating in the air wandered around for 2 circles, and finally landed 5 meters in front of Xiaoyuan, gathering into a white door. The white door gradually became clear, and the pure white wood and handle emitted a faint fluorescence in the dark. A road appeared 5 meters between him and the door, and the white wooden board was spotless. Xiaoyuan gestured to Li Jian and Xiaozheng, and stepped onto the wooden board first. He was very cautious in his first step, and took the second step only after he found that everything was fine. The moment his finger touched the door handle, a cold breath spread through his body and gathered towards Xiaoyuan's head. Xiaoyuan felt that a lot of images flashed through his mind in an instant, almost bursting his head. A faint cry appeared in his ears, and Xiaoyuan wanted to hear the sound clearly but found that it was getting farther and farther away. Moo! The dragon's soul was in the middle, and a dragon roar resounded through his consciousness, and Xiaoyuan suddenly woke up. All the cold was absorbed into the center of the dragon's soul, making the dragon's soul have a tendency to grow stronger. Xiaoyuan? Xiaoyuan? Li Jian gently patted his back, her voice revealing concern and anxiety. Ah? What's wrong? Why are you standing at the door without moving? Li Jian waved her palm in front of him. It's okay. Xiaoyuan cheered up. He couldn't say that he almost lost his mind just now, right? The door created by the crystal bone was full of mysteries. Xiaoyuan's consciousness was almost taken away just now. The consequences of losing consciousness in the ghost ship were unpredictable. Whether he would become a puppet like other people or fainted, Xiaoyuan was afraid. He held the handle and turned it gently. The wooden door opened in front of their eyes. A vast space was revealed behind. In the space that was half the size of a football field, white lights dotted the ceiling. Xiaoyuan took a look and remembered that this light was exactly the same as the solitary light on the bow that they had seen from afar on the sailing ship. There was a pool of water in the center of the space, and a piece of emerald green stone in the pool shone brightly under the light. The emerald green liquid slowly rotated in the stone along a specific trajectory. The light emitted by the flowing liquid had a special magic. Xiaoyuan stared at it for a while, and felt as if his soul was immersed in it. He turned his head away and reminded, avoid looking directly at the stone, defensive formation. After that, Xiaoyuan summoned the Tunan shield, raised his long sword and walked forward. Li Jian and Xiaolong protected the 2 wings and protected Pei Yingying in the middle. When he was at the edge, he could only see the light emitted by the stone, but the further he walked inside, the more surprised Xiaoyuan was. Lung Qi, Tang Long, Zhang Fei, Lu Shi. They saw a total of 12 corpses along the way, and they had already stopped breathing. They were all crew members at the banquet on the ship, but they stood still around, pale. Walking back, Xiaoyuan saw 8 more bodies, but none of them were Fang Hui and Li Hao. Fang Hui and Li Hao's bodies are not here. It seems our guess is correct. Xiaoyuan looked at the stone in the pool and said coldly, all the crew members on the ship were imprisoned in the ghost ship after death, and endured torture again and again, never ending. Xiaoyuan picked up the Minging knife and jumped onto the edge of the pool, holding the knife with both hands and stabbing the stone fiercely. Plop! The Minging knife stirred up a splash of water, but the blade passed through the stone without stabbing anything. Seeing this, Xiaoyuan tried to stab in several directions, but failed. Xiaozheng, do you know how to destroy this stone? Li Jian took out the lighting device from the package and placed it on the ground. I heard from the elders in the tribe that the stone spirit is cunning and changeable, and it is difficult to destroy it. Did you say how to find its body? No. Xiaozheng shook her head and saw someone walking out of the shadows. She pointed at the person and shouted, Who? The man in the shadow was tall, and he walked slowly and steadily. When he walked out of the shadow, Xiaoyuan walked in front of Li Jian and others and stood still, raising the blade. Pei Sheng. Pei Sheng's iconic beard trembled, and he smiled. Are you surprised to see me here? Xiaoyuan stared at him and said, What is your purpose in imprisoning the souls of a boatload of people here? Pei Sheng did not answer Xiaoyuan's words. He closed his eyes and pointed upwards. Xiaoyuan, did you hear that? What did you hear? The wailing and roaring of the soul. Don't you think this is the most essential sound of life? Without a trace of hypocrisy. I'm afraid your purpose is more than that? Xiaoyuan pointed to the stone in the pool. What did the bewitching stone spirit promise you? The temptation of immortality? Or a way to save your daughter? Pei Sheng's smile froze, and his eyes became cold. Xiaoyuan, what do you know? The second time we entered your daughter's bedroom, we found something under the bed, such as her cancer diagnosis. Hee hee. Pei Sheng suddenly laughed, and his laugh was somewhat helpless. Since you know, do you want to hear my story? It's okay to tell. Xiao Yuan's eyes secretly scanned the surroundings, trying to find a clue. Where is the bewitching stone spirit hiding? Chapter 439. That year, my wife died in an accident. Pei Sheng walked slowly to the edge of the pool, his eyes gentle. She was the best woman in the world, gentle, kind, and beautiful, but it was a pity that fate was so unfair. A year later, my daughter was diagnosed with cancer, in the late stage. I couldn't save her life. Pei Sheng's voice trembled when he said this. So you took her to the sea? Xiao Yuan urged the dragon soul to walk around. Ying dreamed of sailing with me. This was her wish since she was a child. I can't refuse her last wish, so we came here. Fortunately we came together. Pei Sheng's eyes lit up, like a traveler who found water in the desert. This magical sea can save Ying's life. Captain Pei, if what you mean by saving life is the endless reincarnation above, I think this kind of salvation is no different from torture. Hee. Pei Sheng was not angry. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, do you have someone you want to save? Someone you want to save with all your heart? I want Ying to live. No matter what the cost, I want her to live. God heard my prayer. He sent a messenger. Following the messenger's guidance, I successfully kept Ying alive. Hee. Pei Sheng showed a sick smile and pointed to the pool. My Ying lives forever here. No one can hurt her. The pool, which had been quiet all the time, suddenly rippled. The illusion of the bewitching stone spirit disappeared. A girl of 8 or 9 years old appeared from the bottom of the water and slowly floated up. She had a ruddy complexion and a lovely and delicate appearance. A circle of air flow surrounded her body to isolate the water. She breathed evenly as if she was asleep. Pei Sheng carefully touched the girl's forehead, afraid of waking her up. Ying, Dad will always protect you, and we will never be separated forever. Captain Pei, do you still remember who Wei Wei is? Xiao Yuan secretly released the dragon soul to sense the surroundings, but the progress was very slow. Wei Wei? Pei Sheng stopped what he was doing, as if thinking about this name. In Pei Ying's bedroom, the corpse hung upside down on the ceiling. You don't remember it, right? The corpse? Pei Sheng frowned in pain, and he seemed to have forgotten the upside-down corpse. Wei Wei is the orphan I adopted. Is she also on this ship? Pei Sheng's behavior was very strange. He didn't remember Wei Wei being on the ship at all, let alone that she died in the cabin. Recalling the scene of Wei Wei following Pei Sheng at the banquet, Xiao Yuan seemed to have discovered a very critical piece of information. Captain Pei, do you still remember the little girl who followed you at the banquet in the evening? What little girl? Pei Sheng asked back. After he said this, he suddenly covered his head and screamed in pain. The 20 corpses standing around him ran away at the same time as Pei Sheng screamed, and rushed toward Xiao Yuan and the other 4 without any warning. The corpses here were flexible and fierce, almost the same as living people. Xiao Yuan kicked the corpse over and shouted to Xiao Zheng and Li Jian, "Keep the formation." Swish! Xiao Yuan was at the front and was attacked the most frequently. After cutting off the palm of a corpse, the young corpse still rushed over relentlessly, and green sprouts grew where his wrist was broken. What the hell is that? Holding the knife to block the broken wrist, Xiao Yuan threw Tunan, and the silver shield knocked the corpse far away. Many of the green sprouts just now spread to the Minging knife. Click, click. The sprouts gnawed the blade. Although they could not break the blade, the fine sound still made people's scalps numb. Roar! After repelling one corpse, more corpses came up. Xiao Zheng and Li Jian helped Xiao Yuan share a lot of pressure from the side. But the corpses did not feel pain. No matter how badly they were injured, they could still rush up again. Li Jian dodged an attack and seized the opportunity to stab the corpse in the heart. Puff! Unlike the sound of other parts, a stream of blood spurted out from the heart of the corpse, dark and smelly. The corpse was immediately stiffened when it was rushing towards her, like a robot that had run out of energy and remained in that state at that moment. Knowing the weakness, Li Jian, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Zheng were much easier to deal with the corpse attack. 20 corpses were pierced in just 5 minutes, and the remaining 5 corpses were still attacking the 3 people with their fangs and claws. Boom! The space shook violently, and the clear water in the pool surged and splashed several meters high. It was this sound. It seemed that the reincarnation in the boat above had started again. Xiao Yuan pierced the heart of the last corpse, and thought it was not good. Lung Qi once said that after 3 reincarnations, Lin Lang and others would also be assimilated. According to the time calculation, there should be half an hour left. The dragon soul's perception ability became very weak here. Xiao Yuan didn't care about anything else and rushed towards Pei Sheng with a knife. With the start of the last reincarnation, there was a movement in the pool. Groups of emerald green liquid gushed out of the originally clear pool water. A closer look reveals that it is not liquid, but extremely thin threads. The threads are entangled in clusters and look like liquid floating in the pool. Pei Sheng, who had been holding his forehead in pain, stopped screaming. His face turned cold, and he looked at Xiao Yuan. Anyone who wants to destroy Ying's immortality must die. After saying that, stones emerged from Pei Sheng's body, and his hands changed into two sharp stone pillars. Roar! With a loud roar, he rushed towards Xiao Yuan like crazy. At this time, Xiao Yuan and the other two were only 10 meters away from the pool, and the dragon soul suddenly extended under Xiao Yuan's urging. The sound of surging water, the rising green silk, the sound of Pei Sheng's footsteps on the bluestone, but the only sound that could not be heard was Pei Ying's breathing. Fake? As Xiao Yuan thought of this, Pei Sheng's attack came close. He was fierce in his stone armor, and every move was more than his full strength to kill Xiao Yuan. Clang! Holding the stone pillar with a knife, Xiao Yuan shouted to Xiao Zheng and Li Jian, "Don't worry about me, Pei Ying's body is fake, she is very likely the heart-confusing stone spirit." Pei Ying, floating in the pool, looked like a living person, and her chest rose and fell as if she was breathing. But when the dragon soul scanned her just now, Xiao Yuan found that there was no breathing in her body. The only explanation was that she was not a real person at all, but Pei Ying transformed from something else. Pei Sheng took back the stone pillar and took 2 steps back. He wanted to stop Li Jian and Xiao Zheng, but was stopped by Xiao Yuan. "Ah!" Pei Sheng roared in anger. The stone on his arm made a bursting sound, and punched Xiao Yuan. The stone pillars on the back of Pei Sheng's hands can change freely. A seemingly ordinary punch actually hides murderous intent. Xiao Yuan caught the punch with his shield, and the silver shield was twice as strong as the previous fight. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but take 4 steps back to stabilize his body, and Pei Sheng's attack came again. Whoosh! The stone pillars spread out from both hands arrived in front of Xiao Yuan in an instant, one stabbing at the heart and the other stabbing at the face. Xiao Yuan dodged the attack, and the stone pillars brushed past his shoulders, and tore the military uniform to reveal the single clothes inside. Xiao Yuan's eyes condensed, and the corners of his mouth raised an excited fighting spirit. This long-lost fighting feeling finally came again. "Kill!" he shouted. 2 nan turned into a long sword. Holding 2 swords, Xiao Yuan killed Pei Sheng. The dragon eye on 2 nan's long sword glowed faintly, and released red light at the moment the 2 sides touched. Chapter 440. Clang! The power contained in Tunan was released, and it chopped the stone pillar in Pei Sheng's hand, making it creak and faintly crumble. Xiao Yuan's quick sword continued, and the double sword attack combined with the power of Lung Yan suppressed Pei Sheng's stone armor. The two fought fiercely, and it was difficult to tell the winner. Li Jian and Xiao Zheng bypassed Pei Sheng's obstruction, and came to the pool. The green silk had spread to half of the pool, and attached to the skin of Pei Ying along her body in the pool. The white and tender fingers were entangled by the green silk, which made them look very strange. Li Jian held up the Ming knife and said, "Xiao Zheng, what should I do? Kill her directly?" The girl's demeanor was no different from that of a living person, and her chest was rising and falling like a living person. Seeing Li Jian's hesitation, Xiao Zheng took Wei Wei's little hand and walked up the stairs, saying, "Brother Xiao Yuan would not let us do it for no reason. Let me check it again." As she said this, she wanted to reach out and touch Pei Ying's wrist, but was held back by Wei Wei. Wei Wei shook her head at her. Her big eyes were clear. "Sister, don't touch her. It's dangerous." Wei Wei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, which was beyond the expectations of Li Jian and the others. Li Jian knew that Wei Wei knew more about the ghost ship than them, and asked, "Wei Wei, do you know anything?" The little girl stared blankly into the pool, and said for a long time, "She will go in, she will go in." "Will go in?" Li Jian followed her gaze, and saw that the green covering Pei Ying's hand had been mostly integrated into her skin. Her skin was faintly green, which lasted for more than 10 breaths and then disappeared. Seeing this, Li Jian knew that the little girl in the water was definitely not a human being, even though she had a human appearance. Li Jian raised the Ming knife and closed her eyes to cut towards Pei Ying's heart. Swish! The blade was sharp but did not cut the flesh. She opened her eyes in surprise, and saw 2 hands holding the Ming knife steadily. Emerald green threads emerged between the thin white fingers. They seemed soft but gathered together to withstand the sharp blade. Pei Ying opened her eyes, and suddenly sat up from the pool. Her eyes were full of emerald green, without pupils or whites, and no emotional fluctuations could be seen. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and her voice was shrill. I finally waited for this day. Whoosh! She raised her finger, and a green thread shot towards Li Xian's eyebrows, but Li Xian dodged and took 2 steps back. Pei Yingying showed a look of regret, and slowly stood up. Her body stood on the surface of the pool like a small boat. Looking past them to Wei Wei, Pei Yingying was startled and laughed. You 2 little bitches, are you still alive? Xiao Zheng and Li Xian stood side by side, protecting Wei Wei behind them. Swoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Li Xian and Xiao Zheng launched alloy claws to attack Pei Yingying. For cold light shot at her, and Pei Yingying calmly tapped the water surface with her left foot to stir up a circle of ripples. Boom! The sound of water flow sounded, and she turned over in the air like an acrobatic, avoiding the lock of the alloy claws. Xiao Zheng's speed was faster than before, and she slashed 3 times in a row with the silver knife. The silk threads fell one after another. With her strong physical strength and attack power, Xiao Zheng quickly approached Pei Yingying. She shouted softly, and used all her strength to attack Xiao Zheng's crown with a knife. Pei Yingying held one hand above, and countless fine green silks emerged to resist Xiao Zheng's attack, while the other hand resisted Li Xian's attack. Hiss! Xiao Zheng's strange power made Pei Yingying's face change, and the silk threads broke one after another, and after holding on for a few breaths, they collapsed in all directions. Clang! The silver knife hit Pei Yingying's crown, making a sound of metal clashing. The pool also rippled violently, as if it was boiling. Pei Yingying had a deep scar on her crown. No blood flowed out, and countless green silk sealed the wound, quickly making her look like nothing happened. Bang! She turned pale and punched in anger, hitting Xiao Zheng's heart, causing her to tumble and fall far away. After a fight, both of them had a new understanding of each other's strength. Xiao Zheng misjudged Pei Yingying's defense and recovery ability, thinking that a fatal blow could win the game. Pei Yingying also underestimated Xiao Zheng's strong strength and defense. After being hit by her full force, she got up and fought again as if nothing had happened. If an ordinary person had been hit by that full force just now, he would have lost half his life, but Xiao Zheng rolled over and nothing happened. The strength of her divine beast body has long exceeded the normal range. At this moment, a loud noise came from behind, accompanied by the sound of stones breaking. The dragon's eyes shone. Xiao Yuan finally broke through Pei Sheng's defense and broke the main part of his stone armor. After breaking the stone armor, Pei Sheng's face was pale, and he ran to the pool with all his strength. He lay by the pool with blood in his mouth, still saying, Yingying, don't be afraid. Dad will protect you. Cough cough. Pei Yingying ignored his words, and saw the light in her eyes flicker a few times after Xiao Yuan and Li Xian met up. Xiao Yuan, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Her voice was full of charm. I can help you find the Zhenai stone spirit, as long as you help me complete the ceremony tonight. Really? Xiao Yuan's heart moved, and he took a few steps forward. I promise. Pei Yingying's face was sincere and smiling. I could also help you get the life you want most in your heart. No wonder you know everything about all of us. It turns out that you can read our hearts. Xiao Yuan. Pei Yingying's face changed. Without me, you can't find the Zhenai stone spirit to save people. You talk too much nonsense. If you want to delay time, you'd better change your opponent. Swish! Xiao Yuan raised his long sword and no longer gave Pei Yingying any chance to argue. There was not much time left for the third reincarnation above, and the stone spirit must be eradicated as soon as possible. Tunan's blade cut through the obstacles, and Xiao Yuan broke through the obstacles layer by layer with the help of Li Xian and Xiao Heng. Buzz, the dragon eye on Tunan activated, and Xiao Yuan hit Pei Yingying with all his strength. This time, she had a deep scar on her chest, and the splashes in the pool were more intense. The scar healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it could not hurt Pei Yingying's life. No, unable to use the power of elements, Tunan is the strongest attack method in Xiao Yuan's hands. If it drags on like this until the end of reincarnation, he may not be able to kill her. As his eyes swept over the pool that was shaking with countless splashes, an idea flashed through his mind in a flash. Xiao Yuan slapped the intercostal mobile device and said, Attack with all your strength on both wings, and the alloy claws will unite. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Zheng and Li Xian released the alloy claws upon hearing this, and the claws merged in midair. The two of them formed 2 metal wires on the left and right, and wrapped around Pei Yingying's body when Xiao Yuan entangled her. Whoosh! Pei Yingying's body flew into the air, was pulled out of the pool, and fell to the ground. At the moment of the full-strength attack just now, Xiao Yuan had a guess. The pool can help Pei Ying share the damage she suffered, which is why she can always maintain her immortal state. Chapter 441. Bang! The body fell heavily to the ground, and the green silk around Pei Ying fluttered, resisting most of the force for her. Even so, Pei Ying still made a crisp sound when she hit the ground. It didn't sound like a person falling to the ground, but like a human-shaped stone. Swish! Cut off the green silk ribbon blocking the pool, and Xiao Yuan stepped on the edge of the pool. Whether Pei Ying really lost her immortality after leaving the pool remains to be verified, and Xiao Yuan will not waste any opportunity. Li Jian and Xiao Zheng spread their alloy claws and attacked Pei Ying from both sides. The three of them formed a corner and blocked her way back to the pool. Pei Ying stood up from the ground with her eyes flashing, and the green became deeper. Her fingers danced, and with each movement, more and more green threads appeared and gathered together. After a few seconds, 2 green sea snakes as thick as buckets appeared and attacked the 3 people ferociously. The size of the green sea snake was far less than that of the sea snake king, but it was very lifelike, and it looked like a dyed sea snake from a distance. The sea snake came into contact with the 3 people, and the battle was triggered in an instant. Pei Ying controlled 2 5-meter-long silk sea snakes by herself, and her face was slightly exhausted. Bang! Xiao Yuan was unable to dodge, and was swept by the sea snake's body and flew backwards. He shot out an alloy claw in midair, which firmly locked the sea snake's 7-inch position and took Xiao Yuan into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. One hand fixed the body, and the other hand attacked the silk snake's 7-inch position like a magic trick. The blade pierced into the body, and green mist gushed out from the injured part of the sea snake. No matter how it struggled and shook, it could not get rid of the uninvited guest on its body. Seeing this, Pei Ying's eyes flashed with coldness, and her right hand suddenly turned and clenched into a fist. The sea snake seemed to sense something, and turned its whole body to crash into the ground, and it seemed that it was determined to kill Xiao Yuan even if it was seriously injured. The long-term experience of fighting against the night demon made Xiao Yuan very mobile and adaptable in the air. Click! Untying the connection between the hook and the sea snake, he pulled away, but he didn't expect that 2 places on the sea snake exploded, and the scattered silk threads tightly locked the hook that was about to break away. Pei Ying saw that the plan was successful, and shouted frantically, "Xiao Yuan, let's see where you can escape." The wind whistled in his ears, but Xiao Yuan remained calm in the face of the ground that was about to be installed. Calling out Tunin, Xiao Yuan pressed the emergency device hidden under the anti-gravity maneuvering device safety, rotating and pulling it in one go. Ding! The metal wire connecting the alloy claw and the launch box were separated, and Xiao Yuan stepped on the sea snake and escaped. Plop! Xiao Yuan's body fell into the pool. The water in the pool was icy cold, but it also helped him to buffer the force on his body. He fell for 5 or 6 meters before stopping. He was secretly surprised at the depth of the pool. From the outside, the pool looked like it was only 2 or 3 meters deep, but he didn't expect it to be so deep. The light in the pool was dim. Xiao Yuan swam upward while looking at the portraits on the stone wall. Sculptures of crying human faces were carved on it to form a circle: Leng Xiao, Li Hao, Pei Sheng. Familiar or unfamiliar faces existed here, and a young face was painted in the core. How could it be her? Before he could think too much, Xiao Yuan emerged from the water and saw a ball of fire rising. The incendiary bomb ignited the sea snake, and Xiao Jing's attack happened to fall on Pei Ying. Ah! Pei Ying screamed. She had used up too much energy to control the sea snake to kill Xiao Yuan, and Li Jian and Xiao Zheng found an opportunity. Xiao Jing's long knife pierced her heart, and with her terrifying strength, she pierced through it. The 2 snakes collapsed, and she staggered back 2 steps. The Minging knife was pulled out of her body, and Xiao Zheng was surprised to find that there was no heart in Pei Ying's body. The cold wind blew from her heart, and her face was pale. Without the protection of the pool, Pei Ying could no longer complete the rapid healing of the wound. Xiao Yuan climbed out of the pool, his whole body wet like a drowned chicken. He looked at Xiao Zheng and Li Jian and asked, "Are you okay?" Xiao Zheng stretched her arms and said, "Don't worry, brother Xiao Yuan, I won't let Sister Jian get hurt." The green sea snake attacked fiercely, but fortunately Xiao Zheng resisted most of the damage by himself. If it were someone else, he would have broken bones and tendons after being hit by 7 or 8 times. Walking slowly to a place not far from Pei Ying, who was sitting exhausted on the ground, Xiao Yuan raised his long sword and said, "Confusing stone spirit, your journey has come to an end." Chuckling, Pei Ying smiled, a strange smile that seemed out of place on a little girl's face. She touched the hole in her chest and said sadly, "Road?" I have never had a way to go, no choice. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, what do you mean by that? Pei Yingying lost the desire to live. She slowly closed her eyes. Kill me if you want, I'm tired of this drama without an ending. Swish. Xiaozheng raised her long knife. Her temper was as hot as a small pepper. She put the blade against Pei Yingying's neck and cursed, you shameless little devil. Who are you pretending to be pitiful for? I will avenge the people you hurt today. After that, Xiaozheng swung the silver knife at Pei Yingying. Wait! A weak and hoarse voice sounded, and Xiaozheng turned around and looked at Pei Sheng in surprise. Pei Sheng? Ahem. Pei Sheng's severely injured body staggered to Pei Yingying, and he looked at her lovingly. Yingying, Dad. Won't let you be alone. He gently hugged Pei Yingying and whispered, whether alive or dead, you will always be Daddy's Yingying. Xiaozheng hesitated and looked at Xiao Yuan. Pei Sheng's performance was unexpected. He was obviously bewitched and used by the heart-seducing stone spirit. He helped her kill the souls of all the people on the ship, but in the end, he was still willing to die with her. Pei Yingying opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed, but she couldn't say a word. One hand hugged Pei Sheng's body. Her voice was soft. Dad, thank you. For the last thing you did for me. Puff. Pei Yingying's palm pierced into Pei Sheng's body, and a ball of pure green light was pulled out of her hand. Gulu. Pei Yingying took action without anyone expecting it, and swallowed the green light into her mouth. The wound on her heart healed, and a powerful energy surged from her body. It's bad. Things changed too quickly. Xiao Yuan took action at the moment Pei Yingying took out the ball of light, but it was still a step too late. The three were surrounded by powerful energy, and Pei Yingying, who was in the center, stood up again. She threw Pei Sheng to the ground with a sneer on her face. My good father, I was right about you. First, she pretended to be hopeless to lower everyone's vigilance, and then unexpectedly absorbed Pei Sheng's life essence. Her calculation was accurate and cruel. The green light in her eyes had turned into a deep green, and she swept through the crowd. Now, it's time to send you on your way. Countless green silks burst out from her body, with a density and speed far exceeding before, and they arrived in front of everyone in an instant. Swish! Xiao Yuan and the other two raised their swords to fight, but found that the green silk stopped a few meters away, as if waiting for something. Pei Yingying waved her hand, and the sky full of green silks attacked, drowning Xiao Yuan and the other two in the endless green ocean. Chapter 442. After Pei Yingying devoured Pei Sheng's essence, her strength increased dramatically, but it was not without hidden dangers. Pei Sheng's essence repelled her, and although it could make her stronger in a short period of time, it would easily backfire if the energy was not properly balanced. Xiao Yuan and the other two were trapped and rushed left and right, and the overwhelming green silk seemed to spread endlessly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several silk threads emerged, restraining the hands and feet of the three people and wrapping them tighter and tighter. Clang! Li Jiyun's weapon fell to the ground first, and her limbs were tied tightly. Xiao Yuan and Xiaozheng were not in a much better situation. Although they struggled hard, they could not get away. Giggle. The silk thread slowly retreated to both sides, revealing Pei Yingying behind. Her petite body walked with a cat step and smiled at the three people, like a princess showing off to the enemy after winning. Xiao Yuan, do you regret not killing me with a knife now? Pei Yingying walked in front of Xiao Yuan and raised her little face. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. Little demon. You have done so many evil things. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly calamity in the future? Xiaozheng's face turned red with anger, and she wanted to rush up and bite her. Heavenly tribulation? Little sister, you don't think I'm really a bewitching stone spirit, do you? You're not a bewitching stone spirit? Xiao Yuan stared at Pei Yingying, half believing and half doubting her words. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The most important thing now is that your lives are in my hands. Pei Yingying smiled. You gave me a chance just now, and now I'm giving you a chance to play a game. What tricks are you going to play? Xiaozheng shouted, while mobilizing the power in her body to find an opportunity. 2 of the 3 people can live, but you have to choose who to die. There are still 5 minutes before the end of the reincarnation, and you don't have much time. Xiao Yuan looked at Li Jian in midair, glanced at her waist and blinked. Are your words trustworthy? Xiao Yuan said calmly. After all, the heart-confusing stone spirit is best at playing with people's hearts. Do you still have room for choice? Indeed. Xiao Yuan sighed and said, in that case, let me die. I do it. Li Jiyun suddenly said loudly, no need to choose, just let me die. Hee hee. Tell me the reason, and I fulfill your wish if it makes me happy. I have been a superfluous person since I was a child. Li Jun's pale face moved the corners of her mouth. My father never looked at me straight in the eye, my brothers and sisters in the royal family avoided me, and I didn't have many friends in the army because of my status. However, I met a lot of lovely friends in the army of country A. Some of them are strong girls who can eat and sleep, some are big-headed and louder men, and some are guys who can always bring peace of mind but pretend to be deep. I'm very happy to have met these people in my life. It's enough for me to reminisce for a lifetime. Li Jian looked at Xiao Yuan, her voice gentle. I am really content. The inexplicable emotion in her eyes made Xiao Yuan's heart tremble, but this time, he did not avoid Li Jian's gaze. Those clear eyes contained so many beautiful emotions, reluctance, tenderness, gratitude, throbbing and nostalgia. Xiao Yuan's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and Sun Wan's smiling face suddenly appeared in front of him, which made him quickly stop his wild thoughts. Pei Yingying raised her lips after hearing her words and said, "You are speaking from the heart, so as you wish." Swoosh! A sharp thread shot from behind and attacked Li Jian's forehead. The front end of the thread was shining with a crystal green light, leaving no doubt that it would easily penetrate the skull once it touched the head. Can't let her die like this. Strong emotion surged from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yuan felt the dragon soul at the center of his eyebrows tremble, and severe pain spread to his limbs. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Xiao Yuan could clearly sense every change around him, the trajectory of the silk thread, Pei Yingying's fingers sliding, the sound of Xiaozhong urging the power of the beast to tear the restraints. However, the light attacking Li Jian was too fast, so fast that Xiao Yuan foresaw that Xiaozhong would not be able to stop it in time, and Li Jian died. I must do something. The elemental power that had been stagnant in the body appeared at this time, and they were still stagnant. Xiao Yuan could feel an invisible net restraining the movement of the elements. Help me, he roared in his heart, and used his mind to stimulate the elemental power. Suddenly, the elemental power in the heart jumped, and the pressure that the dragon soul had previously released to the limbs and bones all went to the heart. The severe pain almost made Xiao Yuan faint. He gritted his teeth and didn't even realize that his mouth was full of blood. Bang bang. The heart sent out the elemental power, and the power of the dragon's soul. As the power was transmitted, the stagnant elemental power tended to become active. Buzz, the silver-white surface of Tunin flashed with red light, and the long-lost elemental power returned to Xiao Yuan's body again. How much time had passed? Xiao Yuan recalled that it was only about 1/10 of a second. At that moment, he entered a mysterious state, as if he had gained insight into the essence of life. Open, the elemental power surged, and the silk threads that surrounded Xiao Yuan were burned to ashes. He roared and shouted to Xiaozhong, "Don't hold back." Roar! Xiaozhong also broke free at the same time. She was still ferocious even though she could only use a little of the power of the divine beast. She waved her hands and knocked Pei Yingying down and flew far away. Tunin arrived just before the silk thread hit Li Jian's forehead and blocked the fatal blow. Buzz! A raging fire ignited on Tunin. After saving Li Jian, Xiao Yuan used all the elemental power in his body. Boom! The long sword hit Pei Yingying's forehead, making a roar. She didn't expect Xiao Yuan to suddenly burst out with such a powerful force, and she kept a surprised expression until the moment before her life was gone. Starting from the forehead, cracks gradually spread across Pei Yingying's body, and finally turned into rubble and fell to the ground. The reincarnation vibration that was about to begin had just begun, but it stopped because of Pei Yingying's death. The green silk in the sky dissipated. Xiao Yuan helped Xiaozhong up and walked to Li Jian. Are you okay, Xian? His voice was a little more gentle and concerned, and Li Jian was a little flustered. No. It's okay, it seems that I am holding you back again. Xiaozhong came over and hugged Li Jian's arm, saying, No, Sister Jian will be one of my best sisters in the future. Xiaozhong, who has a clear distinction between love and hate, always expresses her feelings in a straightforward way. Xiao Yuan envied her very much. Tunin slashed across the ground, the flame still burning. Xiao Yuan dragged the long sword like a god of death controlling the flames, and he looked at Wei Wei, who had been standing in the distance with a burning gaze. Wei Wei seemed to know that Xiao Yuan would come. She put away her dull expression and raised her head. Xiao Yuan's voice was firm and gentle, but it carried a meaning of not allowing resistance. She had been in danger for hesitation and kindness. If Wei Wei could not give Xiao Yuan a perfect explanation, the long sword would definitely fall on her head in the next second. Isn't it time for you to tell the truth? Bewildering Stone Spirit. Chapter 443. The world was quiet, and the eyes met. A complex emotion flashed in Wei Wei's eyes, and she seemed to be struggling and watering in pain. Duh. Wei Wei ignored the sharp blade in front of her and took a step. Swish! Xiao Yuan turned his wrist, and the long knife was only a few centimeters away from Wei Wei's cheek, and murderous intent spread from his whole body. Li Xian was startled and walked up quickly to hold his hand. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Put the knife down quickly. All his eyes were on Wei Wei. Xiao Yuan did not move at all because of her obstruction. A smile appeared on her pale face, and Wei Wei suddenly said, "Give me a few minutes, okay? At least let me send him off for the last time." As she spoke, her eyes turned to Pei Sheng. Pei Sheng, who was originally injured by Xiao Yuan's attack and had his life essence taken away by Pei Yingying, lay on the ground dying. His life was like a candle in the wind, and every breath seemed heavy and slow. Seeing that Xiao Yuan still refused to back down, she continued, "I will tell you everything in a while, just give me some time." At this moment, the pleading and earnestness in Wei Wei's eyes finally moved Xiao Yuan. He moved away the long knife, and his voice was a little low. "You go." He had a vague guess in his heart, and a heavy feeling that was difficult to get rid of lingered in his heart about Wei Wei's identity and the relationship between Pei Yingying. "Thank you." Wei Wei thanked softly and walked towards Pei Sheng. She walked very slowly, and every step seemed to take great courage and perseverance. She squatted beside Pei Sheng and looked at his face carefully. Wei Wei held Pei Sheng's hand, which was gradually losing its temperature and vitality, and said, "Dad, I'm back." "Dad?" Li Jian and Xiao Zheng were dumbfounded. Wei Wei was actually Pei Sheng's daughter? Xiao Yuan put away Tu Nan inside. She is Pei Yingying, and also Wei Wei. For some reason, the two souls have entered the same body. Li Jian looked at the girl who touched Pei Sheng's cheek with her little hand, and was puzzled. "What happened when you said she was the heart-confusing stone spirit just now?" Taking out the crystal bone from his arms, Xiao Yuan looked at him with a complicated look. Lung Yun knew the existence of the crystal bone, and knew that the crystal bone could open the door to the real storage room. So why didn't he take it himself? After Xiao Yuan said this, Li Jian also noticed the strangeness. She followed the line of thought and said, "Maybe he can't enter that bedroom?" Snap! Xiao Yuan snapped his fingers and said, "The first time we met, Lung Yun came to us and Wei Wei, and stood outside the bedroom without coming in. If Ling Yun knew about the existence of the crystal bone, would other people know it too?" Xiao Sheng was confused. "Is this important?" With his eyes never leaving Wei Wei, Xiao Yuan continued, "This is just a hypothesis. If Pei Sheng also knew about the existence of the crystal bone, but did not take it out and hide it, it can prove one thing. The original crew members on the ship could not enter the bedroom." Li Jian suddenly opened her eyes and said, "But Wei Wei can enter that bedroom, which means she is different." Xiao Yuan nodded. He was sure of it, after seeing Shuiqi and Pei Yingying. The bewitching stone spirit created the reincarnation of the ghost ship, and controlled the life and death of everyone, so she was naturally the most unique one. She could act outside the rules, enter the bedroom, ignore Pei Yingying's green silk attack, and even the water plants on the first floor did not attack her. Combining all the things, Xiao Yuan made a bold guess that Wei Wei was the real body of the bewitching stone spirit. Pei Sheng's throat seemed to be blocked, and his laborious breathing was blocked. Finally, his vitality was exhausted, and his breath was cut off under Wei Wei's gaze. Wei Wei didn't cry, and she didn't even show any extra emotions. She just squatted in front of Pei Sheng and refused to let go of his rough hands. After a long time, Wei Wei's fingers gently touched Pei Sheng's eyebrows. A stream of emerald essence was injected into his body, and Pei Sheng's face turned red again. His eyebrows and eyes were no different from those of a living person. The only difference was that he had already stopped breathing and had no life. "Xiao Yuan, are you curious about my identity?" She tidied Pei Sheng's clothes and stood up. "Pei Yingying or Wei Wei, I need an explanation from you." "Yingying and Wei Wei?" Wei Wei held her cheeks with both hands and said, "I have thought about this question for a long time, and finally got the answer today. I am Pei Yingying, the real Pei Yingying. The one you killed is just a monster formed by half of Wei Wei's evil thoughts." After she finished speaking, she touched her eyebrows with her finger and guided a ball of black air along the tip of her thin white finger. The black air rolled and formed a twisted and young human face, which looked exactly like her. The remaining half of Wei Wei's evil thoughts should now disappear. Her fingers danced lightly, and the emerald green light flowed and enveloped the black air. Accompanied by a sharp wail and roar, a group of black air full of malice and coldness dissipated. Wei Wei, or should it be Pei Yingying, who showed a relieved expression and began to describe the strange situation on her body. The appearance of this body is indeed Wei Wei's, full name Ding Wei Wei. Ding Wei Wei's soul was divided into two, and the general soul went to the body that was defeated by Xiao Yuan, leaving half in the body. When the black air rolled at her eyes, and she wanted to hurt people, it was the remaining half of Wei Wei's soul that was causing trouble. It is very strange to have 1.5 souls hidden in one body, but there are more strange things to come. Xiao Yuan's speculation is correct. There is another power hidden in this body, the bewitching stone spirit. The bewitching stone spirit has been absorbing spiritual energy in the sea for thousands of years, and the spirits must experience heavenly tribulations after a long time. The theory of heavenly tribulations, in the ancient legends of Country A, is a punishment and test from the heavens for the spirits to cultivate into human forms. If you want to break free from the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth, you must go through many hardships. In order to deal with the heavenly tribulation, the bewildering stone spirit separated the evil thoughts from its spirit. Originally, the bewildering stone spirit wanted to rely on the sea air and spiritual energy in the sea to gradually eliminate the evil thoughts, so that it would have a greater chance of passing the heavenly tribulation. Things are unpredictable. Not long after the bewildering stone spirit separated the evil thoughts, a cargo ship mistakenly entered the Devil's Triangle. There were people on the ship who were perfect matches for the bewildering stone spirit, but it was not prepared to rely on possessing humans to cultivate into a human form. If you are involved in karma and persecute humans, you will one day be punished and end up with your soul torn apart. How could the bewildering stone spirit not understand this truth? It was not as expected that the evil thoughts of the bewildering stone spirit sensed the breath on the ship, and it broke through the confinement and came to the ship, causing the tragedy today. The evil thoughts of the bewildering stone spirit had no memory at first, and it did not know what the heavenly tribulation was, and it could only use its instincts to corrode humans. This is why Xiao Zheng was fearless when she questioned the fake Pei Yingying for not being afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Xiao Yuan's confusion was solved a lot when he heard this, and he said, "It turns out that Pei Yingying's body is a perfect match for humans, no wonder." Before he finished speaking, the little girl shook her head and said, "No, the perfect match for humans is Ding Weiwei, not me." Chapter 444. An unexpected answer, once again surprising. Li Xian frowned and said, "Ding Weiwei's body is the most suitable. Why did the evil thoughts end up in Pei Yingying's body?" The little girl's mouth moved, revealing a bitter smile. "Because Weiwei envied, even jealous of my father's love for me, and wanted to be me." Ding Weiwei was an orphan, who happened to be rescued by Pei Sheng when he went out to sea. She was lonely and pitiful. She had no one to rely on, and Pei Sheng was soft-hearted and adopted her. Little Weiwei was smart and hard-working, and was loved and cared for by Pei Sheng and a group of crew members. Pei Yingying's mother died unexpectedly, and she was also diagnosed with cancer. Pei Sheng, who was heartbroken, was determined to help his daughter fulfill her wish and took Pei Yingying on a long voyage. Everything changed after this voyage. Ding Weiwei saw Pei Sheng's love for Pei Yingying. He personally built a bedroom for Pei Yingying, and a photo of the father and daughter was hung on the wall. She had suffered the pain and fear of being abandoned, and was afraid of losing love again. Just as she was feeling strong hatred, the ship mistakenly entered the foggy Devil's Triangle, and the malice of the heart-confusing stone spirit spread to Ding Weiwei's body. The evil thoughts of the bewitching stone spirit, which is good at bewitching people, are still amazing, and it has entered Ding Weiwei's soul. However, the gifted Ding Weiwei has always retained a complete self-awareness. She can perfectly match the bewitching stone spirit, and her own soul power is much greater than that of ordinary people. The evil thoughts of the bewitching stone spirit want to completely control Ding Weiwei's soul for her own use, so she put forward conditions to help Ding Weiwei win Pei Sheng's love. The evil thoughts of the bewitching stone spirit have the ability to transfer the souls of two people. It asked Ding Weiwei to use half of her soul as a deposit to help her perform the secret method. As a result, the bewitching stone spirit discovered the ritual. In order to prevent the evil intention from succeeding, she rushed into Ding Weiwei's body during the ritual. In the end, half of Ding Weiwei's soul entered Pei Yingying's body, and that half of the soul was maliciously controlled by the bewitching stone spirit. The other half of the soul remained in the same body with Pei Yingying's soul and the bewitching stone spirit. Due to various coincidences, the bewitching stone spirit and Pei Yingying's soul merged into the main consciousness of the current body, and the remaining half of Ding Weiwei's soul appeared from time to time. Pei Yingying was not a perfect match. After the soul of the bewildering stone spirit merged with hers, she fell into a semi-sleeping state. So from the outside, this body of Ding Weiwei became a little dull, and spoke very little. Whose skeleton is in the bedroom? Xiao Yuan felt strange. Could it be that evil Weiwei killed herself? The skeleton is indeed Pei Yingying's, But she is not committing suicide but rebirth. Pei Ying couldn't help but clench her fists. The crew on the ship were trapped in the fog, and I happened to be in a semi-sleeping state. She couldn't kill me, so she set up the illusion of reincarnation. Reincarnation illusion? Is this all fake? Xiao Zhan was amazed. Are we dreaming all the time? It's not fake. You can think of this as another independent world. How did Wei Wei set up the illusion? Imprison everyone. All the crew members you saw have actually been dead for many years, but they are not aware of it, except for a technician named Leng Qi. Ding Wei Wei personally removed the bones and flesh, destroyed my body to make a skeleton, and placed it in the bedroom, and used the jade in the cave of the heart-confusing stone spirit in the sea to make a new body. This pool also came from the cave in the sea. No wonder she has no heart. It turns out that her body is no longer human. Xiao Yuan understood and said, she also murdered all the crew members on the ship? Yes, including my father, who was controlled by her. My father was deceived by the malicious intent, and thought that he could fake Pei Ying's recovery and survival by following the malicious words. But he didn't know that he had been helping the evil. Your strength should have recovered long ago. Why didn't you kill her directly? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask, recalling how she had just removed the remnant soul of Ding Wei Wei from her body. My strength is suppressed by the illusion. Although I can enter the bedroom, I cannot touch my own bones. Pei Ying has been hiding in the storage room, and has my father's life and death in her hands. I can't do anything. So you have been following us, wanting to defeat her with our hands? I'm sorry about this. Pei Ying sighed. In the illusion, she can kill my father with just one thought, and after my mind entered the storage room, it was restrained by Ding Wei Wei's residual soul. I could not easily eliminate the remaining residual soul in my body until her main soul disappeared. Finally, what is the purpose of the endless reincarnation above? Is it just to torture the souls of the crew members? No, the purpose of the evil thoughts to construct the illusion is to suppress my ability and consciousness, and to absorb the pain and resentment when they died. The evil thoughts continue to grow in the endless torture. If you don't come here, she will soon complete the last 3 reincarnations in the endless reincarnation and be completely reborn. So, we accidentally got rid of a disaster. Xiao Yuan smiled and shook his head. Everything is just too coincidental. I don't think so. Pei Ying's eyes were filled with soft green light. Evil thoughts violate the will of heaven and harm mankind. This is its fate and punishment from heaven. Maybe? Xiao Yuan shrugged, not holding much hope for whether heaven has the will. Can we leave the illusion now? Feeling the flow of elements in his body gradually recovering, he felt more at ease than ever before. Yes, it's time to wake up from this nightmare that has lasted for many years. Pei Ying looked at Pei Sheng on the ground with a complicated look. Number 2485 deck. Pei Ying gently extended her fingers. She was now enveloped in a soft green light, which felt comfortable and warm in her eyes. The fluorescence bloomed with her as the core, and circles of light fell on the ship and flew into the sky. Xiao Yuan could clearly feel that the invisible net that bound his body was constantly being pulled away, and the endless darkness around him was also fading. The color in the sky changed, and the stars shone in the sky. Ding! It seemed that something was broken, and a cool breeze blew from a distance to his face, which was extremely refreshing. Unfortunately, the starlight only exists for a short time and disappears in an instant. The light around him became brighter. Xiao Yuan looked down at the time, and found that it was already 6:30 in the morning. The endless fog still existed. Xiao Yuan turned his head subconsciously, and saw a group of people on the sailing ship waving wildly at this side. I couldn't hear them talking, but their surprise could be seen from their expressions. Li Jun walked to the bow, waved and smiled at the sailing ship, and the morning sun shone slightly through the fog on her face, gentle and beautiful. The things on the 2485 ship began to age rapidly, like a documentary fast-forwarded 100 times. Xiao Yuan smiled at her, and their smiles were warm, like travelers who finally saw land after crossing the ocean. This night is finally over. Chapter 445. The Sailing Ship. Xiao Yuan looked at the number 2485 that had been lost in time and said, "What are your plans next?" The surface of the number 2485 ship was mottled, and the lonely lamp on the bow that emitted a pale light had also gone out. Pei Ying raised her right hand and tapped it lightly. Buzz, the number 2485 ship started again, and a green light glowed on its surface, spreading from the bottom of the ship to the entire hull. Watching it start and slowly disappear in the fog, Pei Ying was absent-minded for a moment. She shook her head and said, "I don't know." She was born in the mysterious deep sea, and after merging with Pei Ying's soul, She stayed on number 2485 for several years. Number 2485, which is weird and scary to others, is like a home to her, a home that cannot be separated. But she still banished this ghost ship. Number 2485 has been controlled by evil thoughts for too long, and it will completely dissipate if it leaves the fog. Only here can it exist forever. After banishing it, Pei Ying always has a thought in her heart when it rings. At least it is still there, still floating in the sea with her beloved relatives in it. Pei Ying put her hands on the railing. Her small body didn't fit in here. Dad wants me to live well. I want to fulfill his wish. Xiao Yuan hesitated and said, "Why don't you stay on the Qihong ship and return to Country A after we complete the mission?" Pei Ying didn't speak. Her eyes were green. Country A? I can't remember much. It doesn't matter. The current technological development of Country A is not much different from your era. You should be able to adapt quickly. Li Jian's voice came from behind, gentle and pleasant. Okay. Pei Ying thought for a while and said, "Does Country A allow me to weave illusions?" "No." Xiao Yuan quickly explained, "Your illusions are too dangerous for ordinary people. If you weave them at will, Ranger will find you." "Oh." Pei Ying agreed, "I was just kidding you." "Ah?" Looking at Pei Ying, who walked to Li Jian and hugged her thighs, Xiao Yuan was a little amused, and didn't know what was going on in her little head. "Captain Xiao Yuan, what happened when you went to number 2485? Hai Qing saw that they had finished talking, and led everyone to ask. After Xiao Yuan and Li Jian led a team of people on board, the area suddenly fell into darkness. The people who stayed on the Qihong were very anxious, and sent out 2 lifeboats to explore. After 2 or 3 hours of busy work, they finally found that they had disappeared alive in front of everyone. Xiao Yuan estimated that they had entered the illusion woven by evil thoughts, and were out of the scope of this world. According to their calculations, the speed of time in the illusion is somewhat different from that in the outside world, and the speed of time inside is slower. Qi Ming, Xi and Mao, and others woke up one after another after the illusion disappeared, but their mental state was not very good, and they fell into a deep sleep one by one. Xiao Yuan briefly told what he had seen and heard that night, and the bizarre and thrilling things were amazing. Omitting the identity of Pei Ying, Xiao Yuan only said that she was the daughter of Pei Sheng who was trapped in the illusion. Gu Kai sighed and said, "I have traveled all over the South Seas, and have seen countless strange things, but none of them were as thrilling as the night on the ghost ship." Gu Jia was puzzled, and was even more surprised when she heard that she appeared on the ghost ship. "Xiao Yuan, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? How could I appear on it? I don't understand this either. It may be an illusion created by the evil thoughts of the stone spirit to confuse us." Xiao Yuan smiled at her easily. "Now that the evil thoughts have dissipated, don't worry, you won't be in any risk. I always feel uncomfortable." Gu Jia shook her head a little uneasily. Anyone who heard that their shadow appeared inexplicably on the ghost ship would feel weird. You have demons in your heart, so you were sucked into the illusion by evil thoughts. "Little sister, what did you say?" Gu Jia was full of curiosity about Pei Ying, who suddenly spoke. "What demon? Do you have a secret in your heart that you cannot tell?" "Over the years, it has become a demon and is used by evil thoughts." Pei Ying's voice was crisp, and every word fell into Gu Jia's heart. "Ying, you just arrived on the ship, and you are not used to it, Jun." Xiao Yuan saw that Gu Jia's face was not right, and winked at Li Jian. "Take her to wash up." "Okay." Li Jian gently took Pei Ying's hand, and walked towards the cabin. Xiao Yuan saw Gu Jia standing blankly at the bow, pretending to be relaxed, and asked casually, "Gu Jia, are you okay?" "Huh?" Gu Jia's reaction was a bit strange. She squeezed a smile at Xiao Yuan. "It's okay, you've been busy all night, go and rest." Everyone could see her reluctance, and seeing that she didn't want to talk, Xiao Yuan didn't force her. Gu Jia looked at the endless black fog, and it felt like a big stone was pressing on her heart. It was really a memory that no one had mentioned for a long time. Country A, Tokyo Bianliang. In a remote unfinished building outside Bianliang City, Kai Jing leaned against the wall with a pistol in his hand, and fired from time to time at the side. Bang! After another shot, Kai Jing shouted to Xiong Zhong beside him, "Brother Xiong, I don't have much ammunition." Xiong Zhong held a shield in his hand, and wore heavy mecha gloves on his fists. After hearing Kai Jing's voice, he withdrew from the wall and said, "Save ammunition, I go out to delay for a while, take care of Chung Pu." After that, Xiong Zhong shouted and rushed out from the wall with a shield. They were at a load-bearing wall, and 8 people were approaching from the other side of the wall. Kai Jing defended one side with his silver spear, while Xiong Zhong guarded the other side. Bang! Xiong Zhong was already tall, and he rushed out and hit the person closest to this side hard. The skinny young man flew up like a giant bat, and he spread his limbs to steadily release the force. Kill. The black-clothed man who was the leader of the 8 people wore a black mask on his face, and black mist lingered between his fingers. He raised his fists, and smashed Xiongzhong's face fiercely. Xiongzhong faced the attacks of the man, and the other 2 without panic, and used his right hand to block the man's attack. The shield spun in his left hand, and then suddenly blocked the attacks of the 2. Although Xiongzhong was tall and strong, his coordination and flexibility were not simple. The black-clothed man's attack was blocked, and then his whole body shook and a ball of black mist emerged, and his eyes flashed with blood. The attack speed increased rapidly, and Xiongzhong was a step slower in resisting, and a wound was torn on his shoulder by the man. The black mist was about to invade the body through the wound. Xiongzhong snorted coldly, and the elemental power in his body surged, and the earth-yellow airflow forced the black mist out. He looked at the man with cold eyes and said, "Blood Clan." The man in black did not say anything, and cooperated with the people on both sides to besiege Xiongzhong. Their attacks were continuous, and even if Xiongzhong used the earth element, his hands and feet were still entangled for a while. Ah! A scream came from behind the wall. Kai Jing was focused on defending on one side, and did not notice that a blood clan came around from the other side. When she found out, the man was already behind her. His eyes were scarlet and greedy, looking at Kai Jing's white neck. He screamed strangely and pounced on him. Chapter 446. Chung Pu looked as miserable as he could be. The wound on his lower abdomen was simply bandaged and bleeding. His face was frighteningly pale. The enemy suddenly attacked Chung Pu and Kai Jing when they were out. Chung Pu was seriously injured in order to protect her. Fortunately, this place was not far from their residence. Xiongzhong rushed over in time and barely resisted the enemy's attack. The young man had a black and red mask on his face and attacked Kai Jing like crazy. Bang! The silver gun fired, and the bullet hit the young man's lower abdomen. He was shocked and took 2 steps back. A stream of black air and a burnt smell rose from his lower abdomen. As a department that specializes in fighting against strange events, the Rangers are equipped with luxurious equipment. All the bullets they use are made of dark silver, and the runes engraved on them have great restraint and lethality against dark elements. The young man cried out in pain, and the wound further stimulated the ferocity in his body. Black mist surged in his hands, and he approached before Kai Jing fired the second shot. Kai Jing's martial arts were average, and he was good at deploying mechanical weapons to fight. Facing the Blood Clan attacking head-on, she had to prepare to dodge, but the Blood Clan was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the young man was in front of her. The fingertips of his hands covered with black mist were sharp. She had no doubt that they could cut her throat in an instant. Xiao Jing, shoot! Chung Pu, who had been half lying on the ground, suddenly moved at this moment. He jumped up like a sick cat just now. Chung Pu hit the young man's lower abdomen with his shoulder, hitting him where it hurt. Ah! The young man screamed and hit Chung Pu's back with a hateful blow. A bloody wound appeared on his back, and the blood instantly stained his clothes. Kai Jing was worried about his safety, but she also knew the importance of the matter, so she aimed her gun and did it in one go. Bang! A bullet hit his heart, and even the body of a vampire was seriously injured. The young man's knees went weak, and he looked at Chung Pu and Kai Jing, who were close to him, and spitting blood from their mouths, but he was powerless. He stared at them fiercely, and a black mist suddenly emerged from their bodies. The black mist dissipated, and 7 or 8 black bats surrounded a weak bat and flew out. Just as the young man left, another danger came. Kai Jing and Chung Pu struggled to hold on, and were surrounded by danger. Xiongzhong saw someone rushing towards Kai Jing and Chung Pu from the corner of his eye. He was anxious and raised his right hand. Buzz! A layer of black light appeared on the surface of the mecha boxing gloves. In the surprised eyes of the man in black, the boxing gloves flew out and hit a person who wanted to pass him. The mecha boxing gloves were very powerful. With a click sound, the young man of the Blood Clan was hit and his arm was broken. The man in black saw this, and his eyes flashed with fear. He shouted, "Blood pool." After that, he retreated with the other 2 people at the same time. The black mist on his body showed a red light that was particularly strange. The black fog trapped Xiongzhong in it. The man in black left 2 people outside to maintain the situation and entered the scene. His attack was more tricky and weird in the black fog. What surprised Xiongzhong the most was that the earth element surrounding him was corroded bit by bit. The main reason why Xiongzhong could resist the attack of the acquaintance was that he relied on the powerful defense of the earth element. Now that the earth element gradually disappeared, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Bang! Finally, the shield composed of the earth element dissipated under the violent attack of the man in black, and Xiongzhong suffered a heavy blow to the heart. The earth shield dissipated, and Xiongzhong was blown far away, rolling on the ground for several times before stopping. The attack of the man in black was like a shadow, and in the black fog, Xiongzhong's elemental power was corroded, and even his speed was much slower. In a short while, Xiongzhong's wrist, thigh, and chest were injured, and dark elements rushed into them. Seeing that the time was ripe, the man in black decisively launched the final attack. He put his hands together, and his eyes were bright red. The two young men who maintained the black fog also understood his meaning and urged the black fog. Two black mists suddenly rushed out and locked Xiongzhong's arms. The man in black shouted and grabbed Xiongzhong's chest with both hands. With such fierce momentum and strength, Xiongzhong would be ripped open if he was hit. He struggled hard, but the black mist locked his movements tightly like an iron clamp. Whoosh! Just when Xiongzhong was almost in despair, a blue light penetrated the black mist and shot at the right hand of the man in black. The light that broke through the outer black mist and fell into the man's hand was still as powerful as ever. The man's eyes fixed, and he finally changed his offensive to fight against the ice blue feather arrows that came from nowhere. Clang! The man's body tilted, and he slid 3 meters away and stopped. Sun Quan, holding a longbow, and Dong Fanghui finally arrived at the critical moment. Bang! Bang! Dong Fanghui shot continuously to force back the people attacking Kai Jing and Cheng Pu, and rushed to the battlefield with Sun Quan one after the other. The man in black snorted coldly, and did not stop attacking because of the arrival of the two. Sun Quan ran straight towards the man, and while running, Sun Quan shot 2 more ice blue feather arrows. Feather arrows whistled and shot towards the 2 young men who were in charge of the black fog, and suddenly arrived in front of them. The two had no choice but to withdraw, and the black fog array dissipated, and the black fog that bound Xiongzhong also disappeared. To catch a thief, first catch the leader. Sun Quan had only one goal: to help Xiongzhong break the situation. Swish! The longbow was swung, and the sharpness of the tip of the longbow was no less lethal than the Minging knife. Sun Quan confronted the man in black head-on. Clang! The man in black had both hands covered with black fog, which was surprisingly hard. He still took Sun Wan's attack with all his might. But he didn't notice that while Sun Quan was attacking, she would use the ice blue bow to drop water vapor on the ground. Bang! Sun Wan's close combat was strong. After kicking the man in the chest, she had an idea. Blue water vapor appeared and gathered on the ground, freezing the man's feet on the ground. Whoosh! 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 While the man in black was still surprised, 3 sharp screams came to his ears at the same time. He looked back and felt his scalp tingling. 3 ice blue feather arrows actually flew back automatically and stabbed her back. Sun Quan also arrived in front of him with the attack of the ice blue feather arrows. Clang! The man took Sun Wan's attack head-on, waving the black mist in his hand and yelling, "Die!" The black mist bursting out of his body resisted the 3 ice blue feather arrows. He thought he would defeat Sun Quan in the same way. Little did he know that Sun Wan's whole body was bathed in blue light, and was not affected by the black mist. Hiss! The speed of the attack exceeded the man's prediction, and he was caught off guard and suffered a severe blow to his heart. The sharp blade at the top of the longbow cut his chest, and streams of pure black air surged out from the wound. Retreat! His whole body suddenly shrank and turned into black mist, and the strong explosive airflow hit Sun Wan's body. She retreated to the load-bearing wall with her long hair flying. When she looked again, where was the shadow of the other party? The impact of the black mist was quite powerful, and the cold breath penetrated into her body along her skin. Unfortunately, the huge threat to others was easily resolved by the flow of a ball of pink light in Sun Wan's body. The help that Qin Long gave to Sun Quan was not just as simple as the seal had said. Sun Quan put away the ice blue feather arrow, and walked quickly with Xiongzhong to the back of the load-bearing wall to check on the injuries of Cheng Pu and Kai Jing. Kai Jing was lucky enough to have some skin injuries, and her face was black and white from crying. Cheng Pu's condition was a bit serious. He was injured before and fought reluctantly to protect Kai Jing, and the wound was further torn and his internal organs were damaged. Without caring about anything else, everyone immediately sent him to the nearest hospital for treatment. Chapter 447. The hospital was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. No matter how many times Sun Quan smelled it, she would never fall in love with it. Outside the ward, She carefully wiped the ice blue longbow, with a few strands of hair falling beside her ears. Chung Pu is fine now. Chung Pu and I will keep watch tonight. Xiao Jing, Lulu, and I will also stay in the hospital. We will live on the first floor and provide support at any time. Sun Wan put down the longbow and said seriously. That's good. Someone said by the headquarters will take Chung Pu back to Yanjing tomorrow. Dongfang Hui nodded in agreement. He saw Sun Wan's strength clearly today. Kai Jing sat on the bench with her head down, her eyes swollen and red like walnuts from crying. Chung Pu was seriously injured. If he had been sent to the hospital today, he would have died in 10 minutes. Kai Jing blamed herself. It's all my fault. If I could have helped him, Chung Pu wouldn't have been injured so badly. Kai Jing said, tears welling up in her eyes again. Xiao Jing, injuries are common in our line of work. It's not your fault. Dongfang Hui comforted. Every man has his own strengths and weaknesses. Your talent in mechanical installation and ambush is beyond our reach. Besides, Dongfang Hui touched her head. If you can do everything, where will I be the team leader? Team leader. Kai Jing raised her head and felt warm in her heart when she saw the concerned eyes of the people around her. Xiao Jing, if you really want to train, I can help you. Sun Wan shook the longbow in her hand, especially archery. Yes. Kai Jing nodded heavily. I will definitely study hard and never be lazy again. Kai Jing smiled again, and Dongfang Hui felt relieved. The Ranger team has a fixed organization, with 4 main combat personnel officially stationed in Yanjing, 1 team leader and 3 team members. Each team is equipped with a technician, a modern armed elite team of 10 people, and a 10-person informant intelligence system. A total of 25 people, that is the total number of a Ranger team. Kai Jing is a talented person with great potential, and Dongfang Hui doesn't want to leave any shadow in her heart that will affect her future work in life. Xiao Wan, can you lend me your longbow? Seeing Sun Wan wipe the longbow, Kai Jing was very interested and wanted to see it. Yes, but hold it steady because it's a bit heavy. Sun Wan reminded carefully. Don't worry. Kai Jing took the longbow confidently, but was shocked after holding it. She didn't expect the weight of the longbow. This is at least 30 pounds, right? It was very light, but it suddenly became a little heavier since my last mission. Sun Wan was helpless. The longbow came from the RV and was very light at the beginning until the trip to the Dragon Cave in Changbai Mountain. Team leader Dongfang, are these people today the same group of people who attacked the Psychic Research Center? Sun Wan looked at Kai Jing stroking the longbow and turned to ask. It should be. Dongfang Huai's expression became serious. Ai Lu is a vampire. Her appearance in the Mind Research Center shows that the whole thing is inseparable from the vampires. But what I find even more strange is that the other party knows our whereabouts very well, and chooses the right time to attack. Sun Wan and Dongfang Hui went to the Bianliang Security Bureau, Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling went to the zoo's technology headquarters, and only Xiong Zhong, Chung Pu, and Kai Jing were left at the residence. The vampires took advantage of Chung Pu and Kai Jing's absence to attack, and it can be said that the timing was perfect. The only miscalculation they made was that they underestimated Xiong Zhong's speed and strength, and one person distracted most of the other party's attention. The other party didn't know Xiong Zhong's affinity for the earth element, otherwise Chung Pu, Kai Jing, and even he himself would not have been able to hold on until Sun Wan and Dongfang Hui came to help. How is the progress of the investigation of the relevant personnel? The technical department and the headquarters are tracking them down. Dongfang Hui sat down and said, all the personnel of the Mind Research Center are cooperating with our investigation, and we will never let anyone go. Team leader Dongfang, can you tell us about the vampires? Wang Ruoling has always been amazed by the vampires he mentioned. The vampires appeared within the past 2 years. There was no record of vampires in Country before. The vampires rely on blood and dark elements to exert their abilities. In the dark night, their 5 senses and strength will be enhanced. Dongfang Hui pointed to the pistol on his waist. For this reason, the bullets of our Rangers' pistols are mixed with dark silver and silver, and are equipped with special talismans. Has the origin of the blood race never been found out? Wang Ruoling said softly. Could it be related to the night demon? We once spent a lot of manpower and material resources to track them down, but found that they have nothing to do with the night demon, and the blood race's activities have almost no rules. Dongfang Hui was talking when the phone in Sun Wan's pocket suddenly rang. After she answered the phone, she said hello, and then her face changed subtly. Well, speak slowly. Okay, we know that we should not act rashly. We will make a long-term plan when we return to Yanjing tomorrow. Okay, be careful. Soon Wan hung up the phone, her eyes bright. It was Uncle Yulong who called. He said he found something unusual. Shun Wan, what did Uncle Yulong find? He said Zhang Cheng's life has been a bit abnormal recently, very different from usual. Zhang Cheng? Dongfang Hui felt that the name sounded familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Zhang Cheng is a student of Professor Qin Hong at the Yanjing Medical University Hospital, and Xiaoyu Sr. Oh. Dongfang Hui suddenly realized and said, I remember, I saw his name in the file. What happened to him? Zhang Cheng studied under Professor Qin Hong, and was very frugal in his daily life. Born in the countryside, his family was not well off, and he had to think twice before going out with anything over $58. Uncle Yulong's wife disappeared, and he has been secretly following several people recently. Professor Qin Hong, Zhang Cheng, Yu Hui, Xing Ziyu, Li Luo, these people have all had contact with by phone. After a week of observation, with the help of a private detective, he finally found that something was wrong with one of them. Zhang Cheng, who was usually frugal, suddenly became extravagant. He first went to a brand-name clothing store to change into a new outfit, and then took his girlfriend to play in Yanjing. The food and accommodation were different from usual. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Yulong has locked his target on Zhang Cheng. He believes that Zhang Cheng's money came from unclear sources, and there must be something wrong. After notifying Sun Wan about this, Sun Wan asked him to be patient. It is not a big problem to arrest Zhang Cheng, but if we are too hasty, and let the people hiding behind him find out something is wrong, it will be extremely disadvantageous to our side. Yulong knew the seriousness of this and agreed immediately. After Sun Wan finished speaking, he looked at Dongfang Hui and said, Team Leader Dongfang, do you think Zhang Cheng is the traitor? Dongfang Hui frowned and said after a while, Zhang Cheng's money came in a strange way, but if you say he is a traitor, I think it is not considered enough. The Blood Clan acts strangely and is cruel. Zhang Cheng is just a poor student with no background and connections. It will not take much effort to kill him. According to the style of the Blood Clan, if Zhang Cheng knew about it, he would probably be dead now. How could they allow him to show off? Chapter 448. At the end of July, Yanjing entered summer. Zhang Cheng was wearing designer clothes and walking briskly. The girl next to him was beautiful, and had too much makeup. Ah Cheng, Mimi and Huan Huan are coming to play, you have to pay for the dinner. The girl leaned against him, and said in a delicate voice. Dudu, do you need to tell me that? Zhang Cheng snorted and laughed, his eyes full of pride. You are so nice. Wang Du was overjoyed. Looking at the reborn Zhang Cheng, he liked him no matter how he looked at him. She had been dating Zhang Cheng for half a year, and the places Zhang Cheng took her to the most during the half year were movie theaters and food stalls. It would be fine if there was no comparison, but her two sisters by Mimi and Li Huanhuan both found boyfriends from wealthy families. Zhang Cheng was born in the countryside, and is now studying for a master's degree at Yanjing Medical University. His daily expenses are tight. Wang Du has always had complaints in his heart, and occasionally made sarcastic remarks to vent his unhappiness, but recently Zhang Cheng has transformed into a generous person. He bought one brand after another that he dared not look at before, and went to high-end Western restaurants 2 or 3 times a week. These changes made Wang Du, who originally wanted to leave, calm down. After asking several times without success, she never asked again. Anyway, she was happy to get the branded bags and cosmetics in her hands. Zhuar Western Restaurant is one of the famous Western restaurants in Yanjing. Zhuar Western Restaurant has an elegant environment and authentic food. It is a place that many high-spending people in Yanjing like to go to. Zhang Cheng and Wang Du entered the Western restaurant together, and saw by Mimi, Li Huanhuan and Li Huanhuan's boyfriend Wang Zhe from a distance. After greeting and sitting down, the few people were already very familiar with each other. After ordering, they started chatting. Mimi, why didn't Ollie come? Oh. Bai Mimi hesitated and said after hearing Wang Du's question, he went abroad with his father for business. What a pity, we haven't had a party for so long, we wanted to have some fun together. Wang Du pretended to be regretful, thinking that he had lost a great opportunity to show off. Is Ali going to study abroad? I heard that his father donated money to Meidi's University, so that he could study abroad. Wan Wan. Li Wan Wan's boyfriend whispered to stop her, because Bai Mei Mei's face was so ugly. Bai Mei Mei and her boyfriend had reached the stage of discussing marriage, but the boy's parents did not approve of the marriage, and refused on the grounds that he was still young. Recently, Bai Mimi's boyfriend's father has started to work on his son's study abroad, and his attitude is firm. Once Ali's study abroad plan is implemented, it will be difficult for the two to maintain their relationship in two different places. Li Huan wants words hit by Mimi's heart, so it's no wonder that she looked unhappy. Ah Chung, you have become rich recently. Wang Jie took the initiative to change the subject and lead the conversation to Zhang Chung. Looking at your proficiency in ordering dishes, you must have come here often, right? Yes. Li Huan also shifted her attention and said, tell me, where did you make a fortune? Ha. Ah Chung laughed with his face up, feeling that the depression that had been accumulated in his heart was swept away. Oh, why are you so gossipy? Wang Du leaned against him and said in a sweet voice, Ah Cheng's mentor, Professor Qin, is a nationally renowned expert. Even the missing person from the Mind Research Center. Do. Zhang Chung realized his girlfriend's slip of the tongue and stopped her. Mind Research Center? Wang Zhe's mind turned quickly, and he realized something immediately. Ah Chung, have you ever come into contact with the missing patients from the Mind Research Center? Wang Zhe looked around and asked in a low voice. Really? Bai Mimi's attention was also attracted, and she looked at Zhang Chung expectantly. Zhang Chung was in a dilemma, but seeing the expectant eyes of everyone, he couldn't help but feel like showing off. My teacher once treated the missing people in the Mind Research Center, and I was there at the time. Is it true? It's fake. On the day of the treatment, the Silver Wing Army also showed up, one man and one woman, and then the ward caught fire, and Professor Qin almost died in it. The ward is on fire. Who are you trying to fool? How could it catch fire for no reason? TSK, what do you know? That person is an elementalist. Zhang Chung still felt a little scared when he recalled the flames coming out of Bai Feng's body. Duh. The crisp footsteps came. Sun Wan was wearing a white shirt with a delicate knot at the bottom, and slim blue jeans. Behind her followed Xiong Zhong, who looked like a bear spirit, and was very conspicuous. Zhang Chung noticed that his eyes were looking at him, and subconsciously turned his head to look. Sun Wan's beauty is natural, her jade-like skin is flawless, and she looks even more pure and elegant under the lights of the Western restaurant. Mr. Zhang Chung? Her voice is crisp, as pleasant as the sound of ice cubes colliding when the river melts in early spring. Ah? Zhang Chung was stunned for a few seconds, then stood up and stretched out his hand with a stiff smile on his face. Yes, it's me, hello. Sun Wan shook her hand symbolically. We are staff members of the Yanjing Environmental Monitoring Bureau, and we want to talk to you alone about something. Okay. Zhang Chung recalled the brief touch of his palms with Sun Wan, and agreed to her almost without thinking. Thank you for your cooperation. Wait. Zhang Chung agreed straightforwardly. Wang Du was not so good-tempered. She saw Zhang Cheng's performance in her heart, and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. She knew her boyfriend's character too well. When Zhang Chung was poor before, he could still be content with poverty, but now that he has money, his mind will not be so stable. She has to keep an eye on her purse. Thinking of this, she crossed her arms and began to question in a bad tone. What Environmental Monitoring Bureau? I've never heard of it. Wang Du stood up and walked to Sun Wan and puffed out his chest. Do you have your ID? Brother Xiong, show me your ID. Sun Wan was not angry, and said to Xiong Zhong in a light tone. Yanjing Environmental Monitoring Bureau. Wang Jie had dealt with government agencies before, so he still had basic eyesight, and could tell the authenticity of the ID at a glance. Dudu, the ID this lady showed is real, so you should cooperate with their work. Wang Jie advised kindly. You? No matter how brave Wang Du was, she didn't dare to confront the government officials. She looked at Sun Wan angrily, and sat down in her seat. Zhang Chung followed Sun Wan's figure, and walked away. Wang Du was still upset. She didn't understand what she was angry about. Wang Du's eyes appeared in Sun Wan's face. He always felt that the girl just now looked very familiar. It seemed that he had seen her somewhere. After a while, his face suddenly changed. I remember, I have seen the girl before. Li Huan was quite surprised and teased. Tell me, did you meet him secretly in the bar? Wang Jie had a strange expression and explained. What are you talking about? Have you seen the accessories and news of the Silver Wing Army's expression conference? Bai Mimi nodded and said, I saw it a few times, what's wrong? Wang Jie smiled when he heard it. You must not have watched it carefully. I saw the video interview. The girl should be the representative of the Silver Wing Army, Sun Wan. Sun Wan? Wang Du's heart trembled. Why did Zhang Chung offend the people of the Silver Wing Army? Could it be that his money came from an illegal source? Thinking of this, Wang Du no longer had the arrogance just now, and felt cold all over and fidgety. Chapter 449. In the quiet room, Dong Fang Huai, Sun Wan, and Xiong Zhong sat at the table, and Zhang Cheng sat at the other side. The atmosphere was quiet, and Zhang Cheng looked around uneasily, thinking about his current situation. Mr. Zhang Cheng, we have something to ask you, and we hope you can answer truthfully. Dongfang Huai was the first to break the silence. Mr. Dongfang, you are from the Environmental Monitoring Department, and I don't think I can help you with the environment. Mr. Zhang may have some misunderstandings. Let me introduce myself again. Dongfang Huai, the leader of the first group of Yanjing Rangers. Dongfang Huai's voice was loud and full of confidence. Ranger? Zhang Cheng was confused after hearing this. I have never heard of the name of your department. Ranger is responsible for managing and tracking down all unusual and supernatural events in Yanjing. It is reasonable that you have not heard of it. Dongfang Huai put a document on the table. This is the permission document for the Ranger to investigate, and the confidentiality document that needs your personal signature. You have the right to sign after reading it carefully. Ranger. Zhang Cheng saw the bright red seal and steel stamp at the end, and finally confirmed the other party's identity. Ask whatever you want to ask. He signed the confidentiality document with some trepidation, holding the ballpoint pen in both hands and turning it continuously. Sun Wan took out a recorder from her pocket, turned on the recording function, and put it on the table to record. Then, she took out an electronic wristband and put it on Zhang Cheng's wrist. Clear numbers were beating on it, showing Zhang Cheng's heart rate, pulse, etc. Where were you on July 20th, 2079 AD? I was on duty at the Yanjing Medical University Hospital, and the nurses in the department can testify for me. Have you told anyone about Ms. Bai Feng's information? Dongfang Huai stared at him with burning eyes. No. Zhang Cheng quickly waved his hand to deny it. Beep. 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 A sound suddenly came from the electronic wristband, which scared Zhang Cheng. He looked at the wristband in astonishment, then looked at the calm Dongfang Huai and Sun Wan, and stammered, What's going on? Dongfang Huai pointed at the wristband and explained, Mr. Zhang, you are wearing a micro-polygraph issued by our department. Zhang Cheng's expression changed again, and finally he hung his head like a defeated rooster. I talked about it with my girlfriend, and I also talked about it a little bit at the party just now. He rubbed his hands, his face bitter. But I promised that I only talked about the patient's supernatural phenomena, and I didn't say anything else. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Zhang. Dongfang Huai nodded, and was very satisfied with his performance. Now let's talk about the extra 3 million in your account. What happened? You guys. Zhang Cheng wanted to stand up, but he was discouraged when he saw Xiong Zhong's big body and fat face. You are invading my privacy. My personal property should be protected. Mr. Zhang may not understand one thing. Let me explain it to you. Dongfang Huai's calmness was in sharp contrast to Zhang Cheng's anger. The legal income of citizens is protected by law, but illegal income is not. Do you think your income is reasonable? A week ago, a sum of money appeared in your personal account for the first time. The amount was 300,000. 6 remittances were made within 3 days, with a total amount of 3 million a country currency. The account that deposited the money for you is an overseas account. We cannot verify the identity of the person, but Dongfang Huai's tone gradually became solemn. If the government communicates with Meidi, the source of the account can always be found out. At that time, it will not be us who come to you. Zhang Cheng's forehead was covered with sweat unconsciously. Think about it carefully. We know that Mr. Zhang has always been law-abiding and has nothing to do with Ms. Bai Feng's disappearance, but be careful not to be taken advantage of. I tell you everything. Under Dongfang Huai's instigation, Zhang Cheng couldn't stand the psychological pressure and told the truth. The extra money in Zhang Cheng's account actually came from his teacher, Professor Qin Hong. The truth was very strange. Professor Qin Hong had a private conversation with him a week ago. Professor Qin Hong wanted Zhang Cheng to manage a huge amount of money on his behalf. The two were not related, so Zhang Cheng did not dare to agree and refused for a while, thinking about it again. As a result, when he learned that the amount was 3 million a country dollars, his heart twitched. He had never seen so much money in his life. After agreeing to Professor Qin Hong's conditions, Professor Qin told Zhang Cheng the reason behind this matter. Professor Qin Hong made some money in private by doing a small business, and Zhang Cheng knew that his small business might not be very clean. There was something wrong with the money, and Professor Qin Hong wanted to find someone to help him keep it. As a reward, Professor Qin Hong will pay him 30,000 yuan of country A currency every month, and he is expected to keep it for about a year. Zhang Cheng couldn't believe that the pie in the sky had fallen on his head, until there was a transfer reminder of 300,000 yuan in his account. That night, Zhang Cheng was so happy that he couldn't sleep. The money can be kept for a month and can earn 300,000 yuan. If it can be kept for a year, it will be 300,000 yuan. Zhang Cheng felt that his life had ushered in a new turn. He was so excited about the money that he never thought that there were many logical loopholes in the reasons woven by Professor Qin Hong. Under the temptation of money, Zhang Cheng, who had lost his basic judgment, turned into a wealthy man who is now generous. Mr. Zhang, have you never been afraid? Dong Fanhui frowned slightly. If Professor Qin Hong's money really came from an illegal source, you will also be implicated. I know. Zhang Cheng lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. But I can't stop. I really can't stop. I'm afraid to hear Duda talk to me like she used to, afraid that she leave me, and I enjoy her admiring eyes. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your cooperation in this investigation. Dong Fanhui politely put away the recorder and documents. We will keep you informed of any progress in the investigation. Team leader Dong Fang, will I be implicated? Zhang Cheng's voice trembled a little, like a child who had done something wrong. We will enforce the law impartially. Dong Fanhui said, and left the quiet room, leaving Zhang Cheng sitting in the chair for a long time without moving. Zhang Cheng is not a bad person. He is even a bit pitiful. Born in the countryside, he has been used to a hard life since childhood, and he lost his mind when faced with wealth he has never seen in his life. Money has turned this young man, who has always worked hard to improve himself, into a person who enjoys luxury and cannot extricate himself. Zhang Cheng knew the strangeness of the money, but he could not refuse it. It is like a human being who has been contaminated with poppy extract, knowing that he will be led to an endless abyss, but cannot extricate himself. He cannot live without money and the vanity that money brings him. If he gives up his reason, he will never be the same as before. In the quiet room, Zhang Cheng's suppressed crying can be heard faintly. This young man from a poor family finally couldn't help crying in an empty corner. Chapter 450. Professor Qin Hong's residence is in a quiet and tidy community in Yanjing. This community is a well-known faculty and staff community in Yanjing. Most of the residents are teachers from major universities. The environment is very good. It was already afternoon when Dong Fanhui and Sun Wan arrived. Yu Long was a little nervous following the team. Based on the current evidence, Professor Qin Hong's abnormal behavior is very suspicious, but it cannot be judged that he has a direct relationship with Bai Feng's disappearance. He is worried about his wife, and has placed all his hopes on Professor Qin Hong. Now his heart trembles with every step he takes. Sun Wan had good eyesight, and saw the two of them from a distance before she reached Professor Qin Hong's building. Zhou Wei was holding a pile of books in his hands, and Xing Ziyu was smiling beside him. The two of them walked out of the community, talking and laughing. On the night of the decisive battle in Hangjin City, Zhou Wei shared hardships with Xing Ziyu and Lu Fei in the hospital. After that, Zhou Wei found various reasons to contact Xing Ziyu. He was gentle and likable, and treated people sincerely, and soon became familiar with Xing Ziyu and became good friends. Seeing her from a distance, Sun Wan waved at her and said, "Xiao Yu, why are you here?" Xing Ziyu and Zhou Wei were chatting happily, and only noticed their figures when she heard Sun Wan's voice. "Sister Nuanyuan? I came to the teacher's place to get some books. Why are you here?" Xing Ziyu looked at the people around Sun Wan curiously. "I also came to see Professor Qin. We have something to verify with him." "Oh, the teacher should be busy cooking now. He just kept asking us to have dinner." "Keep asking us to stay?" Sun Wan was sensitive and said, "Is he like this usually?" "No, I haven't heard that he likes to cook. He is the only one who cooks when his wife goes back to her parents' home. I dare not try the teacher's dark dishes." Xing Ziyu covered her mouth and chuckled, not noticing the expressions of Sun Wan, Dong Fanhui and others. "It's bad." Dong Fanhui shouted, "Big Bear, notify the medical team to prepare to rescue people. We will go to Professor Qin's house immediately." Their violent reaction scared Xing Ziyu, and she was a little overwhelmed. Zhou Wei served in the Silver Wing Corps, and his combat awareness and sense of smell were much stronger than hers. Throwing the textbook on the ground, he took Xing Ziyu's hand and said, "Teacher Qin may be in trouble. He tried his best to keep us for dinner, but there is a problem." After that, the two ran up behind Sun Wan and others. Bang! After ringing the doorbell twice without success, Dong Fanhui decided to break the unit door violently. Xiong Zhong took off his gloves, revealing the mecha boxing gloves inside, and punched the unit door. The anti-theft lock was broken by his 2 or 3 punches. The metal door was violently pulled open, and Xiong Zhong, A tall and strong man rushed in head first. Huh? A young man on the first floor was about to go out. He was so scared that he trembled and stammered, pointing at Xiong Zong and saying, Who are you? How dare you break the door violently? Xiong Zong grinned at him, showing his big white teeth, and ran straight upstairs. The young man leaned against the wall, and seemed to be scared to death, when he saw everyone entering one after another. After everyone disappeared, he smiled and walked out of the corridor quickly and disappeared. Professor Qin Hong's home is on the 5th floor. The door of the house uses a fingerprint lock. Xiong Zhong followed the same method to enter. Bang! After entering the room, Xing Ziyu walked quickly towards the study room. After seeing the scene clearly, she felt that all the hairs on her body stood up. A person who was alive just now fell limply on the floor of the study room in less than 10 minutes. In Professor Qin Hong's hand, there was a small medicine bottle with professional chemical names written on it. After seeing it clearly, Xing Ziyu felt a chill in her heart and said, "And speak. Why did the teacher take this medicine?" Aspirin is an extremely dangerous drug, and its main function is to anesthetize human nerve conduction. The use of aspirin during surgery can achieve perfect anesthesia without leaving any side effects on the human body. The use of aspirin in medicine is extremely strict, and the dosage used during surgery and medication must be accurately calculated. Any slight measurement deviation will produce unexpected results. After all, the human brain is the most complex system in the world. Even the most authoritative brain experts and today's advanced scientific and technological level cannot unlock the mysteries of the human brain. Dong Fanghui listened to Xing Ziyu's words and said, "Miss Xing, you are a professional medical student. Do you have any emergency measures? The medical team will be here in 20 minutes. Xing Ziyu's face was pale. She shook her head bitterly and said, "Anspike is absorbed by the human body within 5 minutes. Unless the teacher can use a gastric lavage machine to wash the stomach in a short time." Professor Qin Hong's breathing suddenly became rapid. Xing Ziyu grabbed his hand, but didn't know what to do. Tears fell. Anspira takes effect very quickly. The drug will paralyze the nerves quickly. After taking a large dose of the drug, the fragile nerves of humans will suffer irreversible damage. In other words, even if Professor Qin Hong survives by chance, he is likely to become a vegetable or a fool. No matter how strong Dong Fanghui's ability and adaptability are, he has no choice in the face of the current situation. It doesn't matter whether Professor Qin Hong committed suicide or was murdered. The timing of his death is the most bizarre. Just before they arrived, was the opponent deliberately teasing them or had other intentions? Sun Wan's eyes fell on Xing Ziyu's tearful face, and she said softly, "Xiaoyu, tell me about the gastric lavage process, and I will try to help Professor Qin." "Ah!" Xing Ziyu didn't react for a moment, and subconsciously said, "Sister Nanyuan, how do you do it?" A ball of sky blue water jumped between Sun Wan's fingers, flowing flexibly on her hands. She stretched out her hand to cover Professor Qin Hong's head, and said in a straightforward tone, "There is not much time. You tell me, and I will do it." Under Sun Wan's control, the water flow seemed to have life, and slipped into Professor Qin Hong's mouth. Dong Fanghui walked to the door and prayed in his heart, hoping that Sun Wan could succeed. Otherwise, this precious clue would be cut off here. The opponent was more cunning and vicious than he imagined. Although he didn't know why they didn't act earlier, but now, judging from the fact that there was no trace left at the scene, they were a group of difficult enemies. Oh, right. His eyes swept across the anti-theft net outside the window of Professor Qin's house, and he suddenly remembered something. Are all windows in Professor Qin's home equipped with security nets? If so, where did the murderer escape from? Recalling the young man they saw at the door, there was nothing wrong with his demeanor. No, Dong Fanghui finally realized his weirdness. Xiong Zhong punched the unit door 3 times in total. A normal person should have noticed it, and stepped back to observe immediately. But the young man's reaction was to just walk outside, as if he was frightened. However, if we reason from a logical point of view, his actions at that time were not logical at all. He was acting. Dong Fanghui suddenly realized that they were so concerned about Professor Qin Hong's safety that they didn't notice this. Now that he thought about it, Dong Fanghui let the suspect slip away from him, and his brows were furrowed into a knot. Cough cough. Just then, Professor Qin Hong suddenly coughed violently, interrupting the tranquility in the study.